Chapter 1. Once again, tricked by the scrap collector. In the early summer of Hangzhou, the evening breeze is both comfortable and intoxicating. The commercial street is ablaze with lights. Outside the Lixing Entertainment Company, three young girls stand together. Beside them, a towering pile of flattened cardboard boxes looms, almost reaching their waists. The girl in the center, statuesque and exuding an exceptional aura, resembles a living Barbie doll. Her seaweed-like, soft waves cascade down her waist, gently stirred by the evening wind. Even without makeup, she captivates at first glance. Adorned in a champagne-colored spaghetti-strap dress that perfectly embraces her proportions, she is none other than Li, a top model just returned from a Fashion Week runway. Next to her, a bespectacled petite girl, known far and wide as the ace agent A Xing, wears a look of concern. The third girl, a slightly plump black girl, is the highly sought-after stylist, Kelly. Li glances at her phone, her beautiful brows knitting slightly. When is old Zhang coming? This pile of boxes could fetch a decent sum. I absolutely cannot let him swindle me again. A Xing looks at the exaggerated heap of cardboard with a troubled expression. Sister Li, let's be mindful of our image. What if someone snaps a photo? With a dismissive wave of her hand, Kelly pats the boxes. What's the big deal? We're not stealing or robbing. These boxes are our own purchase. Can't we recycle them? I'm certain this pile of boxes can bring in quite a bit of money. At the very least, we could indulge in a large serving of fried chicken tonight. Li beams with a teachable expression, taking advantage of her height of 1.78 meters to wrap her arms around her agent and stylist shoulders. That's the spirit. Frugality and hard work should always be at heart. Moreover, she continues, what is our company's tradition? The adorable agent A Xing thumps her chest, while Kelly, in tacit agreement, lifts her foot clad in flip-flops. To work diligently on our careers, and to promote with our feet. Li nods in satisfaction. Indeed, we must walk the runway with dedication and promote with our feet. Always remember, we are in the fashion industry. Let us steer clear of sensational news and the turmoil of capital, striving to be pure supermodels. As her words lingered in the air, an elderly man pedaling a rickety tricycle approached, making creaking sounds. Clad in a faded short-sleeved shirt, his wrinkled face bore a shrewd expression. Mr. Su, got cardboard to sell today? Oh, look who's here, Black Boss, and the top model. Kelly nearly unleashed her rap skills in frustration. You're the Black Boss. You old man? That's not fair. The scrap collector, old Zhang, chuckled heartily. My apologies, my apologies. I thought Black Boss you and Kelly here wouldn't understand. Li rolled her eyes internally at old Zhang. Hurry and weigh these boxes, don't try any tricks. Otherwise, I won't sell them to you tomorrow. Old Zhang's face lit up with delight at the sight of the mountain of cardboard. He began weighing them, transferring them onto his rickety tricycle. Pulling out crumpled bills from his pocket, he counted them after moistening them slightly with his saliva. A total of 10 jin, at 0.8 yuan per jin. That's 8 yuan. As he spoke, he handed over a 5 yuan note and 3 1 yuan notes, slyly swapping a newer 1 yuan note for a tattered one with a torn corner. Upon hearing this, Kelly rolled up her sleeves, ready to unleash her fury. Old man, 8 yuan? You're more unscrupulous than my face. Do you even know that fried chicken next door has increased in price? Old Zhang shrunk his neck, then launched into a sob story about his lack of social security and children, lamenting the rising fuel prices. And Li, having a soft heart, couldn't bear to scold the old man as she watched him wipe away tears. She extended her delicate hand. Fine, 8 yuan it is, just give it to me. Upon hearing this, old Zhang promptly ceased his tearful monologue, about to hand over the money when his clever eyes twinkled. Top model, how about this? Today I acquired a painting. As an old man, I don't understand much, but I heard it's an antique. You have such taste, how about I gift it to you? With that, he retrieved a tightly bound scroll from his tricycle and forcefully shoved it into Li's hands before pedaling away, leaving without a word about the 8 yuan. And Li, still processing the moment, could only watch as old Zhang disappeared, leaving behind no trace of his earlier hesitance. A Xing stomped her feet in frustration. That old Zhang, pulling tricks again. And Li, glancing at the slightly yellowed scroll in her hand, suddenly realized. Right? The rise in oil prices, what does that have to do with someone pedaling a tricycle? He only needs 2 buns for 100 kilometers. Kelly pouted. Great, now the fried chicken is out of the question. Let's get back to work. Tonight's late-night snack will be on the boss. Resigned, Emily pulled out her phone and ordered fried chicken for the entire company. Upon returning to the office, she examined the scroll in her hands. Dismissing her apprehensions, she took a paper cutter and prepared to slice through the tightly bound rope to see what lay within. What if old Zhang had stumbled upon a true antique? As she pressed down with the cutter, Emily gasped, leaving a shallow cut on her slender finger, which oozed a few drops of blood. Quickly, she popped her finger into her mouth and unfurled the scroll. Upon opening it, Emily sighed deeply, smacking her forehead. How careless! From Nanjing to Beijing, the buyer is always less astute than the seller. How could old Zhang possibly give her a genuine antique? Just look at this painting. It resembles a battle between Sun Wukong and the Black Whirlwind. The paper has a vintage feel, and the framing style is unique. The painting depicts a bustling ancient street scene, with buildings lining the water, pavilions and towers creating a lively atmosphere. The intricately carved houses are teeming with a throng of people, while vendors peddle their wares. People on the street hold copper coins and silver, haggling with the sellers. Every expression and detail is depicted with exquisite realism, making it a remarkable piece. It feels as if, in the next moment, one could hear the bustling voices of the crowd, with every individual radiating happiness, seemingly satisfied with their era. However, why are the figures in the painting, regardless of gender, dressed in short sleeves and shorts? Why does the one resembling a magistrate look like a woman? Why do some men have long hair styled in buns while others were short hair? Moreover, why are there several teenagers, both boys and girls, leisurely boating together? The most outrageous of all, why is there someone smoking a pipe with a paper roll, looking utterly content? What era is this? Such progressive customs? I've never heard of it. Darn that old Zhang. Using a shabby painting that fuses ancient and modern styles to brush her off, Emily rolled the painting up, tucking it under her arm, and turned to Xing and Kelly. If there's nothing else, I'm heading home. With that, she clicked her heels in her high-heeled shoes and walked away. Yet, Emily failed to notice the minuscule drops of blood seeping from the previously cut wound, now staining the yellowed paper of the painting. Chapter 2. Where did sister get that lip balm? Feeling dejected, Emily drove with the antique resting on the passenger seat. The streetlights flickered one after another, causing her to overlook the scroll, emitting a barely visible green glow. After parking in the garage, she grabbed the scroll, only to find it felt slightly warm. Must be a trick of the mind. Disdainfully, Emily carried the scroll to the back seat, changing out of her driving flats into a pair of sexy heels, humming a tune as she sauntered towards the private elevator. After all, it was her own villa's garage, no one was watching. Upon returning home, before she could switch on the lights, she noticed that the scroll was emitting a faint glow, and it seemed even warmer than before. Startled, she quickly tossed the painting onto the sofa and turned on all the lights, even the one in the bathroom. Armed with a fruit knife and balancing a wash basin on her head, she cautiously crouched under the dining table. After a considerable amount of time, the scroll remained motionless, but the green light appeared to grow brighter. What's going on? Is this the prelude to an explosion? Why is it still glowing green? Co-love is a light, glowing so green it makes her uneasy. And Lee, fully equipped under the dining table, squatted there for over 10 minutes, her long legs growing numb. No, I can't stay here, I must take a look. Summoning her courage, she awkwardly crawled out from under the table, suddenly remembering something. She grabbed a long rolling pin from the kitchen. With a pot lid in one hand and the rolling pin in the other, she cautiously approached the glowing scroll. Swallowing hard, she prodded the scroll, radiating a soft green light. Oh, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Should she poke it again to test? Soon, Emily realized this old scroll was merely an ordinary piece of art. Light merely glows and radiates warmth to intimidate, yet possesses little lethality. Lying quietly, it resembles a rather unremarkable imitation antique. Only set aside the rolling pin and pot lid, exhaling a sigh of relief, as she seized a painting and hung it upon the wall, determined to place it in the most conspicuous location, a constant reminder for her. The world is fraught with peril, and human nature is profoundly intricate, particularly that of the elderly, who are exceedingly untrustworthy. Who would have thought? As Onley inadvertently brushed against the painting, a scene unfolded that left her utterly astounded. Her hand, akin to pushing open a door, effortlessly passed through the wall and entered the painting. Onley could scarcely believe her eyes. Summoning her courage, she tremblingly extended her hand toward the artwork once more. This time her entire hand vanished within the painting. Suddenly, a faint burning sensation coursed through her wrist, fleeting and ephemeral. In a reflexive motion, Onley withdrew her hand, only to discover a small, key-shaped mark inexplicably appearing on her wrist. From behind the painting, a faint cacophony of sounds emerged: candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorn, sugar painting, freshly made wontons. If they're not fragrant, they're free. Onley perked up her ears, astonished. Candied hawthorn, sugar paintings. Once were these not vividly present in the very painting before her? Onley circled the living room repeatedly, even rinsing her wrist under the faucet for what felt like an eternity. Could it be that she had unwittingly acquired a legendary enhanced version of the time-traveling door? Had she stumbled upon a treasure that allowed her to traverse through time? And was the mark on her wrist the key to this extraordinary portal? How utterly fantastical! Onley pushed the invisible door just slightly ajar, listening intently to the clamor around her. After a prolonged daze, she gradually absorbed this incredulous reality. There are countless inexplicable phenomena in the world, including individuals resurrected from a decade past. What more could be said of this enigmatic scroll? Soon, a bold thought took root in her mind. Why not explore the ancient world? Onley inhaled deeply and slowly stepped into the towering painting, her feet landing on solid blue brick streets, miraculously arriving at the market depicted within the artwork. The scene before her was even more expansive than that illustrated in the painting. Onley gingerly raised her hand and pinched her thigh hard. Ouch! This was no dream. It was all too real. Turning around in haste, she found herself confronted by an empty space. Where was the door? How was she to return? Should she fail to find her way back? Would the capitalists not celebrate with firecrackers and fireworks? This simply could not be allowed. The tallest woman would never concede defeat. Suppressing her racing heart, Onley anxiously felt the key-shaped mark on her wrist. Before her, the space revealed an almost imperceptible fold, resembling yet another door. Pushing it open, she stepped back in her own living room, her heart finally at ease. Filled with exhilaration, Onley spun in circles, grabbing her small handbag. Off she went on an adventurous day in the ancient world. With a gleeful heart, she touched the now-vanished mark on her wrist, and as the green light flickered, she boldly stepped into the painting. Clad in high heels, her skirt swaying, she tentatively strolled down the street, feeling somewhat out of place. How careless of her! Caught up in the novelty, she had forgotten to change her attire. Fortunately, although the townsfolk's gazes were fixed upon Onley, there was no hint of hostility, only awe. As she passed, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. Even a young lad selling noodle soup dropped his bowl in distraction. Onley quickly averted her gaze and strained to piece together snippets of conversation from those around her. This was a dynasty that had never before graced the annals of historian era, characterized by remarkable inclusivity on various fronts. The people along the roadside whispered amongst themselves, "My heavens, is she a celestial being? When did the capital acquire such a maiden? What a tall girl! She resembles a mixed blood from the western regions. If only I could know her, I would die content. Dream on. Look at the garments and jewelry. She wears things we common folk have never even glimpsed. Indeed, who knows which noble family's cherished jewel she is? Sister, look at her skirt. Though somewhat daring, it's exquisitely beautiful. I shall visit the tailor tomorrow to have one made just like it." Onley felt the warmth of goodwill across time and space, her confidence steadily growing as she wandered about like a curious child. Alas, the currency in circulation here was copper coins, silver ingots, and gold ingots, rendering her paper bills utterly useless. If only she could purchase a few trinkets to take back, she could transform into an antiquity herself. She would surely strike it rich. Lost in thought, Onley couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her smile seemed to envelop the entire street in a gentle spring breeze. Just as she reveled in her visions of wealth, a delicate, fair hand suddenly tapped her shoulder. Turning around, she found a young girl, perhaps 17 or 18, with a stylishly arranged hairdo, standing before her. Dressed in an exquisite moon-white silk gown adorned with fine jewelry, she appeared to be a daughter of privilege. The girl gazed at Onley with admiration, a bashful smile gracing her face. "Excuse me, fairy sister," she inquired. "Where did you purchase your lip color? I have never seen such a beautiful shade." Chapter 3. The skirt lifted by chance before her stood a delightful young lady, her petite lips chattering incessantly. "Fairy sister, where did you purchase those exquisite shoes? They are simply stunning. My father always says I haven't inherited his tall stature." "Fairy sister, are you from the western regions? What kind of gemstone is in your earrings? They are so translucent. I have never seen anything like them." And Lee was momentarily taken aback by the fervent inquiries of the enthusiastic girl. With so many questions, which should she answer first, and what gemstones? Her earrings were merely pure acrylic adorned with glass rhinestones. The young girl seemed to take a keen interest in her and insisted on dragging her to a nearby tea house for a sit-down. However, Emily found herself lacking any form of common currency. It would be rather inappropriate to impose on someone she had just met for a free meal and drink, wouldn't it? Emily felt an inexplicable connection with the girl, who appeared to be the daughter of a wealthy family. After all, having more friends could only lead to more opportunities in the future. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a lipstick from her bag and offered it to the girl. "Here, take this." Inside her bag was a brand new warm orange TF lipstick, perfect for gifting. The girl gazed in awe at the small, well-crafted box in her hands, her mouth agape in astonishment. "What is this? It feels so substantial, and it's so tiny," she exclaimed. "Isn't lipstick supposed to come in sheets of paper? How does one use this?" And Lee bent down slightly and kindly demonstrated how to twist the cap open. "See, it comes out like this. After using it, you can twist it back in." The girl watched in fascination as the lipstick appeared and disappeared like magic. Momentarily lost in wonder, Lee gently took her hand and tested the shade on her wrist. "See, it's quite easy to use." The girl quickly tucked the lipstick away, clutching it as though it were a precious treasure. "Oh, please, don't let it go to waste. Fairy sister, where did you get this wondrous mechanical lipstick?" Emily found herself at a loss for a reasonable explanation. With a grand gesture, she replied, "It's a gift for you. It will last a long time anyway, that it's not something of great value." "Not valuable?" The girl was nearly breathless from this wave of casual opulence. She, a child of the grand realm, had never encountered such a fine lipstick. "Sister, you must be a fairy from the heavens." How fortunate she was to have met the fairy sister. The girl clung to Lee's hand, refusing to let go, bombarding her with a rapid-fire series of questions. "Sister, why do your nails have such beautiful jewels? Sister, will you tell me where you come from? Sister." Before she could finish, a girl dressed as a servant, who had been trailing behind, leaned in and whispered something in her ear. The girl suddenly appeared anxious, her complexion paling. She grasped Lee's hand tightly and pressed a heavy gold ingot into her palm. "Fairy sister, my uncle is here to take me home, that I sneaked out, that he is very strict. So I can't talk to you for long. This is all the money I have. Thank you for the lipstick. That my name is Asha. What is yours? Will you come back tomorrow?" Lee felt that since she had crossed the boundaries of time and space, there was no need for concealment. That my name is Lee. Asha gripped Lee's hand with urgency, nearly leaving marks on her skin. "Sister, tomorrow night I will ask my uncle to let me out. Can I wait for you here at this time? There is so much you haven't told me yet." Seeing the girl's eyes welling with tears, Lee quickly nodded. "All right, I will bring you another gift tomorrow." Asha, not fully reassured, extended her pinky. "Fairy sister, let us make a pinky swear. You cannot deceive Asha. I will be waiting for you here." The two sealed their promise with a pinky swear. Lee was about to return the heavy gold ingot to the girl. Asha lifted her skirt and hurried away with her maid, not looking back as she entered the tea house. Lee glanced at the ingot in her hand. Could she take this home? For a mere lipstick? Someone was willing to part with a gold ingot? The prospect seemed boundless and bright. With that thought, Lee lost her desire to wander further and turned toward a secluded corner. She was heading home, preoccupied with digesting the day's extraordinary experiences and pondering what gift to bring Asha tomorrow. She walked ahead with her head down, completely unaware of another person in her path. Yes, she continued on. She brushed past a tall figure clad in a dark robe, the sharp angles of his face obscured in shadow, that he was indeed very tall, even surpassing in Lee, who wore heels. The man watched as a graceful silhouette passed by. Her movements fluid and enchanting, that a soft, sweet fragrance wafted towards him, distinct from the typical scents used by women. The delicate hem of her skirt swayed gently, creating beautiful arcs as she walked, the smooth fabric brushing against his hand, causing an unbidden tremor within him, that he felt an inexplicable warmth radiating from the tattoo on his abdomen, his large hand instinctively resting upon it. Suddenly, a small object that had fallen to the ground caught his attention. Undoubtedly dropped by the girl as they brushed past, he bent down to pick it up, but when he looked back, the enchanting figure had vanished without a trace. How could she have disappeared so effortlessly? The man furrowed his brow, holding the object in his hand, lost in thought. From the shadows, several figures clad in dark attire emerged, the leader bowing to the man. "Your Highness, the woman you just encountered behaved suspiciously. Should we investigate further? Perhaps the item she dropped holds some clues." The man pondered for a moment, then opened his palm to glance at the object. Upon seeing it, he hastily clenched it tightly before the guards could catch a glimpse, his expression remaining as impassive as ever. Yet in the darkness, a faint blush crept to the tips of his ears. What is this? So scandalous. How shameless. A young lady has carelessly left such an item behind. Dressed more provocatively than the women in the flower houses. Cursing under his breath, the man tucked the object into his robes, non-committal. "First, take the princess back." The shadowy guards bowed in unison, replying, "As you command." With his hands clasped behind his back, the man strode purposefully toward the brightly lit tea house in the distance. Inside the tea house, Asha was cautiously munching on sunflower seeds, her eyes darting around restlessly. She whispered to her maid, "Chunmei, do you think Uncle Wong will scold me when he arrives?" The maid, Chunmei, scratched her head. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The prince is taciturn. He wouldn't scold anyone." Asha considered this and replied, "Yes, at most, he will just wear a displeased expression, and I'll pretend not to notice." Just then, several guards entered the tea house, marching directly toward Asha with stoic expressions, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, we have been summoned by the Khan." Asha rolled her eyes. Teach, the guards are just as stingy with words as their master. Chapter 4. There truly are fairy sisters in this world, a low-key yet opulent carriage, flanked by guards wielding curved blades, slowly traveled along the official road. Inside, a fuming Asha sat, having finally managed to wait for her Uncle Wong to return from the North D, using that as an excuse to seek permission from her father to stay at the North D royal residence for a while. She had thought she would embrace freedom and be herself, but little did she know that her ice-cold Uncle Wong would keep a watchful eye on her. Why was she being summoned back at 9 o'clock? The night was just beginning. She had been looking forward to experiencing the joys of nightlife with her peers. As the carriage entered the North D royal residence, the current emperor shared deep ties with the North D. During the founding days, the first emperor had found himself in dire straits, running out of resources in North D. He was saved by a North D herdsman, which later enabled him to regroup, recruit soldiers, and unify the realm. The men raised on horseback in North D were the elite troops that helped him conquer the land. Upon ascending the throne, he named the dynasty Huan and honored the valiant herdsman with the title of King of North D. The lineage of the North D kings had been passed down through 3 generations, each a stalwart defender of the Huan dynasty's borders. The entire Huan realm knew the saying, "As long as the king of North D stands, the Huan dynasty will endure for generations." The Huan dynasty was known for its fair governance, never witnessing the brutal scenes of betrayal. Each emperor had treated the king of North D as a brother. The carriage finally came to a halt, and Asha, still sulking, jumped down. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, she saw her respected yet intimidating Uncle Wong, along with his personal guards, waiting for her. "Your Highness, the Khan requests your presence." Asha's lips quivered in distress, nearly bringing her to tears. "Oh no. Uncle Wong is going to scold me that I won't be able to leave tomorrow, will I? I have yet to receive the gift from my fairy sister." Despite my reluctance, Asha timidly stepped into the study, her small feet taking delicate steps. Inside, the air was thick with the fragrant scent of sandalwood, mingling with the acrid smoke unique to Beatty. A tall and robust man lounged in a mahogany chair. clad in a flowing dark robe, his short hair typical of Beatty men. Between his fingers, he held a deep brown cigarette, its tip glowing faintly red. His half-closed eyes revealed a chiseled, angular face with deep-set features, devoid of any discernible emotion. This was Ramuchuan, the sole son of the reigning king of Beatty. The people of Beatty held a profound loyalty to their bloodline and their leaders, whether the current ruler or the future heir. They were all referred to as Khan. Upon entering the study, Asha respectfully performed a greeting. "Uncle Wong," she said. Ramuchuan lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the girl before him, who was clearly aware of her misdeeds that didn't own need for formalities. "Sit down." Asha chose the chair farthest from her uncle, her anxious toes almost digging holes in the floor. It had been 2 years since they last met, and she felt as though his aura had grown even more formidable. Ramuchuan took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thin wisp of smoke. "Asha, where did you go today?" Asha swallowed hard, knowing that lying in front of her uncle would result in immediate exposure. I went to the capital street." That Ramuchuan's expression remained calm. "Who did you meet?" Asha's head nearly dropped to her toes, twisting the hem of her garment. "That I didn't meet anyone," she stammered. Ramuchuan chuckled lightly. "Did you not meet anyone? Then where did the items in your pouch come from?" Asha instinctively covered the small pouch at her waist, where the magical lip balm given to her by her fairy sister was concealed. Had her uncle truly acquired the ability to see through the smoke of Beatty's alchemical furnace? "Uncle, please hear me out," Asha pleaded. Ramuchuan raised his handsome brow. "Asha, your father sent you here to stay with me, not to run around causing trouble. Since you've grown up and have your own ideas, you will remain in the residence tomorrow and not go anywhere. Your father may not be able to manage you, but I refuse to believe I can't control you." Upon hearing this, Asha realized she was to be grounded. That simply would not do. Wouldn't that mean she wouldn't be able to meet her fairy sister tomorrow? "Uncle, I was wrong. I want to go out." Ramuchuan had anticipated that this spirited little niece was hiding something from him. He casually leaned back against the chair. "Why must you go out?" Asha's eyes reddened with frustration. "Uncle, I must tell you, today I met a fairy sister. She is so beautiful, the most stunning woman I have ever seen." Ramuchuan scoffed at a fairy. "What fairies exist in this world? I think you have been enchanted by a rogue." Yet, despite his words, he could not help but recall the woman he had brushed past earlier that day. Asha shook her head vigorously. "Uncle, you haven't seen her." The fairy sister wore a dress softer than silkworm silk, and her hair was curled. Her earrings were luminous pearls that I have never seen before. Moreover, she was quite tall, nearly as tall as you. Ramuchuan suddenly thought of the woman who had passed by him, enveloped in a fragrant aura not long ago. Fearing that her serious uncle would not believe her, Asha pulled the cherished lip balm from her small pouch. "Uncle, this is the lip balm given to me by the fairy sister. Which women in Dahuang have ever seen such a balm?" Ramuchuan examined the intricately crafted object in Asha's hand, furrowing his brow as he gestured for her to hand it over. After a moment of hesitation, Asha relinquished her beloved lip balm into his large palm. "Uncle, please return it to me after you've examined it. I have told you the truth, and you must let me go out tomorrow. I have an appointment with a fairy sister at this time in front of the tea house. She said she has more wonderful things to give me." Ramuchuan grasped the peculiar lip balm tightly, waving Asha off. "All right, you may go back." Asha, undeterred, softly inquired, "Uncle, may I go out tomorrow?" Ramuchuan, with an air of annoyance, rubbed his temples. "That it depends on your behavior." Asha cheered, lifting her skirt as she dashed out. Her uncle had agreed. Just as she reached the door, she turned back to sweetly bow. "Uncle, Asha is leaving now. Please retire early." Ramuchuan extinguished the nearly finished cigarette in a copper tray, rising to return to his chambers. After dismissing the guards, he removed his dark outer robe, donning only a silk nightgown as he made his way to the bathroom. He shed his garments, revealing a well-defined chest, his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs exhibited a physique that seemed sculpted to perfection. Every muscle, chest, abdomen, and the alluring V-line was present in modern times. He would easily outshine any top male model. Chapter 5. This is no angel, but clearly a fairy creature. Ramuchuan languidly leaned against the edge of the bath, his robust form submerged in the water. Beatty men were accustomed to cold baths, especially as the early summer in the capital began to grow warmer. He picked up the lip balm Asha had given him from the edge of the tub, weighing it in his hand. Small yet surprisingly heavy, it did not seem to be crafted from gold or silver. The black exterior was adorned with a golden rim, shining bright enough to reflect one's image, clearer than a bronze mirror. Imitating Asha, he snapped open the lid with a click that a warm orange paste emerged. Curious, he leaned closer to inhale its scent. A subtle sweetness reminiscent of the fragrance of the woman he had encountered earlier. He rubbed some on the back of his hand, leaving a warm orange mark. It truly was lip balm? He had initially thought it to be some sort of harmful weapon. After thoroughly examining it inside and out, he concluded that it was an entirely new, feminine cosmetic. With a resigned sigh, he quickly bathed, wrapping himself in his nightgown as he emerged, that he reclined on the couch, thoughtfully toying with the lip balm, that as if struck by a memory, he rolled off the bed. Retrieving from his outer robe the item he had found on the capital street, the object left behind by that woman. Even upon a second glance, Ramuchuan felt his heart race. The sun-kissed skin of his body flushed a faint hue. What a scandal! How utterly unbecoming! He cast a quick glance before hastily flipping it over. Leaning back on the couch, he closed his eyes, lost in thought. After a while, he couldn't resist taking out the object once more to examine it closely. It was a small, transparent square devoid of any impurities. Although it resembled fine crystal, it was light and not cold to the touch. Inside, it held a tiny yet exquisite colored portrait. The image was strikingly lifelike, capturing even the finest details of hair. The portrait depicted a woman whose beauty defied all understanding. Her delicate features radiated an air of confidence and charm, with a playful smile that was both sweet and captivating. Her cascading waves of hair fell freely around her, and her slender figure was impeccably proportioned. Ramuchuan found himself entranced, pondering how this early summer in the capital felt unusually warm this year. The woman in the portrait was breathtaking, yet her attire, no, it could hardly be called clothing, consisted of mere scraps of fabric, barely concealing her most intimate areas. The rest of her luminous skin was exposed, and she bore a pair of large white feathered wings on her back, adorned in peculiar footwear that appeared to be a performance. Leaning in closer, he scrutinized the details surrounding the portrait. The audience seemed to be filled with many people, illuminated by lights as bright as day. This woman was utterly shameless. How could she wear such attire and still smile so joyfully, inviting so many to gaze upon her? She was even more audacious than the courtesans in the flower houses waiting for their patrons, completely devoid of modesty. What irritated him further was that among the audience were numerous women. What business did women have watching this? It was utterly incomprehensible. Ramuchuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, running his fingers through his tousled black hair. He flipped the seemingly priceless transparent square over, revealing a delicate inscription on the back. Remember my victorious debut at Victoria's Secret. May I be blessed with a path of glory and a future as bright as brocade. Victoria's Secret. Path of glory. What on earth were these things? A woman of such lowly profession dared to aspire to greatness. Ramuchuan meticulously studied the portrait. He could ascertain that the woman depicted was indeed the one he had encountered earlier that day. As he calmed his racing heart, he found himself caught in a web of conflicting thoughts. To label her merely as a courtesan was unjust. After all, how many women would applaud such a figure? The dazzling jewels she wore were not the possessions of a mere courtesan. Most importantly, the women in flower houses were often steeped in melancholy, lamenting the unpredictability of fate, their faces devoid of the resolute confidence this woman exuded. As night descended, she gently brushed her fingers across the back of his hand, the soft fabric of her skirt flowing like the finest silk offered by the imperial household. How could a woman of such grace and allure exist? Ramuchuan was utterly perplexed. His temples throbbed with confusion. Never mind. Asha had mentioned she would return tomorrow, and he was eager to meet this enigmatic figure in person. He was determined to uncover the identity of this extraordinary woman. Ramuchuan tucked away the lip balm and portrait beneath his pillow, extinguished the light, and lay back on the bed. His thoughts spiraled uncontrollably until the early hours, when he finally drifted into a shallow sleep. He seemed to be ensnared in a delightful nightmare, so vivid that it evoked deep emotions within him. In his dream, the woman from the portrait adorned a snug burgundy gown, the high slit revealing her long, ivory legs. She held his hand, her smile sweet and enchanting that he could only discern her delicate lips moving, but his mind was hazy, rendering her words indistinct. She raised her glistening eyes, filled with an intoxicating charm, gazing at him with an undeniable affection. Noticing his lack of response, she playfully bit her lip, leaning closer to wrap her arms around his sturdy waist, tilting her face toward him. Her moist, soft lips brushed against his, igniting a spark of warmth. As dawn broke, Ramachuan's obsidian-like eyes shot open. Could it be that he had unwittingly fallen victim to enchantment? Yet the bed bore no trace of a maiden's sweet fragrance. Reflecting on the dream's tender moments, he retrieved the small portrait from beneath his pillow and scoffed. This was no angel. She was undoubtedly a siren, capable of devouring hearts without remorse. Frustrated, Ramachuan made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, donning a robust outfit reminiscent of the Northern D style before stepping outside. His loyal attendant, Chuyi, who had been waiting at the door, rushed forward upon hearing the commotion. "Khan, you're awake. Shall I fetch breakfast?" Ramachuan furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. "No need, Chuyi. Come with me to the stables." Chuyi, having grown up alongside the Khan, was well acquainted with his temperament. When faced with troubling thoughts, Ramachuan often sought solace in horseback riding, and today his displeasure was plainly etched on his face. After a moment of contemplation, Chuyi cautiously inquired, "Khan, you seem troubled." With a dismissive gesture, Ramachuan strode past him, commanding, "Do not ask what should not be asked." Chuyi shrugged and hurried to the stables, leading forth the magnificent black steed that had accompanied Ramachuan in countless battles. With a powerful leap, Ramachuan mounted the horse, flicking the reins as the majestic creature neighed, and galloped toward the outskirts of the capital. Chapter 6. A glimpse of spring tea back at home, and Li was too exhilarated to sleep. She was still reeling from the events of the previous day, which felt like a fantastical dream. The existence of an unknown dynasty was indeed astonishing. Moreover, she had discovered that her phone had a 2G signal there. How utterly unbelievable. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Li sprang out of bed, brimming with energy. She felt invigorated by the delightful happenings of yesterday, particularly the pure and expectant gaze of Asha, which fueled her enthusiasm. After completing her morning jog, she hopped into her car, humming a tune as she headed to the office. Upon arriving, she made a beeline for the CEO's lounge, bursting through the door. She found two familiar figures, one clad in black and the other in white, sound asleep on the bed, with an air-conditioning blanket strewn carelessly on the floor. Those two sisters were so competitive that even in dreams, they battled for dominance. Li approached and playfully slapped the backsides of Xing and Kelly. "Wake up, my dear little darlings. You have just 5 minutes until work starts. If you don't rise, you'll face a fine." Startled from their slumber, the two girls sat up in unison. "What is happening?" "You may smack my backside, but you absolutely cannot find my money," exclaimed Kelly. "5 minutes is ample time for me to brush my teeth, wash my face, and change my clothes without delaying work. Indeed, I can munch on breakfast while attending to nature's call." Li covered her face in disbelief. Her manager and makeup artist were truly fierce in public, yet utterly carefree in private. The absurdity of their words was astounding. Once they rubbed the sleep from their eyes and recognized who had awakened them, they unceremoniously returned to their beds. "Annie, could you please tuck us in?" Kelly requested. And Li retorted, "Am I truly so lacking in authority? I am, after all, the sole cash cow of our company. Hurry up, what is our motto?" In perfect unison, Kelly and Xing turned their backs to her. After the fashion week, time to feast and rest. And Li sighed, feeling exasperated by their audacity. However, having just returned from fashion week, she too had little work ahead. After all, success on the runway required skill. Magazine covers demanded talent, and endorsements relied on exceptional sales prowess. As for reality shows, one needed connections. She, with her unwavering stance against compromise, had chosen to forge her own path. Yet it mattered not, and Li's ambition had always been tethered to the runway. As a top model earning $50,000 per show, she felt no need to play the game for mere exposure. Thankfully, her two mischievous sisters, despite their antics, had always offered unwavering support. "You two must have stayed up all night gaming again, haven't you?" and Li inquired. Kelly yawned. "Let's not speak of it. For the next month, we only have 2 photo shoots scheduled." Xing, still half asleep, added, "Sister Li, where do you plan to vacation this time?" In the past, Enli would always treat herself to a getaway after Fashion Week. Initially, her sisters would join her, but after a week of early morning runs and endless feasting, they had regretted their decision. After a brief pause, Enli teased, "This time, I found a delightful place," she instructed. "If anything arises, call or text me that I may not respond promptly on WeChat." Kelly raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you planning to become a nun?" Enli felt her heart racing. What a troubling friend. "You too enjoy your slumber. But do not delay your responsibilities that I must take my leave." Before she could exit, the sound of snoring erupted from the BD that Enli rushed to the shopping mall as soon as it opened. Gathering face masks, skincare products, makeup, and jewelry, selecting a few of each. She even purchased an exquisite little cake, knowing that young girls could hardly resist such lovely confections. After a long day of shopping, she finally settled on a delicate, pure white, glossy long dress that evoked the beauty of a Greek goddess, pairing it with modest heels. She truly wished to avoid any whispers regarding her height. Unfortunately, she hardly owned any flats that as time pressed on. Emily clutched her bulging shopping bag, excitedly glancing at her wrist. The painting on the wall glimmered again, almost as if it concealed a lush green meadow among the myriad colors of the world. Why must it be this verdant glow? Once again, she traversed the familiar cobblestone streets, where several vendors from the previous day recognized the ethereal beauty before them, some even arriving just to catch a glimpse of her. "Look, look, that's the fairy from yesterday. Indeed, she is a true celestial beauty. I have never seen such loveliness in Dahuang." Emily made her way to the tea house from the day before, noting that Dahuang seemed to lack curfews. Thriving with prosperity. Within the tea house, groups of people chatted and snacked on sunflower seeds that Emily entered. A cheerful attendant draped with a towel approached her with a broad grin. "What a stunning young lady. You must be the heavenly beauty spoken of by the neighbors yesterday. Our tea house is truly honored to host you. Are you here for tea or to seek someone?" Noticing the curious gazes of the patrons, Emily contemplated before retrieving the gold ingot Asha had given her. "I would like a window-side private room." "Will this suffice?" The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of her extravagant attire and jewelry. Realizing her unexpected generosity, "Oh dear, this is far too generous. You mean a private room, correct?" With a flourish, he removed the towel from his shoulder and gestured, "This way, please." Only followed the waiter up the exquisitely crafted wooden staircase to the second floor, guided into a refined private room by the window. The evening breeze wafted gently, and the room was adorned with elegant tables, chairs, and screens, alongside a guillotine. The waiter remarked, "Miss, this offers the finest view, allowing one to see the entire Shanjing Street. What would you like to drink?" Only, holding the menu, felt overwhelmed. She recognized every character, but failed to comprehend their assembly. She randomly pointed to a tea named Jinyankin tea. "This one, please." The waiter's expression shifted like a painter's palette. You wish for this?" Only looked up, a look of confusion on her face. "Yes, this one." After a moment's contemplation, the waiter acquiesced, bowed, and descended the stairs. In Chapter 7, the waiter returned with a pot of tea and a piece of leftover gold ingot. His expression complex. "Miss, your tea." Only smiled sweetly. "Thank you." Her smile rendered the waiter blushing and heart racing. Alas, such a beautiful fairy must surely have a suitor. Otherwise, why order this tea? Only glanced at her phone, noting the time had nearly arrived. She lifted the purple clay teapot and poured herself a cup of tea. "Oh, this tea is quite unique." The brick-red liquid exuded an indescribable fragrance, mingling with a sharp scent. Regret surged through her. She should have waited for Asha to seek her opinion. Yet she consoled herself, lamenting only the loss of her modest funds. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Beatty Wang Fu, Asha wore a dejected expression. "Uncle Wang, I merely intended to meet the fairy sister at the tea house. Look, Chun Mei is accompanying me. I absolutely won't wander off. Why must you follow me? What if you scare the fairy sister away?" Ramuchuan scoffed. "Scare away? If she harbors no guilt, how could she fear this prince?" Asha fell silent, realizing that bringing her imposing uncle would likely intimidate the fairy sister. However, Uncle Wang was resolute, impervious to her pleas. "Uncle Wang, please be more discreet. Don't frighten the fairy sister." Ramuchuan touched his face, remaining silent, as they made their way to the tea house, followed closely by several guards. Upon reaching the tea house, the proprietor behind the counter immediately recognized the man, radiating an undeniable aura. In the vast realm, who wouldn't know the illustrious son of the Beatty Wong? He swiftly approached and knelt in greeting. "Welcome, Khan." The guests on the first floor hastily vacated their seats to kneel alongside the proprietor. "Welcome, Khan." Ramuchuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the room. "Asha, which one is she?" Asha rubbed her hands nervously. "Uncle, she is not here," Ramuchuan's brows furrowed. "Not here. It seems she has deceived you." The proprietor, bold enough to lift his head while kneeling, inquired Khan, "Are you searching for someone?" Ramuchuan nodded slightly. "A woman, with long hair." The proprietor, realizing the implication, thought, could it be that there are women with short hair? Asha quickly interjected, "It's the fairy's sister. She is quite tall, has long hair, and is exceptionally beautiful." The proprietor, enlightened, understood that the fairy had ordered Jinyankin tea and was waiting for the Khan, that he suppressed the burning curiosity within him and reported, "The person is in the upstairs private room by the street." Ramuchuan ascended the stairs. "Everyone, rise." Once he departed, the patrons of the tea house stood, exhaling collectively. The Khan's presence commanded respect without a word. Ramuchuan strode up the staircase with long strides, while Asha struggled to keep pace. "Uncle, wait for me." Ramuchuan did not turn back. "You and Chunmei wait in the adjacent private room. Do not enter unless summoned. Who knows if she is good or bad?" Only sat in the private room, sipping the somewhat unpalatable Jinyankin tea. Assimilating into local customs was far from easy. It was, after all, the most expensive item on the menu. Faintly, she perceived a commotion downstairs, filled with exclamations of Khan. It struck her as odd. The attire and appearance of the people seemed quintessentially Central Plains, yet there was talk of a Khan. Could it be that a significant figure was arriving? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Onli stood and opened the door, eager to witness the excitement. However, as she swung the door open, she collided directly with a solid chest that a faint scent of tobacco, mingling with mint, invaded her senses as she looked up, feeling aggrieved. Before her stood a pair of deep, narrow eyes. The man before her towered over her, easily measuring around 1.90 m, but his short black hair, tousled by the evening breeze, complemented his sun-kissed skin, exuding a wild allure, with striking brows and captivating eyes. His prominent nose and chiseled facial structure set him apart from the delicate, pretty boy she was accustomed to. He embodied a rugged handsomeness. His attire also diverged from those she had encountered on her journey, reflecting the colors of a minority culture. Most notably, his eyes resembled a bottomless pool, capable of drawing one in. The aura he emanated was impossible to overlook. How to describe it? Perhaps a blend of rebellious charm and primal desire. Even Onli, a connoisseur of beauty in the fashion world, having encountered countless handsome men across various nations, could not help but exclaim internally, "This is undoubtedly the most handsome man I have ever seen." Furthermore, she had just collided with him, and she could feel the firmness of his chest muscles. Ramuchuan lowered his gaze upon the woman standing merely a fist distance away, that eye in his obsidian eyes. A wave of astonishment washed over him. His troublesome niece had not deceived him. The fairy depicted in the illustrations paled in comparison to the living vision before him. Her skin was as white and tender as snow, with a petite face and a delicate nose. Her eyelashes were long and lush, like tiny fans, framing her captivating amber eyes, glistening with a mesmerizing sheen. Even the slightest glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Her lips, naturally tinted, appeared softer than the finest peaches from the palace. Ramuchuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling that this woman was perfectly exquisite, neither too much nor too little. It was no wonder Asha referred to her as fairy sister. The living embodiment before him was even more stunning than the small portrait he held. The thought of that provocative image made him squint slightly. His tongue traced along his upper teeth, savoring the moment. Onli, witnessing his expression, was utterly captivated. How can someone be this handsome and exude such masculinity? If this were the modern era, he would undoubtedly attract legions of admirers. Truly a walking embodiment of desire. Unable to contain herself, Onli blurted out, "So attractive." The term attractive was something she had recently learned from Kelly, perfectly encapsulating her thoughts about the man before her. Ramuchuan, intrigued by her melodious voice, furrowed his brows. So attractive? What does that mean? In her dreams, when she was in his embrace, She had spoken similarly. In Chapter 8, I'll give you a gold coin chocolate. Ramuchuan was almost convinced that this woman had cast a spell upon him. How else could she possibly know what he had dreamed of saying to her last night? The memory of that dream made his chest rise and fall, his ears tinged with warmth. Damn it, it's truly you. His voice was deep and magnetic, remarkably pleasant, yet his tone carried an edge of menace. Only, observing the imposing figure blocking her path, felt a mix of indignation and defiance. Just because you're tall and handsome doesn't give you the right to act like a rogue. I have never seen you before. You must be mistaken. Let me pass. A hint of dissatisfaction graced her lovely face. Ramuchuan, unimpressed by her denial, scoffed. Never seen me? Take a closer look. Last night he almost uttered in your dreams but hesitated. How could he articulate such a notion? Would it not paint him as a lecher? What if it truly was a misunderstanding, and he ended up being the rogue? Caught in a moment of uncertainty, he found himself at a loss. Only, noticing his internal struggle, shot him an exasperated glare. Are you trying to pester me? I only met a young girl last night. I have never seen you. If you continue to block my way, I shall report you to the authorities. Report to the authorities? Ramuchuan seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. Report him to be apprehended? What a ridiculous notion. He was curious to see who would dare to arrest him. However, judging by the woman's tone, it seemed she was unaware of his identity. Do you truly not know who I am? Only was nearly beside herself with rage. After such a prolonged wait, Asha had yet to arrive, and instead, a peculiar man had shown up. Indeed, God is fair. Those who are handsome must have traded their intellect for their looks. Brother, why must I care about who you are? What concern is it of mine? You are blocking the entrance to my private room, and I have yet to inquire about your identity. Ramuchuan flicked his tongue in annoyance, pressing it against the roof of his mouth, observing the small woman's furious expression. He sensed she was not lying, that if she knew who he was, she would not speak to him in such a manner. Since she truly did not recognize him, his earlier suspicions of her ulterior motives vanished into thin air. Only noted that he showed no intention of stepping aside. Infuriated, she took a step back and shot him a fierce glare. Yet, her strikingly beautiful face, rather than appearing intimidating, seemed to exude a hint of flirtation in Ramuchuan's eyes. As the distance between them widened, the sweet fragrance emanating from the woman diminished slightly. For some inexplicable reason, a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, prompting him to instinctively take a step forward. Closing the gap once more, Only widened her eyes, almost certain that this man had ulterior motives. What exactly are you planning to do? I must inform you that I have made arrangements with my friend, and she will be here shortly. If you do not leave, be wary of facing dire consequences. Ramuchuan gently inhaled the delightful scent surrounding Onli, observing the little beauty who appeared ruffled, and for reasons unknown. He felt an urge to tease her, that a playful smile graced his lips as he pointed to the lapel of his shirt. How do you account for this? Following his gesture, Onli glanced at his chest, where she noticed a faint smudge of lipstick on the white fabric, exuding an undeniable hint of intimacy. Onli had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. He was the one obstructing her path. And while the encounter was somewhat bearable for a modern woman, his demeanor suggested he was demanding compensation for his clothing. Surely not, brother. How much is a piece of clothing worth? I have yet to blame you for colliding with my nose. My face is insured for millions. Ramuchuan found himself at a loss, intrigued by the woman's amusing manner of speech, filled with terms he had never encountered before. Onli had intended to showcase her rap skills learned from Kelly. But upon reflection, she realized that in this unfamiliar territory, the man before her, with his attire and demeanor, did not appear to be an ordinary person, that he seemed rather formidable. Moreover, who knew when Asha would arrive? If she caused a scene, she could simply leave, but if it implicated Asha, that would be unfortunate. Onli's beautiful eyes darted around. The gold ingot in her pocket was non-negotiable. After some thought, she retrieved the chocolate gold coin she had swiped from Kelly that morning and offered it to the man. Here, take this. Will it suffice? Being ancient, he might not discern its true nature. Ramuchuan raised an eyebrow, accepting the chocolate disguised as a gold coin from her. Why is it so light? Trying to deceive me? With a cold chuckle, he pinched the chocolate, snapping it in half. His narrowed eyes scrutinized the thin layer of gold foil encasing the dark substance. Bringing it to his nose, he detected a faint sweet aroma. reminiscent of the fragrance of the little woman, that if one were to counterfeit, they ought to do so convincingly. How could a gold ingot be so insubstantial? Only felt a twinge of guilt. How had she overlooked such a crucial detail? I never claimed I would compensate you. This is food. I thought you were simply hungry and a bit disoriented. Consuming it should suffice. Food? Ramuchuan glanced at the dark substance in his hand. Can this be eaten? He held the broken chocolate before Onli. You eat one so I can see? Onli turned her head, evading his outstretched hand. Sorry, supermodels do not indulge in fatty treats. The latter part of her statement was lost on Ramuchuan. Onli finally grasped the concept of talking past one another, that it's because eating this would make me gain weight, and I refuse to consume it. Ramuchuan chuckled lightly. Gain weight? Surely, that must be some kind of spell. Though he spoke thus, he carefully placed the broken chocolate into his pocket. You have soiled my clothing. Onli rubbed her temples in exasperation. This man was not only infuriating, but also miserly. What bad luck to encounter such a person upon her arrival. Brother, I genuinely have no money. Lipstick can be washed away. That Ramuchuan's gaze drifted from her delicate ears to her enticingly pale neck, and oh money. Observing her earrings and necklace, he noted they were of a quality he seldom encountered. The exquisite and radiant gems before him would be rare even in a royal palace, particularly that necklace, with its slender golden chain adorned with a spherical pendant, embellished with intricate patterns of tiny, colorful gemstones. Chapter 9. Do not fear. Sister will protect you. That Ramuchuan's gaze lingered on her alabaster swan-like neck. Last night, he had kissed that beautiful neck countless times in his dreams. The thought made his ears burn. What was he thinking in broad daylight? At 28 years of age, he had never acted in such a manner. He was thoroughly bewitched. His Adam's apple bobbed almost imperceptibly as he reached out toward the exquisite necklace, but hesitated, fearing his actions might be too forward, leaving his hand suspended in midair. Give me the necklace, that if the clothing is cleaned, I shall return it in kind. Onli was once again astonished by the man's shamelessness. Her worldview shattered anew. He spoke as if he were serenading her. Was this not outright robbery? However, adhering to a mindset of reconciliation, Onli, fuming, removed the necklace and forcefully placed it in his open palm. Here, take it. You need not return it. That it is hardly valuable. Fortunately, the piece she wore today was a spur-of-the-moment purchase for a mere few dozen dollars online. Had it been an expensive Bulgari piece, she would have been distraught. Ramuchuan gently grasped the necklace, still warm from her touch, yet showed no inclination to leave. Instead, he sidestepped and, without hesitation, entered the private room, seating himself at the tea table. Suddenly, he noticed the teapot and a cup of lukewarm tea on the table. Astonished, he lifted the cup to examine the reddish-brown liquid. This is Jianyang's spring tea? He felt utterly deceived by her earlier innocent demeanor. The fox spirits mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas were known for their enchanting allure, each possessing extraordinary beauty, with eyes that silently ensnared souls, drawing men's essence to enhance their own cultivation. The deeper their cultivation, the more stunning their features. They were cunning creatures, adept at concealing their tails. Ramuchuan glared furiously at the woman before him, as if she had 9 invisible tails swaying triumphantly behind her. With his long, slender fingers, he slammed the teacup onto the table with a resounding thud, startling Onli into a shiver. What was his sudden mood swing about? What was he going mad over now? Ramuchuan could not articulate what angered him, yet he felt an overwhelming frustration weighing on his chest. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his jaw. Who exactly are you waiting for? Me? Or someone else? He could not fathom why he fixated on this question. Onli was nearly ready to call the police. Had she not checked the almanac before leaving home today? You are insufferably difficult. Onli placed her hands on her hips, a delicate flush of anger coloring her exquisite face, that I have already stated that I am waiting for my friend. Why must I wait for you? Had I known I would encounter you today, I would have stayed home. What terrible luck. Hearing her declare that the person she awaited was not him only heightened Ramuchuan's irritation. You truly are. Just as he was about to finish his thought, a bright, cheerful voice rang from the entrance. Fairy sister. Only turned around to see Asha, accompanied by the maid from yesterday, rushing to the door. Her adorable round face flushed. Quickly, she assumed a defensive posture, shielding Asha behind her. Asha, do not approach. There is a madman inside. I doubt I can take him on. Asha, being nearly a head shorter than Onli, was protectively tucked behind her like a mother hen. Fairy sister, you are truly beautiful, kind-hearted, and courageous. With a furtive glance from beneath Onli's outstretched arms, it became apparent that the so-called madman spoken of by the fairy sister was, in fact, her Uncle Wong. Asha was nearly propelled into the air by her indignation. What on earth was her Uncle Wong up to? In such a short span of time, he had escalated matters to a point of tension with the fairy sister. At the table, Ramuchuan observed in astonishment as Onli instinctively shielded the fragile Asha. It was as if she were genuinely a kind-hearted person. Asha, who had been simmering with frustration, wilted the moment her gaze met that of her uncle. Grasping the fabric of Onli's back, she spoke in a voice tinged with grievance. Uncle, I only thought you hadn't come over because something was amiss. I didn't mean to disregard your words. Onli, startled, turned to look at the frail and helpless Asha hiding behind her, then at the man seated at the tea table, who bore the imposing air of a gangster. Could this truly be her uncle? It seemed improbable. Asha possessed the quintessential features of a Central Plains person, while the man before her was unmistakably of a minority ethnicity. Onli placed herself firmly in front of Asha and patted her chest. Asha, do not be afraid. If he attempts to abduct you, just blink. I refuse to believe there is no law here, Ramuchuan, observing the beautiful girl before him, who appeared to be brimming with resolve, yet was clearly slightly intimidated. Couldn't help but chuckled. It was evident that she harbored some fear of him, yet she was determined to protect Asha with unwavering resolve. Asha, striving to reach Onli's ear, whispered, that fairy sister. He truly is my uncle. Onli gasped, no way, no way. After finally meeting a kindred spirit, I was just about to cultivate a friendship with this girl, and now it starts with a quarrel with her uncle? ISNT, that placing Asha in a most uncomfortable position. She covered her forehead with her hand and sighed deeply. Well, what can I do? Asha calls me sister so affectionately. I shall reluctantly give him a way out. With this thought, Onli pulled Asha from behind her and turned to face the man sitting stiffly at the table. Hello, uncle. Ramuchuan's eyes widened in surprise. This enchanting person before him actually referred to him as uncle? He felt inexplicably elevated in rank, yet could not muster any joy from IT. IT felt as though this address created an insurmountable distance between them. He immediately adopted a stern expression. Nonsense. How can you address me in such a manner? Onli, somewhat bewildered, thought, she has already swallowed her pride and lowered herself to the status of a junior. What more does he want? Realizing that his previous tone had been somewhat harsh, Ramuchuan inhaled deeply and attempted to soften his voice. The friend you mentioned waiting for is Asha, correct? Onli nodded. Yes, I have been waiting for her for quite a while. Ramuchuan regarded Onli, whose eyes sparkled with clarity, and then glanced at the tea set before them, and he beckoned the two girls over. Come, sit and converse. Asha finally breathed a sigh of relief, taking Onli's hand as they skipped over to the table. She had watched the fairy sister protect her just moments ago and thought, the fairy sister is truly wonderful. At the tea table, there were only 3 stools. Ramuchuan sat at the window side, observing as both Onli and Asha instinctively pulled away from the stool nearest him. Was he truly so unwelcome? Chapter 10. Am I destined to become the bearded sister? Ramuchuan cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance as he pulled the chair closer to himself. You come sit here. Onli turned to Asha. Did you hear? Your uncle is calling for you to sit over there. Asha exclaimed. But uncle clearly called for the fairy sister. Yet, Onli had already taken possession of the stool farthest from uncle, leaving Asha with no choice but to reluctantly sit between the two of them. Onli touched the purple clay teapot, poured a cup for Asha, and said, Asha, have a sip of water. The temperature is just right that I wonder if this tea is a local specialty. I find it rather hard to get used to. Ramuchuan watched in astonishment as Onli displayed such ease. Did she truly not know what this tea was for? Asha glanced at the teacup, then at Onli's face, her expression exceedingly complex. Fairy sister, how is it that you, in all your composure, are, she began, only to steal a covert glance at her Uncle Wong. Wait, was there a hint of the fairy sister's lipstick on Uncle's chest? Asha felt she might have stumbled upon a monumental secret. With her chubby little hand, she quietly pushed the teacup towards her uncle. Uncle, you drink this. Perhaps then the fairy sister won't be angry. Ramuchuan observed Asha, who had buried her face in her hands, as well as the teacup she had pushed towards him. In an instant, a wave of frustration washed over him, his expression darkening noticeably. Only sensed something was amiss with the tea and gently poked Asha's cheek. What is wrong with this tea? Is it poisoned? Asha's cheeks flushed as she stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Ramuchuan pondered for a moment before reluctantly stating, the Jayankan tea is traditionally served to newlyweds on their wedding night. It possesses a stimulating effect. Only gasped, this is truly awkward. She buried her face in her hands, her beautiful ears tinged with a hint of pink. Oh no, Asha, I will have no face left to meet anyone. I thought the waiter's gaze towards me was rather peculiar. I assumed this was the most expensive item on the menu, believing it to be a top-tier tea. Woe is me, the unscrupulous tea house will pay for my hard-earned money. Ramuchuan observed the flustered woman before him, unable to suppress a smile. How could she be from Dahuang and yet remain oblivious to the existence of Jayankan tea? Her bashful demeanor was rather endearing. Asha quickly patted Onli's back. Fairy sister, do not be disheartened. Uncle and I will never reveal this. Onli sighed dramatically, grasping Asha's small hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Asha, I have already had several sips. Tomorrow, I want tea sprout a beard. Will I? Asha scratched her head. How would I know? Which girl from Dahuang has ever tasted Jayankan tea? This truly falls into the realm of ignorance. Asha cast a pleading gaze towards her uncle, who had not anticipated that this woman would indeed drink several sips without any knowledge. He, too, was unequipped to provide comfort. After some thought, he stated, it is of no concern. This tea is not magical. It merely offers some psychological comfort to ineffectual Ian, that it will not cause you to sprout a beard. Pausing, he abruptly added, I have never tried it myself. Onli rested her chin on her hand, lamenting, Asha, I should have waited for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found myself in this predicament of becoming the bearded sister. After some reflection, she tentatively pushed the entire teapot towards Ramuchuan. Uncle, this tea is quite pricey. And it cost me quite a bit. I thought it would be a waste if no one drank it. Since it sounds like a health tonic, why not consider it my apology for the necklace you took from me? Ramuchuan, irritated, pushed the teapot back. I do not need it. Onli chuckled. Uncle, why not take it home? You can ask Anne about it. Let's not jump to conclusions too early. Just return my necklace. It truly isn't worth much. Asha gazed at Onli in astonishment. She was the first to daringly mock her uncle so openly. Ramuchuan, stifled by her continuous address as uncle, felt a surge of irritation. I have never been married. Is it not shameless for a girl to speak in such a manner? Onli rubbed her hands together. To say, I seem to have struck a nerve. Who would have thought that Asha's handsome uncle is indeed a lifelong bachelor? Suppressing a chuckle, Onli turned her attention away from Ramuchuan, whose countenance had darkened considerably, and lifted a large gift bag from beside her feet. Asha, come see what I brought for you. As she spoke, she began to pull out various items. One by one, that Asha marveled at the novel objects before her, her eyes sparkling as she examined them, resembling a joyful little squirrel. Lifting a bottle of essence, she carefully opened the cap to take a whiff. Fairy sister, is this what you use every day? If I use it, will I become as beautiful as you? What is this little bag made of? It feels so light yet sturdy. Are the designs on these boxes all hand-painted by artists? Onli patiently explained as Asha munched on the little cake she had brought, exclaiming, Sister, these pastries are exquisite. How have I never tasted anything so delicious before? Sister, you should have a bite too. Onli quickly shook her head. Sister's job forbids such indulgence that if I eat this, I might lose my job. Asha blinked in confusion and then offered a piece of cake to Onli. It's fine, sister. It's just us and uncle here. The shopkeeper of your household would not divulge such matters. Onli found it rather difficult to articulate her thoughts. Asha, not being the shopkeeper for her elder sister, refrained from allowing her sister to partake in food that as a model, her sister could ill afford to gain weight, for it would jeopardize her career. Asha inquired, what is a model? The multitude of questions left Onli with a throbbing headache. Her world was entirely unknown to Asha, a complexity that could not be succinctly unraveled. Meanwhile, Ramuchuan listened intently to the two young ladies chattering away, his gaze scrutinizing the assorted bottles and jars on the table. To Asha, these items seemed to be commonplace, yet one particular bottle appeared more transparent than the most exquisite glass. The jewelry was of an extraordinary brilliance, rare to behold, and yet it was offered with such nonchalance as mere trifles that Ramuchuan's curiosity about the woman before him deepened. A princess nurtured by the vast resources of Dahuang had never encountered such rare treasures. Judging by her demeanor, she genuinely regarded these as ordinary objects. Could she truly be some woodland spirit? What other explanation could there be for her possession of such marvels? Chapter 11. What you desire. I alone can provide when girls gather. The conversation flows endlessly to Asha's address for Only transition from fairy sister to the more intimate sister Lee. Ramuchuan found himself unable to interject, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing at the moon. Asha, it is getting late. We must return. Upon hearing this, Asha's countenance fell. There were still so many questions she wished to ask, particularly about the marvelous black box known as a phone that allowed one to send sounds with a mere touch of a finger. It contained a plethora of beautiful images, and most astonishingly, a miniature version of Sister Lee adorned in various outfits she had never seen before, moving about with lifelike grace. Sister Lee had mentioned that the phone could connect with those separated by vast distances. Cradling Only's phone, Asha could hardly contain her excitement. Sister Lee, will you come again tomorrow? Do you have another one of these phones? Asha longed for one herself, so they could exchange messages at any time. Only playfully pinched Asha's cherubic cheeks. All right, tomorrow I shall bring you one, but it will only be capable of texting and calling, not browsing the internet that I in this incredible Dahong. We are limited to a mere 2G signal. Tomorrow, I will also bring some delicious treats and drinks. What else would you like? Asha clutched Only's hand, reluctant to let go, then turned to Ramuchuan with a pleading look. Uncle, may I invite sister to stay at our home tonight? I want to sleep with her. Only met Ramuchuan's profound gaze and hastily waved her hand before he could respond that no, Asha, it would be inappropriate for me, a woman, to stay at a single man's residence. I shall wait for you in this elegant room tomorrow at noon, she added. Ramuchuan furrowed his brow in irritation, finding her behavior rather pretentious. How could she dress so ostentatiously to attract the gaze of many, yet refuse to stay at his home? He struggled to comprehend her thoughts. Chunmei, escort the young lady back home. Asha bid a reluctant farewell to Only, leaving only Ramuchuan and Only in the private room. In keeping with the principles of politeness, Only waved at Ramuchuan. Uncle, I shall take my leave now. With that, she tiptoed towards the door, attempting to minimize the sound of her high heels. Ramuchuan felt a wave of vexation wash over him. It seemed something had yet to begin, yet her casual address of uncle had stifled it in its infancy. Observing her stealthy movements, she bore a striking resemblance to a little fox. Halt. Only froze at the sound of his deep command. Then considered why should she be afraid? Uncle, what is it now? Ramuchuan gently rotated the iron ring on his finger, the design intimidating, a black wolf head roaring, baring its sharp fangs, its eyes glistening with a bloodthirsty gleam. The question that had nearly escaped his lips transformed into a tone of unexpected gentleness. Where do you reside? It is unsafe for a young lady to return home alone at this hour. Allow me to escort you. Only had anticipated yet another baseless remark from him. Since it was merely a formality, she thought it best not to reject the offer that no need. Uncle, to my home is quite nearby. I could reach it in no time. Ramuchuan looked at her, sensing an air of guilt in her demeanor, that he was certain this little woman was not being truthful. Nearby, I have lived in Dahuang for over 20 years and have never encountered such peculiar items as you possess. Why deceive me? Only slapped her forehead in realization. She truly was not adept at lying. Oh dear uncle, I misspoke that my home is quite far, 1,000 miles away, separated from Dahuang by mountains and seas. It is no surprise you have never heard of it. Ramuchuan chuckled lightly. Separated by mountains and seas? Yet you plan to return and still make it back by noon tomorrow. Even with wings. That would not be sufficient for a round trip in a single day. His gaze became piercing, and Only found it difficult to maintain eye contact, opting instead to divert the conversation. Well, I have my own means. You need not concern yourself. She could not confess that she merely needed to find a secluded spot to return home in a single leap, lest she be mistaken for a monster. Ramuchuan, upon hearing her words, mused that her means sounded quite enchanting, leading him to suspect she intended to find a deserted place to return to her lair. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed his inexplicable emotions. What is it that you truly desire? Only, observing his restrained expression, exclaimed internally, what a handsome man, yet his mouth is relentless. What do I desire? Uncle, you are rather peculiar. I believed I had been the one providing you with various gifts. Oh, you refer to the gold ingot. Only irked, retrieved the gold ingot Asha had given her yesterday, and placed it on the table. Asha is so kind. How could her uncle be so presumptuous? Does he truly think my interest in Asha is for a mere gold ingot? This gold ingot was given to me by Asha. I only used a small portion to buy tea. The remainder is returned in full that I possess gold ingots as well, but in my homeland. They are not used as currency, that I shall bring my own in the future. This one is for you. With that, she turned to leave. Ramuchuan, glancing at the gold ingot now missing a small corner, realized her misunderstanding and quickly stepped in front of her. It is not about that I know what you seek, that you not go looking elsewhere. What you desire, I alone can provide. She appeared to be a benevolent spirit, perhaps compelled to descend from her mountain abode. After all, a fox spirit requires sustenance from men. She had done nothing wrong. As long as she did not seek others, he felt no need to expose her. Ramuchuan's tone carried an unrecognized hint of yearning. He could not fathom that he, the heir to the northern D kingdom, the future Khan of the 12 tribes of the Mongols, the reincarnation of the Wolf King of the grasslands, would be outmatched by a mere fox spirit. Only, gazing up at the towering man before her, wore a bemused expression. Uncle, you truly are quite extraordinary. What do you think I want? Let me tell you, nothing at all. I simply enjoy the ambience of Da Huang and the company of Asha. Why must you target me? Are you so cynical that everyone appears to you as a villain? Why do so many people on the street treat me kindly while you, dressed impeccably, remain so suspicious? Ramuchuan, taken aback by the fiery spirit of this young woman, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Speaking to her in such a manner was not his intention, that Dio not be angry. That was not my intention. And please refrain from calling me uncle. I am merely 6 years your senior. Only scoffed in annoyance that, yes, if I wished to. I only called you that because I was with Asha. Then how about this? Henceforth, you may call me beautiful lady, and I shall refer to you as Dandy? With that, she strode past Ramuchuan, refusing to glance back as she descended the stairs. Chapter 12. To Xinghua Temple, a fragrant breeze swept past Ramuchuan as Onli's figure vanished from the doorway. Only then did he regain his senses. That be why the time he attempted to pursue her, her enchanting silhouette had already disappeared, leaving only a faint scent lingering in the stairwell, hinting at her recent presence. Ramuchuan, unwilling to relent, hurried downstairs, neglecting the numerous voices in the lobby bidding farewell to the Khan. He stood at the entrance of the tea house, scanning the surroundings. The streets remained lively, yet Onli was nowhere to be found. With a sense of loss, Ramuchuan sighed, wondering how she could have vanished so swiftly. Though her shoes looked stunning, they were surely not conducive to speed. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? Unless it were sorcery, no other explanation seemed plausible. He pondered whether she would invade someone else's dreams tonight or return to his in the future. She is bound to return. After all, her portrait lies beneath his pillow. And in last night's dream, she must have been content. The delicate little fox wept and pleaded with him to let her go, her cries resonating through the dream. That the thought of this. Ramuchuan felt a surge of heat in his chest. He raised a hand to smooth his disheveled hair, tousled by the evening breeze, and addressed the guard waiting at the entrance of the tea house. Chuyi, let us return to the palace. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward. Upon reaching the Bay D royal residence, Asha had already retreated to her own villa, just as Ramuchuan intended to return to his chambers. He paused. Chuyi. The guard behind him promptly responded, at your service. Investigate the woman who has been with Asha these past few days. Onli. Chuyi complied, immediately making arrangements. After all, the Khan retired for the night without requiring any attendance. Ramuchuan returned to his quarters, bathed, and changed into his night clothes. With damp, short black hair, he reclined on the couch, one hand clutching the outer robe he had just removed, and the other holding a weathered copy of the classic of Mountains and Seas. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, he perused its pages carefully. After a couple of hours of study, he closed the book and rubbed his weary brow that he found himself at a loss. Was this only a fox spirit or a mermaid? The classic spoke of mermaids being exceedingly beautiful, their voices ethereal and enchanting, yet inherently kind-hearted. It was said they resided on the far side of the sea, isolated from the world, capable of traversing vast distances in water. Their bodies adorned with fish tails, with only a rare few able to ascend to land and transform into human legs. Ramuchuan surmised that Onli might be a mermaid. After all, how could she traverse the mountains and seas to return effortlessly in a single day? Moreover, Her exquisite, translucent jewels must have come from the depths of the ocean. Earlier, Onli must have seized the opportunity to leap into the Shanjing River and swum away to the S.A.T. This thought. Ramuchuan inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief that if she were truly a mermaid, it would pose no issue. However, the Bay D royal residents ought to dig a few ponds and introduce seawater for her to swim in. It was said that mermaids risked peril if they remained out of water for too long. He pondered. Ramuchuan picked up his outer robe once more down on the white collar. There was a distinct lip print. A mark left by Onli's unintentional touch. The lip color used by the women of Dahuang was solely a bright red. He had never seen this orange-red hue before. The text mentioned that mermaids were particularly vain, often crafting fragrant powders from the vibrant corals of the deep sea to enhance their beauty. Indeed, corals, the lip balm she gifted to Asha, bore the faint inscription of coral orange beneath it. This was crucial evidence. He had grasped the tale of this little mermaid. Ramuchuan gently traced the shallow lip print on his outer robe with his thumb, a smile curling upon his lips. Extinguishing the candle, he lay back on the couch, drifting into slumber. It was yet another sweet and tender dream his dream. Ramuchuan sat at the edge of a soft bed, a unique Bay D cigarette delicately held between his fingers. The fragrant smoke curling upwards, he squinted, observing the woman kneeling before him, her head resting on his knee. She wore a loose, white nightgown, her black hair cascading over his legs, obedient like a cat. Nuzzling her vibrant face against his knee, her tiny hands, restless, gently caressed his abdomen. Ramuchuan extinguished the nearly spent cigarette, lifting the woman's chin gently to meet her gaze. Unable to resist, he tenderly stroked her soft lips with his rough thumb. "Tell me, are you a mermaid?" The little woman gazed at him with her watery eyes, enchanting like the deep sea. She remained silent, but playfully bit his thumb, mischievously licking it with her little tongue. A wave of heat surged through Ramuchuan, and he withdrew his finger, pulling her into his embrace. "There is no need to speak if you do not wish to. Since you have come ashore, do not return. Stay with me, yes?" With that, he rolled onto the bed with the soft woman. The dreams of the night were exhilarating and indulgent. The following morning, upon awakening, Ramuchuan instinctively reached out to the side, finding the bed empty save for himself. The figure who had stirred his desires was nowhere to be seen. In frustration, he yanked off his damp night pants and cursed under his breath, tossing them into the wastebasket. Why did mermaids have such a penchant for bewitching hearts? For 28 years, he had never doubted his own self-control. From the wooden box at the bedside, he retrieved a Bay D cigarette, lighting it with a small fire striker and taking a deep drag. With half-closed eyes, his thoughts swirled until the heat at his fingertips brought him back to reality. That he opened his eyes, extinguished the cigarette, and rose to bathe and dress. Chuyi prepared the meal. After breakfast, he readied his horse to visit Xingwu Temple. Chuyi knelt outside the chamber, timidly inquiring, "Khan, should we wait for the princess to awaken?" Ramuchuan fastened his belt and opened the door. "What for? Does she not sleep until late every day? I shall go myself." In the main hall, a standard Bay D breakfast had already been laid out. A steaming array of meat, freshly fried fritters, several baskets of lamb dumplings, and fragrant milk tea in the Bay D royal residence. Apart from the princess residing in her villa, all attendants and guards were men. A young Bay D man, head bowed, presented a pair of oiled paper gloves to Ramuchuan. He accepted them and donned them. Directly grabbing meat with his hands, pairing it with milk tea, with an elegant yet voracious appetite, he devoured an astonishingly large breakfast, which seemed to elicit no surprise from the onlookers. That it was only natural for a man of his stature, who engaged in daily physical training in archery, to possess a hearty appetite. However, today, the Khan had notably donned a full set of Dahuang attire. Though he still appeared handsome, the short hair seemed to create an inexplicable discord. After finishing the last dumpling, Ramuchuan removed his gloves, took the teacup offered by the young man, rinsed his mouth, and popped in a peppermint candy. Let us go to Xingwu Temple. Chapter 13. To receive 50 strikes, the capital was bustling early in the morning. Filled with the essence of life on the streets of Shanjing, vendors sold fresh fruits and vegetables on the official road. A strikingly handsome man caught the eye of passers-by, riding a tall, sleek black steed. Although he sported the distinctive short hair of the Bay D people, tied with a headband, he wore a long robe of Dahuang as he rode. The hem of his garment fluttered slightly. Following him were several resolute Bay D guards, each bearing curved sabers, their expressions stern as they rode alongside. Upon hearing the sound of hawkers in the distance, he reined in his horse and instructed his servant, "Go procure some fresh fish for lunch." The servant, puzzled, thought to himself, "The Khan has never been fond of fish, claiming it tastes as if one had eaten nothing at all. Has the sun risen in the west today?" Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, responding affirmatively and turning his horse to buy fish. Before long, the group arrived at the foot of Xingwu Temple, the national temple of Dawang. Here, the incense burned brightly, attracting countless devoted visitors. The faithful ascended the mountain steps, bowing with each step, holding their incense. Xingwu Temple was renowned for its efficacy, particularly due to the presence of Master Ellen, who, despite his age, moved with remarkable agility, his spirit more vibrant than that of the young. Receiving his guidance would undoubtedly provide profound enlightenment. Ramuchuan dismounted and dismissed the guards, personally acquiring 3 sticks of incense from the reception area, lighting them with reverence that he ascended the steps toward the temple. Step by step, before Xingwu Temple, there were no nobles or dignitaries. Even as many pilgrims recognized the illustrious Beidi prince at their side, they stole only glances. Many unmarried young women silently made wishes in their hearts, hoping for divine favor to win the Khan's affection. After about 15 minutes, Ramuchuan arrived at the entrance of the main hall, his incense having burned down to ash that a young monk in a robe greeted him with a bow. "Khan, may you be blessed with tranquility." Ramuchuan mimicked his gesture, placing his hands together and nodding slightly. "There is no need for excessive formalities, young master. Here before the temple, all are equal. There are only pilgrims, and how could a Khan presume to receive such greetings before the Bodhisattva?" The young monk smiled and gestured for him to enter. "Congratulations, benefactor, for passing my master's test. He has risen early to bathe and offer incense, and is waiting for you in the back hall." Ramuchuan chuckled as he crossed the threshold. "After so many years, my master still enjoys digging pits for me, that if I had just called you to rise, would I not have been turned away today?" The young monk stifled a laugh, leading him onward. "That is not the case. My master says if you act with the airs of a Khan before Xingwu Temple, you shall be dragged to the hall and receive 50 strikes. Ramuchuan frowned. 50 strikes? Was it not originally 20? Why has it increased? The young monk struggled to suppress his laughter. Throughout the vast expanse of the land, it was well known that the illustrious heir of the Northern D Kingdom, Ramuchuan, had only been spanked by 2 individuals. One was his father, the current king of Northern D, Abu, and the other was Master Lian of Xingwu Temple. "Disciple," my master said, "you have grown up. 20 spanks are merely a tickle. If you can endure it, then naturally, you must receive a few more." Ramuchuan. He could only thank his master. Upon entering the inner hall, he was greeted by rows of solemn Buddha statues. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion was a figure whose hair was already peppered with gray. Yet his posture remained perfectly upright. That IT was none other than Master Lian of Xingwu Temple. Ramuchuan bowed deeply to the elder. "Master, it's been many years. You appear even more robust." Master Lian, upon seeing Ramuchuan, burst into hearty laughter and waved him over. "Da Chuan, you've grown into quite the young man. Come, let your master have a look." In stark contrast to his formidable exterior, Ramuchuan lowered his head and obediently approached. Kneeling on the cushion beside him, Master Lian furrowed his brow upon noticing, "Why is it that after all this time, you still haven't learned to meditate?" Ramuchuan nearly buried his head in his chest. "Master, Chuan has grown older, and my legs have become too stiff that I truly cannot sit cross-legged." Master Lian's eyes widened, and his beard bristled. "Nonsense! How do you suppose I managed to meditate when I was buried up to my neck in the earth?" He raised his hand, poised to land a slap on Ramuchuan's backside. With eyes shut, Ramuchuan exclaimed, "Master, you jest. Your merits are boundless. Even the king of hell dares not inscribe your name in the book of life and death. How could you possibly be buried in the earth?" Upon hearing this, Master Lian chuckled heartily, his longevity and wisdom evident in his demeanor. "Well, Chuan, you certainly know how to speak well." The two exchanged banter, enjoying a delightful conversation that in his youth, during the tumultuous times at the Northern D border, Ramuchuan had not disappointed expectations to be wise teenage years. He donned armor and led the iron cavalry of Northern D under his father as command, conquering lands far and wide. Within 2 or 3 years, he had brought about peace to the realm. Yet, despite his youth, he bore an air of ferocity, and his temper grew increasingly volatile. The king, in a moment of resolve, sent his only son to Master Lian in hopes of cleansing his spirit through Buddhist teachings. Upon arriving at Xinghua Temple, Ramuchuan, buoyed by his formidable achievements, dismissed the monks with disdain that he would not rest until he had created chaos each day. Whether it was smashing water jars in the courtyard or brazenly bringing roasted meat into the meditation hall. When food was scarce, he even seized the temple's crowing rooster, slaughtering it, and plucking its feathers for a roast. This caused pandemonium within the temple, with the young monks sighing in despair, utterly powerless against the future wolf king of Northern D. Though preaching proved futile and physical reprimands were ineffective, Master Lian unexpectedly declared, "Evil will meet its match," and directly led the monks to strip the young Khan of his trousers, binding him to a stool and administering 20 spanks. From that day forth, Master Lian kept a watchful eye on the young Khan, guiding him in reciting scriptures and meditating, offering daily admonitions. Gradually, the young Khan ceased his unruly behavior, dutifully fetching water and sweeping the temple. Yet, in the stillness of the night, he often sighed, as the meager meals left him unsatisfied. Every evening, Master Lian would secretly bring him delicacies such as braised meat and lamb chops, watching the boy devour his food with the appetite of a starving wolf, murmuring Amitabha in admiration. On one occasion, with grease smeared across his face, Ramuchuan curiously asked Master Lian, "Master, is it not the case that monks do not consume meat? Why do you descend the mountain each day to procure these for me?" Master Lian affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and explained with a smile, "Chuan, you are the future king of Northern D. Yet, you are not fated to enter the Buddhist path that I can only temper your ferocity. I cannot force you to renounce the world that I asked the elder and the youth reminisced about past amusing incidents." They both laughed heartily, though Ramuchuan felt a lingering discomfort from the spankings he had received in the temple. Accompanied by the soothing sounds of chanting and the fragrant incense wafting in the air, Master Lian lit a stick of incense for the bodhisattva and gently patted Ramuchuan's hand. "Chuan, you've come to see your master for a reason, have you not?" Chapter 14. Seeking a royal chef to prepare fish, Ramuchuan did not hide his intentions. "Master, Chuan may have encountered a mermaid. At first, I thought she was a fox spirit, but later I began to suspect she might be a mermaid. Master, with your profound abilities and vast knowledge, surely you can provide clarity on this matter." Master Lian frowned, his long white eyebrows trembling. "Chuan, have you not married yet? Has your mind gone awry? Mermaids exist only in legends. How could you possibly encounter one on land? I suggest you find a wife so you can stop being so paranoid." Ramuchuan acknowledged the astuteness of his master. "Master, Chuan speaks no falsehood. Besides, this has nothing to do with marriage." As he noticed the seriousness in his young disciple's expression, Master Lian softened his tone. "The world is vast, filled with wonders. I dare not claim to understand everything. Now, tell me, where exactly did you encounter this mermaid? Is she round or slender? Why did you initially believe she was a fox spirit? If there truly is a nefarious entity at play, I shall certainly go and apprehend it." Ramuchuan, feeling anxious, responded, "Master, she is not malevolent. She has caused no trouble." Sensing a different tone, Master Lian smacked his lips thoughtfully. "Then elaborate further." Ramuchuan recounted in detail his encounters with Onli, from their first meeting to the subsequent events, his sun-kissed complexion flushing with a faint hue as he spoke. "Master, I have dreamed of her for 2 consecutive nights. Entangled in sweet whispers, she is a beauty unlike any I have encountered in the realm of Dahuang. Initially, I believe her to be a fox spirit that drains life force, but later, she showed kindness to Asha, which did not seem deceitful. That a fox spirit, no matter how extraordinary, is still a creature of this world, yet what she revealed was ethereal and unparalleled. She even claimed her homeland lies beyond the sea. Upon returning, I scoured the classic of mountains and seas and concluded that only a mermaid would be so fitting. But why would a mermaid seek to drain a man's essence?" Master Lian stroked his beard, took Ramuchuan's hand, and gently caressed the blood-dripped wolf head ring. "Chuan, do not get stuck in your own thoughts that if you believe her to be a fox spirit, tell me, what do foxes of the Northern D grasslands fear most?" Ramuchuan paused, then instinctively replied, "Wolves." Master Lian nodded. "Indeed. You suspect her to be a fox spirit, yet do not forget, You are the future Khan of the 12 tribes of the Meng people in northern D. A pure-blooded wolf king, that if she were truly a fox spirit, how would she dare approach you? Even in human form, she would innately fear her natural enemy. Hearing this, Ramuchuan felt a sense of relief. If she were not a fox spirit, that was good. Yet he still harbored some concerns. Master, does this mermaid require the sustenance of life force? Master Lian regarded him with a profound gaze. Naturally not. But why do you so firmly believe that she seeks you in dreams, rather than you simply thinking of her during the day? Ramuchuan's heart skipped a beat. How could he be so consumed by thoughts of a girl as to imagine such licentious ideas? Master, is there a way to discern whether she is truly a mermaid? Master Lian pondered for a moment before retrieving a candle from the meditation room. This is a candle I acquired many years ago. Mermaids are drawn to water, but fear fire. This candle is crafted from various rare herbs. If a mermaid sees this flame, she will shed blood tears that to an ordinary person. It appears to be just a regular candle. Ramuchuan, burdened by thoughts, accepted the candle, feeling as if this small object weighed 1,000 pounds. Master, it seems there truly are mermaids in this world. Does this candle pose any danger to them? Master Lien sighed. When mermaids weep blood tears, they transform into pearls that it does not endanger their lives. But it will cause them suffering that Chuan. If she truly is a mermaid, what do you plan to do? Ramuchuan pressed his lips tightly together, staring at the candle in his hand with a troubled expression. What was he to do? He genuinely did not know. Master Lien closed his eyes and softly tapped the wooden fish. Amit Chuan. All things in the world possess a certain spirit that if she is indeed a mermaid, yet possesses a kind heart, do not make things difficult for her. Mermaids are treasures in their entirety. If the world discovers them, they may meet a disastrous end due to human greed, beyond which neither you nor I can save her. Ramuchuan bowed deeply to Master Lin. I shall heed your teachings, Master. Master Lien, with eyes still closed, rotated the beads in his hand. You may return now. She will arrive shortly, will she not? May the heavens bless Da Huang and deliver all beings. With a candle in hand, Ramuchuan descended the mountain, burdened with unspoken thoughts. Accompanied by his silent guards, he returned to the Wang Fu of Beatty. The aroma of fish wafted from the kitchen, enticing and fragrant. Asha, having just awoken and dressed herself, spotted her uncle returning, enveloped in the scent of incense. Uncle, did you visit Xinghua Temple? Ramuchuan nodded and turned to inquire of the steward. Is the fish prepared? Asha, upon rising, had already caught the wafting scent of fish and found it peculiar. Her uncle, known for his hearty appetites, typically indulged in beef and lamb at every meal. She couldn't fathom why he would choose fish, which seemed less substantial and required deboning. The Wang Fu seldom purchased fish throughout the year. Was today an exception? The steward bowed his head. It will be ready shortly. As per your instructions, we procured the finest fresh black fish. The kitchen has prepared an array of their best dishes. However, our cooks are not particularly skilled in fish preparation. Please forgive us, Khan. Ramuchuan acknowledged the truth of this. Beatty was a grassland, unlike the capital, which was nestled by rivers and seas. Tomorrow, I shall summon a chef from the palace, specifically for fish, from now on. I will procure the best at the market daily. Asha's eyes widened in astonishment. Has my uncle been swapped? How could he have suddenly turned into a fish enthusiast overnight? Ramuchuan turned to see Asha's wide-eyed expression and pulled out a gold ingot. Slightly chipped, this is for your little treasury. Your sister, Xiaoli, entrusted me to return this to you. Asha examined the gold ingot, noting it was not a small sum. Just as she was about to speak, her uncle's voice resonated from above. Whenever you wish to go out, simply ask me for money. You have accepted so many valuable gifts. Take a food box with fish to the tea house as a token of gratitude. After all the fuss, her uncle's grand display of fish was merely an offering for Xiaoli. How did he know Xiaoli had a fondness for fish? Suddenly, Asha envisioned a rather unpleasant outcome. Uncle, you won't be following me. Will you? Ramuchuan paused, his expression one of utmost certainty that it seemed he was attempting to mask something, clearing his throat. Your father entrusted you to me. Naturally, I must look after the one jewel of Dahuan. Asha, furious, clenched her small fists and waved them in exasperation. Uncle, you are utterly idle. With all this time, you could be finding me a suitable match at the capital's park. Perhaps you would have already found me a wife. Chapter 15. Has the handsome uncle changed? Noon at the tea house in the capital. In a private room by the street, several exquisite food boxes adorned the table. Ramuchuan leaned against the window, smoking a cigarette, squinting down at the scene below. Asha sat beside him, her expression downcast, resembling a despondent student, her hands resting on her knees, looking woefully aggrieved. Uncle is far too idle. Why must he keep such a close watch on me? In the past, he only sent a few guards to follow me discreetly. He never bothered to accompany me to the market, even when called. Clearly, her uncle was quite at leisure. In truth, Ramuchuan had little to occupy his time. He had no need to engage in the political affairs of Dahuan, as Abu managed matters in Beatty. With peace reigning and no wars to attend to, his days were filled with horseback riding, exercising, and hunting in the outskirts of the capital. Moreover, he had never been fond of noise and had no interest in the pleasures of the world. Having lived for 28 years, he had never closely observed the opposite sex. He had resigned himself to the thought that perhaps his final destination would be returning to Beatty to take Abu's place, living alone for the rest of his life, ultimately selecting the most outstanding youth among the Mongolian tribes to become the next heir of the Prairie Wolf King. Little did he expect that the stagnant waters of his life would be disturbed by a woman like her. Ramuchuan absently touched the medicinal candle in his pocket, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Only had risen early to venture to the supermarket, purchasing an array of delectable treats. She had even bought Asha a pink smartphone, downloading numerous dramas and novels onto it, and obtaining an anonymous phone card. Most importantly, she had prepared a solar-powered charger to ensure Asha's phone remained charged. Of course, she also visited the bank to acquire 2 gold bars. Expensive, but having wealth lent her confidence. Once everything was ready, Only donned a newly purchased dress, carrying her bags as she strolled toward the painting. As she walked along the streets of the capital, shop owners recognized this enchanting figure and greeted her warmly. "The fairy maiden has arrived. What brings you here so early today? You look stunning in that outfit. Which tailor made it?" Only adored the atmosphere here. What an otherworldly era this was. Dahuan, an ideal realm. After a brief respite from her precarious work in the world of fame and fortune, she reveled in this place of tranquility. Joy radiated from her as she opened a large bag of snow cakes, sweetly distributing them to the neighbors who greeted her. "Try this, a specialty from my hometown." The cheerful atmosphere enveloped her. Leaning against the window, Ramuchuan effortlessly spotted Only below, distributing her hometown delicacies from a distance. She appeared even more radiant, her long, dark waves cascading down her waist. She tucked a stray strand behind her ear, revealing her exquisitely delicate earlobes, adorned with a large, translucent gem that shimmered in the sunlight. From this angle, he could see her perfect profile, leading down to her graceful neck and shoulders, partially obscured by her hair. She wore a stunning dress that sparkled and glimmered, mirroring the luster of her earrings. Observing the beauty below, Ramuchuan felt his spirits lift. The little mermaid was indeed enchanting, with a kind heart, even in dreams. She was fragrant and soft, often shedding tears in his presence. Yet he recalled the tales of mermaid maidens who concealed their upper bodies with shells in the sea, though he understood why she wore such attire in the image. He couldn't help but think that the little mermaid ought to know that on land, one should not wear such revealing dresses that exposed her shoulders. Such exposure would attract unwelcome gazes. Ramuchuan startled himself with his own thoughts. When had he begun to feel such possessiveness over her? Just yesterday, she had regarded him with disdain. Sensing the heat of his gaze upon her, Only turned her head. Instinctively, Ramuchuan averted his eyes, feeling a flicker of guilt as he diverted his gaze, raising his teacup to take a large sip, attempting to quell his surprise. Only felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching her. Surely, it was just her imagination. After distributing her snow cakes at the tea house, she greeted the proprietor and made her way upstairs. The proprietor, witnessing her graceful figure vanish up the stairs, eagerly whispered to his colleague, "The fairy maiden is here to meet the Khan again. Is a joyous occasion approaching for him? This girl seems delightful. I wonder which noble family she's from. Indeed, I've never seen such a stunning beauty before. The Khan is truly fortunate. Keep your voice down. The Khan might hear you and you'll be in for it." Only dashed up the stairs. "Asha, I'm here. I bought a particularly beautiful dress for you." Her cheerful expression faltered upon seeing Ramuchuan seated at the head of the table. "What are you doing here again?" she exclaimed, dropping her bags in frustration. hands on her hips. Ramuchuan, taken aback by the sudden change in her demeanor, noticed that the dress she wore sparkled like the scales of a mermaid's tail described in ancient texts. How naive she was, unaware of the world's dangers, flaunting such sequined attire. Even if it was beautiful, one should not attract undue attention. Hastily, he removed his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. His fingers brushed against her bare skin, and he froze for a moment, the sensation more electrifying than he had anticipated. He found himself momentarily lost, his throat tightening, the tattoos on his abdomen warming. Only, startled by his reaction, took a step back and tossed his robe back at him. "What are you doing? It's sweltering outside. And you want me to wear a coat? Are you trying to make me faint so you can inherit my aunt's flower credit?" Ramuchuan struggled to comprehend her words, but he recognized the term. It was a special nickname they had agreed upon the day before. Unbeknownst to him, this realization brought him a sense of comfort. The early summer breeze swirled through the upper floor as De Juan's late summer heat lingered. "You should be cautious with your shoulders exposed. The wind might catch you," he remarked. Only, taken aback, thought, is this truly the uncle who had been so cryptic with me just yesterday? How is it that after a single slumber, one's nature has transformed? Is it the sight of oneself appearing harmless and gentle, or merely a ruse, a sugar-coated fade, concealing an unalterable disposition? Chapter 16. At an age of independence, yet remaining unwed, surely indicates an inability to perform. Ramuchuan, unfazed, draped a garment over Only once more, pulling at the collar to envelop her snugly. His gaze lingered upon her shimmering dress and the captivating whiteness of her skin, now thoroughly concealed, before he finally released his hold with satisfaction. Only dared not meet the man's eyes directly. The blend of tobacco and mint that clung to him was intoxicating. And today, his previously piercing gaze had softened considerably. Only paused, her delicate ears flushing a subtle shade of pink, warmth inexplicably spreading across her cheeks. That it seemed that in his gentleness, this handsome uncle had become somewhat less objectionable. Hadn't he, startled by her own thoughts, Only wrapped herself in the oversized coat, huffing in a feigned aloofness. "I won't hold it against you, you rascal." With that, she circumvented Ramuchuan and seated herself beside Asha. "Wow, is this what you brought me? It smells delightful," Asha remarked, glancing at the composed Uncle Wong. With her chubby little hands, she lifted the lids off the various food containers. "Sister Shally, come quickly and taste." Only, ever considerate, retrieved a tissue to wipe the ivory chopsticks before handing them to Asha. "How did you know I love fish? My hometown is by the sea, and everyone adores fish that I can pick out the bones swiftly. And fish meat doesn't make one gain weight." Ramuchuan observed Only's gluttonous demeanor, her large, enchanting eyes radiating uncontained delight. Indeed, she was a mermaid, and fish was the delicacy of mermaids. Reflecting on his own morning quandary about whether to use the medicinal candle to smoke out her eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How had he become so bewitched, a mere little mermaid, alone and vulnerable in this vast world, yet so endearing that everyone adored her? How could he have been so preoccupied with trivial matters? To mask his unease, Ramuchuan gently tapped the table and extended the chopsticks in his hand. "Wipe them for me as well." Though uncertain of the reason, perhaps it was the etiquette of mermaids, Only rolled her eyes and vigorously wiped the chopsticks. "Rascal, can't you do it yourself?" Ramuchuan received the chopsticks with satisfaction, while Only and Asha indulged in various fish dishes, engrossed in their conversation. "Asha, I've saved my phone number in your contacts. You can text me from now on. There are many dramas and novels about life in my hometown. Watch them, and once you're accustomed, I'll take you to visit." The two girls huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, their voices lowered intentionally. Such antics, however, could not escape Ramuchuan's keen ears. Initially disinterested in fish, he put down his chopsticks after a few bites and sat silently by the window. Once the two girls had their fill, they decided to venture out. Upon hearing this, Ramuchuan stood up and followed suit. Only, with Asha linking arms with her, halted abruptly and turned to glare at Ramuchuan. "Rascal, why must you follow us when we girls go out? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Don't you have your own affairs to attend to? Go find a construction site to haul bricks." Ulterior motives? What an apt phrase, Ramuchuan mused, realizing he might indeed have improper intentions towards this beautiful maiden. "Who says I'm following you? I'm merely passing by." Only fumed, her teeth clenched. "Listen here, rascal. If you continue to trail behind us, she abruptly realized that she had no means to deter him. She was no match for him in strength, and he wouldn't comprehend her insults. What a formidable opponent, completely impervious to reason. Such a waste of a fine exterior. It was infuriating. No wonder he remained unmarried. Seeing her unwillingness to yield, Rimuchuan refrained from further remarks. Asha, return home early tonight. Without Rimuchuan, Asha and Only felt as free as birds released from their cages, roaming the entirety of Shangjing Street, with a pocket full of gold bars. Only felt emboldened. The prices in the vast world were indeed pleasing. She acquired numerous items, spending only a fraction of her fortune. However, perched upon the trees lining the street, 2 rotating guards lamented their fate. They had calculated every possible scenario, yet never anticipated this twist. They had thought that following the Khan would entail a life of peril and glory. Yet here they were, clad in heavy attire, enduring the scorching sun, dutifully trailing the princess and her companion, meticulously recording their every word and action to report back to the Khan every half hour. To make matters worse, the trees were alive with the incessant chatter of cicadas. Alas, for the Khan's lifelong happiness. They would endure any hardship. Rimuchuan sat in his study, distractedly perusing all the literature borrowed from the imperial study concerning mermaids while awaiting the half-hourly reports. As dusk began to settle, the reports came in. Report, Khan, the 2 have purchased candied hawthorns and are sharing them. Report, Khan, in the jewelry store, Misson was approached by a young gentleman. She merely smiled and walked away. Report, Khan, Misson just expressed to the princess her desire to try spicy fish soup tomorrow. Report, Khan, the princess and Misson were discussing you. Rimuchuan, who had been buried in his reading, abruptly lifted his head, feigning casual interest that, what did they say about me? The guards' faces turned a deep shade of crimson. Your Highness, seeing the atmosphere shift, Rimuchuan shook his sleeves that no matter. The guards knelt, desperate to find a crevice to hide within. Misson mentioned that you are approaching your 30s yet remain unmarried. Were it not for your proclivity for men, it would surely indicate an inability to perform. The final words trailed off. The guards' voices dwindled to a whisper, barely concealing their amusement. Rimuchuan slammed his hand on the table, startling the guards into a tremor. What utter nonsense! How shameless! Fuming, Rimuchuan paced back and forth in his study. Such slander against me, making baseless assertions, is utterly infuriating. Thus, before Asha could fully enjoy her outing, she was summoned home early by the household attendants. Asha, stealthy as a cat, tiptoed back to her courtyard, only to hear her uncle's icy voice call from behind. Asha to the study. With a face of resignation, Asha followed her uncle into the study, sitting upright. Uncle, did you overindulge at dinner? Rimuchuan, with a cigarette in hand, idly toyed with a wolf head ring on his finger. Asha's remark hinted at her uncle having indulged too much. Upon hearing this, she vigorously shook her head. No, uncle, not at all. Rimuchuan sat silently, and just as the atmosphere grew stifling for Asha, he finally spoke. Show me your phone. How does one use this device? Reluctantly, Asha surrendered her phone, explaining the functions Only had taught her earlier. Uncle, can I have it back now? Rimuchuan accepted the phone, maintaining a stoic demeanor. I'll keep it safe tonight to prevent you from getting distracted and missing your bedtime. Tomorrow, you shall enter the palace. Your mother has missed you these past few days. Chapter 17. A letter from Beatty after bathing. Rimuchuan lay in bed, carefully browsing through the dramas and novels on the phone. The more he explored, the more he found himself astonished by Only's homeland. The inhabitants resided in towering buildings of 20 to 30 stories. They traveled in various wheeled contraptions that could move on their own. Men and women appeared to dress similarly to Only, showcasing an eccentric style. This world was a realm entirely new. Yet many aspects bore resemblance to the vast world, such as the custom that a man could only wed one wife, a lifetime commitment with no room for concubines. What surprised him most was the openness with which unmarried individuals could express affection, engaging in intimate contact under the guise of courtship, and even cohabiting. Rimuchuan furrowed his brow, clumsily using a finger to navigate the phone screen. After much contemplation, he opened the messaging interface and, with careful thought, sent a handwritten message to the only contact in his phone. Have you returned home? Quickly, a reply followed that I'm home. Asha, I was just doing my skincare routine and have already settled into bed. Image to JPG. Rimuchuan received a multimedia message. and upon opening it, he was taken aback to find a picture of Onli. Her hair cascaded around her shoulders as she lay on the bed, playfully sticking out her half-pink tongue and making a cheeky face. She revealed her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone, adorned with a new necklace that hung gracefully. Hot Michuan had never encountered such a scene before, and in a state of shock, he quickly turned off his phone screen. He reached for a cigarette, trembling as he lit it, taking a deep drag to steady his racing thoughts. Yes, this photo was meant for Asha. It was understandable, truly understandable. Hot Michuan genuinely felt that such a captivating, yet naive mermaid, exposed to the world, was far too concerning. Who could predict that one day she might be deceived and whisked away by some rogue? As Hot Michuan wrestled with a whirlwind of thoughts, Onli, awaiting Asha's reply, tentatively sent a message. Asha, are you asleep? The phone chimed, snapping Hot Michuan back to reality. That no. Have you ever been in love? He read, sensing a discord in the tone compared to Asha's earlier demeanor. She assumed the young girl was still getting accustomed to her phone, unaware that it had already changed hands. That I haven't. I also desire a sweet romance. Hot Michuan sighed in relief, initially intending to reply with me neither, but suddenly remembered that the little mermaid believed she was chatting with Asha. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly typed, "What do you think of my uncle?" This time, there was no immediate response. Hot Michuan, feeling a surge of impatience, lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply. Although it had barely been a minute, it felt like an eternity. Ding! He quickly grabbed his phone to check. Your uncle is super handsome, but has a bit of a twisted mind. Fuming, Hot Michuan tossed the phone onto the bed. Handsome, he recognized as a compliment. But why the insinuation of a twisted mind? Did his behavior truly seem greasy and suspiciously lewd? Hot Michuan scrolled through a novel on his phone, skipping the plot to focus solely on the romantic exchanges between the protagonists. He continued this way until the sky began to lighten, and with a yawn, he set the phone down, his mind swirling with thoughts. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he drifted into an extraordinary dream. In the dream, he reclined on a soft, large bed, half-naked and smoking a peculiar cigarette, smaller than those from Beatty, yet rich in aroma. The enchanting little mermaid lay upon his sturdy chest, playfully tracing circles with her delicate fingers, igniting a heat within him. Struggling to contain his stirring emotions, Hot Michuan extinguished the cigarette, one arm wrapping around the mermaid's slender waist while the other held her fiery little hand, gently kissing it. Why do you always indulge in tender affection with me, yet never utter a word? Are you afraid I might disdain you for being a mermaid? Lying in his embrace, Onli lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering like water, biting her lip. Gazing into her eyes, Hot Michuan felt his heart soften completely. Cradling her petite face, he pressed kiss after kiss against her tender lips. Do not be afraid. I am aware of everything. I shall protect you. No one shall harm you. That I in this vast land, there are many tribes. Since we can meet in dreams each night, I believe it is intentional. As it happens, I hold great affection for you. Why not marry me tomorrow? I shall propose. That I end the dream. Only continued to playfully kiss his chest without responding. Hot Michuan tilted her delicate chin, a mix of affection and exasperation in his gaze. That I am speaking of serious matters. Why the rush? Are you eager to bear me a little wolf cub? With that, he rolled over, pinning Onli beneath him. The following day, Hot Michuan remarkably slept in until the sun was high in the sky. Asha had already returned from the palace and was now pacing in the courtyard, her chubby little finger pointing at the sun as she vented her frustrations. How could Uncle still be asleep? If you're going to deceive me, at least craft a good excuse. It's already noon. Are you all in cahoots with Uncle to abscond with the phone that Sister Shally sent me? The housekeeper found himself caught in the crossfire, lamenting his plight. The Khan was indeed still asleep, and they dared not enter to rouse him. Was this not akin to plucking feathers from a wolf's head? Had they grown tired of living? Just as Asha was about to burst into tears, the door to the sleeping quarters swung open. Hot Michuan emerged, already groomed and dressed. Asha, what is the commotion? Pouting, Asha reluctantly performed a curtsy. Uncle, I want to play with Sister Shally. Can you return my phone? Hot Michuan said little, retrieving the phone and solar charger. Asha's face lit up with joy, and she bounced away. Uncle, I want TV back for dinner. Hot Michuan exchanged glances with the two shadow guards nearby, who immediately understood that another day filled with climbing trees and playing with cicadas. As soon as Asha left, his personal guard, Chuyi, approached him. Khan, a letter has arrived from the great Khan of Beatty. Hot Michuan looked up at the circling, screeching eagle in the sky. He raised his hand to accept the hard leather armor from the guard, donning it on his left forearm, but he pinched the bamboo tube with his thumb and forefinger. Placing it in his mouth, with a piercing eagle cry, the eagle dove down, landing gracefully on his left arm, raising a foot to shake the bamboo tube tied to its claw. Chapter 18. She now has a great household registration. Hot Michuan took the bamboo tube from the eagle's foot, stroking its head. Good job. Here is a reward of meat for you, that he said as he handed the eagle to a nearby guard. Chuyi, seeing him rub his fingertips together, promptly presented a cigarette and helpfully lit it for him. Hot Michuan inhaled deeply, extracting the letter from the bamboo tube and unfolding it. The vigorous script was unmistakably penned by his father, the current great Khan of Beatty, Hot Michi. Chuanzi. Greetings as if we meet face to face. It has been nearly 10 days since we parted, and I miss you dearly. Did I in the blink of an eye? My son is already 28, the capital is not as frigid as Beatty, and there are many noble ladies. If you do not find a wife this time, do not return home, and no matter what kind of woman you find, as long as she is female and alive, I will wholeheartedly approve. Also, your little bastard son, Xiaozong, eats far too much. He consumes an entire cow daily, and I can no longer afford to raise him. I have sent someone to deliver him to you. He will arrive in the capital shortly. Your father, who feels utterly helpless and has lost face at home. After reading, Hot Michuan sighed heavily. 10 days apart, and you miss me dearly. Nonsense. You're just here to urge me to marry. While it's true that at my age, it's rare to remain unmarried, it's certainly a sign of some major issue if one cannot find a wife. But my father was 35 when he had me. Why the sudden urgency to push for marriage? And to say I shouldn't come home if I can't find a wife? Is this how a father speaks? Indeed, only a father would dare utter such words. Hot Michuan rubbed his temples, taking out paper and pen. I will reply to the great Khan. Abu. Greetings as if we meet face to face. That it has only been a few days, and Chuanzi misses you too. I have already found my destined girl, and am planning to win her affection. Do not rush, for good fortune does not come early. Your son, full of vigor and virtues, except for being unmarried, Chuanzi. He sealed the letter in the bamboo tube and tossed it to the ever-anxious Chuyi. Chuyi, even without looking, knew the great Khan's letter was about the same few sentences. The uproar over marriage in Beatty was relentless. The last time the great Khan came to the capital, he intended to secretly visit the matchmaking corner in the upper capital park to set up a stall. Fortunately, he was intercepted by the Khan midway. The two had a fierce argument, and the great Khan, furious, left without eating the next day, returning to Beatty. Indeed, the Khan was not anxious, but the great Khan was. Hot Michuan instructed Chuyi, let the eagle rest after a good meal and send the letter back. Also, when will my son Xiaozong arrive in the capital? Chuyi wished he could dig a hole and hide. Little Xiaozong is already outside the city. Hot Michuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His father was truly inept at everything except for creating chaos around marriage. Why had he silently sent Xiaozong here? He couldn't believe that the mighty great Khan of Beatty could be impoverished by a cow a day. Excuses, all excuses. But what could he do? Xiaozong was already outside the city. Could he send him back? Chuyi, relay the message to prepare for Xiaozong's arrival at the residence. Also, please hire some craftsmen to dig a few sea ponds and bring in seawater. Let us replicate the ocean's appearance, complete with coral reefs and rocks. Chuyi felt a mix of admiration and confusion, but was accustomed to not asking too many questions. That isn't it just digging a few sea ponds? A trivial matter. Perhaps the Khan wishes to improve his dog paddling skills? On the other side, and Li, laden with a large bag full of colorful treasures, had already rendezvoused with Asha. This time, she had resolutely spent 300,000, exchanging a considerable sum for gold bars at the bank. The reason? She intended to purchase a house in Kyoto. This way, she could acquire her very own household registration and a cozy little nest. It is indeed true that Li possessed great wealth. After all, as a top supermodel without rivals, her runway fees were said to reach 500,000 Huaxia coins per step. The endorsements she received were of no lesser significance. Major luxury brands continuously showered her with monetary offers, eager for her to represent them. However, Li was well aware that this was hard-earned money. Her income was largely transparent and subject to hefty taxes. In contrast, Those less renowned freelance models could easily find a wealthy benefactor. And if their abilities were lacking, they diversified their pursuits, engaging in acting or variety shows where the remuneration was exorbitant. They earned money effortlessly, with green screens and post-production dubbing bringing in riches. They truly had it easy. Not to mention, she couldn't frivolously spend even 30 coins, let alone 300,000. Accompanying Asha, they visited several real estate agencies, comparing options thoroughly. Both young ladies' faces flushed from the heat. Finally, they selected a charming yet compact courtyard situated between the Imperial City and the northern Wangfu. It was a private courtyard, facing south, with excellent lighting which greatly pleased Li. Although her heart ached when she exchanged the gold bars, she quickly reassured herself that this was akin to owning a Sihiyuan on the outskirts of the capital. Valued at 200 million. Most importantly, this was a land deed. There was no talk of a mere 70-year ownership. With that thought, she found her inner peace. From now on, she would have her own secret base. With the land deed in hand, she eagerly followed Asha to the official office to register her household. The Dahuang truly was advanced, making the registration process quite official. Li sat before the service window, across from a young lad who dared not raise his eyes to meet the beauty before him, his fair face blushing as he fumbled with his pen, asking questions while jotting down the answers. "Miss, what is your name?" "Li." "And your age?" "I am 22 this year." "Are you married?" "I have never been married." Li presented the land deed and registered her address. To her surprise, two girls dressed in official garb appeared, one holding a bamboo stick while the other stood on a small stool, painstakingly measuring her height. 7 feet 7. A gasp echoed through the office, and even the female county magistrate emerged to behold the 7'7" beauty. "May I inquire where you hail from? You do not seem to be from the Central Plains. Could you be from Northern D?" And Li, feeling somewhat bashful under the magistrate's astonished gaze, scratched her head. She had no idea where Northern D was. The magistrate scrutinized Li from head to toe. Upon closer inspection, she did not resemble a Northern D maiden, for they were typically tall and robust. Whereas Li possessed a delicate and graceful physique. "Demai, you are quite tall. Taller than many men from the Central Plains. That if you seek a husband, perhaps consider a Northern D man. They are known for their towering stature." "Where do you come from?" Li casually pointed. "I come from across the sea, quite far." The magistrate nodded, her official cap's little wings swaying with her movements. "Then we shall write that your hometown is on Punglai Island. Such beauty must surely be that of a celestial being from Punglai." Chapter 19. Blueprint for ambitious undertakings. Li spent the last of her money hiring some maids to clean the courtyard thoroughly. She and Asha, both adorned with facial masks, reclined comfortably in the courtyard's lounge chairs. Asha cradled the small electric fan Li had brought, relishing the refreshing breeze. "Sister, this gadget is truly marvelous. Is there a little person inside turning it? Should we let him take a break?" The benevolent emperor of Dahuang, who was beloved by his subjects, ensured that every palace servant was filled with J.O.Y.S. the sole princess. Asha was naturally renowned for her kindness. Li shook her head, resting her head on her arm and yawning languidly. "No, there is no little person inside. When the battery runs out, just use your power bank to recharge it." Upon hearing this, Asha hurriedly placed several solar power chargers in the sunlight. Atop the courtyard wall, two hidden guards diligently took notes, rotating shifts and meticulously recording every word. Viewed as a whole, it was merely a conversation between two young ladies. The Khan must truly be idling away. As the two girls chatted, they unexpectedly found themselves discussing finances. Asha sighed. "Sister, my father always forbids me from going out, that if it weren't for my uncle's return, I would never have had the chance to meet you. Despite getting everything I want, my father rarely gives me much money. He always says that a girl carrying too much silver outside might encounter ill-intentioned individuals. He also claims I spend all day indulging in food and sleep. Lacking ambition, Li sighed in sympathy. It's always like this. I have to spend the money I earn outside, which only adds to the pressure of work. The money earned outside is in Huaxia coins, but here I must spend real gold and silver." Suddenly, Asha sprang up from her lounge chair, startling Li so much that her mask nearly fell off. Asha tore off her mask, waving it in excitement. "Sister Li, I have a bold idea. My father says I'm useless, but you work so hard for your earnings. With all your treasures, why suffer? Let us do business in Dahuang. Together, we can surely make a fortune. Then my father will see me in a new light, and you won't have to worry about your life in Dahuang. Most importantly, with an enterprise established, Sister Li will surely stay in Dahuang for a long time. After all, today she had mentioned to her mother about her new friend, Sister Li, and her mother was quite pleased, and Li too sat up abruptly, tearing off her mask. Yes, I've been living too comfortably these past few days. I completely forgot about my plans for wealth. Once she earned gold in Dahuang, she would buy the finest porcelain and bring it back to the modern world for auction. Hee. The two girls decided to act immediately, grabbing paper and pen, discussing and recording their ideas. They feverishly penned several sheets, and a grand plan began to take shape as darkness enveloped the sky. Lanterns lit up the streets of the capital. Chun Mei, feeling helpless, interrupted the two dreamers. Miss, it's time to return, or we will surely face reprimands. Asha sighed deeply. Sister Li, I will come to find you early tomorrow. And Li nodded, handing Chun Mei a large bag of treats. That it's all right, hurry back. Tomorrow, I'll bring more money, and we will seek a shop that truly resonates with us. That don't forget to tell your mother to allocate more staff for us. ILL prepares something delicious for you tomorrow. You've never tasted anything like it. Asha tucked away the business proposal and exited, boarding the carriage sent by the northern D. Wangfu. Li closed the courtyard door behind her, quietly returning to her bedroom. Upon touching her wrist, she found herself back in her villa's living room. That it must be said, the ancient times lacked in living conveniences. There wasn't even a decent mosquito repellent. After spending just a short while in the courtyard, she had already been bitten several times. Li excitedly sat at her computer, browsing wholesale websites while planning. Despite the poor quality and high prices of luxury goods, she would order some local cosmetics and skincare products, instant milk tea in paper cups, hot pot, and instant noodles too. Li painstakingly procured a batch of oil paper packaged instant noodles from a local factory on the brink of closure. After all, Dahuang lacked a systematic waste management facility, and an excess of plastic packaging would undoubtedly lead to disaster. She understood this principle well. Thus, regardless of what she imported, she prioritized environmental sustainability: bamboo-handled toothbrushes, paper-wrapped snacks, charcoal copper pots, affordable smartphones, and high-capacity solar chargers. As for various beverages, she opted for bulk purchases, selling them in paper cups. When night fell, she would bring back the plastic containers to sell to old Zhang for a bit of extra cash. In the stillness of the night at the northern D. Wangfu, Mu Chuan confiscated Asha's phone. This moment, he sat in the steam room, wrapped only in a towel around his lower body. Sweat glistened on his sculpted chest, tracing the contours of his well-defined abs before disappearing beneath the towel. He exhaled a deep breath, running his short black hair back with his hand, while enjoying the warmth of the steam room. At the same time, he continued to learn about romance from the romantic novels on his phone, but he believed that with his clever intellect, he would soon become the ideal boyfriend in the eyes of the Little Mermaid. With the help of this literature and television dramas, success was surely within reach. As I indulged in the steam bath, I found myself inexplicably ravenous on the first day of the lunar month. I prepared for a midnight snack. After a refreshing shower in the steam room, I donned a cool nightgown and settled in front of the sleeping quarters, near the tables and chairs in the courtyard. The kitchen was already accustomed to the habits of this Khan, who often craved late-night delicacies. True to form, a platter of 20 golden, crispy roasted lamb buns, accompanied by a piquant chili vinegar sauce, was soon presented. With oil paper gloves on, I took a decisive bite, breaking through the crisp exterior of the bun, releasing an even more intense aroma. The previously tranquil courtyard was suddenly filled with the sound of collective gulping as the guards, standing in a line before me, glanced at the roasted buns, their fingers gesturing towards them in a mock invitation. "Would you care for a taste?" I asked. Yet, the guards, driven by a sense of decorum, shook their heads in unison. How could they dare to compete for a midnight snack with the Khan? I nodded in satisfaction. Very well. That leaves enough for me. In the courtyard, several tall and robust guards of the Bay D stood in a line, their hands clasped behind their backs, yet their eyes subtly fixated on the roasted buns. Watching the Khan savor his meal was indeed a delightful sight. My stomach betrayed me with a rumble. I feigned ignorance as I took another bite of the bun. On the third day of the lunar month, a curious sound echoed. What could it be? A guard, summoned by name, raised his head and replied with a booming voice. "Your Majesty, it must be the foul toads in the pond, making a ruckus." I raised an eyebrow. I will not permit you to speak of yourselves in such a manner. You lot, if you have nothing better to do. Feel free to fetch some buns from the kitchen. Chapter 20. The first day of the month was truly astute. The guards' faces lit up with delight. Indeed, the Khan would not forget their needs. They bowed respectfully and happily departed for their late-night feast. As the leader of the guards, Chu-yi was equally elated. Today, he planned to relish a dozen buns paired with Bay D's mare's milk wine. A combination to savor. Just as he prepared to head to the kitchen, the Khan's voice called out from behind. The rest may go. Chu-yi, stay. The remaining guards patted Chu-yi on the shoulder with sympathetic expressions and sauntered off to enjoy their midnight feast. Chu-yi felt a twinge of resentment. By the time he made it to the kitchen, there would be nothing left but the bun skins. All because this lot had poor appetites today. However, the Khan's command was not one to be disobeyed. Chu-yi stood to the side, dejected. The Khan remained silent until the other guards had walked far away, then beckoned him over. Chu-yi, come, sit with me. Chu-yi quickly knelt on one knee, performing a grand salute customary to the Beidi. Your Majesty commands. How could I dare to sit with you? The Khan waved his hand dismissively. Rise that we grew up together. You have fought by my side, and I have always regarded you as a brother, he continued, lifting the bamboo steamer lid to reveal a plate brimming with roasted lamb, generously sprinkled with cumin and chili, perfectly crisp on the outside, yet tender within. Chu-yi's eyes widened in realization. And oh wonder, the buns from the kitchen had an extraordinary fragrance today. The Khan raised an eyebrow playfully. Will you not join me for a meal? Chu-yi, having expressed his gratitude to the Khan, straightened himself and took a seat with decorum. Together, they savored the mare's milk wine, alternating between succulent meat and buns, relishing the moment. After a lengthy discussion, the Khan poured a bowl of wine, taking a sip. Chu-yi, what has Asha been up to today? Having observed closely over the past few days, Chu-yi understood the Khan's true intentions. Under the guise of concern for the princess, he was subtly probing for news of that enchanting maiden. After 28 years, the old iron tree had finally blossomed. A momentous occasion indeed. Moreover, Beidi men were known for their romantic inclinations. Once they fell in love, it was rare for them to turn back, that if the Khan could not win the heart of this fairy, it would be difficult for him to find another worthy woman in the future. With this thought, Chu-yi began to report meticulously. Today, Missin purchased a quaint little courtyard. Though not large, it boasts a hot spring pool. Furthermore, she has officially registered her residence in the capital and was measured at a height of 7 feet 7 inches at the government office today. Chu-yi, his mouth full of roasted lamb, exclaimed, that fairy is truly tall, almost as tall as I am. The Khan silently sipped his wine, acknowledging the truth. She was indeed tall. In the entire Dahuan, particularly among the men of the Central Plains, few could match her height. Did not all young women prefer husbands taller than themselves? She would be a perfect match. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, where is Missin originally from? Chu-yi's expression shifted slightly. The IT states here, Penglai Prefecture. The Khan mused, I find Missin's legs remarkably long. Could it be that she is? The Khan's expression darkened as he lit a cigarette. Chu-yi, do not speak such nonsense. Are there really mermaids in this world? Chu-yi suddenly realized, yes, mermaids. Your wisdom astounds me, Your Majesty. I had thought Missin was merely a rickshaw puller in Penglai. Otherwise, how could her legs be so long? Now that I reflect, how could such delicate skin and features belong to a rickshaw driver? The Khan, exasperated, thought to himself, no wonder this lad remains single. Such foolishness. Sensing the Khan's displeasure, Chu-yi quickly attempted to salvage the situation. Your Majesty, Penglai is far away. Rather than speculating wildly, why not inquire tomorrow about the type of men that win the hearts of the young women there? Under the pretense of gauging public sentiment, the Khan nodded approvingly, patting Chu-yi's shoulder. Who would have thought you possessed such cleverness? Have you been secretly indulging in wine and women? Chu-yi, feigning righteousness, replied, Your Majesty, I would not dare. The laws of Dahuan strictly prohibit any brothels. The cleanup squad has dismantled many, both openly and covertly. Under current law, indulging in such establishments could lead to execution. I would not dare to break the law. The Khan nodded in appreciation. Indeed, that is correct, that my elder brother is wise. If we were to allow brothels to operate, who knows how many women would be sold or abducted, condemned to live in obscurity. Chu-yi felt that conversing with the Khan was like navigating a minefield. Your Majesty, it seems the princess is planning something with Miss and a marketplace, perhaps, to sell the rare treasures that Miss and has brought back from Pernlai. The Khan paused, raising an eyebrow. Yes, that's so. Then tomorrow, you shall acquire the deed to the finest three-story shop on the main street of the capital. Hang it up and find a way to sell it to them at a bargain. If their silver notes are insufficient, a favorable rental would suffice. Chewie was taken aback, nearly dropping his wine bowl. Your Majesty, that shop's annual rent amounts to a fortune, though you are not lacking in wealth. Still, the Khan straightened his posture, a serious expression overtaking his face. Chewie, I shall follow the teachings of the great Khan, that I will exhaust all means to win the heart of a wife. A beautiful woman's smile is worth more than gold. As the evening breeze caressed him, the Khan strolled out of the palace for a leisurely walk. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the Enli courtyard. The place was shrouded in darkness, the door tightly shut. Upon seeing this, he surmised that the little mermaid had likely slipped back to Pernlai again. Traveling thousands of miles daily, did she not fear exhausting her tail? No wonder she appeared so slender. After gazing at the darkened courtyard for a while, the Khan turned and made his way back to the Bay D royal residence. As darkness enveloped him, he lay down on his bed, eagerly anticipating the night's dreams. Though he could not yet embrace her in reality, a dream would suffice to satiate his longing. That night, the dream arrived as expected. The Khan savored Enli's sweetness, inch by inch, inside and out. She was indeed delicate. Her skin was as smooth as satin, and even her soft cries were melodious. Cradling her in his arms, he gazed into her glistening eyes, which sparkled like water. She was irresistibly enchanting. When her tears flowed too freely, the Khan paused, lying down with the little mermaid, gently brushing away the droplets clinging to her long eyelashes with his thumb. Do not cry that if you continue. How can I cherish you? Be good. My dear, that it has been days. Why do you still weep incessantly? The little mermaid nestled against his chest, sobbing softly. The Khan cupped her delicate face, smiling as he kissed her repeatedly. Oh, my poor little one. You cry so easily. You truly are a tender little mermaid. From now on, shall I call you Xiao Jiao Jiao? Enli blinked her tear-filled eyes, nuzzling against his chest. Chapter 21. Leaning against a sturdy tree for shade as dawn broke, the Khan sat dazedly on his bed, shedding his damp night trousers. He felt as though he was on the brink of madness, driven to distraction by an overwhelming tide of desire. The royal steward, perplexed, noted the Khan's unusually high rate of discarded night trousers, a stark contrast to his usual frugality. After completing his morning routine and breakfast, the Khan stood in his study, pen in hand, staring at the blank sheet of rice paper before him, unable to bring himself to write a single word. That it was all Abu's fault. He had always said that dabbling in the literary arts was futile. With such remarkable painting skills, he ought to practice horseback riding, archery, standing meditation, and wrestling instead. Now, he found himself wanting to capture the image of the little mermaid from his dreams on paper, wasting countless sheets of ink and paper, yet only managing to produce some grotesque stick figures. The heated Tamu Chuan crumpled the Xian paper into a tight ball and tossed it onto the ground, which already bore the unfortunate burden of several paper wads. Never mind, one should not force oneself into endeavors in which one is not adept. Tamu Chuan adjusted his belt and pushed open the door to the study. Chewie, having listened to the commotion within, had been anxiously waiting outside for quite some time. Upon seeing Khan emerge with a defeated expression, he hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. Khan Tamu Chuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, nodded towards the study, instructing someone to tidy it up. How is my son Xiaozong today? Chewie replied, in response to Khan, Xiaozong is still adjusting to the capital. Following your instructions, he has been advancing a mile each day to gradually adapt. I believe within a few days he will no longer be restless. Tamu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. And how is his appetite today? Does he suffer from a lack of desire to eat? Chewie responded. Khan, Xiaozong consumed 2 lambs yesterday. Tamu Chuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, a diminished appetite is likely due to the heat. Send him some ice to cool him down. Today, Enli arrived early in Asha. Unusually, did not sleep until the sun warmed her backside to tea this moment. Asha was in the courtyard, filled with an array of boxes, excitedly rummaging through them. Sister Shaoli, did you bring all of this from Pengli Prefecture? How did you manage to move it all overnight? There are so many treasures here that I have never seen before, and Lee meticulously covered her dark circles with concealer and patted her lower back. All these boxes had been stealthily pushed from her living room to the courtyard by her early in the morning. Fortunately, she discovered that this temporal gateway resembled a game save. Wherever she returned from last time, she could leave from the same place this time. With a small cart, she could easily transport the procured goods into her little courtyard. Otherwise, she would have truly worn herself out that Asha's mother had also provided substantial support, sending over a dozen capable young maidservants and guards to fully back her daughter's small venture. However, she had cautioned Asha to be discreet about her new friend's background. You never know the depths of people's intentions. Do not reveal your identity too easily. Asha could not quite comprehend this, that on one hand, Uncle Wong forbade her from telling Sister Xiao Li that he was Khan, while on the other, her mother advised her to be cautious. Who said that those who befriended her were merely flattering her? Sister Xiao Li, blissfully unaware, treated her with kindness regardless that Ayan Li, on the other hand, was simply pleased with Asha's support. Now, they had employees, a plan, and only needed to find a storefront. The two, dressed modestly, made their way to the largest real estate agency on Shangjing Street. The agency had already received word, and upon seeing the two enter, promptly ushered them into the VIP lounge with refreshments. The manager initially held a curious disposition, wondering which young lady could captivate the typically aloof and disinterested Khan so thoroughly as to offer the best storefront on Shangjing Street. Upon seeing the enchanting figure before him, the manager understood. Such a celestial beauty existed in the world. No wonder Khan had been moved to take action. Not to mention Khan, even he wanted to introduce this heavenly maiden to his son. But alas, it seemed his ineffectual son was not even as tall as this divine being. Never mind. Who dared to vie for Khan's favor and risk losing their head? The manager produced the prepared layout of the shop and cleared his throat. Ladies, you are truly fortunate. This shop belongs to the Northern D royal family, initially intended for casual trade. However, they find it cumbersome to manage as you know, the Northern D royal family lacks for nothing. Thus, they are seeking someone to rent it out. They have stated that as long as it is hassle-free, the rent is of no concern. Upon hearing royal family, Enli thought, what does it matter? This is royalty. One can bask in the shade of a large tree. How could she be so lucky as to establish a connection with the royal family? If she did not take advantage of it, she would not deserve to be called a ruthless capitalist. Asha, standing by, was equally astonished. Uncle Wong is really making a bold move to vacate this shop. Something feels off. I truly do not believe Uncle Wong is wholeheartedly supporting my endeavor. After all, just yesterday, he scolded me for being a lazy glutton. Asha glanced thoughtfully at Enli, who was intently examining the shop layout. Sister Xiao Li and Uncle Wong seem rather well matched. Although Uncle Wong is a bit older, has a fierce demeanor, and lacks charm. He is tall. If Sister Xiao Li could become Aunt Wong, it wouldn't be so bad that Ayan Li followed the manager for an on-site inspection and was thoroughly satisfied. The location was excellent, the space ample, and the foot traffic unquestionable. This was her ideal storefront that she could only dream of. The notion that the rent could be negotiated was merely polite talk. It certainly could not be cheap. And Lee's beautiful eyes twinkled as a brilliant idea struck her. She pulled out a half-piece of gold ingot from her pocket and cheerfully pressed it into the manager's hand. Thank you, manager. I am absolutely thrilled with this shop. However, as it is a royal property, as a mere commoner, having you relay messages back and forth seems rather disrespectful. I shall double the agency fee. Could you arrange a meeting with the royal family's manager? I would like to invite them for a meal. The manager, fearing to accept Lee's money, readily agreed and dispatched an attendant to relay the message to the royal family. At midday, Tamu Chuan felt that the early summer heat in the capital was truly unsettling. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree, he directed the servants to catch the noisy cicadas and toss them away while absent-mindedly fiddling with a teacup. Before long, Chui rushed over. Khan, Miss Anna set her sights on a shop and wishes to meet with the royal family's manager for a detailed discussion over a meal. What do you think? Tamu Chuan paused his movement, removed the royal seal from his waist, and tossed it to Chui. You go. Grant her whatever terms she desires. Bring back the contract to me. Do not dine with her. Chapter 22. Elder brother, do you want to smoke? Chui donned a rather awkwardly fitting Dahuan robe and, accompanied by several curious companions, made his way to the shop. Along the way, they bombarded Chu-yi with questions. Elder brother, is that girl truly as beautiful as they say? How beautiful could she possibly be? After all, we spent an entire night emptying that shop. How could she have so utterly captivated Khan? She must be some sort of seductress. Khan does not comprehend. I must give her a stern warning. Chu-yi cleared his throat. You rough fellows, just keep quiet and follow my lead. If you frighten Miss In and the princess, be mindful of the consequences upon our return. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, Chu-yi adjusted his robe and endeavored to appear more amiable. He raised his hand and pushed open the shop's grand door. And Lee was enthusiastically discussing the layout with Asha. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she turned around to see 4 or 5 tall men, all dressed in Nihon attire, yet sporting short hair. One of whom was even bald. Their appearances were rather intimidating, resembling a mix of Mongolian and Russian descent. For some reason, Lee suddenly thought of Asha's handsome uncle, at the forefront. Chu-yi forced a smile that appeared somewhat gentle. Ladies, I greet you. The guards behind him widened their eyes in astonishment, collectively exclaiming, Wow! We truly had a narrow view of the world. There really exists a fairy in this realm. A tall, fair-skinned beauty, looking like a flower. No wonder Khan is so taken with her. Chu-yi shot a warning glance over his shoulder. Lee, observing the imposing group, hurriedly scurried over, her legs trembling, as she prepared to kneel and pay her respects. I did not know the esteemed lord was visiting. I humbly welcome you, wishing the lord prosperity as vast as the eastern sea, longevity like the southern mountain. May your life be fulfilling, and may you be blessed with many children. In her nervousness, she had completely butchered her words. Realizing she had arrived in ancient times and must adhere to local customs, she thought, if I do not bow, would that not be disrespectful? What if I were dragged out to be executed? My life is paramount. Chu-yi, seeing her predicament, quickly intervened. Mistress, this is not appropriate. I am not a lord. I am undeserving of such honor. Only then did Lee comprehend that she had made a tremendous blunder. She glanced at Asha, who was barely suppressing her laughter, and Lee felt she might never show her face there again, overwhelmed with embarrassment. The guards behind Chu-yi also stifled their laughter. This girl was truly endearing. Whoever wished someone longevity like the southern mountain and many children? Their Khan had not even a wife, so where would the blessings of many children come from? This girl was truly something special. The expressions of the burly men strained to form amiable smiles, causing Lee to feel increasingly uneasy. Chu-yi helped Lee to her feet and quickly withdrew his hand. Mistress, what would you like to discuss with the royal family? Lee pondered for a moment before producing a well-prepared gift bag. May I inquire, esteemed gentlemen, do you indulge in smoking and drinking on a regular basis? The guards exchanged glances, bewildered that, of course, men from the northern D enjoy their tobacco and spirits. Replied Chu-yi. Lee slapped her thigh, exclaiming, with tobacco to pave the way and liquor to smooth the path, we are already halfway there. She had observed that the cigarettes sold in Dahuan were merely dried and cut tobacco, rolled into crude cigarettes that were harsh on the throat and lung. Early this morning, she had made a trip to the convenience store to purchase several packs of cigarettes. Wasn't this just the perfect moment to put them to use? She hurriedly opened a pack, extracted a cigarette, and offered it to Chu-yi. Brother, would you care for a Huazi? Chu-yi looked at the diminutive cigarette before him, astonished. What is this Huazi? Why does it have 2 different colors? It is so small that it must be gone after just a couple of puffs. Lee pulled out a lighter, flicking it open with a satisfying click, shielding the flame with her hand. She presented it to him. Chu-yi quickly took the cigarette between his lips and leaned in closer. Lee noticed he had it the wrong way round and gently corrected him. Brother, you've got it reversed. After a moment of hesitation, Chu-yi turned the cigarette around and held it correctly. The lighter in Lee's hand was quite remarkable. He cautiously pressed the button, and a small flame leapt up, nearly singeing his eyebrows. This is splendid. Much more convenient than a fire starter. Naturally, he wouldn't dare ask Missa to lower herself to light his cigarette. He tentatively used the lighter to ignite it and took a deep drag. As he exhaled a thin wisp of smoke, his face lit up with delight. Turning to the other guards, he exclaimed, Do you all smell that? This Huazi is remarkably fragrant, truly a rare delicacy. Moreover, it glides down smoothly without irritating the throat. The other guards, observing Chu-yi's blissful expression, couldn't help but feel envious. Lee quickly distributed a cigarette to each of them, along with a few disposable lighters. One particularly bald guard shyly rubbed his shiny head and said, "Thank you, miss." The group reveled in the pleasure of smoking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Soon, one cigarette was extinguished, and Chu-yi, still yearning for more, stubbed out the end. "Brother, this is a specialty from my hometown. That my homeland lies far across the sea, and many things are novel to Dahuan. My sister and I have come to Dahuan to seek our fortune, but we possess no particular skills. Thus, we can only sell some specialties from our hometown to make a living." The guards gazed at Li, adorned with her resplendent jewelry, and thought to themselves how modest she was, as though she had not written wealthy across her forehead while claiming to seek a living. And Li stuffed several packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of liquor into the bag and handed it to Chewy. "Brother, please take this that I in my homeland. These are commonplace items that I arrived in Dahuan without any support and am fortunate to have found your Wangfu shop. Would it be possible for you to speak a kind word on my behalf? Due to my hasty arrival, I did not bring sufficient silver. Rest assured, I will not let your prince suffer any loss. Let us consider this a partnership. I will handle all the procurement, and my sister will manage staff training. You merely need to provide the storefront, and I shall gladly offer you 10% of my monthly revenue, with your treasury sending someone to handle the accounts. How does that sound?" Li had carefully thought this through. Once her business was established, it was only natural that others might become envious. With the Wangfu as her backing, her path would be considerably easier. Binding this unseen prince to her enterprise was indeed a prudent move. The guards, initially merely curious, were now invigorated by the prospect of purchasing Huazi from Li's shop in the future. It would surely be a lucrative venture. Chewy took another Huazi and lit it, inhaling deeply. "Miss, this Huazi must be quite expensive, is it not?" Li had anticipated this question and shook her head. "It has the same price as Dahuan tobacco. 1 guan for 20 cigarettes, and there are even cheaper options." Chewy waved his hand grandly. "Excellent. Let us draft a contract immediately. May fortune flow abundantly to you." Miss, Chapter 23, Hot Pot and Beer. The more you eat, the more you enjoy. With signatures and handprints exchanged, Li could hardly contain her laughter. With the Northern D Wangfu as her support, her prospects for wealth were boundless. She promptly purchased a cart for transporting goods and, along with Asha, began moving items in and out. She had already devised a plan. The first floor would be filled with shelves for retailing affordable items. The second floor would host a restaurant selling unique delicacies not found in Dahuan. And the third floor would be a VIP area featuring more expensive items, such as mobile phones. Additionally, she would establish a window on the first floor as a beverage stand, where one could buy a cup of cola or milk tea for just 5W, and Li and Asha personally led a team of over 10 employees. Bustling about inside and out until dusk, Li wiped the sweat from her brow and distributed some gold coins among the staff. "Thank you all for your hard work today. From now on, we are family. Work diligently, and wealth shall be abundant." The palace maids and guards beamed with joy. This was indeed a favorable arrangement. There were none of the constraints of the palace, and they could earn a substantial income. Most importantly, the head manager was kind-hearted and possessed an endless array of intriguing items. Meanwhile, at the Northern D Wangfu, Mu Chuan held the contract in his hands, several bags collected from Li's bribes at his feet. This little mermaid was surprisingly astute, not as foolish as she appeared. Who would have thought she understood the importance of seeking powerful alliances? How would she react to the realization that the powerful ally she sought was none other than himself? Mu Chuan lit a Huazi and took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke. The tobacco from the Little Mermaid's homeland packed quite a punch. It was even more invigorating than the finest Northern D tobacco. And this liquor, what was it, Mautai? Its color was clear and crisp, nothing like the murky mare's milk liquor. The aroma was intoxicating, wafting through the air, with a Huazi in one hand and a bottle of Mautai in the other. Mu Chuan felt utterly content. He had intended to extend some benefits to the Little Mermaid, but unexpectedly, he found himself reaping significant rewards instead. The guards looked on in despair as their Khan indulged in both smoking and drinking, realizing that it was all thanks to Missin. Bah! What Missin? She was to be their future Khan's wife, the future sole mistress of the Northern D. Before long, Mu Chuan had finished an entire bottle of Mautai. The liquor was so smooth that it didn't even leave him lightheaded. Just as he was savoring the last sip, the steward of the Wangfu arrived. "Khan, The princess has instructed us to prepare some raw vegetables and meat, cut and washed, to be sent to Miss N's courtyard. Our Imu Chuan raised an eyebrow at this. Are we to cook ourselves? Both of us are novices in the kitchen. What could we possibly create? Let us prepare more ingredients. I shall join in the fun as well. The courtyard of the upper capital's villa. A table had already been set up, featuring a dual-flavored hot pot atop a gas stove. One side brimmed with a fiery red broth, bubbling with authentic Chongqing flavors, while the other offered a delectable mushroom soup, its color enticing. Asha held a cup of soda, savoring it with delight as she curiously observed the small gas stove. Sister Xiaoli, this is incredible. How does it boil without charcoal? And this cola is so delightful. Selling for just 5 when a cup is quite a steal. And Li retrieved prepared meatballs and several bottles of beer from the ice bucket in the kitchen. Asha, when will the ingredients arrive? Shall we enjoy some beer together? Hot pot and beer are the perfect match. Asha smacked her lips that I've tried rice wine and fruit wine. But what is beer? And Li placed the beer at her feet and gently tousled Asha's hair. This beer has a low alcohol content. You won't get drunk. Want to give it a try? Tempted by the aroma of the hot pot and glancing at the condensation on the beer bottle. Asha thought, I'm grown up now. I can have a little. After all, Uncle Wong drinks a bit every day. Surely it's unfair that only Uncle Wong can indulge while I cannot. And Li popped the caps off 2 cherry-flavored beer bottles and dropped the meatballs into the pot. Holding the bottles, she clinked them with Asha, proclaiming, Here's to Asha and me becoming fabulously wealthy. Asha took a sip and adorably burped. This is so delicious, Sister Xiaoli. We should open a tavern and sell this kind of beer. We would surely have customers lining up. The 2 young women, enveloped in the fragrant steam of the hot pot, eagerly downed a bottle of beer. Just as they set down the bottle, a knock echoed at the door. Asha's eyes sparkled. It must be the ingredients. We can finally eat. And Li stood up and opened the courtyard door to reveal a familiar tall figure clad in northern attire. Carrying 2 large bags, isn't this Asha's handsome uncle? And Li placed her hands on her hips, her slender frame blocking the entrance. What brings you here? Ri Muchuan gazed at the enchanting beauty he had longed for. His rugged features softening considerably, that I've come to bring you some delicious food. Li gazed at the 2 large bags of ingredients in Ri Muchuan's hands, unsure of what to say. She reached out to take them, saying, Thank you. However, Ri Muchuan held onto the bags firmly, replying, I haven't eaten, yet aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? In the yard, Asha peeked out, startled and let out a hiccup. Uncle. And Li caught a faint scent of alcohol wafting from him and frowned. Drunken men are not allowed inside. Ri Muchuan paid no heed to her words and stepped into the yard. Can't you tell if I've had too much to drink? He asked, eyeing the pot. What a fragrant dish. Seeing Ri Muchuan sitting at the table without a hint of embarrassment. And Li sighed, conceding, Well, he has brought ingredients. I can't exactly throw him out, can I? She grabbed a stool and sat down awkwardly between the 2. Muchuan picked up the empty wine bottle from earlier and, under the glow of the yard's lights, began to scrutinize it closely. This the wine from your hometown? And Li, wielding a long pair of chopsticks, fished out meatballs for Asha. Yes, the girls back home love to drink. Without hesitation, Ri Muchuan rolled up his sleeves and helped himself to several lobster meatballs. This wine is fresh. I want to try it. Li, quick on her feet, snatched away a bottle of wine that Ri Muchuan had surreptitiously reached for. This one is fruity. Asha, and I will drink that I'll get you something stronger. With that, she set down her chopsticks and dashed to the kitchen, returning with several bottles of wheat beer. Here, drink this. Ri Muchuan showed no reluctance as long as it's from the Little Mermaid. It's all good. The 3 of them tossed the sliced meat into the pot, after a brief wait. Just as the meat began to cook, Ri Muchuan swiftly scooped out a large portion. You all cook a little longer. I'll taste the seasoning first. With that, he finished a big bowl of meat in just a few bites. This broth is remarkable, spicy and invigorating, he remarked, his eyes lighting up. Chapter 24. I am waiting for someone who will not change their heart. The trio enjoyed their meal with beer, laughter filling the air. And Li primarily consumed some vegetable leaves and mushroom soup, constrained by her profession. In contrast, Ri Muchuan completely redefined in Li's understanding of appetite. This fellow could eat an astonishing amount. He had devoured at least 3 jin of hand-sliced meat. Surprisingly, he looked quite graceful while eating, devoid of any crudeness, but he seemed to come from a well-off family. As they chatted over the meal, and Li pieced together some details from Asha and Ri Muchuan's conversation. Dahuan was a powerful nation, home to many different ethnic groups, resembling a miniature continental plate. Muchuan appeared to hail from the modern-day region where Mongolia intersects with Russia. And no wonder, he was so strikingly handsome. In Dahuan, the northern territories were collectively referred to as Beidi. It was called a miniature version because, as Asha mentioned, one could reach the border of Beidi in just 2 days by galloping on horseback day and night. Noticing that Enli had only eaten a few bites of her vegetable leaves, Muchuan frowned and placed a hefty portion of meat in her bowl. That ain't no wonder you're so thin. Only eating vegetables and not meat. You should eat more. Enli looked at the bowl, the source of her guilt, and sighed deeply. Thank you, uncle, but I really can't eat it if I eat at night. I'll gain weight, and gaining weight means losing my job. Our Muchuan stuffed another large mouthful of meat into his mouth, accompanied by a refreshing sip of beer. Nonsense. I eat 5 or 6 meals a day and don't gain weight. Enli exclaimed, people are different. It's infuriating. This is pure Versailles. How excessive. Uncle, you're from the north, right? What do you do in Beidi? Asha asked, biting her chopsticks, eager to see how her uncle would spin his story. Yet, Muchuan remained unfazed, his expression steady. That I served in the military, guarding the borders and fighting for several years. Now that the world is peaceful, I have returned. That Enli felt a surge of admiration for this seemingly unassuming but valiant uncle. So he was a battle-hardened soldier. The peace of Dahuan was indeed secured by people like him. Uncle, that's impressive. Muchuan set down his chopsticks and took a swig of beer. His eyes filled with deep affection as he gazed at Enli's radiant face. Why don't you call me Diao Mao anymore? Calling me uncle feels so distant. That I told you. I'm only 6 years older than you. Enli replied, smacking her forehead. It seemed he didn't even know that Diao Mao was an insult. He thought it was a compliment. I think I'll stick to calling you uncle from now on. Diao Mao doesn't sound pleasant. Muchuan sighed. How did such a special title get lost? Asha, with her cheeks stuffed, leaned in. Sister Li, what exactly does a model do? Why can't they eat or drink? Do they earn a lot of money? Is everyone in your hometown tall and handsome like you? Enli sighed. Let us put it this way. In my part of the world, there are over 6 billion people. Most are of average height. And only a small portion of us, those who are models, are relatively taller. My hometown is quite affluent, and everyone pays great attention to their attire. As a result, there are many brands which you can think of as clothing workshops that launch various fashionable garments every year and hold release events that we, the chosen few among over 6 billion people, are the most perfect men and women who showcase these garments to the world. I am one of the top models among this elite group. Enli proudly tossed her hair. Listening to her, Muchuan tightened his grip on the bottle. She was renowned for her beauty over there. Asha, with her chubby face, looked puzzled. Sister, does being a model just mean wearing beautiful clothes and strutting around a bit? Enli shook her head. No, every step we take on the runway is backed by years of hard work. I started competing in modeling contests in my teens and fought my way up. The runway is a battlefield. Enli pulled out her phone and showed Asha a video clip of her runway walk. Asha watched in awe as Enli graced the screen, her eyes wide. Sister Li, you are so fierce. Can you take me along next time you work? I want to see it in person. Muchuan glanced over, equally stunned, but he had never imagined that sweet and charming Enli had such an imposing aura when working in a land of 3 billion women. She was the best of the best. Muchuan felt that meeting her was more than just a stroke of luck. It was as if his ancestors had struck gold. Asha repeatedly watched the video of Enli's runway walk, her excitement making her little hands pat her thighs. Sister, beautiful, sweet, fierce. I want to be a model too. Do you think I have a chance? Enli gently patted Asha's chubby cheeks. Asha, isn't being you just perfect? Why do you want to be a model? You can't eat or drink freely, and you have to work out every day. Asha pondered for a moment. Yeah, what's the point of being a model if I can't eat heartily? She then popped another lobster meatball into her mouth, cheeks bulging like a goldfish. Sister Li, you're a well-known beauty in your hometown. Surely suitors must be lining up at your doorstep. How come you're still unmarried at 22? At this, Muchuan's expression darkened instantly, resembling a pot-bottom scorched black, that he even pretended to be nonchalant while lighting a cigarette. So, haven't you found a suitable partner? Having consumed enough alcohol, Enli felt no hostility towards Muchuan anymore. Uncle, you wouldn't understand. I am in a world of fame and fortune. Those men with money truly think they are something special, treating women like clothes to be swapped in and out. They think they're impressive for having been with many beauties. Some girls, blinded by money, demean themselves, hiding behind men. Even if discarded, they still walk away with their pockets full. But what I truly desire is someone who will remain steadfast and never waver if I can't find that. I would rather remain unmarried for life. Chapter 25. Maserati. Patek Philippe reaching up, Ramuchuan's hand grazed the tattoo on his lower abdomen, which was gradually warming. Henri was truly both delicate and charming, with a single flutter of her captivating gaze. His heart melted. The evening breeze swept by, and inexplicably, the man who could drink countless cups without intoxication found himself feeling somewhat drowsy. With one hand propped against his forehead, he boldly directed his gaze towards the lovely maiden beside him. A woman such as her, if brought home, would leave him slapping himself in frustration during any quarrels. Why not choose a husband from Beatty? The men there are all devoted and righteous. Anyone who betrays their wife is cast out. Asha remarked from the side, observing her uncle's almost desperate attempts at self-promotion. She rolled her eyes, slightly point one, can only marry one in Zhongyan, you know. Ramuchuan shot her a sharp glance, prompting Asha to obediently fall silent. Only, hearing their exchange, felt astonished, in her impression of ancient times. Men often had multiple wives. Truly, De Huang was exceptional. All right, when I get the chance, I shall definitely visit Beatty to see if I can find a soulmate there. She mused with a grin. Having consumed some alcohol, Only rested her chin on her hand, daring to appraise Ramuchuan. He was undeniably handsome, rugged, three-dimensional, and dashing. His masculine aura surpassed that of any man she had ever encountered. Uncle, are all Beatty men as handsome as you? Ramuchuan met her enchanting gaze, feeling as if the galaxies of the heavens were reflected within her eyes. When the golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless in the mortal realm. Ramuchuan felt a pang of nervousness, tugging at his collar to know, among the men of Beatty, I am one of the best. He intended to claim he was the most handsome, but worried Only might not believe him. One must remain humble, after all, especially since his father always boasted of being more attractive. Yet he had never truly agreed with that sentiment. Only tossed him a haughty glance. Uncle, I've seen people who boast so much they can burst their own bladders. But I've never seen anyone who could make a cow vanish. The shop I currently frequent belongs to the Beatty royal family. I refuse to believe you could look better than the Beatty king. Ramuchuan stroked his chin, pondering for quite a while to be precise. The Beatty king was his father, and the two had been unable to determine who was more handsome for nearly 30 years. It was indeed hard to say who was superior in appearance. Asha, observing from the side, noted that the beer was surprisingly similar to soda. After consuming a few bottles, she found it hard to sit still, pouting as she leaned her head on Only's shoulder. Sister Xiaoli, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Only gently caressed her cheek and chuckled. Little girl, have you had too much to drink after just a few bottles? She then turned to Ramuchuan. Uncle, it's getting late. You should take Asha back. That would put my mind at ease. Ramuchuan glanced at Asha, who was resting against Only's slender shoulder, and sighed. This girl is truly ungrateful, not making an effort for her uncle's future happiness. She only knows how to eat and sleep, while blowing bubbles with her saliva. Once he married, he would send Asha back to the palace. He couldn't afford to waste his energy on such trivialities. That I see Asha is quite intoxicated. That I, too, have had a bit too much to drink. Might I stay the night at your guest house? Only gazed into his eyes, which were as profound as obsidian, betraying not a hint of inebriation. Instinctively, she felt that something between her and this handsome uncle had shifted. Rubbing her eyes, she averted her gaze from his fervent stare. That won't do. That I don't even have proper sheets and bedding here. How would you stay? Furthermore, with you unmarried and me unmarried, if news got out, you'd be deemed an old bachelor, and I would completely lose my chance with the handsome men of Beatty. Only twisted the hem of her dress, her voice growing softer. Ramuchuan raised an eyebrow at her response. Not feasible. He merely felt that the pace was a bit slow. After all, in his dreams each night, they were entwined together, losing themselves in ecstasy. Struggling against the impulse to embrace her, Ramuchuan hoisted Asha onto his back with a swift motion. All right, I'm leaving. Are you heading back to Pinglacia tonight? Only walked them to the door. Yes, I will be heading back shortly. Ramuchuan sighed softly, muttering to himself about the back and forth, fearing it might wear him out. To be careful. Don't let anyone see you. Only was bewildered, only able to nod in agreement. There was a 3-year age gap, and she felt a chasm between herself and the handsome uncle, who knew what he was talking about. Upon reaching the door, Ramuchuan seemed to remember something and turned back, flashing a smile at Onli. That smile left Onli momentarily stunned. How could someone so effortlessly combine charm, grace, and authority? In an instant, she found herself lost in thought. Ramuchuan, observing the dazed expression of the little mermaid before him, chuckled even more joyfully. Did I in your homeland? What kind of man captures a woman's heart? Onli pondered for a moment, narrowing her eyes as she giggled softly. Perhaps it is Maserati and Patek Philippe. Ramuchuan listened, feeling a peculiar sense of admiration, but still leaned closer to Onli, the scent of alcohol mingling with tobacco and mint enveloping them. That I'll remember that, until we meet in dreams. With that, he turned away, carrying Asha on his back, gradually disappearing at the street corner. Onli pressed her hand against her fluttering heart, feeling utterly perplexed. What does he mean by meeting in dreams? This handsome uncle is so strange. He speaks so well. He must have gone on many blind dates. I mustn't be fooled. On the other side, Ramuchuan walked steadily with Asha on his back until they reached the royal residence. Upon entering, he set Asha down and called for Chunmei. Help the princess to her chambers. Chunmei, seeing the princess inebriated and occasionally smacking her lips, was taken aback. Sister Xiaoli, you want me to be your aunt and stay in Dahuang? Hearing this, Ramuchuan felt a surge of irritation. You little girl, why say such things now? What good does it do? He brushed off his clothes and beckoned to Chuyi, who had been dozing off. Chuyi, come here. Chuyi, having been named, immediately perked up, shaking off his drowsiness. Your Majesty, what is your command? Ramuchuan gazed at the starry sky, contemplating. Today, I inquired of Miss and what kind of man is favored in her homeland. Chuyi perked up, Your Majesty. What did Missan say? Ramuchuan scratched his head, feeling conflicted. She said, Maserati and Patek Philippe. Find me someone like that immediately. Chapter 26. The wrong Chuyi and Chusen ensure you find them before sunset tomorrow. Chuyi stood there, on the verge of tears, watching his Khan return to the palace, that he knew how to find this Maserati. But how on earth could he locate this Patek Philippe? The customs of the future queen's homeland were indeed peculiar. Usually, women preferred men with cars, houses, and handsome features. Missan was truly one of a kind. The following morning, the steward subtly noticed that the Khan seemed to be rising later than usual, unlike before when he would awaken at dawn. His sleeping pants were wearing out at an alarming rate. The princess, on the other hand, had changed her habit and rose even earlier than the Khan, hastily eating a few bites of breakfast before rushing off to the shop. Seeing the princess diligently engaged in a task without losing interest, the steward felt genuinely pleased. Missan was truly remarkable. With her influence, she had changed the fates of two pivotal figures in Dahuang. Ramuchuan emerged from his chambers, chewing on the exquisite snacks he had collected the day before. Squinting, he instructed for breakfast to be set in the main hall. Recently, he had developed a fondness for beef hand-pulled noodles. With premium beef simmered overnight, the broth emerged fragrant, and the meat became tender and flavorful. The snow-white flour was mixed with a hint of ash and kneaded tirelessly by the chef before being left to rest overnight. The following morning, as soon as Ramuchuan awoke, the chef began to pull the noodles, expertly crafting them into distinct strands. Once cooked, they were immersed in the beef broth, topped with finely chopped green onion, and finished with a drizzle of chili oil. Just as Ramuchuan arrived in the main hall, the freshly prepared noodles were served alongside thinly sliced braised beef, making for a mouth-watering sight that a servant presented a pair of chopsticks. And Ramuchuan lifted his robe, settling into a chair. These hand-pulled noodles are genuinely authentic, reminiscent of what I had in Longnan. The chef on one side was stretching the dough, patiently waiting for the Khan to finish his meal before preparing another pot. Rimu Chuan, with his head bowed, devoured 3 bowls of beef noodles in one go, leaving the braised beef completely clean. Reluctantly, he set down his chopsticks and fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one, all right, you all can eat now. The chef paused in his noodle pulling, puzzled by the Khan's recent lack of appetite. There Rimu Chuan rubbed his belly and sighed. The capital is too hot. Moreover, I am no longer a young lad in my 20s. I am content with just being 7/10 full for breakfast. The steward, overhearing this, quickly shook his head. Your Highness jests. You are in the prime of your life. Your sleeping pants have worn out one after another. How can you say you are old? The entire front hall suddenly fell silent. with everyone appearing to be diligently occupied, yet the corners of their mouths betrayed suppressed laughter that a few could not contain themselves. Sneezing as an excuse while stifling their giggles, Imu Chuan wiped his face, exasperated. Such matters should not be discussed in front of everyone. Does this king not care for his dignity? Where is Chu Yi? Why have I not seen him? Chu Er, who was stifling his laughter nearby, quickly stepped forward. Your Highness, elder brother Chu, he left early this morning to find the horse brother you requested. Imu Chuan nodded while holding his tea bowl. Good. When he returns, his salary will be doubled. The remaining guards perked up at this, for if they could earn a bit more, they would be able to indulge when Miss and shop opened. Your Highness, can we lend a hand? One suggested eagerly. Perhaps we could assist elder brother Chu. Many hands make light work. Rimu Chuan lifted his gaze to the enthusiastic guards. Very well, you may all go and help. But remember, the horse brother is a handful. As the group joyfully made their way out, Rimu Chuan's voice rang out again. The rest, Chu Er and Chu San, you stay behind. The two exchanged glances, their faces a picture of despair. Chu Er scratched his thick mane of black hair, while Chu San rubbed his shiny bald head. Imu Chuan looked up at the sky, where the occasional cry of a hawk echoed. Perplexed by how quickly his father had replied this time. Strapping on his armor, he whistled, and a hawk circled down, landing steadily on his forearm, flapping its wings in a friendly manner. Imu Chuan took down the bamboo tube and instructed Chu Er to take the hawk down for some meat. While he opened the letter, the response was succinct, true to his father's style. Chuanzi, upon reading your letter, I see you have found a favored lady. What more plans are there? Charge ahead. Planning is futile. Plans cannot keep pace with changes. By the time you finalize your plan, she may already be married off to another. Your father, eager and almost frantic, pins this. Imu Chuan sighed in resignation. His father was truly impatient that he hadn't even inquired about the lady's family, age, or appearance. Did he expect him to bring home a toothless septuagenarian and be pleased? Chu San, no need to reply. Just let the hawk return this afternoon. Also, have it bring back 2 packs of cigarettes for your father. Chu San, a muscular bald man, managed to muster a look of grievance. Your Highness, is there no challenging task you could assign to my brother and me? He felt he could still contribute more to Imu Chuan, swirling the tea bowl, suddenly thought of Xiao Jiaorun, who was wholly focused on the shop that he wondered if she would eat well at noon. Recalling how she had shown a fondness for various mountain delicacies. Perhaps at noon, we could have the kitchen stew a pot of mountain delicacy and black-bone chicken soup to nourish her. With this thought, Rimu Chuan raised his hand towards Chu San. Indeed, I have a demanding task. Chu San beamed, his eyebrows nearly lifting to his forehead. Your Highness, please command us. Rimu Chuan eyed the grinning Chu San. You and Chu Er shall go to the market and procure the finest mountain mushrooms. Also, fetch a plump black-bone chicken. Have the kitchen prepare soup for Miss and the princess. He then stood up and left the front hall without a backward glance. Chu San awaited Chu Er's return with the hawk, and they each carried a small bamboo basket as they set off to the market together. Chu San, with a hint of disdain, grumbled about the miniature basket strapped to his back. Second brother, we are both simpletons. How would we know what mountain delicacies are truly good? Chu Er, holding his own small basket, felt somewhat dejected. You may be a simpleton, but do not drag me down with you. I have already started learning the 3-character classic. Soon, I shall be filled with literary elegance. Chu San scratched his bald head. Second brother, the 3-character classic is something even 3-year-old children can read. Are you not starting off on the wrong foot? Chu Er, in a huff, lightly slapped his bald head. And what of it? You can't even write your name correctly. Chapter 27. Red umbrella. White pole, the two of them, with a straw in their mouths, pretending it was a cigarette. Observed from afar as many elderly people, like Huang Feihong, rushed to buy fresh, inexpensive eggs at the market. Chu Er frowned deeply, for he knew the prowess of these elderly folk. Last time at the market, during a sale, eggs were buy one get one free, and he, a towering man of 8 feet, had struggled to squeeze in. Chu San seemed to fare no better among the elderly crowd, wearing a sorrowful expression. Second brother, I think the mountain delicacies at the market must be of common quality. We, the Yin clan, with our noble lineage, cannot be seen eating the same as these old folks. Wouldn't tea that make our Khan appear stingy? Chu Er suddenly enlightened, smacking his forehead. Third brother, you speak wisely. We, the Yin clan, are akin to celestial beings. What mountain delicacy could possibly match our celestial aura? Third brother, you are exceptionally clever. Do share your thoughts. If we can make Miss Yin happy and she agrees to marry the Khan, we shall be the foremost contributors. Chu San's clever eyes twinkled. Second brother, I have a brilliant idea. I once wandered in the hills outside the capital and discovered some mushrooms there. They have red caps and white stems, quite beautiful. Such mushrooms are rare. On a mountain peak, there may only be 7 or 8. They must be treasures. The two clever brothers reached a consensus, cheerfully humming a tune as they made their way to the outskirts of the capital. Upon reaching the mountain, they crouched low, working diligently for nearly 2 hours, their backs drenched in sweat, only to gather a small handful. Chu San, massaging his lower back, gazed at the few vividly colored mushrooms in the basket. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, we have stripped these mountains bare. This is all we have. Chuer also wiped his brow with his sleeve. Indeed, they are rare treasures. The few we collected will just about suffice. Time's nearly up. Let us head back and not delay the soup. The two, carrying their bamboo baskets, returned even more elated than when they had left, as if the celestial being had already consented to marry the Khan. Their joy mirrored that of the Khan. Upon returning to the palace, they encountered a worried servant at the entrance. You two have finally returned. The kitchen has been anxiously awaiting you, that if you had delayed any longer. The Khan would have been furious. Chuer and Chu San, confident in their mission, each grabbed one side of the bamboo basket tightly as they approached Rimu Chuan, who was seated in the courtyard. Your Highness, please forgive us for our tardiness. We had our reasons. We believe the mountain mushrooms at the market were but common goods, unworthy of our Yin clan. Indeed. These were specially dug up one by one from the back mountain. Your Highness, look at their vibrant colors and exquisite patterns. This is the fare suitable for our Yin clan. Yes, Your Highness, I picked 5 or 6 more than third brother. Rimu Chuan, who had been anxiously waiting, felt his anger dissipate upon seeing the beautiful mushrooms in the basket. The harsh cold of Bay nearly yielded no mushrooms. In the central plains, the market was filled with white mushrooms. When had he ever seen such vividly enticing mushrooms? It was no wonder they had scoured the outskirts of the capital and had only managed to gather this little, that if they were to stew them into soup for Enli, she would surely be delighted. With this thought, Rimu Chuan waved his hand. Good. Quickly send them to the kitchen. The entire palace, with its hundreds of people, was filled with those brought from Bay. Yet none recognized these mushrooms. The kitchen staff, elated, examined the beautiful mushrooms, washing and preparing them with utmost care. Due to the scarcity of mushrooms, they could only prepare a small pot of mountain mushroom and pigeon soup. Rimu Chuan paced back and forth in the courtyard, finally waiting for the soup to be ready. The entire front hall was filled with the delightful aroma. Rimu Chuan, pleased, lit a cigarette and held it between his lips. This soup smells excellent. Quickly pack it in a fine food box and send it to them. The chef, holding the soup bowl, felt a twinge of anxiety. We, the Beatty people, are preparing this mushroom soup for the first time. Why not have you taste it first to assess the quality of our craft? Very well, let's send it to the princesses, Hot Mukin thought, finding the suggestion reasonable. Come, fetch a spoon. I shall sample the seasoning. The milk pigeon and mountain mushroom soup was a sight to behold, its amber liquid tinged with a dark red hue, cradling a tender milk pigeon the size of a fist, surrounded by finely chopped mushroom filaments, and adorned with a few sprigs of vibrant green scallions. Upon seeing it, several guards clapped their hands in delight. Khan, this soup looks truly nourishing. Hot Mukin cautiously dipped a spoon into the soup and took a taste. Excellent. It is extraordinarily flavorful. Quickly cover it. We must not let the aroma escape. Before he could finish his sentence, a guard named Chuyi, who had been out for the morning, returned, but he was not alone. In one hand, he held the hand of a small boy, approximately 5 or 6 years old, and in the other, he supported a frail, elderly woman with a head full of white hair, her legs unsteady. The old woman and the young boy, upon seeing Hot Mukin seated in the front hall, hurriedly attempted to kneel in reverence. The boy was manageable, but the elderly lady, leaning heavily on her cane, struggled to kneel. Trembling as she did so, Hot Mukin furrowed his brow and quickly waved his hands that no need for such formalities. Chuyi, why have you brought a child and an old woman back with you? Chuyi, looking quite aggrieved. explained that he and a few brothers had searched the capital thoroughly before finally locating Ma San's younger brother, Ma Si. The process had been challenging, especially since the elderly lady had difficulty hearing. They had to use gestures and sounds to communicate. This is Ma San's brother. Ma Si.as for the elderly lady. It was quite a task to bring her here. She can hardly speak. Hot Mukien examined the small boy, who was still sucking on his fingers, and the elderly lady, whose sight was failing. This doesn't seem quite right. Doesn't Li favor men who accompany the elderly and infirm? Chuyi, have we misunderstood something? This doesn't seem appropriate. Chuyi, with a clever glint in his eyes, hurried to Hot Mukien's side and whispered, Khan, I believe there is no mistake. Look, Ma San's brother is still very young and in need of protection. The elderly lady, at 80 years old, deserves respect and care. Missen possesses a kind heart. The husband she seeks must surely be a paragon of virtue, someone who respects the elderly and cherishes the young. You should take good care of these two and create an opportunity for a chance encounter with Miss and let her witness your admirable character. She will undoubtedly be captivated. Hot Mukien stroked his chin, finding the reasoning compelling. Well done, Chuyi. Fetch someone to arrange accommodations and meals for these two and ensure they are well taken care of. Chapter 28. Has the Khan lost his mind? Hot Mukien felt a strange fog enveloping his mind. His vision warping. The once lush trees in the courtyard had transformed into ones adorned with pink leaves, resembling a tree in full bloom with peach blossoms, which was rather enchanting, rubbing his eyes. He braced himself, yet everything seemed to grow even more magical. Fish soared through the sky, and the entire royal residence appeared to morph into a splendid underwater world, with a firm pinch to his brow. He turned his head and was astonished to see Li approaching, clad in a delicate, pale yellow fur coat, her small heels clicking softly against the ground. Her eyes sparkled with springtime allure, and she ran towards him, a vision of charm and grace. This was daylight. He was not dreaming. It was no wonder the palace had taken on the appearance of an underwater palace. His little mermaid had arrived. Hot Mukien smiled fondly and extended his hand toward Li. Little darling, what brings you here? And Li dashed toward him, her tender lips slightly parted as she panted softly. To his astonishment, she knelt and rested her chin on his knee, nuzzling against him playfully. Hot Mukien felt a rush of warmth spread through him, as if he were in a dream. Indeed, this Ma San's brother and the elderly lady had proven quite effective. His little mermaid had come to him. Offering her embrace, he scooped Li into his arms and seated her on his lap. Little darling, why are you in such a hurry to come here? The ground is cold. Come, sit on my lap. I have missed you dearly these past few days. The guards, the steward, and the attending servants stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the extraordinary scene before them. Moments ago, the household's watchdog, De Huang, had somehow wandered into the front hall and approached the Khan. Nuzzling his head against Hot Mukien's knee, was the Khan truly enchanted? How could he be cradling a dog while calling it in Li? The adoring look in his eyes was unmistakable that a flurry of glances passed among the onlookers, each unable to process the spectacle before them. Hot Mukien remained oblivious to their confusion. In his eyes, the soft figure in his embrace was none other than the delicate Li, with his powerful arms wrapped tightly around her slender waist. He gently caressed her. Little darling, why are you dressed so warmly in this sweltering heat? Are you not hot? Shall I help you take it off? As he spoke, he reached out and playfully ruffled De Huang's fur. De Huang's bewildered eyes widened in surprise, and he yelped to Hot Mukien. The scene transformed entirely. He saw Li blushing, her hand covering the collar of her coat. Khan, this is still daylight. This statement fell upon Hot Mukien's ears like an invitation laced with subtle allure. All right, we'll remove it tonight. How about you never return to Penglai Prefecture and stay here with me in the palace? Did you come to find me with the intention of becoming my wife? And Li's delicate hand traced down Hot Mukien's chest, her gaze sparkling with mischief. Khan, will you marry me? Hot Mukien grasped her small hand, igniting a spark within him, and brought it to his lips, kissing it fervently. Little darling, I wish to marry you at once. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Each night, gazing at your portrait, I have not enjoyed a single good night's sleep. Why do you smell so delightful? The palace guards and attendants, eavesdropping on their Khan's fervent declarations, felt their anxiety rise. Was the Khan truly mad? Clutching a dog, lavishing affection upon it as if it were in Li? Chui, in a state of desperation, shouted, "What are you all doing standing there? Hurry, pull the Khan away. We must summon a physician. The Khan has lost his mind." The northern physicians had never encountered such a condition. Over the years, the Khan's health had been robust, primarily dealing with battle wounds. This nightmare, however, was beyond their expertise. That Chui's frustration peaked as he felt the blood rush to his head. He mounted his horse and spurred it into action. "You all stay here and keep an eye on the Khan. Seal the news. If anyone dares let slip a word, their head will roll. I will head to the palace, petition the emperor, and request the royal physicians to examine our Khan." Chui, unaware, believed the Khan was gravely ill. With tears brimming in his eyes, he wiped them away hastily. "The Khan will be fine. I shall return swiftly." And with that, he rode off at breakneck speed along the official road. Meanwhile, in the front hall, Hot Mukin's robe was slightly disheveled from De Huang's playful paws, yet he held on tightly to the dog, grinning with satisfaction. "Little darling, it seems you have me in your heart as well. How wonderful! This life is enough for me that I desire you. May I have a kiss?" he asked, leaning toward De Huang's eager mouth. Just then, a young servant stumbled in, breathless and flustered. "What is this? The Khan is about to kiss a dog." The servant knelt, banging his head against the ground in desperation, the sound echoing with a hint of tears. "Khan, you mustn't. De Huang was just chased out of the toilet. The stench is unbearable," the guards, though confused, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Their Khan, the fiercest warrior on the battlefield, now had tears in his eyes. They rushed forward, attempting to pry De Huang from his embrace. However, who was the Khan? The mightiest man of Beatty, capable of drawing a 10-stone bow with one hand. With a swift motion, he cast aside the guards, sending them sprawling to the ground. "Who dares to lay hands on my bride? Seize them and beat them to death." With a flourish of his robe, he cradled De Huang securely once more, returning to his seat, gazing lovingly at the dog. "Little darling, I've chased away those who disturb us. Now, let me shower you with affection that I end my dreams. You always love to kiss me, that I confess. I dream of you every night that I end the royal palace." Everyone was flustered, their faces flushed with anxiety and helplessness. De Huang was in a state of panic, his legs kicking restlessly, his canine head shaking back and forth. Our Mu Chuan felt a surge of urgency and agitation within him, in his eyes. And Li was blushing deeply, turning her head away, refusing to let him kiss her. This only made his heart itch with desire. His eyes darkened, and his voice grew hoarse. "Xiao Jiao Jiao, do not hide from me. This prince is suffering greatly." Dayan Li, helplessly biting her finger, her beautiful eyes clouded with a layer of mist, murmured, "Khan, there are people watching. Can we not go to the bedroom?" Chapter 29. Tomorrow, this prince shall marry. Hearing this, Mu Chuan's face lit up with joy. All right. I shall heed your wishes. Xiao Jiao Jiao. I will prepare a grand wedding for you tomorrow, and I will bring you into my home in splendid fashion. Then, can we consummate our marriage today? It doesn't matter if we cannot. I just find it hard to contain myself." To Mu Chuan's eyes, and Li wrapped her arms around his neck, pouting incessantly. "I will do as the Khan wishes." That Mu Chuan's heart raced with excitement. "Xiao Jiao Jiao, does this mean you agree? No more calling me Khan. Call me husband. Come, husband will carry you to the bedroom." With that, he picked up the bewildered De Huang and waved his hand joyfully, commanding the entire household to begin preparations. This prince is getting married. Everything must be of the finest quality. Kitchen, prepare a stew of soft-shelled turtle, beef tendons, and chicken kidneys. Tonight, I shall be the groom. After delivering a speech that left everyone sighing in disbelief, he strode towards the bedroom with De Huang in his arms. Several guards attempted to block his path, but they were treated as mere obstacles, repeatedly kicked aside. Wincing in pain, they clutched their behinds, but for the sake of the Khan's illustrious reputation, they would risk their lives to prevent him from consummating his marriage with a dog. On the other side, at the De Huan Imperial Palace, the guard Chu, he was frantic, brandishing the North D King's insignia as he rushed through the palace gates, directly arriving at the Golden Throne Hall. With a thud, he knelt at the entrance to AT that moment. The Emperor of De Huan had just concluded his busy morning affairs and was finally able to lie down for a brief afternoon rest. The guard on duty noticed Chu Yi, usually inseparable from the North D King, rushing in a fluster and kneeling before the throne. "Master Chu Yi, what causes such alarm? Speak slowly." Chu Yi, panting heavily, grasped the hand of the guard who attempted to assist him. "My lord, save me! Our Khan." The Khan has suddenly fallen ill, and he is in a frenzy. Several strong men cannot restrain him. I beseech you to summon a royal physician and save the Khan. Upon hearing this, the guard realized the gravity of the situation. The Khan of the North D was in distress. Time was of the essence. 1 second of delay could cost him his life. "Do not panic, Master Chui. I shall report to the Emperor at once." With that, he hurried into the inner palace of the Golden Throne Hall. The Emperor of North D, having just inhaled the calming incense, was jolted awake by the urgent news. What is the cause of such haste? The guard, not daring to be negligent, reported every detail to the Emperor. The Emperor, age 40, had known Rimu Chuan since childhood, their bond akin to that of brothers. Upon hearing that his royal brother had suddenly succumbed to hysteria, the Emperor lost all drowsiness, leaping from his bed in alarm. "What are you waiting for? Summon all competent physicians from the Imperial Hospital. Quickly prepare my horse. I shall ride to the North D King's residence. I must see my brother." In his haste, he threw on a robe over his night clothes, hastily pinned up his hair with a hairpin, and even donned his shoes incorrectly without noticing that he rushed out of the bedroom and mounted his horse. "Why are the physicians so sluggish if they delay my brother's treatment? I will not spare them. Chui, what has happened to my brother?" Upon seeing the Emperor, Chui quickly bowed and saluted. "Your Majesty, please save the Khan. He was perfectly fine in the morning, had not even dined by noon, and suddenly fell ill. The North D physicians cannot discern the cause. We must summon a royal physician to examine him." Several long-bearded physicians from the Imperial Hospital, in a fluster, rushed out, their demeanor indicating they were not fit to ride. The Emperor flicked the reins of his horse. "Royal guards, each of you take a physician and ride swiftly with me to the North D King's residence." As the palace gates swung wide open, a troop of riders sped forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Emperor's heart raced, his whip cracking as he urged his horse onward, exclaiming incessantly, wishing he had wings to fly there instantly. Finally, they arrived at the king's residence, but the Emperor's hairpin had fallen off at some point. Upon entering the main gate, a throng of subjects knelt in reverence, shouting "Long live the Emperor." The Emperor dismounted, almost losing his balance. "What are you doing? No need for formalities. Quickly, let me see my brother. Physicians, hurry, do not dawdle." The guards, not daring to be slow, led the Emperor to the entrance of the inner chamber. Chu observed the chaotic scene within, realizing it was spiraling out of control. Finally, the physicians had arrived. "Long live the Emperor. Your Majesty, the Khan's hysteria has worsened. The current scene is truly distressing." The Emperor was not mentally prepared for such a sight. He saw his brother, robust as an ox, without any apparent worries. How could he suddenly be afflicted with hysteria? And it was distressing. Turning to the physicians accompanying him, he issued a stern warning that no matter what you see, you must not breathe a word to anyone. The dignity of my brother is the dignity of Dahuan. Come, let us see for ourselves. As he pushed open the chamber door, the Emperor's eyes widened in shock at the sight of his brother sprawled on the bed. Looking disheveled, his heart raced, blood surged, and his temples throbbed. He nearly fainted, but was steadied by the guard behind him. "I am fine. Quickly, go check on my brother." As he clutched his chest, gasping for air, he sank into a nearby chair. Through the sheer curtain, he could see Rimu Chuan, disheveled, propped up on his arms, with Dahuang, the guard dog, lying beside him. Rimu Chuan looked at Li with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Xiao Jiao Jiao, what should I do if I cannot wait until nightfall? Can you allow me to gently cherish you first?" In Rimu Chuan's view, his arm was propped beside Li. The beautiful girl beneath him, her clothing partially undone, her cheeks flushed, long eyelashes seemed to glisten with tears, her voice sweet and enticing, more alluring than peach blossom wine. "Khan, you must cherish me." Rimu Chuan's heart soared with delight as he took Dahuang's paw and placed it on his waistband. All right. I shall be gentle first. Xiao Jiao Jiao, do not be afraid. Come, help me loosen my waistband. You are my wife. If I do not cherish you, who else shall I cherish?" At the side of the bed, the Emperor slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Do you see what is happening? When has my brother ever been so unrestrained?" A physician cautiously examined Rimu Chuan's reddened eyes. "Your Majesty, it appears the Khan has been poisoned." Upon hearing this, the Emperor nearly shattered his cup in anger. Poisoned? Nonsense. The royal residence is heavily guarded. Not even a suspicious fly could enter. Who dares to poison my brother under my very eyes? Investigate. I demand a thorough investigation. Chapter 30. Knock him out for me. Several physicians trembled in fear, their white beards shaking. The Khan's eyes were bloodshot, his speech incoherent, and he seemed oblivious to those around him. Clearly a case of poisoning. Pray tell, what did the Khan consume prior to his illness? The guards exchanged glances, unsure. The Khan did not have time to eat before falling ill. He merely tasted a spoonful of soup upon hearing this. The Emperor's anxiety mounted. There are no small matters concerning my brother. Bind his waistband tightly. How can he consort with a hideous dog? Quickly, bring me the soup he drank. Let the physicians examine it. Chu Er and Chu San realized something was amiss and hastily fetched the already cooled mountain mushroom and squab soup. As they opened the soup bowl, everyone present gasped in shock. The mushrooms were so vividly colored that they practically screamed toxic. The Emperor slammed the bowl on the table. Who prepared this? What were they thinking? To deceive my brother, who has long been in North D, into drinking poisonous mushrooms. Their intentions are treacherous upon hearing this. Chu Er and Chu San knew they had caused a great calamity. The very thing that drove the Khan to madness was the stunning mushrooms they had painstakingly foraged that morning. The two fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing to the Emperor, their foreheads flushed red. Your Majesty, please save the Khan. These mushrooms were picked from the back mountains on the outskirts of the city. The royal physician gazed at the fungi, exhaling a deep sigh. Red caps, white stalks, once consumed, they all lie together on the board. Fortunately, these were merely ordinary poisonous mushrooms that induce hallucinations. The Khan possessed a robust constitution. Having merely tasted a sample, he suffered no serious harm, that in a few hours he would be right as rain. The Emperor observed the two loyal guards, Chu Er and Chu San, kneeling at his feet, their faces etched with guilt. These two had served faithfully alongside his royal brother in countless battles, earning great merit, and there was no doubt about their loyalty. It was clear that these two rough men, mistaking a rare find for a treasure, had excitedly presented it to the royal brother for soup. Alas, the Emperor found himself at a loss, unsure whether to admonish them, despite their fierce appearances, which could easily warrant a 15-year sentence. They were indeed men of loyalty and integrity. All right, rise. The physician has declared that the royal brother will recover in a few hours. Just as relief washed over him, a guard at the bedside suddenly cried out, Not good, Your Majesty. The Khan has torn his belt. A pair of night trousers were flung towards the Emperor, landing squarely upon his face. Hotma Chuan's eyes were bloodshot, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips. Little Jiao Jiao, why is your belt so sturdy today? No matter, it's torn. Let us continue. Several guards, overwhelmed, were pushed to the ground by Hotma Chuan. Your Majesty, we cannot restrain the Khan. The Emperor hastily removed the trousers from his face, covering his eyes in frustration. Quick, knock the royal brother unconscious. Such a scene was utterly disgraceful. With audacity, several guards approached, trembling as they attempted to strike Hotma Chuan at the nape of his neck. Yet, given his stature as Khan, such disrespect was unthinkable. Their feeble attempts not only failed to subdue him, but resulted in one being sent flying by a single punch. Hotma Chuan scratched his back, confusion written across his face. What manner of mosquito could possibly be in this splendid chamber? Little Jiao Jiao, are you anxious? Why tremble so? The great hound by the bed was entirely paralyzed with fear. The Emperor, furious, pounded his thigh, seizing a wooden stick meant for lifting the curtain. You useless lot, in battle, you can take on 100 foes, yet now you falter. If you lack the courage, I shall take matters into my own hands. Stand aside. He approached the bed, eyes firmly shut. Royal brother, I beg your forgiveness. A dull thud echoed through the chamber as the Emperor's intervention finally quelled the chaos, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He gazed at Hotma Chuan, who lay unconscious from the blow. Hurry, cast this ugly dog out. Physician, come quickly. Is the royal brother truly unharmed? After confirming there was no lasting damage, the Emperor cast aside all matters of state. Irritable and restless, as he sat in the front hall, the entire Northern D royal residence was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Observing the Emperor's displeasure, Chui quickly presented a pouch of tobacco. Your Majesty, do not fret. Care for a game of Wazi? The emperor, irate, pushed Chu Yi's hand away. How can I possibly relax? Whom has the royal brother been so enamored with? I have heard nothing of this. As dusk approached, Hotma Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Why does my nape ache? How peculiar, and he seemed to recall that Enlil had come to find him. They had shared an intimate moment in the chamber. Yet upon awakening, she was nowhere to be seen. His own garments were in disarray. She must be in a similar state. Hadn't they agreed to wed the following day? Was she merely shy and hiding away? Hotma Chuan hastily pulled on a garment from the wardrobe, donned it, and stretched his neck before racing out of the chamber. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a sea of kneeling figures. What on earth is everyone kneeling for? Spotting the Khan awake at last, Chu Yi was overcome with joy. Khan, you have finally awakened. The emperor has been waiting for quite some time. Hotma Chuan scratched his head, perplexed. Why has my royal brother come out in such disarray? Not dwelling on it, he quickly adjusted his outer garments and strode towards the front hall. Upon entering, he found his royal brother, disheveled and frowning, seated with a heavy sigh. Hotma Chuan knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed to the ground, performing a grand northern D salute. Long live my royal brother! The emperor, seeing his younger brother revitalized, leaped from his chair, supporting him as he sat beside him. You have awakened. How do you feel? Hotma Chuan, bewildered, surveyed the surrounding faces, noting their expressions that suggested he had been gravely ill yet miraculously healed. Royal brother, I am perfectly well. Just a slight ache in my neck. The emperor covered his face, pained for his younger brother's suffering for a fleeting moment. Hotma Chuan adjusted his cuffs, unable to hide his delight. Royal brother, I have joyous news. I am to be wed. By the way, did anyone see my bride run out? She must be utterly exhausted. Why is she still wandering about? Royal brother, would you like to meet your sister-in-law? The emperor rubbed his temples. Physician, did you not say he would be fine after a good sleep? Why is the royal brother still speaking nonsense? The physician, alarmed, promptly knelt. Your Majesty, please be discerning. The Khan will surely recall the events surrounding his poisoning. Chapter 31. A glance lasts a millennium. Hotma Chuan appeared utterly perplexed. Royal brother, what do you mean? I am perfectly well. What poison? Where is my bride? The emperor hastily waved his hand, dismissing the unrelated individuals. Grasping Hotma Chuan's hand and speaking earnestly, my brother, you have inadvertently consumed poisonous fungi, leading to some rather delightful fantasies. Fear not, all is well now. I have ensured their silence. Hotma Chuan was unwilling to accept this. He gripped the emperor's hand tightly, panic evident as veins throbbed on his forehead. Royal brother, do not deceive me. I was just with her. We shared a true bond. How could this be mere fantasy? The emperor, recalling the afternoon's unsightly scene, exclaimed, Royal brother, since childhood, when have I ever misled you? You drank the poisoned soup at noon and clung to the guard dog, De Huang. Were it not for the desperate efforts of those present, I would have had to strike you unconscious that a calamity was narrowly averted. Hotma Chuan's lips quivered in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even I can distinguish between a dog and a person. Royal brother, did you send her away? As he spoke, Hotma Chuan's nose tinged with moisture. I had just claimed her, and she vanished without a trace. She must be utterly disappointed in me. Turning away, he knelt, paying his respects. Royal brother, I must retrieve my bride. I beseech you to grant me this. The emperor, witnessing his younger brother's reckless determination, seized his wrist in frustration. Royal brother, do not be foolish. If you truly wish to marry, I would rejoice. Why would I obstruct you? But if you act so recklessly, you will only tarnish the reputation of that innocent girl. That it would be a wonder if you were not met with disdain. Hotma Chuan, fearing to shake off his royal brother, was torn between his urgency to find Enlil and the emperor's admonitions. Royal brother, I am well aware of my actions, that I alone am to blame. It has nothing to do with her. I am not irresponsible. Unless Hotma Chuan's expression shifted sharply, his eyes filled with sorrow. Unless you have learned of her true nature as a mermaid and cannot tolerate it. If so, I shall take her back to Punlai Island and never return. The emperor was taken aback, stunned by the revelation that the object of his younger brother's affections was indeed a mermaid. It was said that mermaids were inherently pure and extraordinarily beautiful. No wonder his steadfast, iron-willed younger brother had suddenly gone mad. At 28 years of age, He had yet to marry and had become a notorious bachelor. Now, having finally developed feelings, he would surely accept any bride, let alone a legendary mermaid from the enchanting Panai Island who could transform her tail into legs. As the son of the Wolf King, marrying a mermaid would grant him a son capable of conquering both land and sea. How splendid! How marvelous! Yet, this was all a figment of his younger brother's imagination. The emperor felt at a loss for how to calm Hatma Chuan. Royal brother, remain composed. You know what manner of person I am. I would never bully or ostracize a woman who has done no wrong, even if she is a mermaid. However, this is truly a hallucination caused by your poisoning. Hatma Chuan shook his head vehemently. Despair etched on his face. Impossible. She was indeed here. She has promised to marry me. How has it turned into a fleeting dream once more? With that, he plopped down onto the ground and retrieved a cigarette. The emperor followed suit, sitting beside him and taking out his own smoke. The two of them exhaled clouds of smoke together. Hatma Chuan took a deep drag from his cigarette and asked, Royal brother, what have I just done? Why do they all look at me in such a manner? The emperor, half closing his eyes, pondered the earlier scene and chuckled lightly as he recalled it. Hatma Chuan wiped his face in despair. This vast world, I have no place in it anymore. Whoever wishes to be the Khan, let them take on that burden. I'll retreat to the North D and live incognito, tending to sheep. This is no longer a matter of losing face. I have lost all semblance of it. The emperor sighed in resignation. Having been raised to understand decorum by his father, he seldom mocked others unless compelled. Brother, do not take it to heart. Ha. The vast realm needs you. You know, don't even think about escaping back to North D, or what if your beloved marries another? Hatma Chuan was taken aback. Indeed. Well, this old face of mine, it can be discarded that as long as he remains unembarrassed. It is the great yellow that should feel the shame. The emperor playfully nudged Hatma Chuan's shoulder. Brother, you must persevere. As the emperor, I too had to employ all my wits to win over your sister-in-law. Fate has its own hand in matters of love, but persistence counts for much. Otherwise, I could have issued a decree for her to marry you, and that would have settled it. Hatma Chuan extinguished his cigarette, nodding in agreement. What you say is most true, that if there are any secrets, I beseech you to impart them. That as the evening deepened, he imagined the piles of official documents awaiting him. The emperor reluctantly rose to his feet. Brother, times have changed that in our youth. We could frolic together without a care for an entire night. Now I must return to my duties that in a few days we shall celebrate the 25th anniversary of my marriage to the Empress and receive envoys. You must come. I wish you success in winning your fair lady's heart. I shall await the joy of your wedding feast. After bidding farewell to his royal brother, Hatma Chuan stood at the gates of the palace, staring into the eyes of the great yellow dog. The dog looked back with an expression of deep resentment, as though gazing at a faithless lover. For goodness sake, it's a male dog. Why the forlorn look? After finishing a cigarette, Hatma Chuan clasped his hands behind his back and decided to take a stroll outside. That as he wandered, he found himself in front of a shop on Shanjing Street. From a distance, he could see a number of attendants brought by Asha bustling about cheerfully, assembling shelves and arranging goods. Asha sat at a table by the entrance, propping her feet up, surrounded by an array of delectable treats, potato chips, takoyaki, milk tea, jerky, and Oreos. Her cheeks were puffed from indulgence. Onli was wearing a snug short-sleeved top paired with blue denim shorts and flat white shoes, her long legs in motion as she darted around with paper and pen in hand. Even though Hatma Chuan couldn't quite grasp the nature of her attire, he found her exuberance captivating and unconsciously halted his steps, watching from a distance. Onli appeared to tire from her busyness and settled at the table, resting her chin on one hand, winking playfully at Asha. Both Asha and Hatma Chuan were momentarily mesmerized. The movie in Asha's phone was indeed not a deception. Some people could leave an indelible impression with just a single glance. Chapter 32. A young gentleman unlike any other, with skin softer than silk, eyes like shimmering amber, and lips resembling perfectly ripened cherries, she radiated an alluring charm, although slender enough to be swept away by the wind. She possessed an undeniable vitality in all the right places. Hatma Chuan found himself transfixed, as if under a spell. Feeling a heated gaze upon her, only turned her head to see Hatma Chuan standing at the street corner, tall and radiant, easily distinguishable even amidst the bustling crowd. The gentleman upon the road is like jade, unparalleled in the world. He walks into spring, and the day blossoms with fragrance. Unable to contain her smile, Only waved at him, calling out Uncle. Asha, your uncle has come to catch you. Haha, Asha had just cooled a lobster ball and popped it in her mouth, only to find it burning hot. Dada, my uncle is here. He really is. Quick, give me a mop, so I can pretend to work. She snatched a mop from a nearby employee and began to sweep with exaggerated effort. Everyone in the shop knew Asha was a princess, a true lady of high status. How could they allow her to mop the floor? Amidst the playful scuffle, Hot Muchuin had already stepped inside the shop. Not bad. It seems you were fitting in quite well here. Asha, what role do you play in this establishment? Taste testing. Asha, struggling to swallow the lobster ball, muttered while holding the mop, but you've left several large footprints on the floor. Hot Muchuin glanced at the ground, unperturbed. Then you must mop it again. That he turned to Only, his expression warm. Did I ask there anything I can assist you with? I'll help you work, and in return, you provide me with dinner. How does that sound? Only looked at Hot Muchuin's sturdy shoulders. With a strong man like you, I might as well take advantage. I have a pile of miscellaneous items that need to be moved upstairs. Hiring laborers comes at a cost. But this handsome uncle only requires a meal in return. A bargain indeed. Only's beautiful eyes sparkled. All right. If you help me carry these boxes upstairs, we can indulge in some delicious food afterward. Hot Muchuin stared at the mountain of boxes before him. It truly was a call for labor. Moving them was not out of the question. He could certainly exert himself for her. However, it was only fair that he receive some compensation for such an effort. Besides, it would be a good opportunity to showcase his strength. With that thought, he rolled up his sleeves. All right, I'll carry them. You guide me on where to place them, with a box in each hand. He effortlessly ascended the stairs, making the task seem almost effortless, not breaking a sweat except for a few beads forming on his forehead. Only followed behind, clapping her hands in admiration. Uncle, you're amazing. Carrying such heavy boxes with one hand. What a divine man. Wow, you've already made 10 trips. I'm exhausted just watching you. Upon hearing this, Hot Muchuin set down the boxes and wiped his brow. Then you should rest here for a moment. I'll take care of bringing them all up, and you can direct me on where they go. Downstairs, Asha and the other employees had abandoned their tasks, their eyes wide and ears perked, eager to witness this rare sight. The Khan obediently following Only's commands, engaging in such menial labor with such enthusiasm. At that moment, the Khan bore no semblance of a fierce wolf king. He was merely a well-behaved large dog. Nearly an hour later, Hot Muchuin, hands on his hips, his robust chest rising and falling slightly, finally declared, all done. I've saved myself a workout for today. Meanwhile, in the small kitchen of the restaurant, several young men were preparing the signature dishes they had just learned, takoyaki, chicken burgers, spicy chicken wings, and French fries. Naturally, the employees, who had previously served in the palace, could not dine at the same table as Asha and Hot Muchuin, that a group of them found an excuse to move the table and hid in the kitchen, munching on spicy chicken burgers while waiting to serve their masters. Freshening up in the employee restroom, Hot Muchuin was acutely aware of the unease among the staff. The Khan was too noble to use their servants' facilities. Yet, he had no desire to carry the scent of sweat and risk Only's disdain. After confirming that he bore no trace of perspiration, he tidied his hair and took a seat at the dining table. Only enthusiastically introduced the upcoming dishes. This is the spicy chicken burger. It's the most popular fast food among young people in our region. Brought over from abroad, that it has an exotic flair and is perfect for a hearty meal. Hot Muchuin carefully unwrapped the delicacy, revealing a curious concoction. 2 soft buns enveloping a slice of lettuce and a piece of golden, crispy chicken that smelled divine. Taking a bite, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and flavorful. This is truly exceptional. That I never knew chicken could taste this good. He proceeded to dip a fry into ketchup, savoring it with delight. This food is incredibly unique. Selling it for 15 coins seems rather low. It should be at least a couple of silver coins. Asha rolled her eyes, exasperated. Uncle Wong is truly unscrupulous for wanting to profit off his 10% commission. Has he no shame? What distinguishes this from killing the chicken to get the egg? Hot Muchuin has moved a considerable number of boxes and is already famished. He devoured several hamburgers in just a few bites. 7 or 8 in one go, leaving the bones of spicy wings piled high on his plate. Despite his rapid eating, he meticulously collected the crumbs with his hands, ensuring the freshly cleaned table and floor remained unblemished. Ainley couldn't help but develop a keen interest in this handsome uncle. Was he truly just a Northern cavalryman? His demeanor, attire, and every aspect of his appearance exuded an air of nobility. After finishing his meal, Asha was forcibly taken back by Chunmei, arranged by Hot Muxuan. Under the pretense that early sleep and wakefulness are beneficial for children, the dozen or so staff members in the shop, displaying great discernment, also paired up to return to the employee dormitory. In the vast establishment, only Hot Muxuan and Enli remained, and the atmosphere began to take on a somewhat sweet and sticky quality. Enli felt a bit uneasy, her toes drawing circles on the ground intermittently. "Aren't you going back, uncle?" Hot Muxuan strolled before the shelves, his long fingers gently gliding over a row of liquor bottles that he scrutinized the labels and selected a bottle of high-proof foreign spirits. "I wish to buy you a bottle of wine. Would you do me the honor of accompanying me to admire the moonlight and share a drink?" Upon hearing this, Enli felt a thrill of excitement. Such a delightful proposition. A handsome man paying for drinks, and she was to enjoy it for free? Just thinking about it made her want to laugh out loud. No, a lady must maintain her composure. One must not appear as if she has never encountered such experiences. Having traversed the world as a supermodel for so many years, she had seen her fair share of handsome men. Yet, this one was undoubtedly the most striking. Enli raised her willow-like brows, elegantly swaying her shoulders. "Isn't it inappropriate? After all, we aren't particularly familiar with one another." Hot Muxuan found her adorably pretentious demeanor quite charming and did not argue. He simply retrieved a gold coin from his pocket. Pinching it between two fingers, he playfully blew on it before presenting it to Enli's ear. "Are we more acquainted now?" As the melodious hum of the gold coin reached her ears, Enli's lips instantly curled into a smile, her eyes gleaming with delight that a handsome man buying her wine, putting in the effort, and even offering her a hefty gold coin. Such fortune, How marvelous! Who would have thought that this charming uncle was quite affluent? How considerate of you, uncle. This is rather embarrassing. Haha. While verbally expressing her embarrassment, her actions were decidedly resolute as she accepted the gold coin, rubbed it against her clothing, and reluctantly held onto it for a while before returning it to Hot Muxuan. "Please take it back. Uncle, it is not easy for anyone to earn a living. I cannot accept this gold coin without having earned it." Having been in Dahuang for a few days, Enli had a good grasp of the local prices. This single gold coin was no trifling sum. It could sustain an ordinary family for a month. Hot Muxuan regarded the little beauty before him with an air of nonchalance. Her reaction was both unexpected and yet entirely within reason that he raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his handsome features. "Not at ease. You seemed quite comfortable when you were trying to deceive me with a counterfeit coin." Enli, feeling guilty, patted her chest. Reputation precedes one. There are pros and cons. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Authentic Su Fu Ji gold coin chocolate. You simply haven't grasped the situation, have you? Hot Muxuan pursed his lips, not confirming or denying her words that he recalled seeing chocolate in romance novels, typically given by girls to boys during courtship. That no, I must try this gold coin chocolate upon returning, that I wonder if it truly tastes like love. With that thought, Hot Muxuan did not press the issue further. He took the bottle of wine and pushed the gold coin back to her. "Take it, consider it a deposit I've left with you." After saying that, he also offered her 2 soft Zhonghua cigarettes. "It's getting late. I would like to escort you to the riverside of Shanjing, if I may." As he spoke, his sun-kissed handsome face inexplicably flushed ever so slightly. This day, Hot Muxuan stubbornly believed that Enli had swum from Shanjing River to the sea and had stealthily resurfaced back in Prenglai Prefecture. He wished to take a leisurely stroll with her to the riverside. Enli, perplexed, thought, why would he want to take her to the riverside? Could it be that he is coveting her soft Zhonghua and hard Yushi, plotting to secretly trap her in a sack? No way. Hot Muxuan's inner thoughts. If snatching a bride were not illegal, I would have acted long ago. No, why would I want to go to the riverside? "Uncle, you should return quickly. It's dangerous for a young man to be out at night. You might attract the attention of nefarious individuals. If men do not uphold their moral values, the nation will be in peril." Moral values, external decorum. Hot Muxuan. Could it be that in her homeland, there exists a complete system of male decorum? Does it include the prohibition of going out at night? What specifically does this moral code entail? Is it about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, or perhaps social etiquette over tea? Hot Mushwan found himself rather troubled. It seemed that upon returning home, he would need to continue his education on the cultural practices of Punlai Prefecture. Since she harbored her own little secrets, he resolved to respect her. With that in mind, he let out a reluctant sigh. Then I shall take my leave. Lee watched him turn around and walk to the door. Look at those broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. She mischievously pulled out her phone, thinking it wouldn't be too much to sneak a picture of his back to flaunt to her friends. Right? However, just as she opened the camera and pressed the shutter, Hot Mushwan unexpectedly turned around, resulting in a full-body shot of him being added to her photo album. And Lee panicked, fumbled to turn off the screen, and hurriedly stuffed her phone in her pocket, desperately trying to maintain her composure. What's wrong? Hot Mushwan gazed deeply at her, as if imprinting her image into his memory. Remember my name, and Lee. You must remember my name, Hot Mushwan. His voice was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of a cello's melodious resonance in a symphony orchestra. The vibration of the strings seemed to resonate within in Lee's heart, intertwining their names into a harmonious melody. It wasn't until his silhouette vanished from her sight that Lee snapped back to reality. Hot Mushwan. What a peculiar name. So, does he take the surname of your Hot Mushwan? Hot Mushwan, holding his cigarettes and liquor, pondered the charming image of her as he returned to the royal palace. After confirming that Asha had not caused any trouble and had gone to bed obediently, he eagerly returned to his chamber. His clothes were sent daily to the laundry. The only one he kept was the one marked with Lee's lipstick, which he cherished and placed beside his pillow. The gold coin chocolate he had bitten in half was tucked inside the pocket of that garment. Hot Mushwan carefully lifted his outer garment, ensuring that the sweet lip imprint remained intact. He reached into his pocket to feel the chocolate, only to find it sticky. Hot Mushwan quickly withdrew his hand, noticing it was smeared with some inky substance. How to put this? It looked downright eye-watering. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet why was little Jiao Jiao always teasing him? Poor Hot Mushwan had no idea that chocolate melts. He had wrapped it in his clothing, treating it like a treasure, and placed it by his bedside. Now, his immediate concern was to wash his hands. Hot Mushwan didn't want to use his own towel. It seemed rather dubious that as he stepped out of his chamber, he bumped into the patrolling guard, Chu San. In recent days, Chu San had been mired in guilt over the poisonous mushroom incident he had caused. Upon seeing his Khan, he approached with a concerned demeanor. Khan, why are you still awake? As he drew near, Hot Mushwan, despite trying to hide his hands behind his back, was spotted by the observant Chu San. Khan, if you need paper after using the restroom, just call someone. All the servants in the palace are here to serve you. Hot Mushwan could no longer bear to listen. Chu San's loud voice was akin to a trumpet announcing his affairs throughout the entire capital. Chapter 34. The Inquisitive Guard. Chu Air. At this moment, Hot Mushwan felt that no explanation could suffice. Chu San, pinching his nose, found himself at a loss. He knew his Khan was particular about his demeanor. Yet lately, his behavior had seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that the toxins from the poisonous mushrooms had not yet been fully purged from his system? This was truly alarming. Had he become the pariah of Dahuang? No, he must summon the palace physician to examine the situation. With that thought, Chu San pulled out some grass paper from his pocket. Khan, please wipe yourself, that I will fetch the physician to come and take a look. Rejuvenated by the tumultuous encounter, Ramuchuan felt a surge of indignation as he pressed his chocolate-covered hand firmly against Chu San's face, releasing his pent-up frustration with a few vigorous rubs. This action nearly sent Chuzan's spirit soaring away in fright. Your Majesty, I cannot endure this, he exclaimed, intending to retreat to the restroom for a moment of solitude. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Chu San sensed something amiss. Instead of the anticipated foul odor, a sweet aroma wafted up, tinged with a delicate richness. Stunned, Chu San blurted, Your Majesty, have you developed diabetes? Ramuchuan regarded him with an expression of incredulity, as if contemplating the folly of his companion's intellect. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Chuzan's gleaming, bald head. It seems you have not engaged in battle for far too long. Your lack of wisdom is rearing its head once again. I have yet to settle the score for the incident with the poisonous mushrooms. And now you dare to be mischievous? After receiving the blow to the back of his head, Chuzan's mind cleared in an instant. Your Majesty, have you indulged in pastries recently? Ramuchuan nodded, then shook his head. This was given to me by your esteemed lady. something called chocolate. When I received it, it was in solid pieces, yet today it resembles a sweet paste. Tell me, is she toying with me? Chusan extended his tongue, laboriously licking the chocolate that had smudged his lips, pondering aloud, Your Majesty, this appears to be a confectionery. With the recent heat, it likely melted. Do you not think so negatively? Perhaps your lady is infatuated with your masculine charm, dreaming of you and losing sleep over it. After washing his hands, Ramuchuan maintained his stoic demeanor, yet his tone betrayed a hint of amusement. Chusan, do not speak such nonsense. Recognizing he had struck a chord with his sovereign, Chusan hastily wiped his face with damp paper and leaned closer to Ramuchuan's ear. Your Majesty, upon my arrival in the vast world, I overheard some children say that if one frequently dreams of a person, it signifies that they too are thinking of you. Once Ramuchuan had tidied himself, he reclined on his bed, yet Chusan's words lingered in his mind, stirring a tempest of emotions, with a cigarette casually dangling from his left hand. Smoke entwined with the soothing incense from the bedside burner, he closed his eyes, attempting to meditate, but his thoughts were tumultuous until the cigarette burned away to ash, prompting him to slowly open his deep, narrow eyes. Rather than dwell in uncertainty, I ought to immerse myself in study. With a sudden burst of energy, he sat upright, leaning against a pillow. Snuffing out the cigarette, he retrieved the phone confiscated from Ashana and opened a guide on zodiac compatibility. Engrossed in its contents, according to the calendar, he was born during the transition from spring to summer, placing him under the sign of Aries, that he recalled eavesdropping on a conversation between Onli and Ashana, where it was mentioned that she was a Pisces. Ramuchuan rubbed his slightly stubbled chin, pondering whether her status as a Pisces was simply due to her March birth, or if all merfolk were destined to be Pisces. Such musings were worthy of contemplation. Thus, Ramuchuan held his phone in one hand, studying the zodiac compendium, while his other hand cradled a tome filled with tales of the deep sea, flipping through accounts of merfolk. Outside, the sentry Chua, who was patrolling in tandem with Chusan, glanced up at the moon hanging high in the sky. The palace, devoid of the daytime bustle, was enveloped in the faint sounds of cicadas and other insects, with even the bothersome croaks of frogs silenced, as the palace pond had been recently filled with seawater. All the courtyards had extinguished their lights, save for the warm glow emanating from the Khan's sleeping quarters. Recently, Ramuchuan had become remarkably studious, transporting entire boxes of books from the palace library. Even at this late hour, he was still burning the midnight oil, truly embodying the adage that one learns as long as one lives. Chua was in awe, deeply moved, and rubbed his eyes. He resolved to keep pace with his sovereign's dedication to learning, refusing to be as tongue-tied as his third brother, who could barely articulate his thoughts. Determined not to be like his brother, who often fumbled to express himself and ended up muttering vague exclamations, Chua glanced at the flickering lights of the Khan's chamber, clenched his fists, and steeled his resolve. I shall begin my studies now. With that thought, he squatted by the door of the chamber, utilizing the light from a lantern above to pull a book from his robes and read with great interest, occasionally chuckling to himself. After a prolonged examination of the zodiac, Ramuchuan found himself more bewildered than ever, but he sighed heavily, just as he was about to light a cigarette to ease his mind, when he detected faint laughter emanating from the doorway. Who could be so brazen as to loiter outside his chamber at such a late hour, chuckling so mischievously? Stepping down from the bed, he tightened the sash of his robe and moved stealthily toward the door. As he approached the anteroom, he spotted a familiar figure crouched beside a pillar. It dawned on him that the night patrol was being conducted by Chua during the latter half of the night. Chua seemed engrossed in some reading material. Having experienced the clamor of distant enemy hooves during past campaigns, Ramuchuan found it perplexing that Chua, having only recently arrived in the capital, could be so unguarded. As he crept closer, he could not help but wonder about the depth of Chua's newfound diligence. Holding his breath, Ramuchuan peered over Chua's shoulder, and in that moment, he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Chua's head. You rascal! Are you not learning properly? Chua, startled by the sudden reprimand, leapt several feet into the air, instinctively reaching for the soft sword at his waist. Upon recognizing the intruder, he quickly relaxed, donning a sheepish grin. Your Majesty, I didn't realize you were still awake. Ramuchuan snatched the book Chua had attempted to conceal behind his back. What are you reading at this hour? I see you are as mischievous as Chusan. Chewer, feeling guilty, scratched his head, his face flushed. Your Majesty, this was meant as a gift for you, that I observed your earnestness in study and did not wish to disturb you. Ramuchuan felt an overwhelming urge to kick Chewer out, declaring, confiscated, back to your patrol. With that, he turned and retreated to his chamber. Chewer was left feeling despondent. This had been a hard-earned acquisition, a sensational comic book he had procured after much pleading and spending of his meager savings. Inside the chamber, Ramuchuan coldly tossed the book onto the table. Jean Ping Mei? Or perhaps the comic version? In the following days, Ramuchuan continuously concocted justifications for his actions. Sometimes he claimed it was for routine inspections. Other times he cited the need to supervise Ashana's diligence, stubbornly refusing to admit that his true intention was to seek out Onli. The entire North D royal household was well aware of his intentions. Early one morning, after a vigorous workout and refreshing bath, Ramuchuan prepared to visit the shop. Observers noted the springtime glow upon his face, confirming the adage that even heroes are not immune to the charms of beauty. On the day of his return to the capital, he had ridden through the streets with a golden seal in hand, yet had never displayed such a joyful visage at the most renowned snack shop. He purchased a bag of sour apricot dried fruit, recalling that it was Onli's favorite treat, but he single-handedly devoured the entire bag by afternoon, unable to fathom how she could relish such tartness. Yet upon reflection, he considered that her penchant for sour might bode well for their future offspring. However, upon arriving at the shop, he was dismayed to find that the enchanting figure he had longed to see was absent. Only the staff and Ashana were bustling about, the shop nearly ready for its grand opening in just a few days. Entering with his hands clasped behind his back, Ramuchuan frowned slightly, his lips pressed together. In Onli's absence, he reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, prompting the shop staff to greet him with deep bows. Long live the Khan. Ashana, spotting her royal uncle, leapt from her seat. Greetings, Uncle Wang. Ramuchuan offered a nearly imperceptible nod. No need for formalities. Over the past few days, everyone had grown accustomed to the peculiar dynamic. Even the cicadas in the tree outside seemed to understand the Khan's infatuation with Onli. Ashana perceived her uncle's awkwardness. Silently scoffing at his demeanor, Uncle Wang once again yearning for something beyond his reach. In her mind, while she acknowledged her uncle's merits, she believed Onli to be a celestial being from Punlai. Far too ethereal for someone as stoic and emotionally distant as her uncle, who was simply too old for such aspirations. With a mere glance from Ramuchuan, Asha instantly shrank back to, I was merely inquiring. Without any ulterior motives, observing her uncle's stubborn demeanor, Asha revealed, Sister Xiaoli has returned home, claiming she has a significant matter to attend to. Upon hearing this, Ramuchuan instinctively straightened his posture, his back taut at a significant matter. What could it possibly be? Is she returning home to get married? The thought was almost unbearable for Ramuchuan. How could he be sidelined without even having secured his entry ticket? Although he had mentally prepared himself, he knew that in Onli's hometown, she was renowned for her beauty, a paragon of grace, much sought after by gentlemen. Yet he was not afraid of any competition. If a little mermaid could transform her fishtail into legs and venture ashore, how could she quietly return home to marry without a word? Asha glanced at her uncle, whose expression shifted like the weather, and couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle, you seem rather anxious. I won't tease you any longer. Sister Xiaoli mentioned she has double happiness. She has received an award and is ranked first among the world's top 100 faces. Most importantly, she said she is going to confront a scoundrel. Ramuchuan found himself baffled by the significance of these accolades, yet since they pertained to Onli, he felt a swell of pride. However, the notion of confronting a scoundrel, a concept he had gleaned from novels, left him uneasy. Had someone once wronged her? The thought ignited an inexplicable pang of sorrow within him, leaving his throat parched. Grabbing a teacup, he gulped down tea, but it did little to quench his discomfort. He fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped it on the table, lit one, and inhaled deeply. When will she return? Asha, fiddling with her bun, replied. Sister Xiaoli said, at the earliest, in 2 days, but beyond that I don't know. Ramuchuan felt restless for a fleeting moment. He considered rushing to the dock to seek her out, yet he was clueless about the location of Punlai Island. His understanding of her seemed woefully inadequate. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. The cigarette burned quickly to the end, prompting him to light another from the stub. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand towards Asha. "Hand me your phone." Upon hearing this, Asha's expression fell. Yet she dared not refuse. "Uncle, please return it to me once you're done. I need to contact Sister Xiaoli as well." Ramuchuan held the phone, half closing his eyes, remaining silent. After finishing his cigarette, he elegantly extinguished the stub and stood to leave. Asha felt increasingly disheartened. Goodness. Now he can't even spare a word. A bandit. A thief. No wonder he can't win over a wife. On another front, the dazzling Fashion Week Awards ceremony commenced, surrounding the red carpet. Media reporters flashed their cameras incessantly. Stars, models, and renowned figures alighted from luxury vehicles, adorned in an array of stunning gowns and dazzling jewelry. The red carpet has always been a battleground devoid of gunfire. Since Onli stepped onto the international runway at the age of 20, her exceptional personal attributes and formidable skills propelled her to the top, securing her a place among the world's top 5 supermodels. In the fashion industry, visibility hinges on popularity. Yet to become a pillar of strength, one must rely on true talent. Among the supermodels currently making waves, Onli enjoys the lowest exposure rate, aside from walking the runway and endorsements. Her presence in interviews and variety shows is virtually non-existent. While entering the modeling world is relatively easy, achieving legendary status is akin to scaling a mountain. Among the few active supermodels at the pinnacle, Onli is undoubtedly the youngest, a true star of tomorrow. After years of honing her craft, she was embarking on her first complete journey through the 4 major fashion weeks that tonight's award ceremony would unveil the winners from the recently concluded fashion weeks. A spectacle rivaling the Oscars in the film industry, broadcasted live worldwide. Everyone was dressed to the nines, lamenting their inability to outshine each other. However, as the ceremony commenced, Onli's designated seat remained conspicuously empty. Beside her, the seat reserved for the currently sought-after CEO of a burgeoning investment firm, Gao Ying, was also unoccupied, in the backstage VIP lounge, a stark contrast to the glamorous attendees outside. Onli donned an elegant black gown, her cascading black hair resting on her shoulders. This gown was not of this year's trend, a simple strapless long dress that accentuated her delicate beauty and innate elegance. The tailored fabric highlighted her perfect curves. From her ample bosom to her slender waist and her lovely hips, the slight fishtail skirt flared gracefully, with a high slit up to mid-thigh to her chest. She pinned a pristine white camellia brooch. The ensemble exuded classic elegance, yet it felt somewhat inappropriate for an award ceremony, appearing overly solemn and tinged with a hint of melancholy. Onli cradled a picture frame, eyes shut, leaning against the sofa. Her expression serene as still water. Beside her, Gao Ying wore a striking black women's suit, her red-soled black heels clicking softly. A camellia brooch adorned her chest as well. The lounge was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Gao Ying alternated between her index and middle fingers, gently tapping the armrest of the sofa. To Li Bao. Even if you don't win Best Female Model, I wouldn't want you to miss this crucial moment in your life. After all, you have your own dreams. Onli kept her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, betraying her current emotions. Eyeing, without a mentor, I cannot hope to achieve any dreams that if I don't win an award. What face do I have to sit in the audience and applaud others? Gao Ying sighed. Onli, while you may appear sweet in private, when it comes to critical matters, you are immovable as a mountain. She picked up the remote control and switched on the television, which was broadcasting the award ceremony just a step away. Onli held the picture framed tightly, still with her eyes closed, as if she were not even a nominee. Gao Ying poured herself a glass of sparkling water, sipping it lightly while her sharp gaze remained fixed on the television screen. The live camera panned over the distinguished guests in the audience. Gao Ying's eyes locked onto 2 men in suits sitting side by side, one in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly air, while the other, appearing to be in his 30s, sported shiny black earrings and a $1 million watch. His expression dark and brooding. Qi Han, He Ling Feng, truly a nest of snakes and rats. Each time they appear, they bring along different female companions. Onli slowly opened her eyes, her once clear gaze now tumultuous with hidden storms. Her beautiful, alluring lips parted, yet her words were sharp. Trash, no matter how beautifully packaged, remains trashed as long as I am here. He Ling Feng's young models will never rise to prominence. Gowing patted Onli's shoulder. Sister, you're already fearsome enough. Which model wouldn't tremble at the thought of sharing the stage with you? Onli raised her hand to cover her face, tears of profound sorrow spilling through her fingers. I am a student of Elena. If I am not excellent enough, I cannot forgive myself. Gowing sighed heavily. Today is truly not a day for celebration. Just then, Xing and Kelly returned from their errand for food and drinks. The four girls, all clad in black, bore their own thoughts that on the screen. The award ceremony was reaching its climax. Next, we shall unveil the much-anticipated Best Female Model Award. Onli glanced at the weather forecast on her phone. Heavy rain was imminent. On the television, the host, brimming with excitement, held the final results in hand, practically spilling over with enthusiasm. The camera tantalizingly focused on the faces of the leading candidates for the award. This year's Best Female Model of Fashion Week is a mixed-blood supermodel from Huaxia, a queen who reached the pinnacle of the fashion world upon her debut. Onli. She is also the first supermodel in history to achieve a Grand Slam at such a rapid pace. In the lounge, the four girls stood up simultaneously, not in excitement or cheers, but with solemn expressions. Onli, in her 12-centimeter heels, took a deep breath. Kelly, rarely serious, stepped forward to gently embrace Onli. To go now, little princess. The war has just begun. At the award ceremony, all eyes were drawn to the vacant seat. The host felt a twinge of awkwardness, but swiftly worked to enliven the atmosphere. Indeed, this was a prestigious award. Let us first applaud and cheer for Onli. Today, we wonder whether our newly crowned queen has come to accept the little golden statuette herself, or if a friend will be accepting it on her behalf. Suddenly, the broadcast cameras simultaneously turned towards the backstage exit, capturing a perfect figure resembling a divine being, gracefully stepping forward in her signature style. She was neither a lotus nor a golden wind. Had it not been for her beauty, she would not have captivated a lifetime. The once lively venue fell into a hushed silence upon her arrival. And no matter how many times one gazes upon her, one cannot help but marvel at the creator's favoritism. As she walked against the stage lights, she appeared as an angel illuminated by a celestial glow. Yet, this angel possessed a face capable of enchanting all. Her alluring eyes, deep as the fabled ocean trenches where sirens dwell, paired with a delicate nose and beautifully shaped lips, could sway hearts with the slightest smile. However, this paragon of purity, nobility, and allure chose to don a solemn black gown on the most significant day of her career. As Onli ascended the stage, the audience finally discerned that she cradled a picture frame in her arms. Inside was an old black and white photograph depicting a refined beauty, embodying both the gentle elegance of an Eastern woman and the striking depth of a Russian one. A bittersweet emotion stirred within the hearts of all present. The woman in the photograph was none other than the world-renowned first-generation supermodel and the first to claim a golden statuette with Eastern lineage, her mentor, the legendary Elena. Tragically, 2 years prior, the world had lost her vibrant life to the depths of the ocean. In the fashion industry, an endless parade of vivid beauties emerged. 730 days and nights were sufficient for the glamorous to forget the once unattainable flower on the high peak. Chapter 37. The heartless are all bookworms in the audience. Chihan stared blankly at the photograph in Onli's hands, his tightening fists betraying his unease. Beside him sat He Lingfeng, the head of Xiangjiang Entertainment, casting a dismissive glance at Chihan. What are you so nervous about, Chi? Despite being over a decade older than he, Chi dared not respond. He Lingfeng scoffed, his gaze fixed on Onli. 4 years had passed since he first encountered this girl, who had then appeared somewhat naive, yet undeniably beautiful to that time. She had won the new Silk Road model competition with her overwhelming prowess, filled with hope that a company would sign her. Yet, who would dare to poach her from He Lingfeng of Xiangjiang Entertainment? Onli waited and waited, watching as less capable models around her found their places while she remained unnoticed. Eventually, she received an olive branch from He Lingfeng, with conditions that were nothing short of enticing. Xiangjiang Entertainment promised to support her wholeheartedly, with only one requirement. She must become his clandestine lover. Onli, with unwavering resolve, rejected him outright and vehemently chastised he, who had come to her dressing room to express his intentions. He Lingfeng had always been pursued by throngs of admirers. He had never before encountered such disrespect. Infuriated, he stormed off and issued a ban against her in the industry. A disobedient woman, no matter how beautiful, would earn him no pity. Little did he know that, trophy in hand yet with no prospects, and Lee encountered the most significant benefactor of her life, Elena. Initially, He Lingfeng thought little of the situation. A newly banned rookie and a former supermodel suffering from severe depression could hardly stir the waters. But he was mistaken. These two women stirred a tempest. Unbeknownst to him, He Lingfeng had begun to subconsciously monitor all news regarding Li. His emotions, once merely a fleeting interest, gradually became a complex mix of feelings he could not fully comprehend. He had signed numerous models under his banner, yet none could compare to the electrifying sensation he felt 4 years ago. The ban had long been lifted, and countless variety shows had sought to invite Li over the years. Yet she seemed completely disinterested at times. He Lingfeng pondered if he had been mistaken from the very beginning that Li stood on stage, holding Elena's photograph. Everyone understood the profound bond of mentorship, friendship, and kinship between Li and Elena, prompting a wave of sighs from the audience. Sensing the somber atmosphere, the host took the initiative to speak that Li, congratulations. At just 22, your career has only just begun, yet you have already achieved a grand slam. And just a few days ago, you topped the global list of the 100 most beautiful faces. Would you care to share your thoughts? Was receiving this statuette unexpected? And Li's piercing gaze cut through the crowd like a sword, landing squarely on He Lingfeng and Chi Han. Feeling guilty, averted his eyes, squirming in discomfort, while He Lingfeng remained unwavering, locking eyes with Li. His gaze held a tumult of emotions, astonishment, reluctance, admiration, and desire. Li graciously accepted the golden statuette from the presenter, leaning closer to the microphone to steady her wavering emotions. Thank you all for your support. This statuette is well-deserved. Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the audience, while others typically offered modesty upon winning. This level of confidence was a first for many. That He Lingfeng lightly stroked his chin, murmuring, that's her style. Not surprising. The host chuckled at Li's boldness. Ha, truly the universe's supermodel, so confident. And Li raised her chin slightly, her gaze surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. Elena's disciple. How could she dare to downplay herself? I appreciate everyone here today for your cheers and applause. The fashion world is indeed filled with stunning talents. And Li's commanding gaze gradually shifted towards Chi Han's companion. Artificial bust, artificial face, and a head resembling a steamed bun. Chi Han was indeed a quintessential phoenix man, even after perching on the Polonia tree. His poor taste revealed his true nature. Perhaps today is a grand occasion, and you think my attire is unsuitable, that I do not wish to dampen anyone's spirits. It is often said that only the new rejoice, while no one hears the old lament. 4 years ago today, I held a trophy, yet was utterly destitute, only to encounter the angel of my life. 2 years ago today, my angel departed to the depths of the sea she loved most. And Li's eyes glistened with tears, her voice thick with emotion, stirring the audience both in the venue and on television. Gently, she caressed the frame containing Elena's photograph. Elena, can you see? Little Li has won an award for you. The host turned away, discreetly wiping her eyes. That Li, do not be saddened. Only those forgotten truly depart. Elena is a legend. She will not be forgotten. So, what are your plans, our universe's supermodel? And Li's large eyes shimmered with glistening tears. I will use the prize money to establish a foundation to aid those suffering from depression. Everyone is welcome to hold me accountable. Thank you for your kindness, allowing me to receive this honor. However, once the ceremony concludes, I will, as usual, decline interviews and attendance at the banquet. That I need to go to the seaside to share this good news with my angel. With that, she bowed deeply to the audience. Due to the live broadcast, social media had already erupted with trending topics. Li crowned Universe Supermodel, and Li accepts award for Elena. However, Li had never shown interest in the sensationalized news churned out by entertainment influencers. I will handle my own affairs, and they can say what they wished, and no matter what they claim, it won't diminish my earnings by a single cent upon returning to her dressing room. And Li politely declined the goodwill of 3 young women. Ladies, let us call it a day, though we have plenty of time ahead. I wish to take a solitary trip to the seaside. Gowing understood that Li was likely feeling down, and Kelly ceased her pleas for celebratory dinners. The 3 ladies silently agreed to leave Li in peace, and Li changed into a comfortable black dress while still adorning the camellia brooch, gently stroking Elena's tender smile in the photograph. Every act of chivalry is often met with betrayal. The heartless are all bookworms. Rest assured, teacher, I will not let Chi Han or He Lingfeng escape unscathed. As she spoke, she picked up her bag and casually tossed the small golden figurine inside. Extracting her car keys, she made her way towards the parking lot. Chapter 38. A call from Dalong. He Lingfeng observed Li exiting the venue and inexplicably found the awards ceremony utterly tedious. Rising from his seat, he intended to leave, but Lin Weiwei, the reigning top model of Yixing Entertainment seated beside him, swiftly grasped his arm. Lingfeng, are you leaving? I still have my nomination award to receive. Who knows what might happen? He Lingfeng withdrew his arm, frowning as he smoothed the creased cuff she had gripped. Do you truly believe you stand a chance of winning? Lin Weiwei felt as though she had been slapped, a burning sensation spreading across her face. Deep down, she was acutely aware of her own prospects. Her natural attributes were merely superior to those of the average person, yet they were still a far cry from the standards of supermodels. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to rely on the reputation of Yixing Entertainment just to barely walk the runway for a subsidiary line of Victoria's Secret, only to be ridiculed online for her thick thighs. Seeing her silent, He Lingfeng smirked dismissively. As long as you know. With that, he strode out of the awards hall without a backward glance. Following the ceremony, a celebratory banquet awaited. The parking lot was deserted at this hour. Emily gazed at the rows of luxury cars, all belonging to the affluent. Her own Ferrari 458 suddenly seemed less appealing. The Rolls-Royce Phantom with plates from Hong Kong, Macau, and Guangdong looked utterly magnificent. Not to mention that the car itself was nearly worth $10 million. Just the license plate could practically buy her a vehicle. Ah, the evils of capitalism. Who knew which magnate owned such a vehicle? Of course, the ownership of such a car had little to do with her. Emily tossed her bag onto the passenger seat. The high heels she wore were sponsored by a brand, and as it was her first time wearing them, they pinched her feet. With each step, she felt a piercing pain. Her skin must have been rubbed raw, leaning against the hood of the Ferrari. She bent down, intending to remove her shoes when her phone rang. Initially reluctant to answer, she glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was Asha calling. Pressing the answer button, she wedged the phone between her neck and shoulder. Asha? On the other end, a deep, magnetic voice responded. It's me, Emily, still propped against the hood, hesitated momentarily as she attempted to slip off her high heels. Uncle Handsome, did you steal Asha's phone? At that moment, Taya Muchuan reclined on a soft couch in his chamber. He had seen in Lee's phone number countless times, memorizing it perfectly. Yet, dialing it took him nearly an hour of hesitation. It had been 2 days since he last saw Lee, and at his age, he finally understood what it meant for days to feel like years. Upon connecting the call and hearing her soft, sweet voice, Taya Muchuan's previously boiling frustration extinguished in an instant. I didn't steal Asha's phone. Where are you right now? Lee gripped the phone tightly, determined, and removed her high heels with a decisive motion. I just received my award. Ouch! It really hurts. There is definitely blood. The wound is somewhat stuck. Taking off the shoe feels like tearing off a piece of flesh. Hearing her sharp intake of breath, Taya Muchuan sensed something was amiss. For the first time, he wished he could see her rather than just hear her voice. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Lee glanced back at her heel, discovering indeed that it was bleeding. In turning around, she also spotted a figure that made her feel as though she had swallowed a fly. Accompanied by the soft sound of dress shoes, He Lingfeng approached her slowly, that he recognized Lee immediately. Her alluring presence accentuating the curve of her slender waist and the well-defined contours of her fitness-toned figure, which hugged her bodycon dress perfectly. Her long, elegant legs were accentuated by the delicate high heels she was now removing. One finger languidly teasing the shoe as she did so. This captivating sight left He Lingfeng momentarily speechless, standing still as he admired her beauty, his heart racing in tandem with the moment. Lee lowered her gaze, feigning ignorance to He Lingfeng's approaching figure. She removed the phone from her neck and gently blew on her injured foot. That I'm fine. It's just a bit of a blister. Taya Muchuan, holding the phone in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other, couldn't help but picture Lee's toes painted in a cinnamon pink, round and adorable. She confidently wore those delicate high heels, each step producing a rhythmic sound as she twirled before him. How could such delicate feet have suffered? Taya Muchuan's throat tightened. How did that happen? Why don't you come back? I have some excellent wound ointment. I can help you apply it. Lee flexed her ankle, stealing a glance at He Lingfeng. who stood 2 meters away, neither too close nor too far. Clad in his ever-expensive suit, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze fixed intently on her, Anne Lee curled her lips in disdain. For years had passed, yet he remained unrelenting. Her charming eyes sparkled with inscrutable intent. "All right, I'll head home soon. You can help me with the ointment then. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss over the phone?" Taya Muchman hesitated briefly before speaking. "Asha mentioned she misses you, that I was just checking when you'd be back." That Anne Lee casually tossed her high heels to the ground and turned to sit atop the hood of her Ferrari. Legs crossed, back straight, and coolly regarding He Lingfeng, a smile devoid of warmth. "Asha misses me? What about you?" Taya Muchman felt overwhelmed by Anne Lee's fervent demeanor today, one that left him at a loss. Snuffing out his cigarette, he gently traced the blood-stained tattoo of a wolf's head on his abdomen, feeling an intense warmth spreading through him. "Well, I miss you too," he confessed, a slight blush creeping up to his ears, causing his sun-kissed skin to take on an almost suspicious hue. Anne Lee, hearing the gravelly timbre of his voice, blinked in surprise. Was it inappropriate to treat Uncle Handsome as a stand-in virtual boyfriend? However, the fleeting guilt at the thought of irritating He Lingfeng vanished. "I miss you too. Once I wrap things up, I'll head home tonight. Wait for me, all right?" Taya Muchman pressed the phone tightly against his chest. Struggling to contain his racing heartbeat, that Anne Lee's words created a fleeting sensation of being in a romantic relationship, igniting a compelling urge within him. "Okay, hurry back, that I've missed you so much these past few days. Every day I think of you, that I should have called you sooner." That Anne Lee's hand trembled slightly around her phone. What was this sudden surge of flirtation? In an instant, she felt somewhat unfaithful. Chapter 39. "I miss you, oh well." She hadn't done anything wrong. Allowing Uncle Handsome to temporarily play the role of a virtual boyfriend didn't amount to any debt she owed. Perhaps she should send him a phone as a gesture to prevent him from stealing Asha's in the future. With this thought, Anne Lee intentionally smiled sweetly. "All right, let us meet soon, that I'm craving some sour apricot candies." Taya Muchman licked his lips. "I bought some already, that I didn't see you at the shop yesterday. I think of you every day, even at night." Anne Lee's heart fluttered uncontrollably. Was she being flirted with? The usually reserved Uncle Handsome, when speaking sweetly, was utterly charming. She felt as if her ears might burst from excitement. And then there was that handsome face that could incite envy in the heavens. He truly knew how to captivate her. Anne Lee giggled shyly, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "Stop it, we can continue this at home later. Let us hang up for now." Yet neither of them ended the call. They lingered in silence for several heartbeats, that Anne Lee could hear his slightly labored breaths. "Why aren't you hanging up?" Taya Muchman, seated before the mirror, meticulously examined his reflection. "That I just want to talk to you more. Listening to you is so comforting." That it felt genuine. Hearing her voice opened every pore in his body, leaving him in a pleasantly tipsy haze. That Anne Lee chuckled softly, playfully chiding, all right, enough of that I'm hanging up now." After pressing the end call button, Anne Lee sighed with relief. The way Uncle Handsome flirted was nearly impossible to withstand. Raising her head, Anne Lee feigned surprise at noticing He Lingfeng. "Oh, Mr. He?" Having overheard her prolonged phone conversation filled with innuendo, He Lingfeng felt a pang of jealousy. His gaze slowly shifted downward, fixated on her slightly bloodied high heels. "Does it hurt?" As she spoke, Anne Lee crouched down, jumping off the engine hood, only to slip her high heels back on. Ouch! It hurt even more, but she couldn't let that show. He Lingfeng noticed her slight frown and hesitated to crouch down as well. That if it hurt, then why wear high heels? Anne Lee lifted her chin, her elegant swan-like neck momentarily entrancing. "He Lingfeng, that Mr. He, your life seems so full of flavor. How could I dare to complain about my runway-worn feet?" He Lingfeng, undeterred by the barbs in her words, replied, "The coastal road has many speed bumps. Your car is difficult to navigate. Perhaps I should give you a ride." With that, he pressed the key fob, and the nearby Rolls-Royce with a three-dimensional license plate blinked its lights in response. Anne Lee pursed her lips, realizing it was his car, that a beast that devours without leaving a bone. No wonder he could afford such an extravagant vehicle. That Mr. He truly was a man of great wealth. Yet, this car had likely carried countless young models before. That I fear it might soil my dress. That He Lingfeng gazed at Anne Lee, his words deliberate and sincere. Not a single one. That Anne Lee chuckled, almost bursting with laughter. "Should I present you with an award? If your little models heard that, they'd surely tear me to shreds." He Lingfeng stepped closer. "Anne Lee, why complicate things? For years ago, I was at fault. Now I wish to pursue you formally, with marriage as the goal. Had Li not skipped dinner, she would have nearly choked at TOB fair. Lingfeng possessed a heartbreakingly handsome face and ample wealth. Any woman pursued by him should feel elated. However, Li understood that beneath his gilded exterior lay a hollow core. His current display of infatuation was merely the bitterness of unfulfilled desire. As Lingfeng approached, Li retrieved a self-defense baton from her bag. With a swift motion, she flicked it open, resting it against his chest to prevent him from advancing further. Mr. He, you've mistaken your words. Society is simple. It is people who are complex. Spare yourself the self-pity. Or else my eyes may recognize you. But this baton does not. Observing the tumultuous emotions flickering across Lingfeng's face, Li poked him gently and slowly retracted the baton. Besides, my boyfriend is waiting for me. Lingfeng grimaced as the baton pressed against him. That you're in a relationship. Li opened the driver's door. What? Is that a problem? You're allowed to have your harem of beauties, but I can't find someone to truly love. With that, she slid into the car and started the engine, the Ferrari roaring with an audacious growl. Lingfeng stood before the car, unmoving. That I do not have a harem of beauties. That Li, I admit my previous ways were wrong. I apologize. It took me 4 years to understand my own heart. Li lowered the window, resting an arm on the ledge. What does that concern me? Mr. He, I advise you not to follow me. Your Rolls-Royce may be more expensive than my Ferrari, but it cannot outrun it. With that, she pressed the accelerator and steered, the car brushing past Lingfeng's coat as it thundered out of the garage. Lingfeng, his expression somber, watched the pink Ferrari disappear into the distance. Emotions swirling within him like a tempest, Li drove through the steadily intensifying rain, arriving at the seaside. Tonight, the ocean appeared as dark as ink, casting an ominous shadow. Without an umbrella, she clutched a photograph and stepped into the downpour. The rain fell heavier, pounding against her face. That in no time, Li's hair and dress were soaked. She wore a black, form-fitting dress with 2 flowing black organza sleeves, draping loosely over her alabaster arms. Despite the high heels, she seemed to forget the pain in her feet. Raising a hand, she gently tucked her damp hair behind her ear. Elena, I have come. Why is it raining so heavily? Don't cry. If you do, you look beautiful. You told me that if one day you were gone, I should come to the seaside to see you. You insisted I must dress beautifully. You never liked the oppressive. Li gazed sorrowfully at the darkened sea, the waves churning with the wind and rain, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder. The rain continued to pour, blurring her vision, making it hard to discern between raindrops and her own tears. You always forbade me from calling you teacher. Yet, all my skills were taught by you. Did you see? I won the little golden statuette today. I miss you so much. Are you well in the sea? You adored mermaids, but I do not. You could have had a better life. Why dance on the edge of a knife for him? Only to dissolve into nothingness. Li covered her face, unable to suppress her sobs. Finally, she sank to the ground, cradling the photograph, and wept openly. Chapter 40. A rare gem, difficult to find a true love. Li knelt in the rain, feeling as though she had been pulled from the depths of the ocean. The sea breeze chilled her, but she scarcely noticed, hugging her knees as her thoughts drifted back for years. 4 years ago. She had barely a few hundred yuan to her name, unable even to afford a ticket home. Winning the new Silk Road model competition had filled her with hope, only to be met with a crushing blow from Lingfeng. Li squatted by the roadside, lost in confusion. Was it truly impossible to survive in this industry without selling one's allure? At that moment, a slender figure, as if at the mercy of the wind, appeared before her. Despite having lost much of her former beauty, it was evident that she had once been a stunning beauty, her skeletal proportions nothing short of perfect. This was the renowned supermodel, Elena, who had once graced the world stage. Sitting by the roadside, Li seemed to evoke a sense of maternal instinct within her. From that day forth, Li found a place to call home, and her college tuition was secured. Elena imparted nearly 3 decades of her modeling wisdom to Li, guiding her step by step in mastering the catwalk and how to pose for photographs. Li, endowed with remarkable talent, blossomed rapidly, soon making her mark in the fashion industry. However, as time passed, Elena's emotional state grew increasingly unstable, often spiraling into fits of hysteria. That at times, she would sit alone, clutching old photographs, laughing and crying in equal measure. it was later that Only learned of Elena's deep, haunting love for a man named Chi Han. When they first met, she was an obscure young model, while he was a disheartened university lecturer. They appeared to be a match made in heaven. A union of talent and beauty. Elena's career skyrocketed, bringing her immense wealth. Chi Han struggled to gain recognition, writing scripts that went unnoticed. Elena selflessly invested her savings into Chi Han's dreams, believing that he would eventually achieve success in the film industry. After years of trials, Chi Han began to gain notoriety. Elena thought they would eventually marry, but unbeknownst to her, Chi Han had begun to resent her, spreading rumors that he had only succeeded due to her influence. He turned to emotional abuse, exhibiting erratic behavior, and sought validation from the women who idolized him. When Elena confronted him, he spun a web of lies, belittling her. Yet when she contemplated leaving him, he would shed crocodile tears, begging her to reconsider. Their tumultuous relationship dragged on for over a decade, entangled in cycles of pain and betrayal, ultimately leading Elena to develop depression, exacerbated by Chi Han's continued emotional torment. She also fell victim to severe anorexia, losing her once breathtaking allure. Ultimately, she succumbed to despair. 2 years ago, on the same day, upon seeing tabloid news of Chi Han with a lesser-known actress, she called for Only, grasping her hand tightly as she rambled incoherently. Only felt an inexplicable sense of dread, fearing she was about to lose her angel. However, for the first time, the usually gentle Elena insisted that Only buy her a bouquet of Louis XIV roses. Only scoured the city to find them, but by the time she returned, Elena had gracefully departed into the depths of the sea, leaving behind a will that bequeathed all her possessions to Only. The Louis XIV roses, once a symbol of profound love gifted by Chi Han, now served only as a reminder of the pain they carried. That day was marked by torrential rain. Only, in her grief, hurled the roses away, attempting to plunge into the ocean, only to be stopped by the police who arrived in response to the commotion. Everyone urged her to grieve in peace, yet Chi Han remained conspicuously absent. Only could not forget how Elena's once dull eyes shone brightly as she reminisced about her cherished moments with Chi Han. Li Bao, I have never known true love in my life. Yet, I still believe in love. Do not fear, but keep your eyes wide open. True treasures are hard to find, and a worthy partner is even rarer. You will undoubtedly discover someone who will cherish you for a lifetime. Only recalled their past walks along the beach, where their tall, elegant figures would stroll side by side, basking in the sea breeze. Now, she was left alone by the shore. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and the pitch-black sky seemed to press down upon the ocean's surface. Only wept uncontrollably, her heart breaking for the injustice of it all. Why did Chi Han thrive while her angel suffered so? Elena had advised her not to harbor hatred towards Chi Han, for deep love does not endure. But how could Only swallow this bitterness? In the distance, 2 vehicles were parked by the roadside. One a Rolls-Royce belonging to He Lingfeng, the other a Mercedes-Benz G-Class owned by Chi Han. The 2 men stood far apart, gazing at the sea, unperturbed by the rain. That He Lingfeng's eyes were filled with unmasked concern as he observed the fragile figure on the shore, while Chi Han tilted his face towards the sky. Allowing the rain to drench his glasses, that He Lingfeng glanced at Chi Han and asked, regretful, "Are we?" Chi Han shut his eyes tightly, his shoulders trembling slightly. That if I said I regretted it, would you believe me? He Lingfeng scoffed. Chi. Late remorse is worth less than weeds. She has let you go, yet you refuse to release her. But Chi Han sighed heavily. Boss He, before advising others, one must first reflect upon oneself that if you truly let her go, you wouldn't be here by the sea today. The 2 men exchanged no further words. Only remained by the shore, unaware of how long she had been crouched there, lost in her sorrow, until darkness enveloped her. Just then her phone rang. Only hesitated for several seconds before slowly retrieving it. That it was Asha's number. The rain continued to pour, and the screen quickly became soaked, rendering the call impossible to answer. Meanwhile, He Myukyuan had meticulously prepared himself. Adorned in a black robe embroidered with gold, the left ear adorned with an obsidian earring steeped in Northern D tradition. His hair was neatly styled, and he wore a headband in one hand. He held a large bag of sour apricot candies, and in the other, a cigarette, with a pouch of ointment tucked under his arm. But he stood at the entrance of Only's courtyard, waiting for nearly an hour. The cigarette butts littered the ground, yet Only's figure remained absent. Feeling restless, Myukyun pondered the situation, wondering why Onli had not yet arrived. As night fell, he decided to call her. The rings echoed for what felt like an eternity, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to set sail into the tumultuous sea of emotions. Finally, the call connected. Onli, back in her car, wiped the phone screen dry with a tissue before answering. Uncle Myukyun could hear the rain and the tremor in Onli's voice, which tugged painfully at his heart. What happened? Who is troubling you? Where are you? Tell me, and I will come to get you. Onli activated the windshield wipers, gazing out at the torrential downpour. Uncle, I am by the sea. Myukyun lit a cigarette, his voice low, yet filled with a tenderness that lingered. All right, how long will it take if I come by boat? I can hear the rain on your end. Perhaps you should return home and wait for me. I will let you know once I reach the shore. Onli gently caressed the steering wheel of her Ferrari. Uncle, thank you, but you can't reach me by boat. Myukyun crushed the cigarette, but beneath his foot, a surge of frustration igniting within him. Why can't I reach you? Why are you avoiding me? At that moment, Onli felt a chill run down her spine. Due to Elena's situation, her mood was far from pleasant, and she responded curtly, I am not avoiding you. Why do you insist on seeing me? Myukyun frowned deeply, taken aback by her tone. When you expressed your longing for him. It was not with this attitude. Why are you angry? You can come to Delong if you wish to see me, but I don't even know where to find you, Onli said, her mouth opening as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Myukyun felt a rush of pent-up emotions. He was not known for his patience, yet he always managed to remain calm around her. Onli, I miss you. Did I truly miss you? Did I can't explain why. But I long to see you. That if I knew where to look for you, I wouldn't trouble you. His simple yet profound yearning struck a chord within Onli, causing her ears to flush with warmth as she lightly tapped the back of her phone. All right, uncle, that I shall arrive shortly. For reasons unknown, Onli suddenly found herself longing for the taciturn yet handsome uncle. She parked the car in a secluded lot and turned off the engine, touching her wrist. Onli found herself in her small courtyard in Dahuan. Lighting the candles, she looked down to see a tall and robust figure standing in the yard. How did he get in? Did he crawl through the dog hole or scale the courtyard wall? With her hair and dress damp, Onli hurriedly descended the stairs in her high heels, clattering down. Uncle, you. Muchuan gazed at Onli, who appeared to have just emerged from the sea, her entire being drenched, with droplets of water glistening at the ends of her hair. His previously irritated mood dissipated in an instant. Such a captivating beauty had traversed the ocean simply because he had expressed that he missed her. What right did he have to be angry? He was nothing but an ungrateful wretch. With this thought, Muchuan raised his hand and lightly slapped his own face. Li, what is wrong? Before she could voice her surprise, Muchuan lifted his hand and began unbuttoning his shirt one by one. As he approached her, his towering figure exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Li watched him open his shirt, revealing a sun-kissed chest with a subtly throbbing Adam's apple and barely visible collarbones, along with firm pectorals and a flawless, textbook-like abdomen. She felt an extraordinary visual impact that made her forget to shield her eyes. Instinctively, she began to retreat. However, with every step she took back, Muchuan advanced forward. He remained silent, simply gazing at her, leisurely unfastening his buttons until Onli found herself without any recourse, her calves pressed against the edge of a lounge chair. With a misstep, she tumbled into the chair, then her Muchuan's lips curled slightly. What was she so flustered about? Cowering in the lounge chair, looking pitiful, all the buttons were now undone. Li bit her lip. Nestled in the shadow cast by Muchuan, her heart racing uncontrollably. What to do in such a critical moment? The best method was to close her eyes. Muchuan removed his shirt and gently draped it over Li's shoulders. Still glistening with droplets of water, but he stood above her, amused by the tumultuous expressions flitting across her face. What was she thinking? Apologies, I'm afraid of the heat, and didn't wear an undershirt. Li felt a tickling sensation on her shoulder, dazedly lifting her head, only to meet the sight of Muchuan half-naked. Her heart skipped a beat. The word handsome had grown tiresome to her. Yet she felt compelled to utter it. A modern woman has seen various scenes in her travels. However, she had never encountered a situation quite like this one. Her slender shoulders were concealed beneath the oversized garment, accentuating her delicate features. Muchuan observed the blush blooming on Li's face. Her naturally fair and exquisite complexion now resembled a ripe, luscious peach. Unable to restrain himself, Ri Muchuan gently licked his lips. Was he serious? And Li instinctively nodded but quickly realized her folly and frantically shook her head. Utterly bewildered by what her uncle was suggesting, Ri Muchuan slowly crouched down, retrieving some ointment from a nearby stone table. With a firm yet gentle grip, he seized in Li's ankle, which was surprisingly slender, barely fitting in his grasp. His coarse thumb unconsciously caressed her delicate skin, smoother and more lustrous than silk. For a moment, he became entranced, his gaze fixated on her soft, pale ankle, his throat moving subtly. His palm was warm, causing Enli to desperately wish to withdraw her ankle, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. She secretly exerted herself, yet his grip remained steadfast. Ri Muchuan, with his head bowed, allowed his robust shoulders to rise and fall slightly, that he dared not lift his gaze, fearing that the beast within might break free. You mentioned earlier that I should help you apply the medicine. His voice remained as deep and melodious as ever, now tinged with a hint of huskiness, as if to reassure Enli of his sincerity. He added, a few years ago, I was injured on the battlefield and used this ointment. You see, I bear no scars. Chapter 42. Men are not worthy of trust indeed. He bore no scars on his body. Noticing Enli seemed to relax slightly, Ri Muchuan gently tugged her ankle forward. Such beautiful feet must not bear scars. With that, he deftly opened the ointment bottle, dipped his fingertip into the salve, and slowly applied it to Enli's small wound with tenderness and reverence. The cool sensation of the ointment inexplicably soothed Enli's anxious heart. Thank you, uncle. Ri Muchuan's fingers glided gently. Yet he dared not raise his head, feigning calmness. Thank you for what? You mustn't put yourself in such a predicament again. Are you cold? Would you like to take a shower first? Afterward, I can apply the medicine. In the sweltering summer heat, what was there to be cold about? Not a bit. Was he trying to deceive her into bathing and then do something unspeakable? TSK. How foolish he had been to feel moved for a brief moment. Sensing Enli's disconcerted gaze, Ri Muchuan quickly diverted the topic, that if you're not cold, then it's nothing that I heard from a Shah that you receive an award. Why do you seem so unhappy? Did you not win first place? The mention of Elena caused a dull pain in Enli's heart. She raised her hand to cover her face, exuding an aura of sorrow. Ri Muchuan assumed she genuinely hadn't won a prize. Don't be disheartened. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. I in my eyes. You are the most exceptional. Enli, still covering her face, spoke in a muffled tone. No. Tonight, I have already become a legend. Ri Muchuan recalled the delicate characters he had seen on the portrait he picked up. Her aspiration was to become a legend. If she had achieved her wish, then why was she not happy? Shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? What is bothering you? Please, share it with me. His voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, inexplicably instilling a sense of security. Because I feel pity for the previous legend. Sighing, she added, forget it. You wouldn't understand. Men are all worthless. Ri Muchuan. He hadn't done anything, so why was he deemed unworthy? With a surprising patience he didn't know he possessed. He stroked his chin to Diotel. Which man has wronged you? I'll help you deal with him. As he spoke, a pang of jealousy surged within him. Enli looked at the powerful muscles of Ri Muchuan's arms and was suddenly amused. That 1-2.1 punch from you would leave him on the ground, and I hope Chi-Han. That weakling. Doesn't Ri Muchuan lifted his gaze, the depths of his dark eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Then why do you like weaklings? Enli bristled, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Comparing her to Chi-Han was a grave insult. Please, uncle, which of your eyes saw me liking weaklings? Historically, fierce women have always favored strong men, using biceps as pillows, chests as cushions, and frolicking upon 8-pack abs. What could be more delightful? What use is a pretty boy? Tanned, muscular men are the real deal. As she spoke, Enli suddenly felt something amiss. Why did it seem as if she were describing her handsome uncle? Oh no, it was all his fault for being too handsome, unbeknownst to her. Her standards of beauty had been elevated. Ri Muchuan, listening intently, couldn't help but smile, his grin gradually widening. What a coincidence. I happen to possess biceps, pectorals, and abs. I am renowned as the Huan's muscular man. Enli's head drooped to her chest. Regardless, only Elena would ever like someone like Chi-Han Dido, So he is not your beloved? Ri Muchuan felt as if he had taken a roller coaster ride, experiencing a whirlwind of emotions in mere minutes. Li, having suppressed her emotions all day, no longer held back. The best way to release her feelings was to express them. And her handsome uncle, an outsider, was the perfect listener that her Muchuan brought a towel to Li, sitting beside her on the stone bench. Here, dry your hair. You can catch a cold in summer too. That he sat quietly beside her, lit a cigarette, and adopted a listening posture. That Li draped the towel over her head and pouted. Men, they are all too practical. When there are no options, they act devoted. Once they soar to success, they forget the ones who stood by them. Frolicking in the wildflowers outside, that her Muchuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Non-committal. Point one cannot generalize. Trash exists everywhere. That I asked this Elena your friend? And Li rolled her eyes. No, she is my teacher, my kin, the light of my life. She is an extraordinarily beautiful woman, the former universe supermodel. It's a pity that Chi Han, that wretched fellow, was ungrateful, causing her sincere heart to go astray. Ri Muchuan exhaled a plume of smoke, resting his elbows on his knees. Then find someone else. If she is indeed extraordinary, why hang yourself on a single tree? Into Huan, openly keeping a mistress is punishable by public humiliation. And Li, astonished, propped her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Ri Muchuan. Uncle, is your thinking so avant-garde? Alas, my goddess has already returned to the embrace of the sea. Upon hearing this, Ri Muchuan felt a tightening in his heart. Could it be that her teacher, like her, was also a mermaid? And Li, lost in her sorrow, failed to notice the fleeting surprise in Ri Muchuan's eyes. She loved the ocean so deeply, wherever she came from. She should return there. It is often said that the ocean can heal all wounds. Pointing to her chest, she spoke with a quiver in her voice. Yet, the heart that has been ravaged by Chi Han is beyond repair. I have truly lost her. She has vanished like the princess of the sea, turning into mere foam upon the waves. That Muchuan struggled to digest this information. That so, mermaids could heal their wounds by returning to the sea. But Li's teacher had suffered a profound emotional injury, leading to her untimely demise. Turning his head to observe Li's tear-laden lashes, trembling slightly, he found the comforting words that hovered on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. He had always been taciturn, unskilled in the art of consolation, and was utterly at a loss for how to comfort her. After a prolonged silence, he crouched down to examine the abrasions on Li's delicate ankles, gently applying another layer of ointment. Although it seemed futile since she would heal upon returning to the sea, he felt an uncontrollable urge to do something for her that the ointment absorbed. He applied more, determined to ensure her swift recovery. His gaze was fervent, casting a soft pink hue wherever it lingered. Li felt the atmosphere becoming suffocating, prompting her to remove her oversized outer garment. Uncle, here, take my clothes. That Muchuan lifted his gaze to her lush, enticing lips, his hand moving unconsciously from her ankle, gliding slowly upward, brushing along her slender calf, resting upon her knee. Both were momentarily taken aback. Li hastily shifted her knee away. Uncle, it's getting late. That Muchuan stared blankly at her lips, which opened and closed, his breath quickening. He hastily grabbed his outer garment, slipping it on in a flurry before turning away, leaving without a backward glance, his retreat imbued with a sense of hurried escape. Chapter 43. Love is like lightning. Fleeting and elusive, Ri Muchuan clutched his abdomen, staggering along the official road. He was at a loss as to what was happening to him. That in that fleeting moment, he had nearly lost control. He feared his own impulsiveness, worried that his reckless actions would yield consequences he could not bear. Trembling, he released his grip on his clothing, casting a frightened glance around. The anxiety of that moment was unfamiliar to him, even during his solitary battle against ambushes on the snowy mountains with Xiaozong. He had never felt so unsettled. It was only upon reaching the gates of the royal residence, gazing at the familiar archway, that Ri Muchuan breathed a sigh of relief. That he looked up at the sky, where the moonlight was particularly intoxicating that night. The moon is but a visitor in this world, while you, my dear, are a rare beauty. That he felt as though he had lost his sanity, truly lost it. Yet he did not wish to be the only one consumed by madness. Li too seemed puzzled by his peculiar demeanor. Isn't Uncle's nature rather strange? Just a moment ago, he was tenderly applying ointment to my wounds. And though his gaze bore an undeniable intensity, how could he run off the very next second? Li found herself too apathetic to dissect his thoughts, knowing that men only serve to hinder a woman's swift actions. Back then, Chi-Han would always use work and social engagements as excuses, disappearing for days on end. Elena, despite her poor mental state, spoke with profound wisdom. She said, if someone truly cares for you, how could they bear to make you guess their thoughts? Even if separated by mountains and seas, they would come rushing to your side, and they would feel pained at the thought of you taking another step. She lamented her inability to move mountains and fill seas. Sigh, how can one be so enlightened yet blind in the presence of that scoundrel Chi-Han? In the following days, Li refrained from exploiting her award for publicity. Instead, she granted herself a brief respite. Busily preparing for the grand opening of the store she had nurtured with great care. The next day was the ribbon-cutting ceremony, and Asha, unusually not whisked away early, accompanied Li. The two young women excitedly sat in the second-floor parlor of the shop, Li resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling like stars. They discussed their future with unbridled enthusiasm, as though they had already ascended the ranks of the wealthy. From earnings, they ventured into dreams. And eventually, they broached the topic of romance. Asha, the quintessential gossip enthusiast, listened intently as Li recounted the tale of her teacher, Elena, sharing old photographs. What had once been a bright and cheerful girl now seemed steeped in melancholy. Sister Li, why did this lady ultimately lose hope? What merits does that scoundrel Chi hold? A fickle man is no more than refuse to be discarded. Li slammed her hand on the table, rolling up her sleeves. Let the class begin, for this is the peril of being Pua. When you have but one man, you are certainly unhappy, but when you lack a man, or are surrounded by a multitude, you will find immense joy. Asha gazed at Li with an almost reverent admiration. Though the culture in Dahuan was open-minded, never had a woman spoken such bold words. Yet neither of them heard the muffled coughs emanating from the grand tree outside. Ri Mu Chuan, for days, had not dared to openly seek Li, but could not suppress the tumult in his heart. He donned a fitted outfit, stealthily hiding in a tree, stealing glances at her from afar. After all, he could see her clearly from this vantage point. Aside from the heat, the incessant chirping of cicadas posed no other issues. Perched on a sturdy branch with a cigarette in hand, he was taken aback to overhear Li's audacious declarations. She desired a harem of men? Ri Mu Chuan, incensed, choked on the smoke. Before he could recover, he saw Li animatedly gesturing, shaking her head. When I tire of living alone, I will seek a circle of tall, muscular men standing around to shield me from the sun. Dear sister, pursue passion without attachment. I want them to sing, love is like lightning, fleeting and capricious. Ri Mu Chuan's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his typically resolute features. How could she harbor such brazen and perilous thoughts? Why did ordinary women yearn for a lifelong partner, yet she craved multiple husbands? This woman, how greedy, how restless. It would be an affront to her to be tethered. Inside, Li was brimming with confidence, prompting Asha to swallow hard, cautiously inquiring, what about my uncle? What will he do? And Li, caught up in her excitement, initially failed to respond. With a thump of her thigh, she exclaimed, why should we fear your uncle? Trusting gods and ghosts is all well and good, but never believe the words of an old man. Old men have encountered more flirtations than we have felt abs. Of course, I have never felt abs, but that doesn't hinder my understanding. Asha regarded Li, who was captivating to the point of being mesmerizing. And a peculiar phrase popped into her mind. Fresh clothes and spirited horses, youthful and reckless. Sister Li, my uncle has no such flirtations. Since that day when a hint of ambiguity lingered between them, and Li had not seen Ri Mu Chuan again, that a sense of inexplicable obstruction filled her heart, prompting her to shake her head fiercely as if trying to dispel her strange thoughts. You are still a child. He cannot let you know. Moreover, consider this. Your uncle, now without power or influence, spends his days idly bullying the elderly and children that if one day he were to strike it rich, gaining military accolades and rising to the rank of general, he might completely forget the bonds of today. Perhaps he would proudly adorn himself with a bright red flower, playing the role of prince consort to a princess. Asha looked at Li as if she were a fool, bewildered by her line of thinking. Sister Li, your logic is truly extraordinary. How can I explain this? She is a princess. For my uncle to be her prince consort, Wouldn't that be utter chaos? Dazed, Emily continued to fervently expound her views that I am a woman standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, that if one day I were to fall in love, he must be a paragon of heroism, that he must be able to pluck stars from the sky for me, steadfast and true. He must be the most unique man in this world, capable of standing beside me. Asha observed the uncontainable yearning in Lee's eyes and sighed softly, that I in truth, Sister Lee, you too long for a sweet romance, don't you? It's all that scoundrel Chi Han and He Ling Feng's fault. Their misdeeds have become an obstacle for Uncle Wong. When I finally encounter them, I shall chop them up and turn them into dumplings. Asha, with a fierce determination, bit down on her teeth. Chapter 44. A prosperous opening for the Punlai Pavilion. The following morning, at an auspicious hour, amidst the vibrant sounds of drums and suona, the red cloth covering the largest storefront sign in Jingjing was unveiled. The foundation, a deep azure, was intricately bordered with exquisite cloud patterns. At its center were three robust characters. Punlai Pavilion. Adjacent to it was an embossed seal, distinctly marked with the emblem of the Beatty royal household that a few days prior, the guard Chui had visited the shop and specifically inquired about Onli's thoughts on the store's name. After receiving her answer, he promptly commissioned this plaque as a gift for the grand opening, which bore the personal inscription of the Khan himself. Onli had donned a carefully prepared red dress early in the morning, linking arms with Asha, who was also clad in vibrant red attire. Together, they, along with the shop's staff, joyfully set off firecrackers, the sounds crackling in the air, accompanied by the scattering of red paper shreds. Onli held Asha's hand, their laughter ringing out amidst the festive atmosphere and faint scent of gunpowder, their faces radiating uncontainable joy as they distributed a heap of red envelopes to the eager onlookers of all ages. This was all in pursuit of good fortune. Standing at the entrance, Onli herself was the finest advertisement that as the last red envelope was given out and the shop door swung open, a bustling crowd surged in. As if they believed everything was free today. Everyone from the capital, available that day, flocked to witness the wonders arriving from Punlai Island. For those who looked, it was as if a new world had been unveiled. The phrases excellent quality and affordable prices were indeed realized in Onli's establishment, now referred to as manager and it was true what the old adage said. Those of beauty often possess kind hearts. Onli's beauty rendered flowers pale in comparison, and her kindness was equally remarkable. She generously displayed an array of delicately portioned delicacies within the shop, and regardless of whether customers intended to purchase. The staff warmly invited them to sample the offerings that Tio Taste was to unlock a new realm of flavors. The seemingly intricate noodle soup was fragrant and inviting. Surprisingly, the noodles required no boiling. Merely soaking in hot water with the included seasoning packets transformed them into a delicious dish. Priced at just 5 won per packet, it was even cheaper than those at noodle shops. Moreover, purchasing 10 packets at once came with a complimentary sausage. It was practically a steal, not to mention the diverse array of candies, pastries, and an assortment of cosmetics, along with jewelry that glimmered with exceptional quality. Even the tissues sold in the shop were as soft as silk. The entire first floor had been transformed by Onli into a small supermarket, with goods flying off the shelves at a visible pace. At the entrance, a cashier dispatched from the Beatty royal household was rapidly clicking the abacus, the sound echoing like firecrackers, with one hand tallying cash and the other moving swiftly over the beads. He tossed the money into a box at his feet. The Tio put it simply, by mid-morning, the large cash box had already filled to the brim. The shop staff were busily engaged. Those on the first floor enthusiastically promoted the products, while the second-floor dining area was already bustling with another round of table turnovers. The kitchen was in a flurry, wishing for 3 heads and 6 arms to expedite the frying of a new batch of spicy chicken wings. Even the beverage counter at the entrance had formed a long queue, where for just 5 won, one could purchase a refreshing and delicious drink. There were bubbling, dark yet sweet sodas, fruit juices far superior to ordinary orange juice, and rich, fragrant milk tea. In no time, the entire capital was abuzz with excitement. Everyone unanimously believed that manager and was seizing this opportunity for charitable endeavors under the guise of business. Otherwise, they could hardly fathom how such delightful treasures could be offered at such low prices. On the first day of opening, Onli had underestimated the enthusiasm of the people of Dahuang. Many aunties surrounded her, beaming with maternal smiles, pulling her aside to ask numerous questions, inquiring about her age, her family size, and even presenting portraits of their sons for potential matches. Only, clutching a thick stack of images, felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness, having glanced at them with limited interest, while each depicted strikingly handsome youths. She felt they lacked a certain charm. A familiar face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Sharp eyebrows, eyes like cold stars, well-defined features, and a hint of an imperious smile at the corner of his mouth. Only pinched her own cheek, reprimanding herself for such thoughts. Today was her momentous day. She should not dwell on distractions. Even as she assured herself, Only still feigned indifference while observing the throngs of customers. He stood out so distinctly that if he were present, she would notice him at first glance. Yet, he did not come that he was aware that today marked the grand opening of the Prunlai Pavilion. Yet he remained absent. For the past few days, he had seemed to vanish from the earthly realm. Seizing a moment to catch her breath, Only retreated to the break room for a sip of water. Her gaze caught by the lipstick mark on her paper cup, lost in thought. She wondered if the mark on his collar had been washed away. With a self-deprecating smile, she scolded herself for being so shallow, reminding herself that she had promised not to let men distract her. Resolute, Only retrieved her bag from the cabinet, taking out her lipstick for a quick touch-up, only to suddenly realize a pressing issue. Where had the small photo charm on her keychain disappeared to? Oh well, it didn't matter when it had gone missing. With her constant comings and goings, finding it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, that it wasn't anything of great value. Just as she tucked her lipstick away, Asha entered with 2 exhausted staff members, their faces glistening with sweat. Little Sister Lee, we're truly going to strike it rich. I've experienced the sensation of earning gold by the day. Asha exclaimed, her youthful face flushed with excitement, that I feel a bit overwhelmed to possess such wealth at my young age. Only affectionately patted Asha's slightly rosy cheeks, but it's just the beginning. Asha needed to quickly acclimate to this newfound fortune. By the way, have we sold any phones today? Asha's initially jubilant expression suddenly fell. Among the visitors today were several affluent young gentlemen and ladies, and the staff were tirelessly promoting the phones. However, despite the interest, everyone seemed hesitant. After all, a phone was a considerable investment, equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary person. Coupled with the phone's seemingly mysterious functions, the crowd exchanged glances, none willing to be the first to reach for their wallets. Chapter 45, a major deal. Although Only felt a twinge of frustration, she reassured herself that introducing modern concepts to ancient minds would take time. Besides, phones were not cheap, even in the modern world. Many people opted for installment plans to acquire new devices that it was entirely reasonable for them to deliver it. What astonished Only further was that despite the bustling activity throughout the morning, not a single item had been stolen. Nor had anyone attempted any shady dealings. Was the integrity of the Dahuang people truly so commendable? It felt almost as if her shop was a haven of safety. Unbeknownst to Only, not far from the Prunlai Pavilion, on a rooftop, a familiar figure sat with a cigarette in hand, observing her from a distance. Tayamachuan lounged in a shaded spot, surrounded by several large paper bags filled with goods recently purchased from the Prunlai Pavilion by the guards. He methodically opened various cigarette boxes, testing each one. Through this trial, it seems this brand called Zhonghua is the best, he mused, his expression somewhat conflicted as he toyed with the cigarette box in his hand. Meanwhile, the guards making repeated trips were struggling to keep up. Your Majesty, why are you hesitating? If you miss her, just go see her, Chusher urged, wiping the sweat from his brow. Staying hidden won't help you get to know her better. Chur chimed in, equally concerned. Indeed, Your Majesty, it would be unreasonable not to show yourself today, Chusher added. The princess just complained that no one was buying phones. Tayamachuan remained silent, squinting as he gazed through the curling smoke from his cigarette, fixated on the radiant red figure at the entrance of the Prunlai Pavilion. Today, she appeared particularly festive, her smile as bright as the day itself, that it truly was a splendid occasion, filled with firecrackers. A Swana band and red envelopes. Tayamachuan, cigarette in mouth, couldn't he help but wonder. Once they were wed, would Only also joyfully distribute red envelopes amidst the sound of firecrackers, just as she did today? I must say, she looks absolutely stunning in her ED. It is not that he does not wish to see in Lee. Rather, the chaos following that day's loss of control leaves him with lingering trepidation. He has crossed a line, unsure whether Li is upset with him or if he can rein in his own impulses that he resolves to wait a few days, allowing her temper to cool before seeking her out. With this thought, Rim carelessly flicks away his cigarette and retrieves a silver note from his pocket. On the first day of the new year, our Northern D Royal Palace ought to be equipped with mobile phones. Upon glancing at the silver note, Chuyi raises his head in disbelief to look at his con. What is this? Rim nods slightly. Point one for each person that a cheer erupts from several guards, who whistle and dash towards the Pernlai Pavilion. They may be oblivious, but they know full well the significance of this. Mobile phones are indeed a splendid acquisition. Despite their steep price, they are undeniably worthwhile, now that the Khan is footing the bill. Who would refuse? The group links arms, beaming as they enter the Pernlai Pavilion. Upon stepping inside, they collide with Li, who is busy counting money. Li recognizes Chuyi, mistaking him for an inspector sent on official business. With a smile, she places her right hand over her heart and performs a grand greeting typical of the Northern D grasslands. Is it Lord Chuyi who has arrived? Chuyi promptly returns the gesture. Master, you look radiant today, flattered, and Li smiles graciously. The shop is bustling today. Would you care to sit in the lounge? Perhaps enjoy a drink? As she moves to pour beverages herself, the guards hesitate. They dare not allow a future Khanist to serve. Moreover, the Khan is not far off, observing from the rooftop. The thought sends a chill down their spines. Absolutely not, Master, and please do not trouble yourself. Otherwise, we will face the Khan's wrath upon our return. Li furrows her brow. Although she has never met the Northern D King, she believes he must be an amiable person. After all, why would he go out of his way to care for a powerless young girl? Surely it cannot be merely for her beauty, as they have never even met. In conclusion, the Northern D King appears to be a great philanthropist that if given the chance, she must express her gratitude in person. With that in mind, Li hands each guard a glass of ice cola. The Khan particularly busy. I have never had the pleasure of meeting him, that I would like to thank him in person. The guards, holding their colas, exchange glances towards the door. The Khan is not busy at all. He is idly mulling over his own thoughts, stubbornly entangled like a mule. Yet, they dare not voice this. Chuyi takes a slow sip of his cola, casting a covert glare at Chi-san, who has just finished his drink and is burping loudly. Master, we come on the Khan's orders to purchase mobile phones for the Northern D Royal Palace. There are 3,000 of us. Chuyi deliberately raises his voice, ensuring the surrounding customers can hear. Li. Seeing Li rendered speechless, Chuyi pulls out the silver note, waving it above his head for all to see. Master, it matters little if your inventory is insufficient. Our Khan will pay the full deposit. Li stares at the numbers on the silver note, rubbing her eyes vigorously. Could this be the sort of check a domineering casually writes in a romance novel? How many zeros are there? Someone come help her count. Her vision is blurring. If the Northern D King wishes to purchase a phone for fun, she would gladly gift him one, but to speak of 3,000 units. Given that the region only has 2G signal, the phones on sale are merely affordable smart devices costing a few hundred. Even so, that totals over 1 million in renminbi. She simply cannot afford that. Moreover, the silver note boasts a long string of zeros. The Northern D King must be the greatest philanthropist. Yet, Li assumes he is merely trying to create a buzz for her 10% stake. After all, the benefits come from the sheep, and she is that very sheep. With this thought, Li feigns reluctance, engaging in a subtle game of push and pull with Chuyi, all while discreetly tugging at the small pocket of her skirt. Signaling desperately, "Oh dear Master Chuyi, you are too kind. My shop belongs to the Khan as well. However, we only have 10 phones in stock. The rest..." Observing the future Khanist's quirky antics, Chuyi deftly slips the silver note into her pocket. "Not to worry. We will take what you have now, and you can notify us when the rest arrives." Having received the silver note, Li feels her pockets grow heavy as she skips joyfully towards the upper floor. "All right, I will bring you the SIM cards, and our delightful little staff will provide hands-on instruction." Rim watches from the rooftop, his every movement clearly visible, that he leisurely twirls his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. What a little money grubber! She seems far happier to see the silver note than me. Lowering his gaze to his right hand, he suddenly finds himself yearning for the fleeting tenderness of that day. Chapter 46. The King of the Southern Frontier. Meanwhile, as Li and Asher emerge from the storeroom with boxes of phones, they hear the sound of galloping hooves at the entrance. A group of guards in official attire, bearing waste tokens, rushes into the store. Master and His Majesty also wishes to purchase mobile phones. Each person in the palace deserves one. And Li, is the emperor residing right under the signal tower? Such news travels quickly. That evening, nearly everything in the Prenlai Pavilion sells out, that Li still owes a multitude of reserved items. Gazing at the enormous silver note exchanged at the bank, she falls in a deep contemplation. Seated across from Asha, they pinch each other's cheeks in disbelief. Asha beams, "Sister Li, I truly believe we are not dreaming, that we have struck it rich, although a significant portion is thanks to her royal uncle and father." Asha feels no remorse. After all, she is not receiving it for free. Yet it seems she has not made any substantial contribution to the Prenlai Pavilion. Has she? "Sister Li, how about you take me to Prenlai Prefecture tomorrow? I can help you with the goods." And Li shakes her head. "That it is not yet the time, that we will discuss it after I become acquainted with your parents. That it would be rather impolite to take their precious daughter into an entirely new world without their consent." As night falls, the clamor of the capital's streets gradually quiets. The staff, weary from the day's work, return to their quarters. Asha has also been picked up by Chunmei. The vast Prenlai Pavilion is left in solitude, with only Li remaining. She closes the account book before her and carefully stows away the silver note. Just as she prepares to close for the night, the melodious sound of wind chimes wafts through the door. Turning around, she sees a tall, graceful young man pushing open the shop door, and he appears to be in his early 20s, with fair skin and captivating features. His nose is elegantly shaped, and his lips are naturally tinted. Dangling from his earlobe is a delicate turquoise earring, but he possesses a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes akin to Li's, shimmering like rippling water. Yet Li does not perceive him as effeminate. Rather, he is a strikingly handsome youth. Dressed in a snow-white robe adorned with intricate embroidery, he undoubtedly belongs to a minority ethnic group. His belt is embellished with beautiful peacock feathers. Upon spotting Li, the young man is momentarily taken aback, but soon reveals a warm smile that feels like a gentle spring breeze. "That I apologize for the intrusion. May I ask if you are closing for the night?" His voice is clear and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain stream, and the strains of a pipa. Li returns a smile. "Sir, we have nearly sold out of our inventory today. May I inquire what you are in search of?" The young man does not answer immediately, instead curiously exploring the first floor, but he approaches Li, maintaining a courteous distance that is neither off-putting nor overly formal. Li can easily discern that he is a well-mannered young nobleman. "May I ask, beautiful maiden, are you the shopkeeper?" Li nods in affirmation. The young man tilts his head slightly, smiling warmly to reveal a set of pearly white teeth. "It seems I must arrive a bit earlier tomorrow. However, I would like to reserve a mobile phone. I hope it won't take up too much of your time." With a graceful demeanor, he retrieves a gold ingot from his voluminous sleeve and places it on the counter. His fingers are slender and delicate, strikingly beautiful. Faced with such a charming and polite gentleman, Li naturally responds amiably. "Certainly, but it will take 2 to 3 days. I will provide you with a collection slip. You may come to collect it then." Li assumes he is like the others, as today she has received numerous retail orders in addition to the bulk orders from the royal palace. Having nearly exhausted her supply of receipts, she tears off a sheet, swiftly writing the collection time, before handing the pen to the handsome young man. "Sir, please write down your name, age, and place of origin here." The young man takes the pen, intrigued by its convenience. This pen is quite handy. However, the young man signed his name with a sense of awareness, promptly tearing off the original receipt and returning the imprint with a meaningful glance at Li. In truth, the shopkeeper need not fear the prospect of someone claiming the reward, nor go to such lengths. Li, unable to comprehend the underlying meaning of his words and lacking the leisure to ponder them, cast a glance at the receipt. Agunmu, a native of the southern frontier, aged 24, and he had not heard of him and knew nothing. Indeed, the Great Huan is a wondrous nation, where names are extravagantly flamboyant and striking. With the likes of Ramuchuan preceding him and Agunmu following, it seemed Agunmu noticed Li's furrowed brow of confusion and offered a slight smile. The names of those from the southern regions are not easily remembered. "Just call me I shall return tomorrow morning." The young man bowed to her, the copper bells at his waist jingling, before turning and exiting the door. Li carefully stored the receipt and recorded the final account, stretching luxuriously before securing the entrance of the Prenlai Pavilion. She took the small path back to her courtyard, jubilantly declaring, "Work is done. Work is done. A busy yet fulfilling day has come to an end. Tomorrow promises yet another opportunity for wealth." Agudmu, with his hands clasped behind him, strolled leisurely along the official road. Accompanied by several guards clad in southern attire, as he walked, he spotted a tall figure in the distance. He halted, performing a respectful gesture customary to the southern regions. Kanjinen. Ramuchuan turned around, his gaze languidly sweeping over the guards behind Agudmu before finally settling on the receipt held in his hand. Flicking the remnants of his cigarette away with 2 fingers, he spoke. No need for formality, that Agudumu's guards exhaled silently, relieved. The Wolf King of the Northern D radiated an innate authority. Even without anger, Agudum maintained an unruffled demeanor. Tucking the receipt into his coat, that it has been 2 years, yet Uncle Wong's charm remains undiminished. Ramuchuan glanced up at the moon. The Southern King, too, continues to exude elegance. Yet you were supposed to arrive in the capital in 5 days. Agudumu returned the gaze to the moon. Did I not hasten my journey out of longing for you all? He added, in a few days when my phone arrives, we can exchange numbers. Ramuchuan chuckled, patting the phone in his pocket as he turned toward the royal residence. Shall we indulge in a drink tonight? Agudumu quickened his pace to catch up. Please, Uncle Wong, I wish to rise early to procure goods for the Prunlai Pavilion, that I have no desire to be inebriated. Ramuchuan, hands clasped behind him, continued with a steady, deep tone. Have you seen shopkeeper? Agudmu nodded, instinctively touching the receipt in his coat that of course. Uncle Wong, your investment is quite substantial this time. Surely, you have profited handsomely? Ramuchuan did not respond directly, but glanced back at Agudmu. What is your impression of her? Agudmu blinked, recalling the fleeting moment of heart-stopping eye contact that I have seen many enchanting beauties. I can only assume she regards me in kind. Chapter 47. Asha's betrayal from a young age. Agudmu possessed an exquisite appearance, leading many girls of Asha's age to dream of becoming the Southern King's consort. Unlike Ramuchuan, whose admirers were older women. For indeed, women are capricious that in youth they favored fair and delicate young men, but as they aged, they began to appreciate the allure of well-defined abs. Upon hearing Agudumu's words, Ramuchuan's instinct to fiercely guard his territory was ignited. Let us return. We must drink heartily, though we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. The following morning, Onli rested her chin on her hand at the counter. Upon returning home last night, she had immediately begun sourcing goods online. Staying up until past 2 in the morning, only to rise at 8, that exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Running a business is indeed tiring. Romantic novels are deceiving. Where is the domineering so, who has time to accompany his beloved wife daily? She, simply managing the Prunlai Pavilion, was already too busy to keep her feet on the ground. Looking at her dark circles, one would think she had been fed bamboo, if not for her concealer. Today's business at the Prunlai Pavilion was thriving, as Asha's parents sent 10 diligent staff members to assist. Having prepared herself psychologically the day before, Onli was not overly excited today. She remained calm in the face of bulk orders from some prominent families in the capital. They were mere trifles compared to the Imperial Palace and the Northern D royal residence. As she contemplated whether to have boiled broccoli or stir-fried cabbage with chicken breast for lunch, a familiar sound of wind chimes caught her attention. That moment, the cacophony of voices in the shop seemed to form a harmonious accompaniment. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted the young man who had come after closing the previous day. Though not her type, his striking features were hard to forget. If he were in modern times, countless young girls would be weeping and spending their fortunes for him. In summary, she worried for AMU's well-being, yet also feared his driving a luxury vehicle. However, today, he appeared somewhat unwell, his complexion pale, eyes slightly reddened, and faint dark circles beneath them, accompanied by a subtle scent of alcohol. Clearly, he was suffering from a hangover. Onli greeted him with a smile. Mr. AMU, your phone has not arrived so soon to her surprise. Before Agudemu could respond, Asha leaped up beside him. Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Onli observed Asha clinging to Agudemu like a koala, stroking her chin in contemplation. Did Asha's family possess such remarkable genes? Not only was everyone extraordinarily attractive, but their styles were also distinct. First, there was the mature, muscular uncle, and now, the ethereal brother. Asha's delight was beyond Onli's comprehension. Agudamu affectionately ruffled Asha's hair and playfully gestured for silence. "That I stayed at the residence last night. That I heard you were working diligently. So I came to take a look." That Asha's adorable little nose twitched as she sniffed around Agudamu like a puppy. "Did Uncle take you out for drinks?" Agudamu let out a bitter laugh. "Not only was I taken out for drinks, but I was also found clutching a trash can, gasping for air, unable to stand. This morning, my stomach is still uneasy." Meanwhile, the uncle, only slightly older than him, laughed uproariously. "Uncle has a prodigious capacity. I simply cannot keep up." Asha rolled her eyes dramatically. "That don't worry, brother. I'll protect you. Uncle won't dare bully you." Hearing this, Agudamu couldn't help but chuckle, who was unaware that Asha was as timid as a quail in front of her uncle. Protection. Rather, she would be too preoccupied with her own affairs. Asha tugged on Agudamu's sleeve. Bouncing over to Onli. "Sister Xiaoli, this is my brother, who has come from the southern frontier. Brother, this is my dearest sister Xiaoli, the most beautiful woman in the Great Huan." Agudamu chuckled at Asha's exuberance. "I met your sister Xiaoli yesterday. But why is she considered the most beautiful now? Who was it before?" Asha proudly patted her chest. "Previously, when sister was in Penglai Prefecture, I was the most beautiful in the Great Huan. Now that she has arrived, she is first, and I am second." Asha's ability to flatter was impressive. Agudamu laughed, as if warmed by the spring breeze of February, "that I had no idea there truly was a Penglai Prefecture in the Southern Sea. It is no wonder it produces extraordinary individuals like Shopkeeper," and Onli was left mesmerized by the sibling duo's playful banter. So, sweetness of speech was indeed a hereditary trait. No, that couldn't be. The charming uncle was not this eloquent. Onli found herself inexplicably thinking of him again, despite his absence for several days. How detestable it was to flirt and then vanish. Asha, mistaking Onli's dazed expression for admiration of Agudamu, released his sleeve and clung to Onli's arm. "Sister Xiaoli, brother Mu, is not yet married. Why don't you two develop a relationship? You could be my sister-in-law." Asha suddenly remembered that she had a gentle and refined brother from the southern frontier. Previously, she had only thought of her icy uncle. How wonderful her brother was. Handsome and gentle, skilled in music, and proficient in concocting remedies, he was far superior to the straightforward uncle. She now declared that Sister Xiaoli and Brother Mu were destined to be a couple. No one could stop her from shipping this pairing. Agudamu could only smile helplessly at Asha's exuberance. "Asha, do not speak so recklessly." However, on his fair complexion, there was a faint blush that I in the following days. Agudamu would visit Penglage close to closing time, coming to pick up Asha after a shift. Asha mentioned that she had moved from her uncle's house to live with brother Amu. It was evident that Asha felt more at ease in Agudamu's company. After all, he was a gentle and handsome man, always adorned with a warm smile, exuding no hint of pressure point. One could hardly blame Asha for her fondness. Moreover, each time he visited, he would bring along unique treasures from the southern region. Sometimes it would be colorful pendants made from vibrant feathers, other times fragrant green dumplings, or exquisite silver ornaments characteristic of the South. While not expensive, they were filled with heartfelt sentiment. Most importantly, he would always present these gifts as a token of gratitude to Onli for taking care of Asha. Coupled with Asha's embellishments, Onli found it impossible to refuse. She decided to view it as Mu's way of repaying her for the meals and drinks he enjoyed at Penglage. After all, he was truly a gentleman. So much so that Onli couldn't even discern if he harbored any ulterior motives. Such a striking celestial being should undoubtedly be drawn to a kind-hearted woman, untouched by the world's vices. If he were to be involved with a sultry temptress, it would surely be a desecration. Unlike Ramuchuan, whose appearance suggested he was not to be trifled with, as long as he didn't harass the alluring maidens. Everyone would be at peace. Standing before her small courtyard gate, Onli tapped her forehead, wondering why she was once again thinking of that handsome uncle. She raised her hand to smooth her hair and took out her keys to unlock the gate. However, as soon as she stepped into the courtyard, Onli's keen instincts sensed something was amiss. Although it was dark, she instinctively tightened her nerves. Chapter 48. The demolition of the house. Onli turned to lock the door and flee. She had been too overconfident about the manners of the people in Doan lately. What era didn't he have its share of rascals and scoundrels? Her sharp sixth sense warned her that a thief had invaded her home, and they were not finished yet. They were lurking in some corner, preparing to rob her of both wealth and virtue. Why was she standing there? She should run, but just as she turned, a large hand firmly gripped her wrist. Onli was startled, her adrenaline surging, and just as she was about to call for help, she was suddenly pulled into a solid chest. Before she could even utter a cry for help, a large hand covered her mouth, muffling her voice into a soft whimper. It was over. There was no one to answer her calls now. Onli struggled with all her might, but she was no match for the intruder. With the sound of the door closing, she was swiftly pressed against the door panel. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Feeling the heated breath by her ear, she recognized that familiar, deep voice. Mingled with a hint of smoke and the refreshing scent of mint, along with a trace of alcohol, she had a good idea of who it was. "Uncle, what is wrong with you?" Seeing Onli no longer resisting, Ramuchuan gradually loosened his grip, but he did not relent. He propped himself against the door, enclosing her in a small space before his chest. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" he asked again, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. He had memorized Onli's phone number by heart. Upon acquiring a new phone, the first thing he wanted was to call her. After mustering the courage to input that familiar string of numbers, he had dialed for several days, only to be met with the prolonged ringing of an unanswered call. Unlike before, when he could reach her instantly through Asha's phone. Only then did Onli realize that the unfamiliar numbers that had persistently called her these past few days belonged to him. Was he also working at the Beatty Royal Palace? Perhaps he was a personal guard to the Beatty King or something similar. Well, she didn't have the habit of answering unknown calls, especially since her all-capable manager, a Shing, handled work-related calls. Unknown numbers could very well be scams, the kind that could drain millions from her account in mere minutes. But Ramuchuan was unaware of this. He thought Onli was deliberately ignoring his calls. Moreover, in recent days, Asha had gone to stay at a Gunmas residence in the southern region. His royal nephew had been spending a lot of time with Onli, exchanging glances and gifts. He had been observing all of this clearly from the tree outside. His overwhelming jealousy had driven him to scale the wall and confront her. "Did I heard you've been getting along quite well with my nephew?" "What? Do you want me to be your niece-in-law?" Onli was taken aback, thinking the accusation was rather exaggerated. She assumed he was merely reprimanding her as an elder who was older yet not too old. After all, Agudemu certainly seemed to come from an illustrious background. Being an avid reader of novels about the intrigues of the wealthy, Onli had already concocted a dramatic romance in her mind. A dashing young master falls for a beautiful, yet impoverished owner of Penglage. Upon learning of this, the family sends the most formidable-looking uncle to negotiate. Next, would he present a substantial sum of money, with a mix of disdain and contempt, throwing it in her face, saying, "This is 100 million. Leave my nephew." The thought of it excited her. Onli couldn't help but grin widely. "How much are you offering?" Ramuchuan had expected her to at least provide some explanation to his surprise. She was grinning so broadly that she almost laughed out loud. "Are you in dire need of money? Is that why you're with AMU?" Ramuchuan clenched his jaw, thumping his chest with a heavy thud. "Then come to me that I'm far wealthier than my nephew." Onli found it even more amusing. "But I'm not in need of money. It is pointless to insult me with money." As she spoke, Onli began her impromptu theatrical performance. She clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, her large, watery eyes glistening, biting her lip as she looked up at the gloomy Ramuchuan. "Uncle, we truly are in love." Her exaggerated act made her feel embarrassed. That it was clear she was better suited to being a straightforward supermodel rather than attempting to cross over and play the role of a clueless idol drama heroine. If she managed to finish a drama, she would likely feel so awkward she'd want to live on another planet. However, to Ramuchuan, this appeared distorted. The sweet, soft little mermaid, pleading piteously, was earnestly explaining the depth of her bond with Agudemu. The fire of anger in Ramuchuan's eyes was palpable as he clenched his fists. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist against the door panel beside Onli's ear. The force of the blow startled Onli, causing her to shiver. The door behind her emitted a pitiful cracking sound and trembled before collapsing to the ground, with the dark courtyard now illuminated by the absence of the door. Onli stared at Ramuchuan as if he were a destructive no way. What did I say to provoke such a violent reaction? Was it my joke about being in love with your nephew? Ramuchuan clearly hadn't anticipated that Onli's door would be so flimsy. Nevertheless, one broken door was inconsequential. With a powerful arm enveloping Onli's shoulders, he turned and leaned against the shadowy courtyard wall. His large hand cradled the back of Onli's head, pressing her firmly against his shoulder, and he cast a sidelong glance at the light filtering in, his tone unable to hide his sorrow. Don't even think about it. Tomorrow, I'll make him go on a blind date. That he won't have time to see you again. As he spoke, his callous fingers tenderly traced Only's smooth hair, gliding gently over her earlobe adorned with beautiful earrings and her delicate jawline. Finally, he curled his fingers, lightly tilting her chin upwards to meet his gaze. He fought the urge to brush his fingers against her cherry lips, merely lowering his head slightly, squinting as he carefully observed her radiant face. That you're truly beautiful. That I wonder if my nephew knows about this moment between us. Would he be upset? Only finally sensed something was amiss. He kept mentioning his nephew's anger, when it was clearly he himself who was furious enough to break down her door. Raising her fair, slender fingers, she poked Ramuchuan's chest, attempting to create some distance between them. Uncle, you're overthinking this. That my relationship with your nephew is purely platonic. Chapter 49. Devotion. Ramuchuan raised an eyebrow. That go on. I'm listening. Only awkwardly shifted her waist. How long are you going to act like a rogue? Ramuchuan lowered his head slightly, cautiously inhaling her scent. That it was delightful, sweet and fragrant. With a hint of the ocean's freshness, he savored the aroma, reluctant to let go. Speak, and I want to make a move. Only, I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. She felt as if she were suffocating. Moreover, Ramuchuan's breath seemed to grow heavier by the moment. Uncle, do you want to experience my devastating 5-hit leg sweep? I have dispatched numerous lecherous individuals like you. Reluctantly, Ramuchuan slowly released his arms. That Ainli was equally astonished. Given her usual temperament, had anyone dared to embrace her so boldly, she would have swiftly wielded her baton to leave them bloodied and battered. Moreover, Ramuchuan had outright destroyed her front door with a single punch, yet she was surprisingly not enraged. This was utterly illogical. Standing in the darkness for a moment, Ramuchuan gradually made his way to the stone bench and sat down. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, extracted one, and steadied himself as he lit it. Despite his resolute visage, Ainli discerned a hint of vulnerability beneath. All right, dear uncle, I was merely jesting with you. I typically do not answer calls from unfamiliar numbers. Your nephew is indeed quite handsome, but he is not to my taste. You can just tell him the truth when you return. Do not attempt to use your charms to sow discord between me and your nephew. There is nothing between us. Ramuchuan slowly absorbed in Li's words that he understood that when she claimed to favor muscular men, she certainly would not be enamored by his nephew's androgynous features. With this thought in mind, Ramuchuan intentionally flexed his shoulders, subtly showcasing his robust physique and broad back. The fabric of his clothes still carried in Li's faint, lingering fragrance. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he squinted and exhaled a plume of smoke. Have many men embraced you? Li shook her head dismissively. No, once they step into my range of attack, they are bound to be injured. That I have spent a significant amount on medical expenses for this reason. Ramuchuan turned to look at her, his elongated eyes glimmering. Should I feel honored then? Why do you not strike me? Li shrugged her shoulders, appearing helpless. Present. I cannot best you. Ramuchuan chuckled at her candidness. The little mermaid still refuses to admit it. Although she was startled moments ago, she displayed no hint of aggression. She never intended to strike me. Ramuchuan retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Li's number. This is my number. Save it and please do not ignore my calls in the future. Obediently, Li saved the number and cast a curious glance at the phone in his large hand, which appeared particularly diminutive within his grasp. Uncle, are you the personal guard of the Northern D King? Ramuchuan was at a loss for words. After contemplating for a while, he could only respond with a vague yes. Li excitedly nudged him with her elbow. You do not seem like one, uncle. You must be quite formidable, yes? Tell me, what kind of person is the Northern D King? Ramuchuan slowly toyed with his phone. What do you think he is like? Li leaned on the stone table beside him, her slender legs swinging joyfully. The Northern D King is a truly great person. Without him, I would not be who I am today. He is my idol. Today, even the legal aid and the ophthalmologist came, and he is still my idol. Even though he is middle-aged with less hair than I have leg hair, he remains my idol. Ramuchuan stared in astonishment at Li's smooth, flawless legs, while nervously running his fingers through his own thick, dark hair. Li, believing the handsome uncle to be the personal guard of the Northern D King, spared no effort in showering him with praise to convey her admiration. The Northern D King must be the most handsome man in the world. He is both a scholar who can pen the world's affairs and a warrior who can stabilize the universe. As long as the Northern D King has a need, I will spare no effort to repay his great kindness. After contemplating, Emily felt satisfied with her declarations and decided to add further praise when she thought of something even more impressive. Uncle, you must tell His Highness the Northern D King of my admiration, which flows like an unending river. Suppressing a smile, Rimu Chuan's shoulders subtly trembled. And how do you plan to repay the Northern D King? Emily clapped her thigh. Others worship the god of wealth in their shops. From now on, Punlai Pavilion will honor the Northern D King. I will lead everyone in daily prayers and offerings, wishing for his swift ascension to immortality and longevity. Rimu Chuan, listening to her audacious declarations, nearly burst into laughter. Call him old man, and even offer him worship. I feel I can still salvage this situation. It really need not be so ceremonious. That A.N. Lee, filled with excitement, playfully patted Rimu Chuan's sturdy shoulder. Why not? Tell your lord not to be polite with me. As long as he wishes, I will even find him the elixir of immortality. Rimu Chuan could no longer endure her enthusiasm and interrupted her. The Northern D King is not yet married. Are you offering yourself to him? And Lee, the Northern D King is an old bachelor? No wonder his guard is still single at 28. Oh no, my greatest fear has come to pass. My sincere affection may have been noticed by the Northern D King. However, he is quite the gentleman. First investing money to establish a bond, then sending someone to gauge my interest. Jumping off the stone table, Lee felt somewhat conflicted. This dedicating my youth to the Northern D King while living in a Western-style house. An elderly man is fine. The elderly man has social security, and if he passes, I can find another, right? What am I even saying? Lee playfully stuck out her tongue, leaving Rimu Chuan astounded. I simply think the king's life is invaluable. He should look further afield. There is no need to fixate on me, a mere vase with no skills beyond eating and sleeping. With her hand covering her mouth, Lee cautiously added, moreover, although we are innocent, we did embrace just now that if the king finds out, he may break your long legs. Chapter 50. That is good, my dear. Rimu Chuan illuminated his phone screen to check the time. After several days of binge-watching dramas and reading novels, he had mastered the use of his phone. After a moment of reflection, he spoke with conviction. The Northern D King is magnanimous and will not hold such matters against you. That of course, he would not hold it against her. After all, he was the one who had betrayed himself. And Lee, upon hearing this, felt relieved. What man in this world could endure such humiliation? In essence, he simply did not care that much. It seemed the Northern D King was not so intent on possessing her after all. Lee patted her chest and pointed triumphantly at the collapsed door. Uncle, you must compensate for this door. I am now the honored guest of the Northern D King, so do not attempt to challenge my authority. Rimu Chuan regarded Lee with amusement as she feigned authority. Well then, let the little mermaid bask in his name for now, that I eagerly anticipate her reaction when she learns the truth. Regardless, even if she did not mention it, the door indeed needed replacing. It was far too flimsy, and should someone with ill intentions seek her out under cover of night, it would pose a problem. Rimu Chuan nodded nonchalantly. No problem. I will have the sturdiest door installed for you tomorrow. A.N. Lee gestured invitingly. Tomorrow, I will bring someone to oversee the installation. You merely need to come to Punlai Pavilion in the evening to settle the bill. On this moonlit night, it is best if we do not linger together any longer. Take care, and I shall not see you out. As Rimu Chuan pondered how to clarify his identity to the Little Mermaid, he did not linger, standing up and intentionally brushing past Lee, reminiscent of their first encounter. Raising his phone, he lowered his voice. When you get home, send me a message. That A.N. Lee gazed at the tall figure retreating into the moonlight. Biting her finger. Wow, Uncle is so handsome. I wonder if my long legs will ever connect with his muscular waist. At least I do not feel like I am losing out upon returning home. And Lee indulged in a relaxing bath and skincare routine, pampering herself from head to toe. Admiring her radiant reflection in the mirror, she playfully brushed her lips and snapped a few selfies. Grinning widely before posting on Weibo, the A.N. Lee, known as Annie. A delightful holiday. Even though Lee seldom sought publicity, the comments on her Weibo surged at an astonishing rate. Another day of drooling over spicy Lee. Li Bao, I cannot fathom what kind of man is worthy of you. Whoever touches this treasure will be enchanted. Do not blame the men. Even I, as a woman, love to look. My Lee. Come let mommy steal a kiss. I believe that a man worthy of Li Bao's affection likely does not exist in our current realm. An Li's favorite pastime is to scroll through her own Weibo comments while simultaneously reporting her little black fans. If a day passes without her feasting on a single one dispatched by Lin Weiwei, she feels utterly discontent. Clutching her phone, she pokes at it for a while until yet another message arrives, prompting her to finally indulge in a glance. Goodness, they are all from handsome uncles. Have you reached home yet? Not yet. I am already lying down. Still not home? Have you gone out to play? May I call you? Why aren't you answering the phone? Just as Li intends to respond, a call from Ramuchuan comes through, connecting instantly to your home. Why didn't you answer? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Initially, Li found Ramuchuan's rambling tiresome, but the mere utterance of "I was worried about you" melted her heart entirely. Lying on her soft bed, she listens to the magnetic timbre of the handsome Uncle's voice, rolling around happily under the covers. Uncle, I just want to take a shower. Ramuchuan, hearing in Li's slightly spoiled tone, finds her voice utterly enchanting. With just that one endearing uncle, he feels as though he could give her anything. Ah, you took a shower? That's good, be good. The affectionate tone of "be good" makes in Li's ears blush, compelling her to bury her head into her pillow as her inner little demon cheers her on. Uncle, I'm going to sleep now. Ramuchuan, pondering through all the books he has read throughout his life, ultimately settles on a simple everything he could say feels right, yet also feels wrong. 2 phones, 1 call. Both harboring unspoken thoughts. The following morning, Li tidies herself up and, using a cart, begins to push boxes of goods into a painting glowing with green light, taking advantage of the early hour when few people are around. She calls a construction team. The first task is to repair the damaged gate, and the second is to reinforce the courtyard wall, which she whimsically dubs the anti-Ramuchuan device. After all, she never imagined that this over 2-meter-high wall could allow anyone to come and go freely. The thought of raising the wall fills her with an urge to belt out a sorrowful tune about iron bars. Observing the workers already at work, Li directs the staff of Penglai Pavilion to load up the replenished goods onto the cart. Happily heading off to work, another day blessed by the king of Beatty for her fortune. Not long after Li departs, the guard Chui stealthily returns to the royal residence. There, as Khan sits in the main hall, blissfully indulging in a lavish breakfast. Khan, the courtyard of the lady has already begun construction. Ramuchuan finds the guard's address quite pleasing, leisurely using a small knife to shave the boiled lamb tail fat into translucent sheets. He places one of the delicate slices at the edge of his mouth, savoring its flavor. This is the taste of Beatty. Rich and pure, truly the food of real men. Let the construction proceed. Keep an eye on it. Chui contemplates before deciding to report the truth. The lady has requested a layer of iron scraps to be laid on the courtyard wall, topped with a ring of sharp wooden spikes. All 4 can surmise that this is to prevent the Khan from scaling the wall at night. More than once, the lady is blatantly preparing for an intruder. Ramuchuan pauses, his expression unchanging as he slices another piece of lamb. Let her be. He is curious to see if mere scraps of iron and wooden spikes can truly deter him. How ridiculous! The little mermaid always engages in such futile struggles, both silly and adorable. After a hearty meal, Ramuchuan feels invigorated and heads off to the gym to channel his abundant energy to the bustling streets of the capital. Penglai Pavilion enjoys another day of thriving business. And Li and Asha are so busy they hardly have a moment to breathe until the moon hangs low, signaling the end of the day. Finally, they settle down to catch their breath. And Li gulps down a large glass of soda water. Asha, why hasn't your brother come yet? Asha, rubbing her hands together in excitement, replies, Brother Mu is surely preparing the coolest gift for you. No need to rush. Asha, undeterred, can wait a little longer. Who would have thought before long the gentle brother Mu would not arrive, but rather the long-absent iceberg Uncle Wang. Chapter 51. Matchmaking by the moon elder. The moment Ramuchuan steps into Penglai Pavilion, both Li and Asha instinctively feel a chill in the air. Goodness! How can it be that on such a fine early summer day, their backs feel so cold? Ramuchuan retains his ever-stoic demeanor, his rugged features devoid of warmth. Approaching the cashier, he taps his fingers lightly twice. Asha, it's time to go home. Li. Oh, Asha. She does not want the fearsome Uncle Wang. She wants the amiable brother Wang. Yet, she does not dare voice her thoughts. Ramuchuan seems to perceive the confusion in their eyes, a hint of schadenfreude glimmering in his gaze. Brother and you has been arranged for a blind date these past several days. From now on, I will be the one to pick up Asha. Asha feels her fleeting moments of joy abruptly come to an end. That Li too finds herself puzzled. Uncle truly harbors a vengeful spirit. Fulfilling every word, she had stated that her relationship with Amu was nothing, so why pressure him into a blind date? Surely, this cannot be at the behest of the king of Beatty? Li feels a sense of foreboding. This unseen old man might be quite difficult to handle. With a glimmer of hope, Li timidly inquires, when will the blind date be finished? Ramuchuan glances at Li, his deep-set eyes tinged with mild displeasure. Until he secures a fiancé, Li, very well. Silently, she lights a candle for Amu in her heart that, of course, Asha fares no better, sorrowfully trailing behind Ramuchuan as he leads her home. In the days that follow, Li finds herself devoid of the refreshing presence of the ancient, ethereal beauty, Amu. Instead, Ramuchuan appears daily after closing the shop, bringing gifts for Li each time. However, compared to Amu's offerings, Ramuchuan's gifts feel more like a burden. Today, it's a vividly red coral, tomorrow a necklace of lustrous, iridescent pearls, and the day after that, a magnificent seashell larger than Li's face. This is simply overwhelming. After all, in ancient times, there were no diving apparatus, and fishing boats were merely creaky wooden sailboats. The speed of travel relied solely on the wind's favor. Such treasures from the deep sea must be worth a fortune. The wages in the Beatty royal household must be astonishingly high. She finds herself contemplating a position as a guard for the king of Beatty. Yet each time, Ramuchuan tosses the gifts at her feet like discarded refuse, then swiftly drags Asha away, demonstrating his exceptional agility, as if the precious gifts are nothing but hot potatoes. One day, Ramuchuan flings a quail egg-sized, crystalline aquamarine towards her. Li slams her palms on the counter. Her voice firm, "You stop right there." Hearing her, Ramuchuan not only does not halt, but instead quickens his pace. Li, fuming, pounds the table. "Ramuchuan, you stop right there? Otherwise, I'll throw all this junk away as trash." At this, Ramuchuan pauses, suppressing a deep breath and glancing at Asha, who is playing the ostrich. "Asha, you go to the door. Return with Chunmei first." Asha dares not utter a word of dissent, casting a pitiful glance at Li, silently wishing her good fortune. After all, in the grand world, no one has dared to speak to her Uncle Wang in such a manner. She can only pray that he might show a bit of compassion. Considering how beautiful Sister Li is, perhaps she could leverage her looks to gain some favor. Once Asha departs, Ramuchuan saunters towards the bar, hands clasped behind his back, suppressing the jealousy bubbling within him. Striving to appear congenial. "What is the matter? Don't you like it? Just a few days ago, brother and U.S. gifts were all accepted, weren't they? What would you like? I shall bring it to you tomorrow." Li gazes at the large aquamarine, which boasts excellent color and clarity, truly a top-grade gem. Such a sizable aquamarine would fetch a fortune even in modern times. Truly, a straightforward man-esque gift. Bigger is better. Even if she were slow-witted, she could discern the handsome Uncle's intentions. "Did you purchase all these items, Uncle? Please, no more buying. Your earnings are hard-won, and I feel quite burdened by this. Take them back. They are rewards from the king of Beatty." Did I misjudge? Was I being overly sentimental? It's that shameless old king again. That old fool thinks quite highly of himself, sending a handsome guard to play the frog in warm water with her, then making unreasonable demands while she is softened by his gifts. Even if there is a debt of gratitude, it cannot be taken so lightly, since she has yet to make her intentions clear. She shall first display courtesy before resorting to force. It is imperative that the king of Beatty, that old scoundrel, perceives her stance. Well, let us not make things difficult for Uncle Shuai. After all, he is merely a messenger. Very well, Uncle, please place the items here and return home early. Hotmachuan observed the agreeable in Li and smiled with satisfaction that he knew it. His damned, irresistible charm was still intact. Thus, at the break of dawn the next day, the industrious Li, accompanied by Asha, took the rare step of requesting a day off. The two of them stealthily made their way to the matchmaking corner in Shanjing Park. Asha obscured her face with a scarf, revealing only her eyes. "Sister Xiaoli, are you certain this will work?" Asha inquired. Li unfurled the poster in her hand, meticulously checking it once more before nodding with satisfaction. Absolutely no problem. I shall post my matchmaking notice right now, letting everyone in the capital know that I am single and inviting quality young men to date me. This will dispel any notions that I am merely the plaything of that shameless king of Beatty. Asha, contemplating the shameless uncle she referred to, couldn't help but chuckle. She was eager to witness the moment when the formidable king, who could silence all of Da Huang, would find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, for the past few days, her brother and you had been reluctantly lingering at the matchmaking corner, that if she tipped him off about Sister Xiaoli's notice, wouldn't it create a splendid tale? Upon arriving at the matchmaking corner, the vibrant matchmaker, dressed in festive red, instantly recognized the striking Li. Oh my, is that not the esteemed manager and from Ponlai Pavilion? Such a remarkable individual has come to my matchmaking service. My humble establishment is truly graced. Li glanced at the matchmaking information displayed on the wall and mused, how shall I put it? I certainly stand out among these notices. The women listed were all in their mid-20s, while the men were at least as old as Uncle Shuai, eager for marriage. Chapter 52. A rare gem. Li gazed at her matchmaking notice with satisfaction. At its center was her stunning photograph, taken for a magazine cover not long ago. Below was a brief self-introduction. Name, Li gender, female age, 22 years, hometown, Ponlai Prefecture, position, manager of Ponlai Pavilion on Shangjing Road, appearance, tall and graceful, standing at 7 feet 7 inches, marital status, unmarried, without children, seeking a beloved partner, income, 10,000 taels per month, possessing both a car and a house, with no relatives and all alone. Requirements for the male counterpart: comparable income, age under 30, no marital history, gentle and considerate. Naturally, Li penned this herself. Asha, observing the eye-catching poster, discreetly took out her phone and sent a message to her brother Agutamu. Brother Amu. Sister Xiaoli has posted her matchmaking notice. You must come quickly. The matchmaker, envisioning her business thriving, cherished the poster with delight. Who would have thought that manager would have such excellent criteria and yet not ask for much? How much do you want for this notice? Li replied. The matchmaker, seeing Li's bewildered expression, quickly explained, in Da Huang matchmaking, there is always a sincerity deposit that if a man is interested in a woman, he must pay a deposit according to the listed price before I can arrange a meeting, that if it works out, there's an introduction fee, and the deposit goes to the lady, that if not, the deposit is refunded to the man. Li nodded in realization. What a splendid policy. Men cannot just take advantage without offering something in return. This directly prevents those without means from pretending to be suitors and deceiving women. The enthusiastic matchmaker guided Li through various resumes. Look, this girl is only average-looking, 26 years old, unemployed, and requires a sincerity deposit of 50 taels. This one is fair-featured, 24 years old, works at a money exchange, and demands 200 taels. After perusing the options, Li concluded that some individuals were likely single for a reason. The matchmaker kindly took Li's hand. Missin, your looks and figure are exceptional. Not only do you have the beauty to attract suitors, but you also operate a store and earn a handsome income at such a young age that I would value your sincerity deposit at 1,000 taels. Li immediately seized the opportunity. After all, she had no real expectations for matchmaking. She merely wanted everyone to know that she was single and available. Very well, let it be as you say. My sincerity deposit will be 1,000 taels of gold. The matchmaker nearly pinched herself in disbelief. Goodness. Now she understood why manager had yet to find a husband. Such a sum was indeed staggering. If anyone remained confused, they would surely be awakened by that 1,000 taels of gold. Following her high-profile matchmaking announcement, Li strutted back to Ponlai Pavilion with Asha. Indeed, the speed at which gossip spread was astonishing. Upon entering the shop, she overheard the chatter. Have you heard? Manager is seeking a husband with a dowry of 1,000 gold taels. I heard it from my great-aunt's new husband's niece. Manager has high standards. That's only to be expected. Look at how prosperous Ponlai Pavilion is. Manager wouldn't settle for a husband unless he is her equal. After all, she isn't running a charity. It's all my son's fault for being so useless. He can't catch Manager An's eye. Honestly, I always thought the Khan was developing something with Manager yes, but it seems the Khan is merely an investor. Li, seated behind the counter, smiled with satisfaction. When it comes to generating public interest, she was quite adept. Look, Her desired outcome had been effortlessly achieved. Meanwhile, at the Beatty Royal Palace, Hatma Chuan sought refuge from the summer heat by relocating to a chaise lounge beneath the shade of a tree. As he puffed on a cigarette and held his small phone, he watched a peculiar film in which the characters spoke in a manner that seemed almost like gibberish. Were it not for the subtitles, he would have been utterly lost. However, the more he watched, the more he felt something was amiss. Whenever a tall, handsome, and wealthy man appeared, the crowd would cheerfully call him handsome. Yet, when a shifty-eyed, greasy individual showed up, they would deride him as a loser. Wait a moment, loser? That term sounded oddly familiar. Hatma Chuan was incensed, recalling how he had once thought that this was merely a term of endearment from his little mermaid. He had previously delighted in it, responding to every call. Surely that mischievous little mermaid had mocked him countless times in her mind. He felt utterly humiliated. He could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. If he could swallow this indignation, he would not bear the name Hatmu. Hatma Chuan tugged at his collar, plotting how to reclaim his dignity when, unexpectedly, the eager Chui burst in, panting heavily and bowing deeply. Khan, it's bad. The Empress is matchmaking at the Moon Old Matchmakers Agency. His Highness of Southern Jiang is on his way to unveil the notice. Upon hearing this, Hatma Chuan sprang up from the chaise lounge with the agility of a fish. Adjusting his belt and slicking back his tousled hair. This is utter nonsense, he exclaimed, and in a whirlwind, he vanished from sight. Chui was left dumbfounded. The Khan has disappeared without a trace. He ran away too quickly. Is there really a need to rush? The Beatty Royal Palace is closer to the matchmaking corner. Besides, the Southern Jiang Prince is weak and feeble. How could he outrun the Khan? Hatma Chuan strode purposefully, his chest tight with indignation, directly entering the Moon Old Matchmakers Agency. The matchmaker, busy with information matching, was taken aback and fell to her knees in fright, trembling as she spoke. Khan, may you live long and prosper. What an unexpected visit. The last time the Beatty Khan came to arrange a match for you, he and his father nearly brawled over a thick stack of resumes at the door. Back then, you swore that you would rather die on the battlefield than endure even a moment of matchmaking. Now, with the Khan suddenly barging into the agency, was he here to cause havoc and demand its closure? The matchmaker trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. Khan, please calm your wrath. This matchmaking exists for a reason. I would rather dismantle a temple than ruin a marriage. Hatma Chuan completely ignored her, his gaze fixed on Enli's poster on the matchmaking board. The radiant little mermaid in the photograph was captivating, her smile igniting a pang of longing within him. Yet, that smile only served to deepen his discontent. With a swift motion, Hatma Chuan ripped down Enli's poster and crumpled it with force, his knuckles turning white from exertion. The matchmaker gasped at the sound of tearing paper, her eyes wide with disbelief. But Khan, manager, has posted a notice for 1,000 taels of gold. Hatma Chuan sneered. 1,000 taels of gold. With that, he produced a silver note from his chest pocket and tossed it to the matchmaker. The IT was worth 10,000 taels of gold. He then retrieved a small gold ingot from his pouch, tossing it in the air before deftly catching it and tossing it into the cash box. This is 1 tael of gold. Go summon her at once. I will pay her 1,000 taels for a match. Chapter 53. Matchmaking at the Lake Pavilion. The matchmaker, stunned by the sound of the gold ingot clinking, stood frozen. The Khan was clearly intent on courting Managerin. The check before me appears to be dazzlingly genuine. Hatma Chuan casually seated himself in the armchair of the matchmaking agency, elegantly lighting a cigarette. What are you hesitating for? Go and invite her, he commanded. Within a quarter of an hour, I expect to see her. The matchmaker, with a look of bewilderment, hesitated. But, Your Highness, your stature is so imposing. It feels rather inappropriate for you to be courting in a matchmaking agency like this, akin to the esteemed manager and seeking companionship among common folk. Would it not be better if... Hatma Chuan paused, his fingers holding the cigarette momentarily still. Take her to the pavilion in the lake, that I shall wait for her there. Rising from his seat, he swept his robe and strode towards the door. Only then did the matchmaker breathe a sigh of relief. Your Highness is not one to be stingy. It's just that he can be somewhat oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. See, with just this little nudge, he has come to understand. As the sun climbed high in the sky, mealtime approached. How could one engage in a dry and dreary courtship with a lady? It would be far better for them to sit down together for a meal to foster mutual understanding. The pavilion in the lake is indeed one of the finest establishments in the capital, built along the banks of the capital river, lavishly decorated with exquisite dishes. The elegant seating in the pavilion is particularly sought after by the elite. Truly, His Highness maintains an air of grandeur. The matchmaker mused that this pairing between His Highness and Missin could indeed blossom into a splendid union. Very well, I shall go and make the arrangements. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Ruma Chuan collided with the graceful Agudmu, who was approaching with a relaxed demeanor, albeit slightly breathless. Greetings, Uncle Wang. Ruma Chuan did not even lift his gaze that you've arrived just in time. Have this matchmaker present all suitable ladies for you to peruse. The matchmaker, who had just raised her head, found herself once again making intimate contact with the ground due to Agudumu's sudden arrival. What sins have I committed today? How could two titans of power converge upon my humble matchmaking agency? One is the king of the northern D, and the other the king of the southern frontier. Surely, she had not consulted the almanac before opening her doors today. In contrast to the suffocating aura of the northern D king, the southern frontier king exuded a warmth. With a smile, he raised a hand slightly toward the kneeling matchmaker. Please rise. That he then produced a silver note from his pristine outer robe. This is for 1,000 taels. I am here to claim Miss N's hand, that I kindly request you to make the necessary arrangements. Ruma Chuan shot the matchmaker a threatening glance with his narrow eyes. The matchmaker's calves trembled. Today, she had experienced firsthand the essence of a powerful presence without the need for anger. The Northern D Wolf King radiated a palpable aura of menace. Your Highness, the Southern Frontier King, has just expressed his interest in Miss N's hand. It is only fair that we honor the order of arrival. Agudumu, unfazed, gently tapped the silver note on the table with his fair, slender fingers that it matters not that a graceful lady is a worthy match for a gentleman. Therefore, let Uncle Wang proceed first, and I shall meet with Miss N afterward. Having multiple options is indeed beneficial. Ruma Chuan, infuriated, felt an urge to confine his nephew within the matchmaking agency, but he could not fathom whether Agudumu was genuinely enamored with the Little Mermaid or deliberately trying to thwart his romantic endeavors due to the recent matchmaking pressure. Do not resist futilely, my nephew. Simply await my good news and prepare to celebrate. Agudumu remained unperturbed, placing his right hand over his heart, slightly inclining his chest. Uncle Wang, please. Ruma Chuan felt as though he had struck a fist against cotton. Exasperated, he flung his sleeves. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and invite Miss N. With that, he turned on his heel and headed toward the pavilion in the lake. Agudumu settled into the armchair, cradling a teacup, absent-mindedly scraping the bowl. His expression was inscrutable. Meanwhile, in the Pralai pavilion, Enli was engrossed in counting money when the flamboyant matchmaker hurriedly approached, seizing Enli's arm and dragging her towards the door. Manager, and quick! The Highness has revealed your name with a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold. Enli exclaimed. The Highness? The Northern D King? That old wretch truly has no shame. Does he not tire of lurking in the shadows? To squander riches on courting me. Enli, do not be so resolute. The matchmaker was taken aback by Enli's firm stance that I in the entire realm, which maiden would not dream of being courted by a prince? Why then, did manager and refuse? The thoughts of a beauty are indeed difficult to decipher. Oh dear, Miss N, His Highness is sincere. He has directly offered 1,001 taels of gold, declaring you to be 1 in a million. Enli nearly choked on her own saliva. How overly indulgent. I refuse to be a pawn in this game. The Northern D King is not some 40-something old man. I would rather stream myself, washing my hair upside down. Indeed, the inherent flaws of men do not change. Regardless of age, they still favor those in their 20s with ample bosoms, long legs, slender waists, and exquisite faces. Enli shook her head vigorously. I shall not go. I refuse to court an old man. The matchmaker pondered for a moment. Miss N is merely 22, youthful and vibrant, while the Northern D King, though a paragon among men, is but 28 years of age. It seems a tad inappropriate for him to be pursuing someone so young that, oh dear, Miss N, he is not so old. Moreover, as a prince, he is worth his weight in gold. How could a mere matchmaker like me dare to offend him? As she spoke, the matchmaker began to wipe her tears. According to the rules, Miss N ought to meet with His Highness. Whether it leads to success or failure cannot be forced that if the lady refuses. His Highness might unleash his wrath, causing bloodshed across the land. "Oh, my head will be on the chopping block." And Lee frowned at this. What kind of man was the Northern D King? So fickle and prone to rage. Would he resort to violence simply to amuse himself? Tay. And Lee had long been soft-hearted, moreover. With the matchmaker's words weighing heavily, she returned to the lounge and vaguely briefed Asha before marching toward the pavilion in the lake in her high heels. Furious, she was determined to discover what manner of deity the Northern D King truly was. Asha remained in the lounge, idly relaxing, and upon witnessing Lee's hurried departure for the matchmaking, she assumed that her brother, AMU, had already gained the upper hand through her inside information. Ecstatic, she could hardly contain her glee. Soon, Sister Lee would be closely connected with her family. Would she refer to Sister Lee as sister-in-law? Or would she call brother AMU brother-in-law? Asha beamed at the sparrows outside the window, savoring the scent of romance. Lee, striding with indignation, soon arrived at the pavilion in the lake alongside the matchmaker. The Northern D King's power and influence were formidable. Should she not align with his desires, might he not grant her a scarlet death sentence on the spot? If she rejected the Northern D King's proposal, would he not be so humiliated as to imprison her? Never mind, she would face whatever came her way. Even if it meant closing her eyes and rolling back to modern times, she was in her prime and would not be cowed by an old man. Chapter 54. I am the Northern D King. The matchmaker stood at the entrance of the pavilion in the lake, her smile wide enough to trap a fly. "Missin, this pavilion is usually bustling with patrons at lunch. The Highness has reserved the entire venue just to meet you." The matchmaker slyly slipped a piece of paper into Lee's hand, winking conspiratorially to don't be too formal during the matchmaking. "If you're unsure what to say, just follow the questions on this paper. His Highness is quite sincere. Missin, please go inside." Lee glanced around the empty pavilion, her mind conjuring a vivid image. The Northern D King must be a portly, coarse middle-aged man, possibly bald, and likely sporting a great beard, adorned with an excess of gold rings on all 10 fingers, with a foul breath and rusty armpits, all while claiming to possess a certain manly charm. "Surely he is unrefined, uncommunicative, but he loves you," she mused silently, rolling her eyes inwardly as she followed the attendant toward the pavilion in the lake. From afar, the aroma of delectable dishes wafted toward her. The attendant, undoubtedly bribed by the Northern D King, chattered incessantly, extolling his virtues. "Missin, his Highness is indeed invested. He just reserved the entire pavilion without a blink. As far as I know, you are the first lady to have piqued His Highness's interest. His Highness is the epitome of masculinity, handsome and resourceful." Lee could no longer tolerate the flattery. Wealth can compel even the dead to dance. Upon reaching the corridor of the pavilion, the attendant bowed deeply and gestured toward the pavilion in the lake. "Missin, please," finally free from the incessant flattery. Lee proceeded along the corridor, taking in the picturesque setting. The surface of the lake glistened under the early summer sun, fragrant lotus blossoms perfuming the air. This pavilion was undeniably elegant, nestled in such a scenic locale. The corridor bore the charm of a Suzhou garden, presenting a picturesque scene with every step. The dewdrops on the lotus leaves sparkled like gems, and a pair of mandarin ducks frolicked beneath the lotus, creating a delightful ambience. What a splendid place indeed! Had it not been for the prospect of matchmaking with a wealthy elder brother, everything would have been perfect. Ramuchuan stood with his hands behind his back, and from afar he could already hear the tantalizing click of high heels. Feeling a wave of shyness upon approaching familiar surroundings, he suddenly found himself at a loss that he could only stand at the corner of the corridor bridge. Lost in thought as he gazed at the lotus leaves on the lake's surface, Lee, fidgeting, was acutely aware that what was meant to come could not be avoided. From a distance, she spotted a figure at the corner, tall and elegant, with an air of familiarity. Could it possibly be the King of Beatty? As she approached, Lee recognized the person. Uncle! It was indeed him. The King of Beatty had come for a matchmaking session, accompanied by his guards. She could not fathom the prince's intentions. Ramuchuan suppressed the stirring feelings within him and turned around, his hair gently swaying in the breeze. "That you've arrived." Lee noticed there was no one around, stamped her foot in frustration, and placed her hands on her hips, her teeth clenched in anger. "Uncle, you truly are pushing me into a pit of fire. I still had some respect for you. In short, you are utterly heartless." Ramuchuan was taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned it. The little mermaid should have been filled with delight. yet she approached him like a powder keg, ready to explode, narrowing his slanted eyes. He strode closer until he was just a fist's distance from Onley, then halted. "Heartless, am I? You have called me a fool for several days without my eye, or is that not a sign of compassion?" Upon hearing this, Onley realized he had been reading extensively lately, and for a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of guilt. Her fair fingers jabbed at him insistently. And what of it? He is a scoundrel. Every night he sends messages and makes calls, his voice like a bewitching low rumble, professing his longing for me. Yet now he stands indifferent, watching me go off to court another, feeling a mix of anger and grievance. Onley's eyes stung as she fiercely wiped the corners of her eyes. "Ramuchuan, you ought to show me some respect. I am about to go and court the king of Beatty. Your Khan has taken a great liking to me, claiming I am one in a million. In a few days, I might just become the queen of Beatty. Then I shall command the Khan to deprive you of food for 3 days, starving you." Ramuchuan studied Onley's fierce expression, a knowing smile slowly curving his lips. "Oh, you wish to marry the king of Beatty?" Onley defiantly tilted her head. "Is that a problem? This is not my own desire. It is the Khan who has chosen me." Ramuchuan nodded slowly. "Indeed, then come along." He turned and walked away leisurely. Seeing him unresponsive, Onley couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was he spineless or merely overly sentimental? How foolish of her to have been blinded by the allure of male beauty, thinking there could be a chance for mutual understanding with her handsome uncle. In his eyes, it seemed only the future mattered. With indignation, Onley lifted her gaze to Ramuchuan's towering figure. "You better slow down. Otherwise, I shall call upon the prince to break your long legs." Ramuchuan stifled a laugh, not even glancing back. "Very well." Onley ground her teeth in frustration. "Do you think I am well suited for the Khan?" Without hesitation, Ramuchuan replied, "A match made in heaven." Onley asked, "So if I truly marry him?" Ramuchuan twirled his fingers and replied, "Good. The sooner the better." Onley's last flicker of hope was extinguished. What was she even expecting? Best to extinguish it before it could blossom. She hurriedly approached the lakeside pavilion, resolving that there was no need to be obstinate for the sake of a heartless person. Thus severing her own retreat, Ramuchuan Onley halted her steps. Hearing her footsteps cease, Ramuchuan turned. "Why have you stopped? Soon, you shall be the Khan's cherished consort." Onley gritted her teeth and performed a grand gesture of respect. "My lord, forgive my transgression. I shall not go. Please convey my message to the Khan. I am powerless and without influence. While his career flourishes, my beauty wanes that I have no desire to cling to an old man." Onley stared at her toes, her vision blurring. "I wish the Khan finds a beloved wife soon. May they be as harmonious as a pair of mandarin ducks, and may the pear blossoms overshadow the crabapple blooms." Ramuchuan studied Onley, his tongue lightly touching his palate. She truly resembled a delicate crabapple blossom swaying in the wind. What a pity, he was in the prime of his youth, not yet adorned with white hair, and thus could not be likened to a pear blossom. "Are you not afraid of the Khan's wrath?" Onley shook her head. "I am grateful for the Khan's affection. Should he find it unworthy, I shall return to Punglai Pavilion immediately." Ramuchuan chuckled lightly. "Rise. Now that you are here, you cannot leave." In despair, Onley shuffled her feet, confusedly walking into the lakeside pavilion. Before she could comprehend the scene, a table laden with food awaited her. Yet not a single soul was in sight. Ramuchuan casually tossed aside his cloak, spinning around to take a seat, crossing his legs and gesturing to the seat beside him, that he removed the golden seal from his waist and, with a clink, placed it on the table. "I am the king of Beatty. Just now, you were most earnest in your declaration to marry me. Does that still hold true?" Chapter 55. A self-imposed punishment of 3 cups for my impulsive brashness. Onley could hardly believe her eyes. She scrutinized the familiar, yet foreign handsome uncle before her, then glanced at the golden seal on the table. Surely, ancient people would not joke about such matters. After all, impersonating royalty was a most grievous crime. Onley pinched her own cheek. The king of Beatty was not supposed to be a balding middle-aged man, right? Shouldn't he be attended by a throng, exuding an air of superiority? Ramuchuan sensed that Onley's misconceptions about him were far from trivial. He helplessly rubbed his brow. "Who told you that?" "I am the pure-blood wolf king of the 12 tribes of the Mongols." As he spoke, he gently stroked the wolf head ring on his thumb. A hint of amusement glimmering in his sharp brow and starry eyes. "I came to court you. naturally dismissing the distractions around you as the its, just that I wonder. Ramuchuan stroked his chin, appearing relaxed. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a click, and through the haze, he narrowed his eyes, teasingly observing the flustered beauty beside him. Yes, a wolf king in the prime of life. Can you withstand the allure of this crabapple blossom? In Onley's mind, the events of the past days flashed by, calling him a fool, secretly disparaging him as a broken man, and threatening to interrupt his meals and break his legs. Yet, what had he done? He had gifted her Punlai pavilion, leveraged his reputation to help her, and even when she had unwittingly committed numerous acts of insubordination, he had not directly punished her. Deep down, Only felt she had been foolishly seeking something. A bit too blind to the reality. Swallowing hard, her beautiful eyes darted around as she sensed an inexplicable pressure weighing down on her shoulders, growing heavier by the moment. Resolutely, Only decided, a true hero does not suffer losses in front of them. Bending her knee, she prepared to bow deeply. Your Highness, forgive my ignorance. I do not recognize the great mountain. Ramuchuan, quick-witted, caught Onley's slender arm, placing her beside him on the seat. Why the sudden reverence, just moments ago? You were threatening to starve me for 3 days and break my legs. Onley realized he wouldn't even grant her the chance to kneel, and the little voice in her heart began to wail. What a dismal start to her joyful ancient life experience, hitting a brick wall right away. Oh, how wonderful. See, had she known that her handsome uncle was the renowned king of Beatty, she would have served him with the utmost respect. Wait a moment. Her handsome uncle was the king of Beatty. Ashen referred to him as uncle. Suddenly, Onley grasped a more serious issue. Chewing on her little fists, she felt restless. Uncle, no. Your Highness, is Ashen the princess of Beatty? Ramuchuan truly disliked being addressed as Your Highness by Onley. Once a lively and spirited person, she now seemed timid and hesitant. He irritably tugged at his collar, his expression growing somewhat grim. Onley, sensing his displeasure, feared any misstep might lead to her downfall. The ancient saying rang true. Serving a king is akin to accompanying a tiger. She felt suffocated. Ramuchuan tapped his fingers rhythmically on the stone table, extinguishing his cigarette and casually tossing a mint into his mouth. Broaden your perspective. She is not the princess of Beatty. She is the emperor's cherished daughter. Onley's vision darkened, nearly toppling from her seat. Good heavens! The adorable little girl, who often rubbed her face and patted her head over the past half-month, is actually the prized jewel of the emperor of the Great Huan. Quick, someone get me an oxygen tank. I feel as though I am on the brink of an ICU visit. Soon Only thought of a more troubling matter. Then AMU, is he the crown prince? Ramuchuan gazed at the tender, plump lips before him, feeling a parched sensation wash over him. Yet those sweet, enticing lips were calling out another man's name in a crisp, melodious tone that he found utterly detestable that he yearned to silence those lips. Wishing that, from this moment forth, she would only use that tantalizing voice to summon him alone, that he longed for a connection with her that transcended dreams and seeped into reality. Ainli observed the distracted Ramuchuan and affectionately called out to him, Khan, as if recalling a delightful thought. A smile broke across Ramuchuan's face, his previously cold eyes now shimmering with intrigue. Responding to the playful calls in his ear, he instinctively replied, Your husband is here. And Li was taken aback, her mind racing. Was this a veiled mockery? Damn that pavilion in the lake for placing the stone bench and table so close together. There was scarcely room for her to kneel and pay her respects. If she were to meet her end here, she would surely drag the stone table and bench down with her as a cushion. Her gaze fell upon the exquisite wine jug on the table, and without hesitation, she poured herself a generous cup. Raising her neck, she downed it in one gulp, followed by 2 more cups in quick succession. Goodness, she recognized this as the Mautai from her Punlai pavilion. Truly, she was digging her own grave. That it was midday, and she had eaten nothing. How foolish to drink 2 taels right away. With a sincere bow of her head, she declared, Khan, I was wrong. I punish myself with 3 cups for my rashness. Still lost in the moment of his earlier indiscretion, Ramuchuan snatched the delicate wine cup from her hands, fixating on the faint lip imprint left behind, instinctively licking his lips. What have you done wrong? It is my fault, he said. That Ainli pouted, feeling utterly wronged, as if she were the only fool in the room. In that moment, she couldn't discern whether to lay down and accept her fate or to feebly argue for her life. Khan, do you pity me that you indulge in this playful banter? Rim Yuchuan gently stroked the top of Enli's head, intending to offer her comfort, but she recoiled as if shocked that he could only awkwardly fidget with his fingers. No, Asha sincerely wishes to be close to you. Do not feel burdened. That Enli felt that the crux of the issue lay elsewhere. He, with his intimidating demeanor, was the only one truly unapproachable. Oh, woe is me. There are things that cannot be spoken, for to speak them is to invite disaster. She could not remain in this place any longer. That moment, the table before her, laden with dishes as delicate as works of art, felt akin to poison. Khan, I have already received my lesson today. May I take my leave? I promise I shall not harbor any ill thoughts in the future. Rim Yuchuan took a deep breath, lifting the gold seal from the table, his thumb caressing its uneven texture. No, sit properly and engage with me. When you arrived, the matchmaker must have given you a paper that if you do not know what to say, simply ask the questions on it. I shall answer without reservation. Enli felt as though she were being subjected to a public execution. Khan, I refuse to proceed. I shall return you the 10,000 taels. I wouldn't dare to harbor any aspirations toward you. Rim Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. From this moment forth, across the entire realm, I permit only you to harbor thoughts of me. Think as you wish without restraint. Chapter 56. I shall pursue you with that. Rim Yuchuan picked up his chopsticks. What are you dawdling for? Eat and ask your questions. These are the signature dishes of the pavilion. You should try them. And in the future, choose those you prefer. Enli felt a surge of emotion, nearly letting a droplet of saliva escape from the corner of her mouth. She too wished to indulge. Just look at that plump dragon fish, the almost mythical lobster, and the crispy, tender roast suckling pig. Yet she could not bring herself to indulge. Rim Yuchuan, wanting to showcase his prowess in devouring a whole pig in 3 bites, hesitated, fearing that his voracious appetite might startle Enli. Instead, he leisurely picked up a fish about a foot long and placed it on her plate. Come, eat the fish. Enli's mind raced, quickly arriving at a preliminary judgment. He was being sarcastic. Had he never witnessed a banquet before? In all those palace dramas, whether it be the emperor or a prince, they were always attended by a dozen servants. Surely, a prince would not serve himself, let alone serve her. This was simply inappropriate. Realizing this, Enli promptly stood, sweeping her skirt as she took a step back. Khan, what would you like to eat? Allow me to serve you. Rim Yuchuan sensed that Enli was overreacting. Sit down. Where did you learn such frivolous manners? Here, we do not have so many formalities. As he watched Enli gradually relax, he gently grasped her delicate wrist, guiding her back to her seat. His gaze laden with meaning. I am seeking a wife, not a maidservant. With 3,000 people in my household revolving around me, I have never required anyone to serve my meals. My beloved only needs to attend to me in the evening. Should you continue to neglect your meal, you may sit on my lap, and I shall feed you. Enli felt as though she were speaking to a wall. She had already drawn her metaphorical sword, ready to fight. Her patience was hanging by a thread, sustained only by a sliver of divine inspiration that kept her from flipping the table and storming out. Life was dull and tedious. She had grievances against humanity. Did he not understand? She did not wish to be inexplicably transported to ancient times to become some nobleman's wife. Her prime years had only just begun. Her career was just beginning to unfold. Qi Han had yet to tarnish his reputation, and He Lingfeng had yet to lose face. She had not yet led her sisterhood to the pinnacle of life, though he possessed commendable qualities. There lay a chasm of several millennia between them. This man, so proud, could not possibly abandon his rightful place as the king of Beatty to chase after her in modernity. Rim Yuchuan noticed Enli's lowered head. Assuming she was simply a shy girl, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Do not be nervous. I do not bite. Look at the note given to you by the matchmaker. Let us continue. Enli found herself unable to eat. The food tasted bland, and the sumptuous lobster felt no different from a plain bun in her mouth. She treated this as a mere task to complete. The sooner it was done, the sooner she could breathe a sigh of relief. With that thought, Enli opened the now slightly damp paper, beginning the interrogation-style Q&A. Name: Rim Yuchuan. Gender: a pure man. Age: just turned 28. Where do you hold court? Rim Yuchuan found these questions utterly pointless, akin to a futile exercise. Irritated, he lifted the wine jug, pouring himself a cup of Maodai and inhaling its fragrant aroma that did not waste time on trivial matters. With this time, we could finish our meal and take a stroll in the outskirts of the city. Dayanli nodded vigorously, hastily scanning the martial arts manual handed to her by the matchmaker. How many family members do you have? Reem Yuchuan savored his Maodai and roasted goose. That it is just my father. My mother was lost to me during a war many years ago. And my father has been searching for her ever since. That it would be wonderful to have both parents again. Dayanli scratched her head, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the handsome uncle. Reem Yuchuan squinted, supporting his forehead, his gaze imbued with deep affection. You are to be my bride. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Let us have several children. The world is united now, and I have plenty of time to spend with you. Emily pinched her brow in exasperation. How had he grown so presumptuous? She adapted to local customs, yet that did not mean she feared him. True, he was the king of Beatty, but she was no slouch in modern times. Setting down her chopsticks, Emily spoke earnestly. Khan, do you know where I hail from? Reem Yuchuan nodded. I know. Punlaijo, that I do not mind. I guess it not just a matter of being a mermaid. What is there to fret about? Emily shook her head. But do you know that in my homeland, there is no such thing as a marriage arranged by parents or matchmakers? Having read numerous romance novels and watched countless dramas, Reem Yuchuan was well aware that I know you enjoy free love, that I respect the customs of your homeland, that I can be your boyfriend for now. Why not move into the palace tonight? There is a sea pool. And I am certain you would love it. Li weakly covered her face. Khan, the essence of free love is freedom. It is a mutual willingness. Do you not understand? You did not even ask if I was willing. Reem Yuchuan contemplated for a moment, realizing the validity of her argument. There still needed to be some semblance of ceremony. With that, he extended his hand toward Enli. Are you willing? Enli chuckled. I am not willing. Reem Yuchuan, initially confident in his success, found himself momentarily taken aback by her sudden refusal. Why are you unwilling? A statement has long been on Enli's mind. The conditions for her to sit down calmly and have a serious conversation are that both parties possess the capability to overturn the table at any moment. Yet, it is evident that Reem Yuchuan remains oblivious to this, that he continually attempts to unilaterally suppress Khan, a figure of considerable repute in my hometown. Our lifestyles diverge greatly. It is inconceivable for me to abandon everything and reside in the vast world solely dependent on you. You, as the king of Beatty, standing above all, naturally cannot accompany me to polite. That my respect for you is merely an expression of politeness. Should we truly sever ties, I could easily return to Punlai. Out of your reach, moreover, my profession does not permit me to bear offspring prematurely. Reem Yuchuan has not contemplated such long-term implications. He merely believes that Enli should naturally live in the vast world alongside him. However, upon hearing her declaration of leaving without return, an inexplicable heaviness settled in Reem Yuchuan's heart. Frustrated, he tousled his dark hair and lit another cigarette, pondering earnestly for a while. Just as Enli thought he was about to concede, Reem Yuchuan seemed to resolve himself. It matters not. You have the means to traverse between the vast world and Punlai. You may choose to reside wherever you wish, and I shall accompany you. As for progeny, I can acquiesce to your desires. Holding the cigarette, he toyed with the ring on his finger. That I respect you. You may consider this without burden, that I in your homeland. It should be termed pursuit. Taking 2 deep puffs of smoke, he extinguished the cigarette but with force, adjusting his collar. I am now, quite earnestly, beginning to pursue you. Chapter 57. Reunion in the southern border. Enli felt quite burdened during this meal. Unexpectedly gaining a suitor, none other than the famed king of Beatty. She was at a loss whether to weep in despair or celebrate with firecrackers. The vast world is indeed an ideal realm. The handsome king of Beatty, who could make anyone drool, was seriously professing his desire to pursue her. Were she truly a heartless seductress, she might have readily agreed, for after all, why turn down an offer so advantageous? She held tightly the key that bridged 2 eras, allowing her to seek one suitor in ancient times and another in modernity, ensuring that a scene of rivalry would never unfold. However, she was unwilling. She did not wish to be toyed with by men, nor did she want to take advantage of others' affections. All were cherished darlings of their parents. Why should they become mere practice for someone else? Despite her boastful claims of seeking numerous partners, her heart yearned for the utmost devotion. Her standards for love were exceedingly high, to the point where it felt almost like a delusion. Furthermore, being inherently sensitive and prone to tears. She preferred not to cause others pain. As for the handsome uncle, she dismissed his intentions as a fleeting whim. Driven by lust, she would forgive the aesthetically deficient people of ancient times. Men, after all, are visual creatures, and their fickleness is a fundamental flaw. Surely, he would not persist for long. How could he remain ensnared in her beauty forever? What he professes now with fervent conviction would likely wane after encountering a few obstacles, leading him to seek another for marriage and children. After all, he truly had a throne to inherit. Ainley found it hard to articulate her emotions. She felt liberated, yet as if something were lodged in her throat. She feared his persistence, yet she also feared the opposite. Love should be equal. She had no right to exploit a momentary infatuation to test his sincerity through various means. Yet, she truly feared losing control. She yearned to act recklessly, to wield her beauty as a weapon, wanting to see him overcome challenge after challenge for her affection. Ainley took a deep breath, suppressing her mischievous inclinations, and considered entrusting her fate to fate itself. Rimu Chuan noticed in Li's troubled demeanor and recalled the romantic novels he had read recently. Matters of the heart require a balance. Relentless pursuit does not guarantee a favorable outcome. In a sultry, deep voice that could drown a man, he gently urged, "Come, eat more. Would you like to take a stroll afterwards? I will accompany you." Ainley glanced at the lavish spread before them. Aside from Rimu Chuan, who had devoured his meal, she had barely touched her food. "I cannot afford to indulge. I still need to return and earn a living." Rimu Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Little financial enthusiast. Do not call me Khan in the future. I do not refer to myself as this king before you. It feels too distant. More importantly, it is not conducive to the development of our relationship." The little siren always concealed herself around him, trembling with trepidation. How could he cater to her preferences and remedy her ailments? And Li felt equally vexed. Calling him uncle seemed inappropriate. Should she refer to him as Ader while addressing the princess of the vast world? If she were unbothered, she could not afford to appear lacking in decorum. Rimu Chuan thoughtfully stroked his chin for a moment and proposed, "According to the customs of your hometown, why not call me Brother Chuan?" And Li, preparing to sip tea to soothe her throat, was suddenly choked by this chaotic hierarchy. How could she address her sister's uncle as Brother Chuan? Moreover, how could she dare to directly utter the name of the king of Beatty? Such audacity! No, no, no. I shall still call you uncle. Li's first blind date. A struggle to draw a satisfying conclusion. Thus, she hurried ahead, almost sprinting as if competing for an Olympic walking medal. Yet, Rimu Chuan, with no pressure at all, strode confidently beside her. Li found it impossible to shake him off. Observing her awkwardness, he noted the delicate blush blooming on her exquisite earlobes, feeling that this little siren was truly molded in his heart's image. No matter how he looked at her, he found her increasingly endearing, especially her bashful demeanor. The more she blushed, the more he wished to tease her. "Why the rush? Afraid I might gobble you up?" "Rest assured, at least for now, I can still manage to restrain myself." Ainley understood his insinuations all too well, biting her lip in indignation. "If you keep babbling nonsense." Rimu Chuan took a few strides ahead, turning to gaze at Li, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "What will you do? Speak it aloud. Let me hear." Ainley found herself at a loss for words. She believed that in the vast world, Rimu Chuan should be invincible, unafraid of threats, bribery, or intimidation. Secretly rolling her eyes, she resolved to muster her courage and boldly reciprocate his advances. Only magic could conquer magic. If someone made your heart race, the best remedy was to make them flee in embarrassment. As for exchanging flirtatious banter, she had never been outdone. Alas, she found no opportunity to showcase her skills. How could they have arrived at Punlai Pavilion so swiftly? The flamboyantly dressed matchmaker stood at the entrance, anxiously rubbing her hands. And Li and Rimu Chuan walked back side by side. The matchmaker's face radiated joy at the sight of Khan and the blushing Li. "Is this a success?" Just as the matchmaker prepared to bow, Rimu Chuan raised his hand. No need for formalities. The matchmaker sensed that Khan was in an exceptionally good mood today. "Congratulations, Khan, and Missin. Miss, here is Khan's banknote for 10,000 taels. You may take it. As for the invitation from the Southern Border King, I shall kindly decline for you." Upon hearing this, Li's heart raced. What? Is there still a line behind me? Am I really that sought after? The Southern Border King. That sounds quite impressive. Could it be that the Southern Border King is a a good moo? The matchmaker turned pale at the mention of his name. Oh dear, missin, I would never dare to speak the Southern Border King's name directly. It truly is a moo. What business does he have here causing a stir? I hear he has been forced into matchmaking recently. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Lee's thoughts immediately began to take shape. She thrust the banknote into Remya Chuan's hands and grabbed the matchmaker, who was about to slip away. Please don't leave. I never said I was set on the King of Beatty. More choices mean more paths. I can still consider the Southern Border King. Remya Chuan's expression turned serious, and Lee felt a chill run down her spine. The matchmaker was even more perturbed. Sensing that a metaphorical guillotine hung over her head, Lee, hands on her hips, concealed her inner turmoil. What? Is this against the rules? The King of Beatty must also adhere to reason, right? The matchmaker wished she could transform into a turtle and hide inside her shell. Missing this, Remya Chuan shot a fierce glare at the matchmaker. You old hag, you should not speak of things that do not concern you. I am magnanimous. Let us proceed with the matchmaking now. According to the rules, I am the uncle of the Southern Border King. It is only reasonable for an elder to accompany. Chapter 58, exposing the relationship between uncle and nephew, and Lee and the matchmaker found themselves at a loss for words. How reasonable. They were left speechless, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of hierarchy. For the first time, Remya Chuan felt grateful for his late marriage and parenthood as he stood out among his peers at the age of 28. Leaving them all behind, the affection between uncle and nephew was indeed commendable. Reflecting on his childhood, when he was forced to give a goo to moo his New Year's money, he felt relieved. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode toward the VIP hall on the third floor of Punlai Pavilion, eager to showcase the Southern Border King to enhance his own majestic presence. Asha observed Uncle Wong striding up the stairs ahead, while Sister Shaoli followed behind with a hint of grievance. Momentarily perplexed that wasn't she supposed to be on a blind date with Brother Amu? How could Uncle Wong, relying on his military authority, have intervened at such a critical moment? Ugh, how shameless of Uncle Wong. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. On the second floor, Ramuchuan sat, opening 2 bottles of ice-cold, zero-calorie cola with his own hands. The little mermaid only indulged in this beverage, and Lee felt that within just one morning, she had dug herself one pit after another. Uncle, this really isn't appropriate, she remarked. Ramuchuan lifted his slender phoenix eyes and glanced at the uneasy Lee. What is inappropriate? You wish to meet the King of Nanjing, and I am merely fulfilling your desire. Lee felt a wave of despair. Amu, I am truly sorry. Consider it a rescue for his recent exhausting blind dates. That scoundrel uncle was indeed relentless. Ramuchuan gazed longingly at Lee's delicate face, memories of countless dreams flooding his mind like a revolving lantern. He was on the brink of madness. Enduring the days as a devoted Lu Xianghui was proving to be a grueling ordeal. Each day, he had to remind himself to respect and cherish her. Refraining from coercion, with a sorrowful sigh, Ramuchuan echoed the words from romantic novels, asking with deep affection, "What path can lead me to your heart?" And Lee thought, he must have been burning the midnight oil reading countless novels lately, conjuring up such cheesy lines. Ugh. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. What a fool! Ramuchuan, puzzled, inquired, "What is this, what a fool?" Before he could finish, the melodious sound of wind chimes accompanied by the opening of the door caught their attention. Agudamu entered, enveloped in a fragrant aura of sandalwood. Even with her mental preparation, upon seeing the towering Uncle Wong with his eternally unchanging smile, Lee felt her composure waver. Are you serious? Uncle Wong? Missin, it has been a while, he said, taking a seat opposite her and gesturing towards the cola. Missin, won't you offer me a bottle of cola? Just as Lee was about to retrieve one from the cupboard, Ramuchuan's hand shot out impatiently to grab a bottle of ice-cold cola, twisting off the cap with a hiss. Here, but remember to pay me back later. Agudamu maintained his composure, smiling as he nodded. Of course, I would never take advantage of Missin then. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Lee felt that if she remained seated any longer, she might very well lose her sanity. Her toes were nearly digging into the floor in desperation. Clearing his throat, Agudamu broke the silence, saying, Missin, calling you that feels rather distant. Like Asha, May I call you Xiao Li? Before Enli could respond, Ramuchuan frowned impatiently. That's inappropriate. You have only met her once. And to address her so intimately is quite out of order. You are embarrassing your uncle. Agunmu ignored his uncle's displeasure and continued, Xiao Li, a man should introduce himself first. I am Agunmu, the current king of Nanjing. And I am unmarried, that I have no particular hobbies, but I enjoy music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Ramuchuan waved dismissively. All trivial pursuits. Just old women's pastimes, lengthy and tedious. Agunmu maintained his poise, stating, I lead a regular life, abstaining from smoking and drinking. Ramuchuan proudly lifted his chin. Indeed, you have never been able to handle it. I was downing strong spirits at the age of 10. Agunmu, known throughout the realm for his good temper, remained calm. Yet the tightly clenched fist beneath the table betrayed his emotions. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. Though I may not ride horses or wield guns, I have been literate since the age of 3 and have read extensively by 5 that I can be considered quite capable. Ramuchuan scoffed. Enough of that. You wet the bed at 8. Unable to endure further, Agunmu's face flushed with indignation. Uncle, how dare you speak of me that way? You have always bullied the weak, leveraging your height and strength for mischief. On New Year's Eve, you set off firecrackers in the restroom, ruining the festivities for everyone. You even placed the blame on me, shoving firecrackers into my hands. Grandfather Wang, please vindicate me. You whipped me for 7 days until I could hardly walk. And you've forgotten all that. Ramuchuan could hardly bear Agunmu's public revelations of his past transgressions, slamming the table. His face reddened with anger. How dare you claim to be innocent? On another New Year's Eve, while I was bowing to my elder brother in the great hall, you suddenly lunged out and yanked my trousers down. The hall was packed, and there was hardly a seat to spare. Enli could hardly fathom that the seemingly well-behaved Agunmu could have committed such mischief. Agunmu, furious, took a big gulp of ice-cold cola. Uncle, how can you still have the audacity to speak? You pulled up your pants in the blink of an eye. You are spiteful and clung to my hand, refusing to let me cover myself. You made a fool of me in front of everyone. Do you think I wasn't embarrassed? Ramuchuan, unashamed, responded, Why should I be ashamed? I am strong and gifted. Only you, pitiful creature, would feel shame. Enli could only wish for 2 cotton balls to stuff in her ears. This was not a blind date at all. It was a public airing of grievances between uncle and nephew. These two truly deserved each other, growing up together and now cutting each other to the quick. Seizing the opportunity as their argument escalated, Enli quietly made her way to the door, yanking it open abruptly, only to hear a yelp. Unbeknownst to her, Asha had been eavesdropping at the door and tumbled in unexpectedly. Chapter 59. The morning was chaotic from the start. This blind date, fraught with tension, ultimately fell upon Asha to bear the brunt of it. Not only was she reprimanded by the stern Uncle Wang, but even her usually doting older brother wore a displeased expression as he scolded her. Asha felt aggrieved. Asha needed to bury herself in Sister Xiao Li's comforting embrace. Yet Enli felt just as wronged. She truly hadn't intended to overhear the embarrassing stories of the 2 kings. Both of them had memories that were nothing short of extraordinary, almost starting from the time they were in diapers. That damned competitive spirit of men. The following morning, Enli arrived exceptionally early. Observing the staff sorting through the merchandise, Asha stealthily approached, leaping into Enli's arms with a joyful exclamation, burying her little face against her. She was nearly squealing with delight. Sister Xiao Li, come. Let me drown in your affection. I adore you so much. Enli affectionately rubbed the fluffy little head nestled in her embrace, feeling both love and exasperation. All right, how old are you now? You're acting like a child. Asha lamented that she couldn't ride the waves of Sister Xiao Li's affection. That was her exclusive domain. Her uncle Wang only deserved to be pitied. Little Li, my father and mother are hosting a banquet in a few days to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary. They insist that I invite you. Bring your friends along. Let us show our great realm some face. Upon hearing this, Enli was intrigued. Are there guests from other countries coming? The competitive spirit of a supermodel ignited within her. Who were they preparing to outshine? Asha reluctantly released her grip on Enli's slender waist, crossing her arms like an adult, her face reflecting indignation. Not even from Yingzhou. Yingzhou was a resource-scarce island, long dependent on the great realm. Its population was sparse, relying on the sea for sustenance, and the island's lord was a wise, kind old man. However, That Ingzhou princess was quite unbearable, and Li quickly opened a packet of sunflower seeds. Adopting the stance of a gossip enthusiast. Come, tell me all about it. From Asha's emotionally charged narration, and Li painstakingly distilled the essence. The island of Ingzhou, when viewed on a map, bears a slight resemblance to the island nation adjacent to Huaxia. As a subordinate nation of little standing, it has consistently paid homage with fresh seafood and rare treasures. However, the aesthetic sensibilities of Ingzhou are rather peculiar, with faces painted in eerie white, adorned with frightening red lips and rosy cheeks, and footwear reminiscent of wooden clogs. The Princess of Ingzhou arrived in the Grand Realm at the tender age of 16 and encountered the gallant Ramuchuan, who had just returned from several cities after completing his missions. That year, Ramuchuan was merely 20, a spirited young man, riding through the official roads, his garments fluttering in the wind, showcasing his impressive military achievements. That it was this fleeting glimpse that planted the seeds of infatuation in the princess's heart for 8 long years. The Lord of Ingzhou was aware that this was an unattainable dream, but, unable to resist the fact that he had only one daughter, he shamelessly sought a marriage proposal from the Emperor of the Grand Realm, only to be met with rejection. Yet the princess was undeterred, devising ways to intercept Ramuchuan at the gates of the palace daily. Initially, Ramuchuan treated her with courtesy, politely declining her advances, but as her persistence grew, his demeanor soured as the years rolled on. The Princess of Ingzhou found herself aging into an old maid while Ramuchuan became a well-known bachelor in the Grand Realm. Yet he steadfastly refused to even glance at the princess. Despite the incessant pressure to marry, Li listened, her heart filled with a peculiar sentiment. It seemed there was a tale of unrequited love woven into this history. The Princess of Ingzhou was indeed a devoted soul. Lamenting, I once offered my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon only shines upon the ditch. Alas, was she not merely cursing herself as a ditch? As Li pondered, resting her chin in her hand. She was startled by a commotion at the entrance. Kanjinan! The protagonist of this romantic saga had arrived. Reluctantly, Li stood and stepped outside to greet him. However, as soon as she emerged, her eyes widened in disbelief. Ramuchuan was still the strikingly handsome figure he had always been, clad in a finely crafted black garment embroidered with auspicious clouds, his short hair impeccably styled, adorned with a golden threaded wolf-patterned headband, and dazzling black earrings that caught the morning sun. Yet, why was he holding a rope? At the end of each rope was a quacking duck tied by the neck. Not one, but exactly 8. Some quacked melodiously, while others flapped their wings, creating a chaotic scene of dancing ducks. Despite his evident disdain, Ramuchuan held onto the ropes with determination. Was he here for a market visit? Or was this some obscure custom of the Grand Realm? As if leading the ducks was not enough, a snot-nosed little boy, 2 feet tall, trailed behind him, and what of the hunchbacked old woman with a face as wrinkled as a walnut seated in the sedan chair behind him? This was indeed a curious sight. Ramuchuan, for once, refrained from rushing over and instead took a moment to display his peculiar entourage, ensuring Li had thoroughly taken in the spectacle. Only then did he approach. Frowning as he attempted to shoo the ducks away, "Go on, move faster, you wretched creatures." And Li gasped in astonishment. Was it now fashionable to keep ducks as pets? The poor ducks, with their round bellies and short legs, could hardly run quickly. Driven to frenzy, they quacked angrily, some even daring to peck at Ramuchuan's trousers, prompting him to perform an impromptu tap dance in frustration. Confounded ducks! Do you wish to become roasted ducks by noon? A scowl on Ramuchuan's face sent the little boy into tears, creating chaos at the entrance of the Prenglai Pavilion. Eventually, through the collective efforts of the staff, amidst flying duck feathers and Ramuchuan's muffled curses, the outrageous scene was brought under control. The 8 ducks, the wailing child, and the concerned old woman were ushered away by the guards as Li seized Ramuchuan's sleeve, her frustration palpable, and dragged him up to the 3rd floor of the Prenglai Pavilion. Slamming the door behind them, she glared at Ramuchuan, whose hair was still a bit ruffled. Are you here to make a spectacle? Just because I did not acquiesce to you yesterday, you chose to embarrass us both. Ramuchuan, having contemplated countless outcomes, was taken aback by this one that he absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his hair, pondering for a moment before deciding to defend himself. "That I only wish to win your favor." And Li exclaimed, "Is this your idea of winning my favor? This debacle is as mortifying as if you were dancing naked at the entrance of the shop." as Ramuchuan attempted to sit beside Li. She swiftly commanded, "Stop! Stand over there!" Confounded, Ramuchuan could not fathom where he had gone wrong to earn such disdainful treatment. Then Li pressed her temples in frustration. "So that little boy is your son from outside? And the old woman is your grandmother? Are you trying to show me that you have both an elderly and a young dependent?" Ramuchuan retorted, "I have never even touched a woman. How could I have such a large son?" "That old woman is not my grandmother." And Li was even more perplexed. Then why bring them along? And why a gaggle of ducks? It was only after Ramuchuan struggled to explain for a considerable time that Li finally understood. His intent was to win her affection. She had completely forgotten her joking remark from before, and to her surprise, he had remembered it. Despite his poor hearing and comprehension skills, she felt a rush of gratitude. After much contemplation, Li finally processed the information. "Dear uncle, do you not think you've made quite the spectacle of yourself today? With people bustling about on the streets, many must have witnessed your antics." Leaning against the wine cabinet, Ramuchuan crossed his long legs and admitted, "To some extent, yes. But if you say you like it, then what does my dignity matter?" Inwardly, Li battled with her emotions. Unwilling to dismiss his earnestness, to deny being touched would be disingenuous. "Well done. But do not repeat this in the future. I was speaking of things from my homeland that you have never seen." Ramuchuan then realized he had created a tremendous blunder. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he could only imagine how quickly the news would spread. With a resigned expression, he wiped his face and pulled out his phone, calling Chu-yi in front of Li. "Chu-yi, immediately prepare the stove and oil. And pluck those noisy ducks. We must have roast duck for lunch." Watching Ramuchuan, filled with indignation as he vented at the ducks, Li found herself torn between amusement and anger. She stood, walked to the counter, and picked up the kettle. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Let me make you a cup of soybean milk." As Ramuchuan observed in Li's delicate hands handling the fine-spouted spoon, he felt a fleeting sense of happiness. Imagining a life filled with shared meals and seasons together, he instinctively leaned closer to her, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped her, and couldn't resist reaching out to twirl a strand of her hair, pressing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Her hair smelled delightful, with a lovely curl. "You know, I dreamed of you again last night. Did I end my dream? You were not this cold and distant." And Li turned around, handing him the steaming cup of soybean milk with a huff. "What a coincidence. I dreamed of you too. It was a clear sky and a gentle sea breeze, and you were standing by the shore. I poked you with a stick, and you retracted your head." Ramuchuan took a moment to process her words before realizing, "You called me a turtle. Just wait. When you next call me a turtle, you won't be able to take pride in it." And Li had grown accustomed to Ramuchuan's audacity, yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "I fear the princess of Ingzhou would be eager to become a turtle." The fearless Ramuchuan, who feared nothing in this world, nearly choked on the mention of the princess of Ingzhou. With a darkened expression, he ground his teeth. "Why bring up that ghostly figure when we are enjoying life in the mortal realm? Who told you? Was it Asha, or that insatiable nephew of mine?" Seeing his intense reaction only deepened in Li's feelings of bitterness, akin to sour vinegar and old lemons. "Bah, what does it matter who said it? You are truly heartless. She fell for you at first sight, and you didn't even spare her a glance. Such an irresponsible scoundrel." Realizing Li was pouting, Ramuchuan understood she was feeling particularly awkward. "Her interest in me is one-sided. It does not mean I must reciprocate, that if one party falls in love at first sight, must the other respond." Ramuchuan glanced at the sun shining through the window. "Then you should have been residing in my quarters long at this hour. You may still be asleep." Under the fervent insistence of Li, despite his deep reluctance, Ramuchuan turned back towards the royal residence, glancing back thrice with every step. Just as he departed, a Sha darted towards him like a playful squirrel. "Sister Li, you must not be deceived by Uncle Wang, no matter how good he seems. Brother Mu is far superior." And Li was perplexed. How could a Sha, who had previously championed Uncle Wang, so swiftly change her allegiance? "Stop spouting nonsense. Your brother Mu is a banished immortal. What does he know of romantic entanglements?" A Sha, having learned her lesson, leaned close to Li's ear, wary of Uncle Wang's potential return. "Who said that?" "Last night, I saw brother Mu painting your portrait in the study. Uncle Wang is not as good as brother Mu. Uncle Wang has too much of a murderous air, devouring meals as if a locust swarm has descended." Brother A Mu is wonderful. You two are like celestial lovers, this. A Sha dove into Enli's embrace, her round face puffed up as she blinked her eyes playfully. Sister Xiao Li, you should just yield to Brother A Mu. Before she could finish, a Sha felt a tightening grip around her neck. This suffocating sensation, this familiar oppressive aura. Ri Mu Chuan had returned, lifting a Sha as one would a chick, that I knew you were up to no good all day. Fortunately, I kept a watchful eye and didn't stray far. You little rascal, whispering sweet nothings here. Are you itching for a beating? I see you at Penglai Pavilion. You won't need to come again. The once confident A Sha, who had boldly waved the banner for Li Mu, shrank back like a quail. Sister Xiaoli, save me. Ah, Uncle Wang, you and Sister Xiaoli are a perfect match. Spare me this dog-s life. I promise I won't dare again. Ri Mu Chuan's gaze was as piercing as a bone-slicing knife, leaving a Sha feeling utterly uncomfortable. You little brat, from now on, you must sing my praises before your Sister Xiaoli for a full hour every day. And no repeats. If you fail, prepare for the rod. And Li held her forehead, silently mourning for a Sha. All right, uncle, please cease your intimidation of the children. Were it not for Enli's presence, Ri Mu Chuan would have surely asserted his authority right then and there. A Sha had already formed a habit of being cheeky in front of her Uncle Wang. Once certain that he had left, she crept back over with a mischievous grin. Sister Xiaoli, tonight, Teacher Jean is hosting an art exhibition and has invited everyone to play chess with him. Shall we join in the fun after work? Chapter 61. The art exhibition. Uncle and niece battle, and Li contemplated how to subtly inform her friends about the grand opportunity she had encountered in Dahuan. After all, she had only hinted at acquiring a significant fortune and was currently vacationing in a paradise-like utopia. Her friends had expressed their envy, but if she were to bring them along, preparations were essential. She had already decided to invite a Xing, Gao Ying, and the eloquent Kelly, as these were individuals she absolutely trusted and who would not create any trouble. Finally, the workday came to an end, and to her surprise, a luxurious and exquisite carriage pulled up outside, drawn by a pure white horse, with wind chimes at each corner producing a melodious sound. Several guards sat in front of the carriage. This was Enli's first close encounter with a carriage, especially one so finely crafted. Before she could fully appreciate it, the curtain was lifted by a pair of elegant hands that Agu de Mu, with a smile in his eyes, jumped down and winked at a Sha. Come on, get in. Enli thought to herself, is she selling me out again? Who could say if this little girl was merely stirring the pot with her words? At least A Mu had not displayed any peculiar behavior, and their interactions were quite pleasant. Most importantly, a free luxurious carriage was an opportunity not to be missed. The three of them climbed aboard. Enli couldn't help but marvel once more at how wealth allows one to enjoy life anywhere. The interior of the carriage was like a hidden paradise, with silk cushions, a small table made of golden silk namu, and an incense burner exuding a calming fragrance, accompanied by several exquisite pastries. Even the suspension was top-notch, providing a remarkably smooth ride. This must be the Rolls-Royce among Dahuan carriages, and Li restrained her urge to touch everything and feigned a worldly demeanor. A Sha clung to Enli like a koala, her round face openly expressing disdain. Brother A Mu is so frugal, arriving in such a shabby carriage. Enli thought, why does a Sha see this carriage as a mere broken tractor? Is this what a princess's affluent life looks like? Agu de Mu chuckled as he poured them some tea at a Sha. Remember, you said you wanted to keep a low profile, that ain't no loud noises. Just quietly entering the village. What on earth had a Sha taught Agu de Mu? Truly, she was not learning well. The carriage slowly came to a halt near the Imperial Academy, not far from the palace. Although dusk had already set in, the Imperial Academy was ablaze with light, with various carriages lining the entrance that Agu de Mu dismounted and extended his hand to Enli. Come, Xiaoli, let me assist you. Enli hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a sharp crack of a whip sliced through the air, accompanied by the resonant sound of hooves that Ri Mu Chuan rode a pure black steed, flanked by several robust guards. With a flourish, he cracked the whip and approached the carriage. He dismounted with grace, hands clasped behind his back, expertly wrapping the whip around his strong wrist. His narrow eyes swept over Enli and the others. A mischievous glint in his gaze. After a half-day's absence, and you three have the audacity to sneak around. Enli instinctively leaped from the carriage, feeling an inexplicable sensation akin to a supermodel caught in a scandal with a wild man, only to be discovered by her husband. Tai, it must be his overwhelming presence and unabashed possessiveness. Agu merely furrowed his brow slightly. What sudden interest does Uncle Wong have in admiring paintings and playing chess? I recall you never touched a chessboard. Our Mu Chuan raised an eyebrow. Who says I cannot? I have been diligently studying day and night, honing my skills and strategy. The Northern D guards exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions reflecting deep doubt. When had their Khan taken to such relentless study of chess? Just moments ago, he had declared that a man should not be confined to the constraints of a chessboard. Yet upon hearing that the Yin Shi and the princess were arriving at the Imperial Academy in the southern Jiang King's carriage, the Khan had leapt from his usual languid position. Mounted his horse, one hand gripping the reins while the other frantically flipped through chess manuals, racing towards the Imperial Academy. Indeed, the Khan was a wolf king. His thoughts were not something mere curs could fathom. Agu observed the defiant Mu Chuan, who was now awkwardly tucking away the chess manual he had been concealing. Uncle Wong, you truly embody the spirit of lifelong learning. How fortunate that today you can engage in a match with Teacher Jean. After all, playing against a poor strategist is a stroke of luck in itself. The awkwardness hung in the air as they all entered the Imperial Academy, where the Northern D King, Southern Jiang King, and the esteemed young lady of the court were all gathered. Diane Li enjoyed the privileges of being a guest of honor. She had wondered why beverage sales had surged recently. It turned out the Imperial Academy was hosting an art exhibition. Procuring refreshments for its guests, Diane Li strolled through the exhibition, a glass filled with cola in hand. Those who attended were all prominent figures in the capital, either powerful or wealthy. In recent days, Li had become somewhat of a sensation in the capital, drawing attention with her stunning looks, impressive figure, and ethereal aura. Many young noblemen cast lingering glances her way. Their interest piqued. Some even dared to approach her, but out of respect for the distinguished individuals accompanying her, they ultimately refrained. Despite her lack of artistic knowledge, Li found the works of Mr. Jean to be vividly lifelike. As they meandered through the corridor, they admired the displayed pieces. Golden toad on leaf, Agu recited. The golden toad nibbles at the lock, burning incense in. The jade tiger pulls the thread, drawing water back. Our Mu Chuan quipped, what a sizable, plump frog. In the first round, Agu claimed first blood. Southern Heaven Gate Banquet of Immortals, Agu recited. As the rainbow forms a dress and the wind becomes my steed, the Lord of Clouds arrives in a flurry. Mu Chuan retorted, do Immortals also celebrate with a Swana? In the second round, Agu achieved a double kill. Silkworm maiden washing silk, Agu recited. The spring silkworms die only when their silk is exhausted. The wax torch turns to ash only when the tears have dried. Mu Chuan exclaimed, darn it. I've always hated fluttering moths. In the third round, Agu executed a triple kill as the Wolf King entered the battlefield. This painting, the largest in the entire exhibition, vividly depicts the clash of two armies, capturing the expressions of each soldier with exquisite detail. At the center stands a figure wielding a silver spear, exuding a commanding presence while riding a heavily armored steed, leading a squadron of cavalry to rout the enemy. Agu remarked, that will suffice. Ramuchuan gazed at the lifelike portrayal of himself at the center, nodding in satisfaction. The art of words is akin to a silver-plated wax head. All fears stem from a lack of firepower. Truly, I am the mightiest warrior of the great Huandian. In this match, it seems that Ramuchuan has emerged victorious. Chapter 62. Let's play a game of chess. After finishing the art exhibition, Ramuchuan found that apart from the painting of the Wolf King entering the battlefield, the other artworks lacked significance. Agu felt even more disheartened. Why couldn't Teacher Jean create a piece depicting the southern border king's fragrant concoctions? The four of them awkwardly gathered around a table when a young chess player from the Imperial Academy approached. Bowing respectfully, greetings, Khan, greetings, Your Highness of the southern border. May the princess enjoy eternal peace. Hello, Managerine. Onli silently lamented her own situation, realizing she was the epitome of thriving in murky waters that no one dared to stand upright without permission. Teacher Jean requested everyone to ascend the stairs for a friendly match. Ramuchuan closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the chess strategies he had hastily learned before finally opening them. Not a problem. Please rise and lead the way. Onli and Asha linked arms and ascended to the second floor. The ambience of artistry is truly thick. The ensemble of chimes, guqin, and sandalwood easels created a delightful atmosphere, with even the curtains showcasing an entire calligraphic work. Only lifted her gaze to admire a large seal script piece hanging on the wall, lost in deep contemplation. Asha, does this convey what I imagined? Asha's adorable round face twisted in confusion, resembling a steamed bun gone awry. Perhaps it does express your thoughts. Only awkwardly chuckled for a while. This master truly appeals to both refined and common tastes. Saying this, she beckoned Ramuchuan, who was eagerly eyeing the chimes with a small mallet in hand. Uncle, do you recognize this? Ramuchuan approached with a disproportionately small wooden mallet in hand. Let me see, Yes, this seal script is ancient and elegant. Only felt as if the Ramuchuan now was a different person from the one who had boisterously boasted downstairs. Uncle, what does this say? Ramuchuan, with a deep breath, recited, catch the frog, squeeze out the urine. Only and Asha simultaneously exhaled in relief. It mirrors what they saw. It is not them who are vulgar. Just then, Aguma exited after greeting Jean Maching, the protagonist of today's exhibition, and overheard Ramuchuan's shocking declaration. Jean Maching momentarily felt a wave of dizziness, nearly fainting from indignation. When had he ever penned such unrefined calligraphy? That was clearly meant to convey a bright future lies ahead. Continuing onward, the surrounding chess players struggled to suppress their laughter, bowing their heads in silence. Jean Maching finally regained his composure. Khan, long time no see. Your cultural proficiency has truly soared. Jean Maching, a notable figure in the Great Huandian, was renowned for his calligraphy and artistry, and his chess skills were said to be exceptional. He had been a companion to Ramuchuan during their youth, serving as a study partner. Unfortunately, Ramuchuan had never been particularly studious, often indulging in mischief to the Imperial Academy. He would sleep during classes and cause chaos after lessons, always enthusiastic during meals, while his studies were a source of consternation for all that time. The reigning emperor had just ascended to the throne, and managing the young prince was a formidable challenge. The last resort was summoned. A call to the parents. The North D. Khan, Rimyu, rushed to the capital overnight, setting up a bench at the academy's entrance, wielding a whip with gritted teeth, just in time to catch Ramuchuan returning from his escapades. Ramuchuan, blissfully unaware, was chewing on a blade of grass, embodying the spirit of a carefree child, and secretly harboring a pair of stolen parrot eggs cherished by his elder brother. He contemplated whether to boil them or roast them. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, he spotted his uncle poised for action, ready to ensnare him. Realizing the predicament, he bolted, deftly evading several North D guards with his impressive agility. Rimyu, infuriated, was about to unleash his fury when he noticed a flash of red amidst the green grass. A figure clad in a crimson brocade vest. Rimyu's anger intensified. This brat has exceptional martial skills, but refuses to apply himself to his studies. He was swiftly captured and tied to a bench at the bustling academy entrance, where he faced punishment for his transgressions. Leaving his backside as sore as a monkey that the North D Khan wielded his whip with all his might, and it was said that the palace could hear Ramuchuan's cries echoing that afternoon. Fortunately, the emperor, feeling compassion, rushed to intervene, preventing the furious Rimyu from exacting further punishment on the young prince, who would later contribute significantly to the Great Huandian. For a month thereafter, Ramuchuan was carried to the Imperial Academy on a stretcher. Jean Maching was assigned to accompany Agudemu as a study partner. Thankfully, the two children were of similar age and shared interests, fostering mutual growth and progress. For Ramuchuan, he quickly forgot the pain and resumed his mischief. Armed with a homemade slingshot, nearly decimating the sparrows around the academy, the North D Khan could not afford to lose face. Once Ramuchuan could read and write, mastering the 4 books and 5 classics, he was summoned back to North D, unceremoniously tossed into a military camp for training. Agudemu, having achieved his own scholarly success, returned to the southern border. Meanwhile, Jean Maching remained at the Imperial Academy, becoming a scholar. Thus, the childhood companions parted ways, only to reunite several years later. Agudemu had transformed from a somewhat frail boy into the charismatic southern border king, while Ramuchuan had matured into the authentic iron-blooded wolf king of North D through countless battles. Jean Maching had also truly become a master in his own right. Yet he never anticipated that their long-awaited reunion would be marked by a grand surprise from Ramuchuan. Truly, one can see a person's future at the age of 3. Asha's teacher was none other than Jean Maching. Upon meeting him, respect was naturally in order. Jean Maching observed Onli with inquisitive eyes, noting her impressive height. She was even taller than he. No, I must not stand beside this lass. Asha, oblivious, merely beamed. Long time no see. Shall we engage in a game of chess? Onli and Asha nestled on a nearby, elegant couch, watching the chessboard beside them. Jean Maching was indeed a man of taste. Turning the game into a ritual, with elaborate hand-washing, incense burning, and tea brewing. The chess pieces, crafted from the finest warm jade, were black and white, presented in a basket on either side of the table. On one side sat the confident Jean Maching, while on the other sat the resolute Ramuchuan, prepared to face his opponent. Jean Maching gracefully extended his wide sleeves. Khan, you may make the first move. Ramuchuan imitated Jean Maching, pinching a black piece between his index and middle fingers before placing it on the board. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, the chessboard alive with shifting strategies. Onli, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Go, could discern nothing beyond the fact that the black pieces were dwindling while the white pieces flourished, indicating that Ramuchuan was likely to lose. Chapter 63. I'll take you home, Jean Maching. With a smile, lifted a piece and tapped it against the board. The black dragon's head is severed, while the white dragon claims victory. Only those with affection can sever the ties. Khan, the outcome is already determined. Ramuchuan lit a cigarette and, exhaling towards the board in frustration, muttered, Indeed, this last-minute strategy has led to my downfall. Jean Maching had become progressively more eloquent, yet Ramuchuan found his words incomprehensible. However, there was one sentiment that Jean Maching likely did not grasp. In this world, the righteous are all too common, while organized scoundrels are a rarity, that a plan formed in Ramuchuan's mind as he curled his fingers, lightly tapping the table. The universe remains undecided. Young chess player, fetch me another box of black pieces. Jean Maching assumed Ramuchuan was simply obstinate and did not stop him. The young chess player, intimidated by Ramuchuan's presence, approached timidly with a box of black pieces. Ramuchuan raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance as he extended his right foot. The chess player, overly cautious, stumbled and, with a loud crash, sent the black pieces scattering across the board like rain. Startled, the young chess player fell to his knees, bowing and tearfully confessing, Khan, I beg forgiveness. I harbor no disrespect whatsoever. Hotmukian gazed at the chessboard as the situation swiftly turned, with the black pieces gaining an absolute advantage, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. Rise. You did not act with malice. I shall not impose a penalty. Jean Maching knew full well that Hotmukian had ulterior motives. Indeed, if he did not stir up some mischief, he would not be the elder brother she had known since childhood. Khan, others may only strive to conquer heaven with a mere half, yet you seek to seize it with a full pound. Hotmukian shrugged, cigarette in mouth, feigning helplessness that, the heavens do not favor our desires. Let us settle the scores another day. The world remains uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. With that, he ostentatiously extinguished his cigarette and swaggered over to the beauty's couch, disregarding the low height that forced his long legs into an awkward position as he plopped down and lifted a teacup. How delightful it is to engage in chess. The chess boys tidied the pieces, preparing for a Gudamu and Jean Maching to duel, which truly resembled a proper contest between masters. After an entire incense stick's duration, Enli and Asha began to feel drowsy while the two players remained invigorated. Your Highness from Nanjing, what an impressive move. Teacher Jean, you flatter me. It is you who has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Their mutual flattery left everyone feeling awkward, their scalps tingling. Ultimately, Agunmu helplessly raised his hands. Teacher Jean, your move was extraordinary. I humbly concede. Jean Maching laughed heartily, extending his hand. Wager and accept defeat, Your Highness, 100 taels. If you please, Enli exclaimed. Why must we pay for a mere game of chess? Losing once incurs a cost of 100 taels. Thankfully, I did not attempt to join in that. I have heard of betting on cards and on dice, but never on chess. Having just received 100 taels, Jean Maching was in high spirits that of course we must wager. Chess is such a cerebral endeavor, it leaves one increasingly bald. Who would play without stakes? He remarked, patting his still relatively healthy hairline. Thus concluded what was not particularly an amusing tour of the Grand Juan's art exhibition. Li yawned, preparing to return home for a beauty sleep. Hot Mukin observed the little beauty beside him, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her long lashes cast a small shadow on her delicately sculpted nose, while her soft, rosy lips appeared irresistibly inviting. Hot Mukin felt a parched throat that in dreams. He had thought it enchanting enough, but now, in reality, it paled in comparison. Imu, take Asha back. Children should sleep early. If you delay, I shall report to my royal brother tomorrow. After firmly issuing his command, he turned back, speaking softly to the somewhat drowsy Enli. Shall I escort you home? I can ride with you. Before Enli could respond, Agudamu was the first to voice his objection. How can that be permissible? It is most inappropriate for a solitary man and woman to share a mount. Better to ride in my carriage, Hot Mukin scoffed, and a solitary man and woman sharing a carriage is more acceptable. Nephew, the double standards are renowned across the land. Agudamu protested. How can it be a solitary man and woman? Asha is present as well. Hot Mukin retorted, the presence of Asha does not alter the fact that your interaction with Enli is improper. Asha observed as her uncle and brother clashed like two irate roosters, unwilling to yield. Neither option is proper. The affections of the heart fear the locks of indifference. How about this? I shall ride in the carriage with Sister Li, while uncle and brother ride together? Hot Mukin and Agudamu erupted into a frenzy, akin to cats whose tails have been stepped on. Absolutely not. It is scandalous. A strong man locking a man. Two men upon one mount. Ultimately, Enli returned to her small courtyard in the imperial carriage, stealthily slipping into the darkness, feeling her wrist as she entered the living room of her villa. Truly vexing that it appeared that you seemed to have some genuine concern for her. She needed to find an opportunity to decline gently that as for the hormone-infused handsome uncle, and Li was at a loss as to how to proceed. To claim she was not moved would be a lie. Yet how would their paths unfold in the future? The mere thought gave her a headache. Forget it. I shall first introduce my friends to the customs of the Grand Juan and let them gain some insight. Speaking of which, Enli and Gao Ying were university classmates. While Enli majored in fashion performance, Gao Ying, the heiress of a billion-dollar fortune, pursued a degree in music. During their university days, they became the best of friends. Sharing everything, De Gao's family navigated the realms of both light and shadow, making her a prized jewel destined to inherit the family business. Despite Gao Ying serving as the CEO of an investment company, she never abandoned her passion for music. Recently, she released her first ancient-style single, which surpassed 1 million streams upon release. Gao Ying had also promised that if her single charted, she would personally star in the music video to thank her fans. Seizing this opportunity, Enli planned to bring Gao Ying to the Grand Juan for inspiration. Delighted with her plans, Enli indulged in a bath and beauty routine before drifting into a dream. A busy day indeed enhances the quality of sleep. The following morning, after completing her workout and getting ready, Enli smoothly traversed the painting, arriving in the Grand Juan. She was somewhat late, as the streets of the capital were already bustling. As she approached the entrance of Penglai Pavilion, she spotted Hot Mukin directing the shop staff, exasperatedly tossing a pile of perfectly good items onto a carriage. Be swift, you lot. Discard all these worthless trinkets sent by those unworthy knaves. Set them ablaze. They clutter the place. Chapter 64. I cannot endure the Khan's favor. Enli felt puzzled. When did Penglai Pavilion acquire such items? Why did Hot Mukin appear so disdainful and intent on discarding them? She quickened her pace, her high heels clicking rhythmically. Uncle, what are you throwing away? Why haven't you informed me? Hot Mukin, cigarette in mouth, heard her delicate voice and hastily discarded the cigarette but instinctively stepping forward to obscure Enli's view. Squinting, he whistled a short tune that, my little beauty, you've come. You look as lovely as ever today. Enli unleashed her signature bewildered expression. What on earth have you been watching all day to learn such inappropriate behavior? Though her words were scolding, the playful tone combined with his already charmingly rogue visage made her blush and her heart race. Truly, a bad boy is irresistible. Observing Enli's flushed cheeks, Hot Mukin found her even more enchanting than cherry blossoms kissed by spring breezes. Oh, you claim to dislike it. Yet you bite your lip and cannot bear to meet my gaze. How about this? Hot Mukin leaned closer, his breath warm against Enli's ear. If you submit to me, I shall indulge you daily, that I can teach you other things as well. Enli's ears, flushed pink from his potent masculine presence, quivered. Calm down, calm down. I've seen the world as a supermodel. My high heels command respect. With that thought, Enli leaned closer to Hot Mukien, her gaze lingering on the obsidian earring dangling from his earlobe, her voice as fragrant as orchids. All right, should I lie on the ground while you teach me? Hot Mukien nearly groaned at her enticing words, his sun-kissed skin rapidly blushing a deeper shade. Damn this little siren. She has my heart firmly in her grasp. One sentence rendered him utterly flustered. Enli, seeing him dazed, wore a victorious smile. What is there to fear from mere ancient people? I am well versed in the art of verbal sparring thanks to Kelly. With a haughty lift of her chin, she sauntered past Hot Mukien. Yet, just a few steps away, her slender wrist was seized by a strong hand. Hot Mukien, observing Enli's proud demeanor, drew her closer. I once defeated a golden-eyed white tiger. Its hide now adorns my palace as a carpet. Soft and thick, it won't harm you. Enli conceded defeat. I cannot compete with this guy's innate talent. Frustrated, she flung her wrist, the click of her heels echoing with newfound defiance. Hot Mukien licked his lips, leisurely following behind. Teasing the little siren is such delightful sport. Yet he spoke no falsehood. He truly possessed a tiger-skin carpet in his palace. Enli approached the busy staff. What has the Khan ordered you to discard? Let me see. These are all perfectly fine. Just as she reached for a small brocade box, Hot Mukien snatched it away from her, its worthless trinkets, sent by ignorant frogs. Do not waste your time, I shall procure something far better for you. Enli was even more puzzled. Who could possibly send her gifts? Even if they were genuine offerings, discarding them so thoughtlessly seemed exceedingly rude. Did it not? Unfortunately, she was a moment too slow. A multitude of items had already been whisked away by several guards of Ri Muchuan and loaded onto a carriage that sped off like it was riding on the winds of a whirlwind. Heading straight for the outskirts of the capital where refuse was discarded, Ri Muchuan, satisfied, brushed away non-existent dust from his lapel, finally rid of those bothersome items. He had truly miscalculated. Just yesterday, the Little Mermaid had wandered through the Imperial Academy, attracting the attention of countless toads. Today, those very toads were subtly inquiring, preparing an array of peculiar gifts to send to the Prunlai Pavilion, many accompanied by notes bearing their phone numbers. Tissy, you should have held the Little Mermaid close during the art exhibition yesterday. Let those toads know they should retreat in the face of challenge. They ought not to croak in front of his Little Mermaid. Enli found the situation utterly bewildering and caught Asha, who was sneaking chips from behind the counter, to inquire further. It was then she learned that in the Great Huan, if a man found himself attracted to a woman but lacked the courage to speak directly, he would prepare gifts to present at her door, accompanied by a handwritten note expressing his sentiments. Unfortunately, those gifts that had just arrived at the Prunlai Pavilion had already been disposed of by Ri Muchuan. Enli felt that Ri Muchuan was being excessively domineering. Uncle, on what grounds do you discard my things? Upon hearing this, Ri Muchuan was infuriated, envisioning Enli selecting a few backup suitors from the pile of overly sentimental letters. Why shouldn't I throw them away? Am I not allowed to grow weary of this pack of wolves and take an interest in wild dogs instead? Who would have thought you were so greedy? Enli sensed a misalignment between them, as their words seemed to miss the mark entirely. She was speaking of the Anna Bridge, while he was hearing about a gourd ladle. It was time to clarify. Khan, do you not think it exceedingly impolite to simply discard another's belongings? I ought at least to graciously decline, should I not? Is it truly acceptable to let someone's heartfelt sentiments sink into oblivion? They have done nothing wrong. Why can they not receive the respect they deserve? Ri Muchuan, with a stubborn tilt of his neck, refused to admit his fault. I find this whole affair distasteful. Is that not reason enough? The demeanor of the king of Beidi was not something that could be altered in a day. In the Great Huan, he was perpetually in the right. Enli pouted, momentarily silenced by his words. Indeed, if the Khan is displeased, who would dare to act rashly? With that, she retrieved the stack of silver notes from the drawer of the counter. This is the commission from yesterday's transactions. Please take it, Khan. I bid you farewell. Ri Muchuan, observing the emotional distance in Enli's demeanor, felt a profound sense of frustration. Do you truly wish to see another's love letters? I can sense that you do not reject me these days. Why then can you not consider that I might be hurting as well? Enli maintained her posture of deference to the king of Beidi, not daring to rise, I cannot bear the Khan's affections. After all, My work back home consists of donning various outfits and strutting about on stage that I fear that when the Khan sees others gazing at me, he might pluck out the eyes of all the guests present. Ri Muchuan pressed his thin lips together, clenching and then relaxing his fists repeatedly, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm. Very well, that if I say you can bear my favoritism, then you shall bear it. Rise! With that, Ri Muchuan turned on his heel and strode out of the Prunlai Pavilion to Ayin the following days, and Li saw not a trace of Ri Muchuan. Instead, a Gudamu would occasionally drop by the Prunlai Pavilion, ostensibly to partake in refreshments. Yet each time, he would leave behind an excess of silver coins. When Enli attempted to provide change, he would refuse, insisting on carrying his easel and paints, claiming he wished to capture the myriad aspects of life. The surplus coins were merely compensation for disrupting the operations of the Prunlai Pavilion. However, despite his claims of painting the world's diversity, each canvas depicted various scenes of Enli, her at the counter collecting payments, her standing before the shelves introducing products, her exchanging playful glances with Asha Dadagu Damu, in his own way, was as transparent as Sima Yi. It was just that he did not hide his intentions as Ri Muchuan did. Even when Enli caught sight of the drawings, he merely smiled and explained that he wished to preserve her most beautiful moments on paper. This, in turn, left Enli at a loss on how to respond. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall on Amu. He was simply too much of a gentleman. His casual demeanor made any outright rejection seem like her own misplaced feelings. With no other options, Enli could only strive to minimize her private interactions with the Gudamu. Yet, there was always Asha nearby, chattering incessantly and scheming like a flurry of cattle. It was truly hard to defend against. Coincidentally, during these days, the once fervent Ri Muchuan had fallen silent. The nightly phone calls that had once been so punctual ceased, replaced by cold, detached good-night texts, remarkably on time. Although he was absent, each day upon her arrival at the Prunlai Pavilion, Enli would receive gifts from the king of Beidi, delivered by the staff. Each item was ensconced in a beautiful wooden box, wrapped in fine silk and tied with a ribbon. Yet the bows were notably clumsy, clearly crafted by the king of Beidi himself. The gifts were always unique, extravagant hairpins adorned with an array of gemstones that were too heavy to wear, and earrings made from luminous pearls the size of quail eggs that threatened to tear at her earlobes. Additionally, there were exquisite enamel boxes containing custom lip gloss in a shade that unmistakably bore the mark of his meticulous selection, a deathly Barbie pink. Today's offering was a solid gold heart, roughly the size of a palm, presumably symbolizing an unwavering love. Indeed, this was quintessentially Ri Muchuan. Li found the combination of his striking appearance and blunt demeanor rather endearing. After that day, Enli reflected that perhaps her words had been somewhat harsh. Considering the situation from another perspective, if she were to watch the person she cherished accept gifts from suitors, she too would feel incensed. Moreover, Ri Muchuan was the king of Beidi, a figure of immense power and stature. Li's greatest concern was that Ri Muchuan would be unwilling to reside with her in the modern world for an extended period. Even if he did agree, without the entourage that accompanied him, he might experience a significant emotional shift. While it was untrue that she did not appreciate her handsome uncle, she was not willing to entirely abandon the career she had painstakingly built, transforming into a parasitic vine clinging to him in the Great Huan. The cautionary tale of Elena loomed large. Beauties often found themselves in dire straits when they began to prioritize men over their own ambitions. In the imperial palace of the Great Huan, within the emperor's study, the emperor and Ri Muchuan sat across from one another, deliberating the upcoming grand assembly for the envoys from the four corners. This discussion stretched on for several hours. The anniversary of the royal wedding was merely a pretext. The primary aim was to strengthen relationships with various factions of the Great Huan and neighboring territories. Furthermore, the annual Qixi Lantern Festival was approaching, presenting an opportune moment to facilitate unions between noble families. After all, the emperor's younger brother had pioneered the trend of late marriages, leading many promising young men to remain unmarried into their 20s. If this continued, the Great Huan would become a land of joyful bachelors. As the sole true authority of the Great Huan, Ri Muchuan was naturally tasked with strategizing. The emperor, seated at the table, rambled on about his ideas while Ri Muchuan, disinterested, idly twirled the ring on his thumb, responding with half-hearted acknowledgments, his thoughts having already escaped the palace walls, soaring towards the capital-esque streets. He wondered if the little mermaid was still upset. Would she appreciate the carefully chosen gifts he had selected for her? Why hadn't she come to speak with him yet? The emperor, tossing a memorial onto Ri Muchuan's desk, exclaimed, "Younger brother, the Princess of Yingzhou has arrived in the capital. She has formally requested to stay at your residence. What are your thoughts?" Ri Muchuan, startled as if he had seen a ghost, slammed his teacup onto the table. "Is our great Huan's so impoverished that we cannot afford to host a guest at an inn?" The emperor laughed heartily, as if he had seized upon his younger brother's Achilles' heel. "I see the Princess of Yingzhou still harbors designs on you. Be careful, or your little mermaid might learn of this and cause a scene." However, this time, the emperor adopted a serious tone. "You must take care, for among the entourage is the renowned Onmyoji, Saimai, that in the eyes of the people of Yingzhou, mermaids are seen as great demons that be ye wary, lest he grows restless and returns your little mermaid to her original form." Ri Muchuan's expression darkened, "and I will ensure her safety. Let the Princess of Yingzhou take her entourage to the inn. If she insists on inquiring about the reason, let her know that I am soon to celebrate a joyous occasion and wish to avoid any misunderstandings." Before he could finish speaking, a message notification chimed on his phone. Ri Muchuan pulled out his device, only to find a message from his beloved little darling. "Uncle, thank you for your big heart." The corners of Ramuchuan's mouth couldn't help but lift, rising ever so slightly. This audacious smile sent a shiver down the emperor's spine. Ugh! The nauseating scent of love. Yet he remained pridefully obstinate. After much contemplation, he deleted and retyped a message, only to finally settle for a simple hoof. Soon enough, Enli's response arrived. "Uncle, your heart is too small. I was planning to invite you to dinner. But alas, it seems you do not appreciate my gesture." That Ramuchuan's smile grew even more radiant. "Dinner is a must. I shall treat you. Today, I am in the palace discussing matters with my royal brother. Once I am finished, I will come to fetch you. Do not wander off." After sending the message, Ramuchuan transformed into a different person. The memorials were being flipped through with such speed that they seemed to blur. His work efficiency skyrocketed to an astonishing 48 times the normal pace. The emperor, observing this, realized that Ramuchuan was likely preparing for a date with his beloved. With a knowing expression, he commenced a rather unorthodox lesson. "Prince, it's time for a word of advice that I in matters of love. The one who chases is not the one who buys. You must seize the initiative. Just like me, I cannot be overly indulgent with your royal sister-in-law. They must understand that men have their tempers too." Before the emperor could finish his words, his phone rang from within the pocket of his dragon robe. Upon answering, the voice on the other end resonated clearly in the serene imperial study. "Husband, can you finish your work quickly today? I long for the lotus pastries you make with your own hands. If you leave me hungry, you may as well forget about sharing my bed tonight." The emperor, who had just exhibited such bravado, immediately nodded vigorously. All right. Understood." Chapter 66. I've dealt with dozens of rascals just like you." After hanging up, the emperor flipped through the memorials faster than Ramuchuan. "Prince, we must move swiftly. We absolutely must leave work early today." Naturally, leaving early was imperative. Those lotus pastries were incredibly time-consuming to prepare, that if he didn't leave early and ended up starving his precious empress, what would he do? He certainly did not wish to spend the night alone in the cold imperial study. Ramuchuan glanced at his elder brother, who was flipping through the memorials with the fervor of a fan in a summer breeze. Who was it that just moments ago claimed he needed to be more assertive? His elder brother was indeed renowned for his fear of his wife. The emperor wore a face of utmost certainty. How can this be seen as fear? A grown man would never fear a woman. There is no fear. It is simply a matter of cherishing her and willingly bowing down. Only men who are weak outside will return home to unleash their frustrations upon women. Ramuchuan raised his elegantly arched brow. That's quite reasonable. The two brothers became engrossed in their tasks, their respective piles of memorials visibly growing into small mountains. As the moon hung low, the Pernlai Pavilion experienced yet another day of bustling business. The attentive Enli noticed many unfamiliar faces. These must be the envoys arriving for the palace banquet in a few days. The upcoming feast would undoubtedly be of great significance. The streets of the capital rarely saw a curfew imposed. And while this time was typically lively, today it was eerily quiet. Asha and Agudamu had returned early, claiming they needed to try on the banquet attire they had painstakingly crafted over the past few months. If any adjustments were needed, there was still time to make them. Asha also reminded Lee to dress as extravagantly as possible for the occasion, that it seemed she would need to find time to prepare with her friends. The inventory for today was nearly depleted, and as Lee contemplated replenishing stock, she instructed her staff to return home early for rest. She created a procurement list, stretching her arms in a yawn, ready to lock up and head home when the shop door swung open. Instinctively, Lee sensed an unfriendly aura, reminiscent of a group of ruffians approaching, having encountered her fair share of scoundrels. She turned only to see 5 or 6 men dressed in dark floral patterns, their wide belts accentuating their lack of stature. They appeared incapable of any real confrontation. Their expressions, however, rivaled those of the most despicable characters, especially with their leering eyes that seemed to emit a perverse glow, as if they wished to spring upon her. 2 of them couldn't even restrain themselves from licking their tongues. Lee subtly took 2 steps back, feeling the weight of the baton concealed within her bag. Her dagger was nearly on the verge of being unsheathed. Though these 5 or 6 men appeared somewhat pathetic, dealing with them would likely require some effort. Clutching her still-sheathed baton behind her, Lee cleared her throat and feigned calm. "Gentlemen, we are closing for the day. Please come back tomorrow." The leader of the ragtag group, with shifty eyes, fixated on Lee's curvaceous figure. He chattered with his companions before taking a few steps closer. "Shopkeeper, you are absolutely stunning. Care to join us for a stroll?" And Lee? "Oh my, that familiar accent. Life must be treating you well to find a flower girl like me. No wonder these men carry short blades and do not wear the attire of the Great Huan. They must be rogues from Yingzhou, taking advantage of this grand banquet opportunity to infiltrate." Furrowing her brow, Lee exclaimed, "Baka, you are doomed. The Great Huan does not engage in such frivolities. Now be gone." The lecherous men before her did not regard her threats with any seriousness. The fiercer the little wildcat, the more amusing it was to tame. They had long set their sights on this charming shopkeeper, waiting for the curfew to take effect, knowing she would be at their mercy. "Beautiful shopkeeper, you cannot refuse." They pressed, closing in once more. Lee could no longer contain the fighting spirit surging within her. However, given that she was within her own establishment, she couldn't afford to unleash her full strength, for the consequences might ultimately fall upon her. Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow, the Pernlai Pavilion wouldn't even be able to open. Engaging in a self-destructive battle was not an option. "You all stop right there. I am the girlfriend of the Northern D King. Beware, or he will flay you alive." In a land where everyone had heard of the Northern D King's name, the rogues exchanged glances, treating Lee's proclamation as a grand joke. The shopkeeper is truly all bark and no bite. The engagement between the Northern D King and the Yingzhou princess is set in stone. How could he possibly be interested in a woman like you who runs a small business? And Lee's spirit ignited like a wildfire. "You are the ones running a small business. Your entire family is in the small business." The Northern D King himself whispered in my ear that marrying the Yingzhou princess would be akin to death for him. "Enough said. You filthy scoundrels, you slander me, harbor ill intentions, and meddle in matters that do not concern you. Today, even heaven shall not favor you." With that thought, a cruel smile crept upon Lee's lips. "Very well. My Pernlai Pavilion welcomes all. Let us discuss this outside." As she spoke, she strode confidently in her high heels, stepping past the throng of Yingzhou ruffians and out the door. The rogues, caught off guard, assumed the enchanting shopkeeper had capitulated, their lewd grins widening as they hurried to follow her outside. The moment they stepped out, they found Lee standing in the entrance, her once slender figure now radiating an undeniable aura of authority. With a swift motion, her fair wrist transformed what had been a small baton into a formidable 2-foot weapon, and Lee wielded the baton, taking advantage of the leader's unpreparedness, and struck fiercely at his forehead. "This is what you get for your filthy thoughts." As a former supermodel, she knew that mixed martial arts was an essential skill for fitness. Although she wasn't a master, she was certainly not defenseless. The leader of the rogues let out a pained cry, seeing stars from the blow, and Lee swiftly retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to another would-be assailant. This is what happens when you can't control yourselves. Seizing the moment while the rogues were still dazed, Lee unleashed a flurry of punches. "This is for your filthy mouths. This is for your lewd advances. The word lust is a knife above your heads. I have dealt with dozens of rascals just like you. Though these rogues had long been drained by vice, they were still men. Once they regained their wits, they fought back fiercely against Li. In the small courtyard adjacent to the Pernlai Pavilion, an elderly woman awaited her son's return. That as she noticed the food beginning to cool, she stepped outside to check on him, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. How could the ethereal shopkeeper from the Pernlai Pavilion be besieged by a group of ruffians? How could a single girl possibly fend off several large men? The kind shopkeeper had always been attentive to her neighbors. And seeing her in trouble, the elderly woman felt compelled to help. Without a second thought, she trembled as she knocked on the door of the neighboring house. "Sister, quickly, call your grandson to report to the authorities. Li is being harassed by ruffians." Chapter 67. Nuclear hydrogen on this street, which elderly woman did not adore Li? Upon hearing that the shopkeeper was being molested, they all wished to grab their mops and rush to her aid. However, as the capital streets were close to the imperial city, they belonged to the old district. There were not many job opportunities nearby. So few young people resided there. Instead, it was filled with elderly individuals who cherished the charm of the old city. Upon hearing the news, the neighboring elder sister treated it as a grave matter. She called upon her grandson, who was enjoying his summer vacation, and stealthily slipped out through the back door. "Run quickly. Report to the authorities." Do not be deceived by this young lad's tender years. His mind is remarkably quick. He can dash from here to the magistrate's office in a mere quarter of an hour, yet reach the Northern D royal residence in less than 2 minutes. Furthermore, the Khan often frequents the Pernlai Pavilion, a property under his dominion. With the commotion now at his doorstep, he cannot possibly believe that the esteemed Prince of Northern D would stand idly by. Surely, the Northern D cavalry possesses greater combat prowess than the official troops. The young boy recklessly sprinted to the entrance of the Northern D royal residence, gasping for breath as he knelt before the gatekeeper, pleading for assistance to "My Lord, please save Sisterin. She is at the entrance of Pernlai Pavilion, besieged by a gang of ruffians." Upon hearing this, the attendant realized the gravity of the situation. Missin of Pernlai Pavilion is the Khan's most cherished, his very lifeblood. If she were to be sullied by a band of scoundrels, the Khan would surely unleash his wrath upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the main hall, his shoes nearly slipping off. Just then, he collided with the steward, who was supervising the cleaning staff. "Steward, Lady is surrounded by a multitude of outlaws at the entrance of Pernlai Pavilion. They are overwhelming." The steward, once drowsy, instantly regained his composure. His face transforming with urgency, but he disregarded his age and aches, hastening to rally the guards patrolling by the sea pool. "Quick! Summon Lord Chi. Lady is besieged by a horde of vicious bandits. They are armed and ready to abduct her." The guards, upon hearing this, were gripped by anxiety, nearly dropping their steel blades as they rushed to find Chui, who was secretly observing Jean Ping Mei in a secluded corner. "Lord Chi, Lady is surrounded by a band of cold-blooded brigands at Pernlai Pavilion. The bandits are fully armed, brandishing their weapons, clamoring to seize her as their captive. They have no regard for our Khan whatsoever." Chui, upon hearing this, tossed aside his book, smiting his thigh in indignation. "This is outrageous." He then formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, placing it to his lips, producing a sharp whistle that resonated throughout the royal residence. Within moments, the guards, scattered in various corners, converged before Chui. Chuer and Chusan, clearly engrossed in a sparring match, wielded the distinctive curved blades of Northern D, drenched in sweat. Once Chui saw that everyone had gathered, he clasped his hands behind his back and called out boldly, "Brothers, we have an opportunity." A gang of habitual criminals, well-equipped, numbering at least 3,000 to 4,000, is intent on abducting Our Lady and to make her their leader's wife. This is an affront to our Khan's dignity. The more notable guards felt a surge of indignation, eager to leap into action. "Brothers, arm yourselves. Let them witness the might of the Northern D Iron Cavalry." The Northern D warriors, though filled with righteous fury, could not hide their grins that it had been far too long since they had engaged in battle, and their hands itched for action. This was a golden opportunity to satiate their cravings. They could hardly endure a day without vanquishing a few bandits, especially with the Khan deliberating matters in the palace. Even if it were not Lady Yin, no ordinary girl could be allowed to be bullied under their very noses. Chui, with a hand on his neck, tilted his head back towards the moon, letting out an impassioned howl. Oh, the entire Northern D royal residence, all capable of fighting, was summoned to arm themselves as he spoke. He produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited a torch, throwing it high into the air, where it landed in the courtyard pit. Soon, billowing smoke rose into the sky, igniting the fervor of the royal guards. Reminiscent of the glorious days when they fought alongside the Khan, the palace guards sprang into action, skillfully and efficiently preparing the restless steeds in the stables, adorning them with heavy armor. Chuyi donned a glistening breastplate, mounted his steed, and wielded two gleaming swords. Chuer dragged a spiked steel whip, his eyes radiating ferocity. Chusan, renowned among the Northern D cavalry for his prodigious strength, wielded a heavy meteor hammer attached to a chain. Its weight, nearly 40 pounds, doused in tung oil. Chuzi, with a mouthful of strong liquor, clicked his lighter, igniting the oil, causing the two meteor hammers to blaze like hellish chariots. Chusan swung his muscular arms, the meteor hammer swirling with fiery intensity. Chuzi carried a longbow, his quiver brimming with arrows. The Northern D royal residence was in full mobilization, well-equipped and highly trained, each member grinning broadly, their excitement palpable. The kitchen staff emerged, wielding rolling pins in one hand and cleavers in the other, while the usual gentle steward brandished a shovel, shouting his eagerness to engage in a fierce battle with the bandits. Among them, the astute Chuzi called out to the leader, Chuyi, "Brother, what if the bandits are swift and have already abducted Lady An?" Chuyi, spinning his sword in a flourish, gritted his teeth in fury. "Then we shall storm their lair. Let there not be a single survivor in their den. Even the eggs laid by their hens shall be scrambled." Chuzi, overseeing the royal arsenal, felt a surge of excitement at this declaration. His beloved artillery had been gathering dust for far too long. The key to the arsenal was almost rusting. Finally, he could unveil them. He pulled out the key from his pocket and tossed it to his loyal guards behind him. "Bring forth my siege cannons. When we reach their stronghold, do not hold back on ammunition. When I say fire, we shall fire." Chuer, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "Leave a small team behind and head outside the city to rendezvous with Little Zone. It hasn't tasted fresh meat in a while. If we are to assault the mountain, Little Zone is our main force." Hot Mukien, having just concluded his affairs, rode out from the palace and spotted the billowing smoke rising from the royal residence. "Are we under attack?" He spurred his horse, racing back to the palace. Upon arrival, he beheld the thousands of torches ablaze, everyone gearing up for action. Chuyi, seeing Hot Mukien, was so frantic that he forgot to dismount and pay respects. Khan save Lady An. She has been abducted by thousands of bandits. Chapter 68. False reports of military affairs. Hot Mukien, hearing this, felt as if he might shatter his silver teeth. Enraged, he seized the black iron spear tossed by Chuyi, turned his horse around, and declared, "A Northern D man shall die charging forward." Thus, Hot Mukien galloped away, leading a squad of guards, followed by infantry, and behind them, a ragtag band that was no less formidable. The commotion was extraordinary, causing lights to flicker on in the houses lining the streets. Chusan brandished his flaming meteor hammer, bellowing, "The Wolf King is hunting bandits. Everyone stand aside." The royal residence was in close proximity to Penglai Pavilion. Mounted, they would take less than a minute to arrive. Their faces were adorned with exuberant smiles, particularly Chuzi, who commanded the most devastating weaponry, riding alongside for booming siege cannons. The group surged toward the entrance of Penglai Pavilion. Chuzi's gaze was fixated solely on the tightly shut gates. Unable to conceal his excitement, he raised his arm and shouted, "Fire!" Blast opened the gates. The Northern D royal residence erupted in jubilation, as if it were a festive celebration. Ura, the Northern D, renowned as a warrior nation, was not merely boasting. With vodka in one hand and a whip in the other, they shouted battle cries that echoed through the air. Tomorrow, the White House would be their home. Yet, where were the promised bandits scattered across the hills? Where were the well-equipped outlaws? Where was the anticipated grand battle? Meanwhile, Emily gritted her teeth, gripping her baton tightly, mustering all her strength to knock out the last swaying ruffian. Thankfully, the intruders had arrived inebriated. Otherwise, she might not have prevailed at a grand slam. Delightful. It was worth it to have dominated the kindergarten. Her prowess was undiminished. Ha ha ha. Yet amidst her laughter, Lee's joy was abruptly extinguished. How could she hear the deafening sound of hooves? The very cobblestones seemed to tremble. There were distant roars of beasts. This was bad. Turning around, she witnessed a cloud of dust rising, countless torches flickering. Enraged, she kicked the downed ruffian, who curled up in pain. "You little fools, you have accomplices, and they seem quite formidable." The 36 stratagems dictate retreat as the best option, and Lee would not be foolish enough to engage a horde of foes with a nearly broken baton. Without hesitation, she slipped off her high heels and dashed barefoot to her small courtyard. "That I must flee. Tomorrow shall bring another chance. Otherwise, one could simply don the attire here and return home. Tomorrow, the entirety of Jing Street will witness her materialize out of thin air. And that would spell trouble." Diane Lee felt herself drawing ever closer to Captain America. With her current running speed, even Bolt would find it a worthy challenge. Alas, 2 legs cannot outpace 4. Diane Lee dared not glance back. Listening intently to the increasingly ominous sound of hooves approaching from behind, her Mu Chuan's eyes were wide with fury as he arrived at the entrance of Prenglai Pavilion, only to see a small mermaid wielding a stick, knocking the last person to the ground, then barefoot and frantically fleeing as if pursued by some monstrous flood. He immediately flicked the reins and gave chase. Upon reaching Lee's side, he bent down and stretched his long arm to haul her onto the horse. As Lee ran, she felt a powerful hand grasp her waist and lift her effortlessly. "It's over. I've been captured alive." Just as she prepared to struggle fiercely against her captor, she found herself seated on the horse, crashing into a sturdy chest, her lower back firmly encircled by a strong arm. "That I've come late. Are you injured?" Hearing the familiar, deep voice laced with concern and guilt, and Lee's taut nerves relaxed completely. It was none other than the handsome uncle. Oh, the overwhelming sense of security. Turning her head, she glanced at the eager cavalryman lingering at the entrance. "Uncle, are these all your men?" Mu Chuan, with one hand gripping a silver spear and the other tightly holding Lee in his embrace, rested his chin on her shoulder. "Yes, that I heard from someone that you were beset by several thousand bandits." "Where are these bandits, Lee? Where did the idea of several thousand bandits come from? If there were truly that many, I would have already become fish on the chopping block." "Uncle, it was merely a handful of them, and I knocked them all out." That are Mu Chuan. "When did the intelligence from my Northern D palace become so inaccurate?" Of course, he was unaware that his subordinates had embellished the details for their own amusement, gradually exaggerating the situation into an imaginary bandit lair. Our Mu Chuan lowered his head. "Hold on tightly to me. Don't fall off." With that, he pulled the reins and galloped towards the main army, where he saw Chu Si, holding a measuring stick, just confirming the bombing direction. "West 18 degrees. Aiming. Fire." Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed on the back of his head. Our Mu Chuan scowled. "What are you hitting for? What a ridiculous mess." At this moment, the guards began to realize that something was amiss. After all this, there were only 5 or 6 pathetic fools. They wouldn't even suffice to fill their teeth. It was over. The Khan despised false reports of military situations. Before Mu Chuan could speak, several began to bicker amongst themselves. "Chu Si, I heard from Sangge that the bandits might have already gone up the mountain. Isn't that a concern since the mountain gate is easy to defend but hard to attack?" "Chu San, I heard from Erge that the bandits are ruthless and well-equipped. I reckon there are at least 3,000 of them." "Chu Er, I heard from Dege that the situation is dire. They must be desperate criminals." "Chu E." Mu Chuan flicked his hand, directly tossing the silver spear to Chu E. "False reports of military situations. You all better stand still when you return. 3 hours. Supervise each other. If you slack off for even a minute, don't blame me for being unfeeling." The expressions on the faces of several guards turned as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. That night, until the early hours at the Wangfu training grounds, several guards stood with bricks on their heads, practicing horse stances, their thighs trembling uncontrollably. Sweat soaked their clothes, yet none dared to slack off. "Chu E, it's all your fault. Er, are you afraid others don't know how loud your steel whip is?" "Chu Er, it's all your fault. San, you had to show off your death-defying maneuvers. Why did the Khan have to explode because of your spark?" "Chu San, it's all your fault. CC, just because you have a loud voice. You've blown your call for artillery." "Chu Si, Xiaozong, your gaze seems to mock me. You're all just jealous that I have an Italian cannon. Xiao Zong, crouching to the side, bared his teeth in grievance and let out a low growl at the moon. Chui felt his legs aching unbearably. Chu San wiped the sweat from his bald head and had a sudden flash of inspiration. Brothers, I have an idea to redeem ourselves. Let us take advantage of the dark night and demolish the walls of the Yin family. With the grand banquet approaching, the capital forbids any construction. If the Yin family is nowhere to stay, the Khan can rightfully bring her to the residence. Saying this, Chu San winked suggestively. Amidst the flowers and the moonlight, with wine and sweet nothings, handsome men and beautiful women. Wouldn't that be delightful? Chapter 69. Nothing can hinder a date over dinner, having dismissed the exuberant main force. Rimu Chuan had no intention of releasing in Li. His steed was considerably taller than ordinary horses. And as it galloped, the sound of wind rushing past filled their ears that Li, riding for the first time, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. After much deliberation, she concluded that safety was paramount and thus reached out to wrap her arms tightly around Rimu Chuan's muscular waist. Burying her face in his chest and relishing the faint scent of mint emanating from him, Rimu Chuan felt the delicate arms around his waist and tensed up involuntarily, exerting a bit more strength to bring Li closer. Savoring the softness and the faint sweetness of her presence. Suppressing the urge to trace her ear with his tongue, he gently caressed Li's back to be good. Do not fear. From now on, I will guard you closely. Li curled her neck slightly, sneaking a glance at his black outerwear. Today, in a moment of whimsy, she had used a bit of cushion foundation, hoping it wouldn't smudge and reveal her true self. Thankfully, this foundation held up well. Relaxing, Li nuzzled like a little kitten that I'm not afraid. Rimu Chuan loosened the reins, allowing the horse to leisurely trot onto the official road, noticing the little mermaid in his embrace still putting on a brave front. He arched his rugged brows, not afraid. Then why are you holding me so tightly? And Li, caught off guard, quickly released her grip. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? She merely wished to embrace the handsome man a little longer. Oh dear. Rimu Chuan felt her loosen her grasp and promptly seized her hand, wrapping it around himself once more. Hold on tight. That it is perilous outside. There are demons and monsters everywhere, preying on delicate beauties like you. Only here in my embrace is it safe. Li. The Great Huan is known for its safety. Where would demons and monsters come from? And how is it safest in your arms? If I truly believed your nonsense, I might end up as nothing more than a meal. You think I'm that easy to lure away? Rimu Chuan lowered his head, gently rubbing his nose against Li's hair. The little mermaid was too delectable. Even her hair smelled delightful. Clearing his throat, he spoke earnestly that I'm not joking that a yin-yang master has come to Yingzhou, and it is said he is quite formidable. I have been rather busy lately and cannot always accompany you. Li chuckled at this. What was there to fear about a yin-yang master? She wasn't a monster, with a mischievous glint in her eye. She declared, I'm not afraid of him. My skills are profound enough to shatter his beast-catching mirror with a single punch. After all, the beast-catching mirror was of no use against an ordinary person like her. Rimu Chuan frowned slightly. The little mermaid took it lightly, but he could not afford to lower his guard. Don't be reckless. Be careful. Li felt that Rimu Chuan was worrying needlessly. Uncle, what about those few pathetic fools? They are from Yingzhou. Rimu Chuan had long since discerned that if they were merely drifters mingling in, it would be one matter. But if the Yingzhou princess had intentionally caught wind of any rumors and was scheming, then Yingzhou should prepare to bear the wrath of the Wolf King. That moment, the Yingzhou princess, trying on clothes in the post station, let out a huge sneeze. Achoo, I didn't do anything. Who is talking about me? I know they are from Yingzhou. Chu Yi and the others will naturally take them back for interrogation. It has been a long time since I've granted anyone a sky lantern. A fierce expression surfaced on Rimu Chuan's rugged face. Anyone daring to disturb his little darling would find the sky lantern a mere mercy. Li blinked her big eyes. Biting her finger. What is a sky lantern? Rimu Chuan gazed into Li's beautiful eyes and slowly shook his head. You wouldn't want to know that I wouldn't want you to know either. Just stay in my arms. You can do as you pleased. Li felt as if she were suffocating under the weight of love. Who would have thought that this 178 centimeters tall and robust lady could also feel like a delicate flower one day? Uncle, where are you taking me? Rimu Chuan held Li close, in a splendid mood to dinner. Aren't we going on a date today? Don't let trivial matters affect your mood. I've reserved a private room at Hu Xin Lu. After all, you didn't get to enjoy your meal properly last time. Point two individuals and a horse arrived at the lakeside pavilion by the Shangjing River. The young servant, upon noticing the alluring woman wrapped in the Khan's embrace, dared not raise his head. Greetings to the Khan. He bowed deeply. Without a hint of hesitation in the presence of others, Hot Mukin dismounted with Onli cradled in her arms. That I have reserved a private booth on the third floor. Hastened to serve the dishes. Onli, being held by Princess Hot Mukin, felt an overwhelming urge to squirm. Uncle, please put me down. This is somewhat embarrassing. Hot Mukin pressed Onli's head back against her chest. Embarrassment is best concealed. I relish holding you. With that, she strode towards the upper floor. Thankfully, the private booth offered ample seclusion. Upon reaching the sofa, Hot Mukin halted. How about you sit on my lap while eating? Onli's slender legs flailed helplessly. No, I refuse to sit on an uncle's lap. Hot Mukin, fearing she might tumble, adopted a stern expression. What are you kicking about? You've lost your shoes. Do you still wish to prance around? Your little feet are quite dirty. It dawned on Onli that her high heels had been carelessly discarded somewhere along the way, leaving her completely barefoot. How could she be chastised for being dirty? What concern is it of yours? I enjoy running around barefoot. Noticing her embarrassment, Hot Mukin ceased to tease her, bending down to place Onli on the adjoining sofa. Onli, propping her feet up, looked woeful. Hot Mukin chuckled softly, extending his long legs, clad in official boots. Towards her. Come, step on my feet. Be careful not to catch a chill. The servant, who was bringing the dishes, had his head bowed low, utterly astonished by this unprecedented scene. The dignified Khan was serving as a human footstool for Onli, and yet wore a look of joy. Could this be the power of love? Hot Mukin devoured his meal with gusto, glancing at the time on his phone, and then serving Onli a piece of fish belly. Eat more, that I will send you back shortly, as I must return to the palace to attend to some matters. Onli's small feet were playfully stepping on Hot Mukin's sturdy calf, leaving several dusty footprints. She poked at her piece of fish with her chopsticks. Uncle is so busy. Hot Mukin set down his teacup, affectionately ruffling Onli's hair, just for these few days. Once the reception period is over, I promise to accompany you every day. The envoys from all directions only come once a year, and I am, after all, the king of the Northern D in this vast realm. Chapter 70. Once there were old friends like you. Now only grass grows on the grave. Onli felt a tinge of discontent. Why must we return? It can't be for the reception of that princess from Yingzhou, can it? Whimper, whimper. Onli felt aggrieved. She had so much more to discuss with her handsome uncle. However, Onli was no longer a naive girl. She understood the importance of the matter at hand. She took her work seriously, and this was not merely a job for her handsome uncle. It was a matter of state. She could not indulge her whims. With this thought, Onli elegantly finished her last bite of fish, wiped her mouth, sipped some tea to cleanse her palate, and retrieved lip gloss from her bag. Hot Mukin lit a cigarette, watching Onli intently. Smoking after a meal was indeed a powerful indulgence. But what was this gloss that the little siren had applied? Her naturally supple lips now gleamed even more enticingly, far more alluring than any peach blossom cake. After finishing his cigarette, Hot Mukin habitually popped a mint into his mouth, though today, this mint seemed to carry an undertone of anticipation. Once the meal concluded, the two rode back to the small villa, with Hot Mukin securely holding Onli in his embrace. This time with her back to him, that he tentatively took her small hand in his. Noticing her lack of resistance, his confidence grew bolder as he intertwined his fingers with hers. Gripping the reins, Onli, with her head bowed, instinctively began to nibble on her lip. His palm, accustomed to wielding weapons, bore a thin callus. Yet his long, elegant fingers rested gently on her small hand, sending tingles through her. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, thick with unspoken tension. Hot Mukin rested his chin in the crook of Onli's neck, loosening his right hand to encircle her slender waist. What are you thinking? His deep, magnetic voice snapped the last thread of Onli's composure. I wasn't thinking of anything. Hot Mukin chuckled merrily, his chest pressing against Onli's back, tightening his embrace, as if wishing to close any distance between them. Onli, a modern woman who had never been Navi, could not help but feel the peculiar tension behind her. Her pupils constricted. You shameless! Let go of me! She squirmed in protest. The Hot Mukin's heated breath cascaded over her delicate collarbone. Be good, and if you move again, I shall reveal my true nature as the king of the Northern D right before your eyes. Within the realm, no one dares to defy me. Not even you that I in an instant only felt deflated. His noble status was indeed formidable. Hotmukyin loosened the reins, allowing the horse to trot leisurely, that I truly do not wish to return. This is beyond my control, that he sighed. About what you mentioned the other day. I thought long and hard. You have your own career. While I may not comprehend the intricacies of modeling, I wholeheartedly support your serious endeavors. However, if you are to model, I must be there to witness it. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards you, they will meet with my wrath, and I shall not relent. Such audacity left Onli's heart racing. Is this the demeanor of a domineering fiercely protective of his partner? She thought. Hotmukyin licked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Onli's blushing face. Xidigarba is responsible for judgment, that I shall ensure they meet the Xidigarba. Such a benevolent figure, Onli thought, feeling the dissonance in that description. Hotmukyin snapped his fingers, buoyed by his good spirits, continuing to share his recent insights, that I have decided what to do in your homeland, that I have found a job that suits me perfectly, that I want to become a gangster. Onli was taken aback. What? Once there were old friends like you, now only grass grows on the grave. What had he watched to inspire such a dangerously absurd notion? Hotmukyin remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of his proposal. Recently, he had stayed up late watching the Young and Dangerous series and found the gangster lifestyle appealing, that he believed that with his band of brothers, he could effortlessly subdue all unruly factions. I have plans to establish a Northern D gang. Those scrawny tattooed weaklings, I could easily take down one by one. That soon, I shall be the greatest crime lord, earning vast sums of money to buy you anything you desire, even things you do not want. Onli looked at his smug expression and thought, this is a product of our 9 years of compulsory education. Do you not understand how gangsters earn their money? Hotmukyin shrugged, as if it were obvious. That I don't know, but they seem rich. The dialogues in those movies are incomprehensible to me, and the subtitles are filled with words that differ from yours. After much deliberation, Onli realized that Hotmukyin had been interpreting Young and Dangerous entirely through his own imagination. Indeed, Cantonese and traditional characters would be a challenge for someone from his era. Upon reaching the entrance of the small villa, Hotmukyin continued to expound upon his grand vision, that he dismounted, brimming with excitement. Who is the current gang leader in your area? When I arrive, I shall make him taste the harsh realities of society and the complexity of human nature. After subduing him, I will become famous overnight. Hotmukyin gently placed Onli on a lounge chair, leaning over as he gazed at her with keen interest. Tell me, what if I dressed in a floral shirt, adorned with a golden chain, sporting sunglasses and smoking a cigarette? Wouldn't I look dashing? Onli rolled her eyes, folding her arms and turning her head away. You must extinguish those dangerous thoughts before they take root. Gangsters are synonymous with villains. Their wealth comes from violence and theft. My hometown is currently cracking down on gangsters. Capture one, and they will serve a long sentence. Hotmukyin was taken aback. Gangsters are villains? Alas, his grand plan had not even taken its first step before it crumbled, leaving him feeling dejected. Could he be perceived as a failure in the little siren's hometown? Onli sensed his despondency and offered him a sweet smile. Don't be disheartened, uncle. You are so capable. Surely there are other legitimate jobs for you. That don't lose hope. At least now, she could ascertain one thing. Her handsome uncle was indeed open to returning to the modern world with her. Elation enveloped her as she reveled in the air filled with pink bubbles. Hotmukyin, unable to contain himself, raised his hand and gently caressed Enli's lovely face, suppressing the impulse to stroke her tender lips with his thumb, his throat constricting with anticipation. You must attend the Lantern Festival on Chishi, he insisted, leaning closer to her, that as he approached, his handsome visage loomed larger before her, causing Enli to instinctively shrink back. Hotmukyin pressed his lips together, fixated on Enli's rosy, plump lips, exercising every ounce of restraint to control his desires. That I long to cherish you. Please, do not tempt me further, lest I make you weep. I shall return to the palace now. You ought to head home early and message me upon your arrival, he declared, turning to leave, mounting his steed, and galloping away. Enli. Chapter 71. She is a demon. At the break of dawn the following day, Enli stood amidst the ruins, tears brimming in her eyes. Who could harbor such a grudge against me? They demolished the courtyard wall, leaving not a single brick intact. Her frustration reached a boiling point. After extensive inquiries, she swiftly identified the primary suspect. With a cold smirk, she retrieved her phone and called Asha, confirming that AMU had been preoccupied in the palace these past few days, while Asha's small courtyard was conveniently adjacent to AMU's. Without hesitation, Enli decided to transfer the portal's archive to Asha's princess residence, that in the northern D King's residence. For leading guards had toiled for several hours the previous night, seizing the opportunity under the cover of darkness to demolish Enli's courtyard wall with a heavy hammer. Now they eagerly rubbed their hands together, waiting for news. However, instead of good tidings, they were met with the furious Hatma Chuan, who, in an unusual display, was dressed in formal attire adorned with wolf motifs, his feet encased in cloud-patterned boots, and a ruby-laden headband exuding an aura of authority that in his hand. He wielded a jade folding fan, and upon entering, he struck each of the 4 guards sharply with it, exclaiming, "You disorganized and undisciplined fools. You haven't merely hindered progress. You've dragged it down to my very waist. My sleepwear is nearly stripped off because of you. Stand at attention. Stand at attention." The guards. Isn't there supposed to be a generous reward? They murmured among themselves, perplexed by the Khan's wrath. Glancing at one another, they hesitated, ultimately retreating a step, leaving the most junior guard to face the music. Hatma Chuan, exasperated and snapping the fan in his palm, barked, "Why do you step forward with such a defiant expression?" The junior guard, "By the heavens, I stand more steadfast than the great pine at the entrance, yet adhering to the principle of admitting one's mistakes." He knelt with a resounding thud. "The Khan has spoken." Hatma Chuan shot a sidelong glance at the sweating junior guard, whose ill-fated idea was it to demolish the Empress's courtyard wall in the dead of night. And now, she has moved to the princess's residence, right next to my lovesick nephew. Alarm bells rang in the minds of the guards at the mention of the charming southern Jiang King, who was now just a stone's throw away from the Empress, and they feared she might develop feelings for him. This realization dawned upon them. The 2nd and 4th guards exchanged glances and simultaneously took a step back. "Your Majesty, we were all deceived by the 3rd. The 3rd guard, grinning, also knelt down. "Your Majesty, heed my defense. I have a brilliant plan. Please devise ways to keep the southern Jiang King occupied within the palace." Hatma Chuan, infuriated, struck the bald head of the 3rd guard with the F. "And do you take me for a fool? What you propose is already within my thoughts. Stand at attention. Do not leave until I return." With the annual grand celebration on the horizon, the Prenlai Pavilion was adorned with various beautiful lanterns and silks, filling the capital with a festive atmosphere. The streets of the capital were bustling with a multitude of elegantly dressed newcomers. Enli and Asha were busier than ever, bustling about the Prenlai Pavilion, which was now overflowing with goods. And Enli, through various channels, managed to exchange her previously spent gold bars from the bank for modern currency, restoring her account balance. Meanwhile, under her guidance, Xing, Kelly, and Gowing were fervently preparing their respective outfits for the occasion. Enli, counting down the days, felt as exuberant as a little rabbit that had stumbled into a heap of carrots. "I am going to the palace. I am attending a national banquet. How thrilling it is! I can hardly believe that the peach blossom spring truly exists." In the Prenlai Pavilion, she flitted about like a butterfly, her skirt swirling elegantly, her high heels clicking with grace. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was perceived as a painful thorn by those seated in the neighboring tea house. The Princess of Yingzhou, Maya, clad in a heavy traditional cherry blossom outfit, knelt before the window, her gaze melancholic as she fixated on Enli's vibrant figure. Upon arriving in the capital, her first task was to inquire about Hatma Chuan's well-being. The fleeting glance she had stolen 8 years prior had left her yearning until today. He was the exalted king of the northern D, while she was merely a humble princess of a subordinate nation. He was the moon high in the heavens, and she was but an inconspicuous speck among the masses. Yet she still dared to pursue him, despite the world's judgment. Upon hearing that Hatma Chuan, who had never shown interest in mortals, had actually taken a liking to a woman, Maya's heart felt as if it were being pierced by a dull blade. The pain was not severe, but it made her tremble all over. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she came to behold this enchanting figure. Upon seeing Enli, Maya understood the true meaning of a gem-like woman. The people of Yingzhou were typically shorter, yet this girl stood tall, her figure and beauty unparalleled in all of Dawang. With a sigh, Maya's already pale visage grew more despondent, but he does not disdain Yingzhou. Rather, he dreams of the Northern D and holds the capital in his heart. It is merely me he rejects. Beside Maya sat a strikingly androgynous figure, their long black hair woven into a golden, intricately carved crown. Dressed in a purple embroidered robe, they exuded an otherworldly allure. One hand cradled a teacup, while the other held a string of translucent beads, making them the most renowned onmyoji of Yingzhou. Possessing unparalleled talent in the lineage, the Lord of Yingzhou had bestowed upon them the title derived from the two characters of the most illustrious onmyoji in history. After a moment, Qingming slowly opened his fox-like eyes. Why should the princess be so sorrowful? The king of Northern D is indeed a mundane man. Maya, supporting her forehead, gazed intently at Enli below. Are there not few men in this world who are not mundane? Do you not think, Qingming mused, that this girl could ensnare the very souls of men? With an almost imperceptible twitch of his nose, he let the beads spin through his fingers. The princess need not mourn. Should I suggest that this girl is not as she appears? What would you decide? Startled, Maya turned sharply, clutching her handkerchief to her chest. Are you suggesting that this girl is a demon? Qingming remained noncommittal. There is something peculiar about her aura, but to discern her true nature, one must draw closer. In Maya's eyes, astonishment and concern mingled. That I know that the king of Northern D harbors no interest in me. And I should have anticipated this day. But why must she be a demon? He could meet his demise. Please, I implore you to save the king of Northern D. Qingming rose and approached the window. Observing the captivating figure in the distance, she is indeed a formidable demon. I can only sense that she hails from another realm, yet I cannot discern her true form. Such a demon, if not confined within my demon tower, would be a tragic waste. Chapter 72. The Fairy of Coal Balls. On the day of the grand feast, before dawn, the palace was already bustling with activity. The kitchen began to send up smoke as early as 4 in the morning. Asha, rising unusually early, donned a complex water blue gown embroidered with roses, looking festive and charming, akin to a delicate doll from a New Year's painting. Why hasn't Sisterly arrived yet? She promised to bring her good friend along. The various envoys had begun to enter the palace to pay their respects. Chunmei, attending to Asha as she applied blush and powder with meticulous care, urged, Your Highness, you need not fret. Quickly go and accompany His Majesty in receiving the envoys. This time, His Majesty is seeking a consort for you. Asha, sticking out her small tongue and feigning defiance, replied, I do not want any consort. I am still a baby. On the other side, at Enli's villa. It was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. 4 young ladies, each meticulously adorned, gathered together. Enli had chosen an exquisite qipao, inspired by the elegance of the crane crying in the huading, its tailored cut accentuating her perfect figure. The intricate designs of mountains, rivers, and sun, along with the cranes and clouds, were brought to life through three-dimensional embroidery. The side slit of the qipao allowed for a subtle glimpse of her snowy, white thigh as she moved gracefully. Her hair was elegantly styled into an updo, adorned with a set of modern faux jade hairpins that complemented her look beautifully. In her hand, she held an enamel-painted silk fan, and each expression she wore exuded enchanting charm. Gao Ying, a wealthy beauty in her own right, had invested a fortune in a custom-made hanfu, complete with flowing sleeves and accessories that shimmered with the luster of currency. Xing chose a whimsical, Disney princess-inspired organza gown, having switched to contact lenses and donned a playful floral crown, presenting herself as an adorable young lady. Kelly, dressed most extravagantly, adhered to the principle that bling was best, having procured a glimmering gown adorned with rhinestones, reminiscent of a Kardashian style, paired with strappy stilettos, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Originally, Enli intended to have everyone wear kipeos together, but her friends were adamant in their refusal, unwilling to wear the same attire as a world-renowned supermodel. Thus, Enli relented. After confirming that each of them was exquisitely dressed from head to toe, the group of sisters stood solemnly in the living room, ready to make their entrance. Charge, Balala energy. The 4 celestial maidens descend. As they passed through the painting, they found themselves in Asha's princess courtyard. Gao Ying, Xing, Kelly. As for what she actually said, Enli could not comprehend. The freestyle talent of the black girl allowed her to utter 5 words in a heartbeat. Who knew what she was exclaiming about? It was certainly nothing civil. A manual mute would suffice. An Li, with her jaw nearly unhinged from astonishment, brought her three good sisters to the entrance of the courtyard. The Emperor of Beatty placed great importance on his daughter's companion, dispatching a personal attendant to escort a grand and spacious luxurious carriage to bring them into the palace. An Li raised her head to gaze at the intricately decorated carriage. Finally understanding why Asha had remarked that Amu's carriage was shabby. Compared to this, it truly paled in comparison. The group boarded the carriage and sped along the pathway towards the palace. Kelly observed that each corner of the carriage was inlaid with night pearls the size of pigeon eggs. Struggling to contain her impulse to press down on the luxurious embellishments, she wrapped her arm around An Li's shoulder. "Annie, tell me, that hunky guy you've been flirting with, he can't possibly be a prince. Right? Spill it. Are you involved with the Emperor? Preparing to become the mother of the nation?" An Li looked at Kelly as if she were a fool. "What are you thinking? The Emperor's daughter is already 19. The Emperor could be my father." Kelly, refusing to listen, excitedly poked a Xing and Gaoing. "Sisters, our time of indulgence has arrived. Who needs a job? No more working like a corporate slave. Let us roll up our bedding and travel back to ancient times. Annie has attained enlightenment. We shall ascend to the heavens. Sacrifice her for our happiness." An Li could no longer bear it and clamped her hand over Kelly's incessant chatter. "That I beg you, please be quiet. If you keep rambling, we'll be dragged out and dealt with." The palace banquet had already commenced. The Emperor and Empress, clad in bright yellow, embroidered dragon and phoenix robes, sat beside the crown prince and princess. As the ministers entered one after another, announced by the chief attendant, the four young women found themselves seated in a waiting chamber where everything felt refreshingly novel. Gaoing touched the jade plate filled with fresh grapes on the table. "This palace is so extravagant. Even the fruit platter is made of fine jade." The grapes within were plump and succulent, and even the plate for discarding pits was adorned with a golden edge. Kelly indulged in every fruit, laughing joyfully. An Li merely regarded the abundance as a sign of the great wealth of the empire, unaware that it was all arranged by the king of Beatty out of concern for Miss N's comfort. The Khan truly wished to offer his heart. Soon, a serving maid approached to announce, "Miss N, it is time for you to be seated." The four girls wasted no time, lifting their skirts and striding confidently out. An Li had traversed countless red carpets before, but this grand display was unlike anything she had experienced at a thick red carpet, scattered with fresh petals, led them from the outer gate through an expansive courtyard, up the grand staircase, directly to the golden throne hall. To the left stood palace guards wielding embroidered spring sabers, while to the right were Beatty guards brandishing curved blades that An Li silently mused to herself. It seems that the handsome uncle holds a rather distinguished position in the empire. However, there was no time to delay for the banquet. The four proceeded slowly up the red carpet toward the grand hall. An Li felt as if she had walked nearly 2,000 steps. What a spectacle! Miss An Li of Penglai Island, accompanied by her close friends Su Xing, Gaoing, and Kelly, pays her respects. In an instant, all eyes in the hall fell upon the four of them. Penglai Island was a legendary fairyland, and Miss N was said to be a beauty akin to a celestial being. Upon this meeting, it was clear that the rumors held true. The fairy-esque friends were no ordinary companions either. Each was adorned in radiant attire that captivated the onlookers. Yet, one could not help but wonder about the presence of a black fairy. She was rather dark, even rivaling the coal used for heating. The world of fairies was beyond their understanding. Perhaps she was a charcoal ball fairy. Asha waved excitedly at An Li. "Father, mother, the tallest one is Sister Li. I told you, the #1 beauty of Dahuang." The Emperor and Empress naturally praised her, but the more curious gazes were directed at Kelly. The golden throne hall was already solemn and imposing, with the Emperor robed in dragon attire seated at the highest position, adding to the air of authority. The four ladies, holding their skirts, performed the customary kneeling salute. "Long live our Emperor." Only Kelly grimaced, feeling utterly inept. She had made a grave mistake. Why had she chosen the most form-fitting gown? The hem was nearly unmanageable, and kneeling on a bed of rhinestones was leaving her knees in agony. Chapter 73. The arrival of the Beatty Hunk Squad. Good. Please rise. The Emperor, having witnessed many grand occasions, was unfazed, especially since Asha had prepped him, mentioning that one of the fairies had a friend who was quite dark-skinned. Upon seeing her, even with his mental preparation, he was taken aback. This Miss N was undoubtedly a mermaid, but what could this dark girl be? A chubby lobster fairy? a mantis shrimp fairy, a seal fairy. Who could say? He felt too embarrassed to ask directly. Enli and Xing assisted Kelly to her feet, and the Emperor's gaze on Enli grew increasingly approving. Were it not for his younger brother's ambitions, he might have considered introducing her to his son. Come, Missin, you shall sit at this table. Only then did Enli boldly glance around, discovering that their table was quite close to the Emperor, practically beneath his nose. Given the vastness of the golden throne hall, where tables were arranged like a flowing banquet, many were seated in the outer hall. How was it that she, a mere girl, was seated in the front row? It must have been Asha's mischief. However, given the circumstances, she could only comply. The four of them, in their high heels, approached the table and took their seats. Kelly gazed at the golden plates and silverware, filled with an array of mouth-watering delicacies. Wow, boss, let's implement this standard of dining in our company from now on. Enli shot Kelly a disapproving glance that "Do you intend to eat me out of house and home?" Due to the considerable distance between tables, the four sisters were unaware that nearly all the dishes at theirs were seafood. Kelly fidgeted restlessly, squirming as if her backside were pricked with thorns. Xing, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "Kelly, what on earth are you doing?" Kelly looked up, her expression one of indignation. "Can you understand what it's like to sit on a bed of nails? Why did I have to get a full rhinestone gown for the sake of showing off? Hurry, Xing, loosen the strings behind me while no one is watching. This dress is restricting my dining capabilities." While this commotion unfolded, Enli discreetly surveyed the hall. Many unfamiliar faces surrounded her, yet there were also several acquaintances. The row to their right appeared to belong to foreign envoys, and not far away. A low table was occupied by individuals from Yingzhou, recognizable by their strikingly pale faces and exaggeratedly red lips, reminiscent of a tragic tale. The woman in the center, who was rather fair-featured, was likely the princess of Yingzhou. Enli felt confident that she had won this round effortlessly. After all, Asha had spent an entire hour on Kelly's makeup today, while it had taken her 8 years to decipher that Tumuchuan detested such appearances. She was already victorious. Ha ha! Across from them sat a Gunmu, and beside him was Jean Maching, adorned in a formal academic robe. Today, AMU was dressed to impress, donning an opulent garment embroidered with intricate totems. His earrings fashioned from exquisite peacock tail feathers, which accentuated his rosy lips and pearly whites, making him appear as refined as jade. Upon noticing Onli's gaze, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Kelly, as if she had discovered a new continent, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, Annie, you truly are the epitome of youthful charm. That pretty boy is gazing at you with such longing. Quickly, point him out. Who is your prairie wolf?" Onli found herself puzzled. The table closest to the Emperor remained unoccupied. Where had Ramuchuan gone? Shouldn't he have taken a seat long before at such a banquet? Even she, a mere insignificant character, had arrived. Why was he still absent? Meanwhile, Kelly continued to make exaggerated gestures toward Agudama, causing AMU to feel quite bashful. Onli interjected, "Stop staring. He is the southern border king. It would be too forward. If you find him appealing, why not go and flirt with him instead?" Kelly waved her elaborately manicured hand dismissively. "I don't want a pretty boy. I fear I might crush his kidneys." Onli swiftly covered Kelly's mouth. "Keep it down. Save your wolfish words." Their playful banter was so lively that they failed to notice the myriad glances exchanged in the air, one from Jean Maching and the other from Gowing. Both individuals in their 20s found their cheeks inexplicably flushed. Kelly plucked a grape and nonchalantly tossed it in her mouth. "Annie, where's your little wolf? He isn't at the entrance doing security, is he?" Before she could finish her thought, a loud shout echoed from the entrance. "His Highness the Northern D-King has arrived." The hall, which had previously been filled with murmurs, fell silent. Everyone vacated their seats and knelt on the ground. Even the Emperor and Empress placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed their heads slightly. Kelly clutched the hem of Onli's cheongsam, as if seeking comfort. "Annie, why are we still kneeling? Are there two emperors in this vast realm?" Onli desperately tugged at her cheongsam. "Stop it, Kelly. You're using a Xing's dress. This is real silk, and your rhinestones are scratching it. Enough with the chatter." "He is my little wolf." That a formidable procession entered, led by none other than Ramuchuan himself. Today, he was truly a sight to behold, clad in a Mongolian robe, with sleeves and collar embroidered with dense wolf patterns. Deep brown riding boots, and a wide belt adorned with a waist tag. He wore hard leather armor on his shoulders and a finely crafted dark red headband hidden beneath his tousled hair. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long, powerful legs strode in alongside four equally imposing guards, all dressed in Mongolian robes. The air in the hall seemed to thrum with masculine energy. Only knelt, trying to shield her slightly exposed thigh from view due to the high slit of her dress. Stealing glances at Ramuchuan, she thought to herself, "Ah, Uncle is so handsome." Kelly's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth nearly agape as she whispered to Only, "Is this really your little wolf?" "He is more like Wolverine." "What are you hesitating for? If you don't want him, I'll take Wolverine, and you can have those four behind him." Ramuchuan turned his head, locking eyes with Only unexpectedly. The wolf head earring on his earlobe, featuring ruby eyes, sparkled as he caught the fleeting astonishment in the little mermaid's eyes, that a smile crept across his lips as he pointed to his chest, and then gestured towards Only. Flustered, Only lowered her gaze, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. This small exchange did not escape the notice of those around them, including the Emperor, who smiled knowingly. Shipping couples is truly delightful. The handsome men and beautiful women are a feast for the eyes. As they moved further into the hall, the five of them delivered a resounding salute. "Hail! The Northern D pays homage. Long live the Emperor." Kneeling on one knee, right fist pressed to the ground, they performed the traditional Northern D greeting. Chapter 74. You are radiant today. The Emperor beamed at his dashing younger brother, nearly grinning from ear to ear. "You may rise, my brother. Everyone, please get up." Ramuchuan, along with his four guards, took their seats at the only vacant table. The guards stood like iron towers behind him, their presence dominating the room, with such an imposing aura. They instantly claimed the title of the most striking presence in the hall. As everyone settled into their seats, the Emperor cleared his throat and raised a cup to all who have come from afar. "I am filled with joy today. Let us enjoy this gathering together, so do not hold back." Everyone raised their cups in response, and Only and her friends followed suit. May the Great Huan prosper for countless generations. With that, the banquet officially commenced. A procession of elegantly dressed young ladies entered, accompanying the sounds of silk and bamboo, beginning to dance gracefully. Only watched with rapt attention, as this was one of the few forms of entertainment available in ancient times. Moreover, each of the ladies was enchanting in her own right, which Only greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, her height had always been a hindrance to her dancing aspirations. Stealing another glance at Ramuchuan, she discovered he was entirely engrossed in his phone, unabashedly playing with it. Moments later, her own phone vibrated twice in her pocket. Ramuchuan looked up and waved his phone at Only. Gowing nudged Only with her elbow, a knowing smile on her face. "Shaoli, your wolf uncle just texted you, This sweetness is giving me a sugar rush." Noticing Only's hesitation, Ramuchuan raised an eyebrow, his expression determined not to relent. With no choice, Only reluctantly retrieved her phone, discreetly illuminating the screen beneath the table. Instantly, her three close friends leaned in to read. "You look truly radiant today. Come find me when this is over. Did I miss you?" Only felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if she had nowhere to hide. Her friends erupted in raucous laughter, causing her ears to burn. Soon enough, another message arrived. "Please help shield Only's legs. This king thanks the three young ladies." Only, beside her, Gowing instinctively lifted the ample hem of Only's dress to cover her thigh, which was slightly exposed due to the high slit. Ramuchuan nodded in satisfaction, raised his cup, and gestured toward the ladies. This scene was vividly captured by the watchful eyes of Princess Maya from Ingzhou. When had she ever seen such a vibrant Ramuchuan? Previously, he had always treated her with a cold demeanor, polite yet distant. When had he ever displayed such warmth? It dawned on her then that this aloof Northern D king could indeed smile. However, that smile had nothing to do with her. Qingming noticed the bitterness in Maya's expression and gently patted her shoulder. "You are a princess. Do not lose your composure. And do not forget what I told you." Maya tightly clutched her handkerchief and nodded slightly. As Qingming had indicated, this girl was a formidable demoness, and her companions were equally powerful. Only by engaging them in conversation and provoking some emotional responses could she expose their vulnerabilities. Ideally, they would reveal their true forms. Maya gazed deeply at Ramuchuan. Witnessing the smile in his eyes, which had not strayed from Onli for even a moment. Her throat felt constricted, as if a ball of cotton were lodged within, and her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. I am sorry, Chuanlang, that if you were merely an ordinary girl, I would wholeheartedly wish you well from afar. But you are a demon. For your lifelong happiness, please forgive Maya's selfishness just this once. Amidst the jubilant song and dance, everyone raised their cups in toast. The emperor, in high spirits, had already indulged a little too much. Haha, this Mount High from Punlai is truly marvelous. I may have overindulged today. Don T just toast me and my nephew. My brother can drink 1,000 cups without getting intoxicated. With the emperor's encouragement, the civil and military officials bravely began to toast Ramuchuan one after another. I wish the Khan good health and long life for the great Huan. I wish the Khan all his wishes fulfilled and everything in good order. Ramuchuan merely nodded, welcoming each toast with grace. Downing cup after cup without a hint of a frown. Soon, 2 empty bottles of liquor lay on the table. Kelly clapped her hands in excitement. This is fantastic. A person with a good drinking capacity surely has great vitality. Not even a single frown after 2 jeans of Baijio. Su Xing scratched his head. ISNT alcohol tolerance, just a measure of liver function. Kelly, realizing her long nails might be deemed unrefined, lowered her hand. Let us not nitpick the details. In any case, this brother-in-law is quite impressive. Princess Maya of Yingzhou, with a hesitant demeanor, raised her cup toward Ramuchuan. Khan, on behalf of Yingzhou, I toast you that I end the spring banquet. A glass of verdant wine is raised, and a song is sung anew. 1 wishes for the Lord's longevity, and the second wish is for the unrefined hot Muchuan to wave his hand dismissively, lifting his cup and downing it in one gulp, entirely disregarding Maya's chance to finish her words. Truly, he possesses no sense of decorum, speaking in ambiguous, sentimental tones before everyone. His little mermaid sits right beside him. Agudamu, observing the spectacle, couldn't help but smile faintly, raising his cup in a mock toast to Onli, taking a delicate sip. Out of courtesy, Onli reciprocated with her companions. Hot Muchuan cast a cold glance at Aguda. Wang Ji, I have heard of your increasing capacity for drink. Care to join me? Agudamu rubbed his temples. The last time he had just arrived in the capital, this royal uncle had him in a drunken stupor. He certainly did not wish to repeat that experience. Maya stepped forward, performing a grand bow befitting Yinzhou. Your Majesty, today we celebrate together. She had prepared traditional Yinzhou songs and dances to enliven the gathering. The emperor, though somewhat perplexed by Yinzhou's customary aesthetics, chose not to rebuff the goodwill extended towards him. Very well, then do we appreciate your efforts, princess. The orchestra from Yinzhou began to play, as Maya donned her wooden clogs, producing a small folding fan, and danced gracefully with the ensemble of Yinzhou songstresses. Kelly, with chopsticks in hand, speared a large abalone, savoring the performance with great interest. This little fool can still dance in clogs. Yet it seems she harbors designs on your wolf uncle. With that, she finished off an abalone and seized a lobster. How dull. Were she a peerless beauty, her sisters could bolster your presence. But this mere little fool is hardly remarkable. As the performance concluded, sparse applause echoed through the grand hall. The guests found it difficult to appreciate the ostentatious Yinzhou dance. Nevertheless, since it was a traditional feature, they offered their support. Gowing readily perceived Maya's affections for Hot Muchuan. While she danced, her doe-like eyes nearly glued to her brother-in-law, breathless and appearing as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind. Maya bowed deeply to the assembly and turned, respectfully presenting her fan to Onli. Might the fairies from Punlai bestow their guidance upon Maya? To receive counsel from the fairies would be an immense honor. Onli, utterly speechless, thought, this tactic is superb. It has left me in a most uncomfortable position. With a resigned gesture, she declared, Princess, your dance was splendid, truly remarkable. As she spoke, she even gave Maya an enthusiastic thumbs up. Maya, taken aback by Onli's unabashed praise, turned to seek solace from Qingming. He tightened his grip on the prayer beads. Miss and our princess has risen before dawn today, meticulously preparing her Yinzhou traditional makeup and diligently practicing this dance for over a month. Your compliment seems rather dismissive. Onli had no fondness for this peculiar man. Sir, this is quite the unreasonable demand. I am utterly ignorant of dance. How could I offer any critique? Her words caused an uproar in the hall to in everyone's mind, The fairies from Punlai were known for their melodious voices and graceful movements. Misen, appearing enchanting, claimed she could not dance. In the vast world, even those of modest means typically ensured their daughters receive some training in song and dance for cultural refinement. Only the daughters of the struggling poor, who toiled daily, were deprived of such opportunities. Yet Misen boldly claimed she could not dance. Maya gasped, covering half her face with her fan, shocked that Misen could lack such a skill. I assure you, I did not intend to touch upon such a sensitive matter. Qingming, clutching his slightly heated prayer beads, pressed on. What are the other fairies? Surely they are not devoid of skill. Perhaps one of them could perform, granting us all a delightful spectacle. Surely this dark fairy must possess some talent. Kelly rolled her eyes dramatically, slamming her chopsticks down on the table. Only recognized this as the prelude to her explosion. Of all people to provoke, why must it be the goddess of retorts? Let us offer this little fool a candle. Taking a deep breath, Kelly wiped the grease from her long nails with a tissue. Allow me to offer some critiques. Do not thank me excessively. This dance must have been choreographed by Junji Ito, yes. While song and dance may connect with the earth, let us not descend into the underworld. I nearly thought I had entered Yama's hall, just now that Maya's eyes widened in disbelief as tears streamed down her cheeks. Esteemed fairy, this is a traditional divine dance of Yinzhou. My father praises me, claiming none in Yinzhou can rival my expertise. How could you say such a thing? Kelly smacked her thigh. The ancestral skills cooldown has expired. It's time to unleash the big guns. Is this not akin to an old woman peddling her melons? Ignoring her, she continued, aren't you a specialist in the underworld? Do you perform this dance for your father? How amusing, filial piety indeed. I dare say your father's blood pressure and heart rate must rival our dear Annie's stature. Though the audience struggled to comprehend Kelly's words, her rhythmic delivery, infused with emotion and exaggerated gestures, elicited laughter throughout the hall. This coal fairy was undeniably humorous and appeared quite amiable. Kelly, a seasoned social butterfly, noticed the laughter and immediately clasped her hands, bowing graciously that I humbly present my less-than-stellar performance. Qingming, feeling irked, found himself questioning his own abilities for the first time. Despite all this, he still could not discern the true forms of these demons. This only fueled his ambition. Such formidable beings were rare, and he must capture them. It seemed he would need to employ the demon-catching mirror. Maya, feeling utterly humiliated, returned to her table, casting a pleading glance at Qingming. He steeled himself, pressed his lips together, and said, "This fairy's ancestral skill is truly unique. I presume the others also possess exceptional talents. Might we witness a demonstration?"